the 5th day of the first lunar month. The temple of the god of wealth was bustling with people, its incense smoke thick and fragrant. Li Xiu couldn't squeeze into the main hall and had to burn incense in the courtyard, praying fervently. 5 years after graduation, all his classmates had bought homes, but he was still stuck in a rented apartment. Li Xiu had been an orphan since childhood, with no family inheritance to rely on and no talent for making a fortune. He could only hope for the blessings of the god of wealth. May the god of wealth grant me prosperity and help me get a raise and promotion soon. He accidentally stepped on someone's foot and quickly lowered his head in apology. Wait, he realized he had stepped on a money bag. The 22nd year of Kai Yuan, Tang Dynasty, the 5th day of the first lunar month. Inside the Sanqing Temple in the Daming Palace, a young prince knelt before the statue of the Star Lord of Wealth, praying devoutly. Outside the hall stood a lean middle-aged eunuch, his hawk-like gaze fixed sharply on the prince. An elderly eunuch hurried over to the middle-aged one. Chief Neo, the carriage is ready. Take him directly to the southern courtyard. The middle-aged eunuch ordered curtly. The elderly eunuch was startled. Chief Neo, the southern courtyard is there a problem? The middle-aged eunuch's cold gaze cut like a blade. Your humble servant obeys. The elderly eunuch sighed deeply, stealing a glance at the young prince who was still offering incense. This poor child remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, the 38th prince, Li Xiu, suddenly collapsed while praying. His body convulsed, his face contorted in pain. Those around were shocked. The middle-aged eunuch froze. Why now? The abbot of the Sanqing Temple rushed forward and knelt beside the prince to check on him. Chief Neo, something is wrong with the 38th prince. We must summon the imperial physician. All eyes turned to the middle-aged eunuch. Send for the imperial physician. Chief Neo snorted and turned away. Li Xiu writhed in agony on the ground, feeling as though his skull was being torn apart. A foreign soul was forcefully entering his mind. When Li Xiu regained consciousness, a faint smell of mold filled the air, like an uncovered jar of pickles. Master Xiu, you finally awakened. Through hazy vision, 2 ugly faces appeared before him. One resembled an onion, the other a bitter melon. What kind of hats were they wearing? They looked like turbans worn by Indian men, but green. Master Xiu, can you hear us speaking? Master Xiu? The title sounded familiar. These faces seemed vaguely recognizable too. Li Xiu closed his eyes again, searching through the remnants of his last memories. He had picked up a money bag at the temple, and then everything went black. Wait, no, he was the 38th prince of the Great Tang, kneeling before the god of wealth, offering incense. As if opening a small floodgate, countless memories surged forth. 2 timelines separated by 1,300 years merged seamlessly in his mind. Transmigration. The truth struck him like lightning. I am the Tang Dynasty? Li Xiu was ecstatic. He struggled to sit up. Careful, Master Xiu. His 2 attendants quickly helped him up. They wore robes resembling those from Tang Dynasty films and TV shows, layered with sheepskin coats, leather belts around their waists, and copper tokens hanging from them. Li Xiu bit his finger. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. He urgently asked, what year is it? It's the 22nd year of Kai Yuan. Today, the emperor held the New Year's grand court session. So it really was transmigration. Li Xiu felt dizzy. Was he truly a prince of the Great Tang? He suddenly wanted to know what he looked like now. Had he become a middle-aged man, or was he still young? Li Xiu glanced at his hand. There was a birthmark on his left palm. His hands were delicate, slender, white, and smooth. He touched his face. His nose was high, his eyebrows thick, his eyes large. He imagined himself handsome. Then he assessed his figure. Tall, upright, elegant, and graceful. A wave of overwhelming happiness washed over him. I'm still a young prince. Decades of wealth and glory lie ahead. This was the flourishing Kai Yuan era of the Tang Dynasty. He would have a luxurious villa, rooms filled with money, and beautiful women surrounding him. What more could he ask for? He could drink with Li Bai, play chess with Du Fu, and Yesha could even save Yang Gue Fei. She should still be a young girl now, right? Li Xiu grinned ear to ear. Master Xiu, are you all right? I'm fine. More than fine. You're Zhongping. Li Xiu pointed at the bitter melon face, smiling. Yes, Master Xiu, I'm Zhongping. And you're Zhao Hu. He pointed at the onion face. He was rapidly adapting to his new identity and life, leaving behind his miserable single existence. The 2 attendants cheered, hugging each other and sobbing with joy. Master Xiu has finally returned to normal. But wait, what next? He was a prince of the Great Tang, but then what? Li Xiu suddenly realized he couldn't remember anything. A sharp headache struck. I want water. Just a moment, Master Xiu. Zhongping rushed off. Moments later, he returned with a ladle of water. Here, Master Xiu, drink this. Li Xiu took the ladle and paused after taking a sip. What is this? He stared at the ladle in his hand. It's a ladle. I know it's called a ladle, but why am I drinking from it? He looked up in astonishment. Aren't I a prince? Do princes of the Tang Dynasty drink from ladles? Li Xiu scanned the room. It was spacious, with pristine white walls. But where was the furniture? There should be desks, bookshelves, trunks, folding screens, curtains trailing on the floor, embroidered tablecloths. There should also be display shelves with porcelain vases from the official kills. And on the walls, masterful calligraphy and paintings. None of these existed. Not a single item a prince should have. The room was bare, with nothing but a bed. A growing sense of panic welled up in Li Xiu. His happiness began to waver. Zhang Ping, Zhao Hu, I seem to have forgotten something. What happened to my furniture? Where are my vases and paintings? Master Xiu was supposed to leave the palace, but your collapse delayed it by 2 days. Why was I leaving the palace? Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances. You don't remember, Master Xiu? No. At 18, a prince must leave the palace. But you refused. And then? The Bureau of Internal Affairs confiscated everything in your room to force you out. Wait, why didn't I want to leave? At the mention of leaving the palace, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu's faces turned grim. Once you leave, everything is gone. The Bureau will assign you a small courtyard, but you'll have to pay rent. None of the palace furniture or decorations can be taken with you. You'll have to buy everything yourself. Daily expenses like firewood, rice, oil, salt, and vegetables will cost money, and you'll live off a meager monthly stipend. Princes had to pay rent? Li Xiu was utterly confused. How is this any different from his previous life? They'll ask you one thing, are you sure I'm a prince? Zhang Ping hesitated. Master Xiu, you were a prince. What do you mean were? Tell me clearly. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu reluctantly revealed the truth. Li Xiu was stunned. He had indeed once been a prince, holding the title of Marquis of Qiantang. A year ago, a major scandal erupted. His mother, consort Wu Xianyi, was implicated and imprisoned in the Cold Palace. He was also implicated and stripped of his royal status, reduced to a commoner. Though technically still underage, he had continued living in the palace. Although demoted, he retained minimal privileges as a member of the royal family, free meals from the imperial kitchen, some influence over eunuchs, and playful interactions with palace maids. But once he left the palace, his status as a commoner would be cemented, and he would never return to the royal family. The prince's fleeting happiness vanished completely. More content loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter failed to load. Please disable reading mode, smooth reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking functions in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Li Xiu closed his eyes, and all he saw was darkness. The golden path had disappeared. I don't want to leave the palace. We don't either. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu lamented. Master Xiu has delayed for months, but this time, the Bureau of Internal Affairs is forcing us out. Can we delay further? A flicker of hope reignited in Li Xiu's heart. Is the 38th prince here? Someone outside inquired. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu paled instantly. They're here. Who? Master Xiu's creditors. My creditors? Li Xiu's eyes widened. He rushed to the window and saw a group of men standing at the entrance of the courtyard, peering inside. How much do I owe them? Li Xiu turned to ask. Tens of thousands of strings of coins. You have account books, we don't know the exact amount. How much money do I have left? All of Master Xiu's valuables have been seized. Now you receive only 15 strings of coins per month, and that will remain the same in the future. It was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts. Another bolt of lightning hit Li Xiu, but this time, it wasn't happiness. How could I borrow so much money? Li Xiu was utterly shocked. Sigh. It wasn't borrowing, it was everyone pushing you when you fell. These were gifts and favors they gave you in the past, but now they've turned hostile and converted everything into debts. And you foolishly admitted to them all. I admitted to them. Li Xiu's eyes widened. Why would I admit to such rotten debts? Zhang Ping trembled. You were acting recklessly, thinking you could leave the palace and evade these debts. Why didn't you stop me? Li Xiu was furious. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances. They were the ones who had let him make this stupid mistake, and now he was blaming them. Master Xiu was just tired of their harassment. 38th prince, if you don't repay this time, you'll regret it. Someone outside shouted threateningly. Master Xiu, escape quickly. Faint at the Imperial Medical Bureau tomorrow when we leave the palace, and we can evade this debt. Leave the palace and evade the debt. Li Xiu looked at his hands and touched his face. He had never dodged a penny in his previous life, and now, as a prince, he was expected to do this? We heard the 38th prince woke up, so we came to visit. The creditors entered the courtyard. Zhang Ping used a wooden stick to block the door, while Zhao Hu skillfully opened the back window. Master Xiao run. Li Xiao was speechless. Their coordination was so practiced. How many times had his predecessor fled? He sighed inwardly. He was unlucky to inherit such a cowardly and incompetent predecessor. Why run? I owe money on the boss here. They should be begging me, not the other way around. Fresh from his transmigration, Li Xiao still carried the boldness of a newcomer. He sat down like a lord. Bring them in. Chapter 2. Debt is the master. A dozen or so individuals entered, comprising members of the royal family, guards, and several middle-aged eunuchs, presumably representatives of a certain imperial consort. Third young master, you will be leaving the palace tomorrow. Everyone is quite anxious, so we kindly ask to discuss the matter of debts with you. Li Xiao perused a thick stack of promissory notes, with amounts ranging from hundreds to thousands of coins, indicating nearly 100 individuals were demanding repayment. Each note bore his signature and fingerprint, black ink on white paper, leaving him no option but to acknowledge these debts. First, allow me to express my position. Li Xiao aspired to be a master, yet he yearned to be a dignified one. I understand that you fear I may deny my debts upon leaving the palace, but I am still a prince with the dignity that entails. Since there are promissory notes, I shall acknowledge these debts. His declaration brought a sigh of relief from the crowd. Yet, Li Xiao's true nature as a master inadvertently surfaced. You all understand that I am unable to repay. Am I right? When you lent me your finances, you had no intention of me repaying. Rather, you were investing in me. Since it is an investment, it carries risk. Now that I am bankrupt, as investors, you should bear the risk yourselves. His words left the crowd in confusion. They did not grasp the concepts of investment or bankruptcy. But one thing was clear to them. The risk is theirs to bear. After a lengthy discussion, one elder royal relative interjected, Third young master. You cannot say such things. There are promissory notes, along with your fingerprints and signature. You cannot deny this debt. A eunuch chimed in. We do not wish to press you for repayment. We can wait until you have the means. However, we have received word that you are to be sent to the south courtyard, hence our urgency. What is the south courtyard? Li Xiao pondered, bewildered. The creditors failed to notice his distraction. Regardless of circumstances, our funds were not earned through the wind. They were saved through frugality. We might forego interest. But the principal must be returned. It is inconceivable to think otherwise. What does being sent to the south courtyard mean? Li Xiao was still lost in thought. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Please hold on a moment. I must visit the lavatory. I assure you, I will neither escape nor faint. He hurried to the courtyard and urgently pulled Zhang Ping aside, asking, They say I am to be sent to the south courtyard. What is that place? Zhang Ping and Zhao, whose faces turned pale. Young Master Xiao, you cannot go to the south courtyard. Clarify this to me. What is the south courtyard? Li Xiao's impatience began to show. The south courtyard is where disgraced royals are sent. In East capital Woyang, those who enter the south courtyard generally do not survive for many years. That cannot be right. Li Xiao grew more confused. Haven't I been demoted to commoner status? How could I then be considered a disgraced prince? Zhang Ping sighed. Demotion and disgrace are similar, differing only in the severity of punishment. Even as a commoner, one can end up in the south courtyard. Niu Xiantong is ruthless. Who is Niu Xiantong? This tale is lengthy. They are approaching. Li Xiao turned to see several creditors hastily exiting the room, some standing behind him, others blocking the courtyard entrance. The situation had shifted, and Li Xiao rapidly recalibrated his thoughts. He must strive to remain in the palace. He returned to the room and seated himself with an air of authority as the creditors stood opposite him, their eyes fixed upon him. I genuinely wish to repay each of you, but as you know, I am to depart for the south courtyard tomorrow afternoon, making it exceedingly difficult to return to the palace thereafter. Moreover, even if I do not go to the south courtyard, I earn merely 15 coins a month, out of which I must allocate for food, rent, and essentials. Soon, I may also need to start a family. I estimate that 15 coins will not suffice. I wish to sell goods to repay my debts, but the palace does not permit it. He laid forth the facts, reasoning as a dignified master would, appealing to their understanding. Silence reigned. Only silence persisted. No one knew how to respond. Did third young master imply that the debt would be disregarded? Would they simply accept their misfortune? A dignified master must not only be persuasive but also adept at baiting. No, absolutely not. I harbor no such intentions. I do not wish to tarnish my reputation. My conscience would not allow it, and my mother would never forgive me if I failed to repay my debts. Then what do you suggest? The solution is straightforward. Li Xiao smiled, resembling a cunning old fox. I have a plan that requires our collective effort. Perhaps we can settle this debt within a year or two. The crowd despaired, Yet his words reignited a flicker of hope. What is your proposal? The fish had finally taken the bait. It was time to reel them in swiftly and decisively. You must seek out connections and plead with the Internal Affairs Bureau to prevent my exit from the palace. Together, we shall strive to reclaim my title. Once my assets are restored, your debts will be resolved. The creditors exchanged uncertain glances. Could this truly work? Li Xiu cast his net, extinguishing any hope of the creditors escaping the water. If you wish to recover your debts, this is the sole path. Will this truly be effective? Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu inquired anxiously. Who knows? He lamented. His luck had been dismal in his previous life. Perhaps this time fortune would favor him. As rain pattered through the night, the creditors anxiously conspired, while Li Xiu slept soundly. His left hand rested on the headboard, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. Within the inner palace's Internal Affairs Bureau, a eunuch presented a note. The Crown Prince has sent a message requesting that third young master be allowed to remain in the palace. Another eunuch followed suit, delivering a note from the imperial consort Wu, also advocating for third young master to remain within the palace walls. Wang Chang'an, the bureau's chief, was on the verge of madness. In just one morning, over 20 notes cluttered his desk. Lu Huafei, Zhao Lihui, Qianfei, Wei Zhaoyi, and others had all sent requests. And now the Crown Prince's note had arrived, alongside that of the favored Wu Huifei. What on earth was happening? How did that scoundrel third young master possess such influence? Wang Chang'an was in a frenzy. He could not make this decision unilaterally. He must report to Chief Niu immediately. Chief Niu Xiantong had been busy all morning and had just returned to his office. After reading the notes, he narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "Do not burden me with tales of princes and princesses pleading. I have no interest in palace regulations. Simply state, why are so many advocating for him? What transpired?" Niu Xiantong was displeased. He had intended to send third young master from the palace that afternoon. Yet unforeseen complications had arisen. Wang Chang'an was sweating profusely, uncertain of what had occurred. "Chief, I believe I know what has transpired." A clever young eunuch seized the opportunity. "Speak." "I heard that many approached third young master yesterday to demand repayment. He stated that he would repay the debts, but only if allowed to remain in the palace, for otherwise he would be unable to repay once he left." That scoundrel. Wang Chang'an's face turned ashen as he uttered a curse. "Director Wang, what do you propose we do?" Niu Xiantong cast a sidelong glance at him. "Chief Steward, we must not afford him any opportunity. It is my humble suggestion that we escort him out of the palace this afternoon." "Very well." Niu Xiantong tossed a stack of notes towards him. "You shall explain each one of these." Wang Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. "Your mind seems to be made of wood." Niu Xiantong retrieved the stack of notes. "Do you truly believe that such a multitude of deities can be summoned to intercede on his behalf?" "The chief steward implies that." "At last, you are beginning to comprehend. There are forces at play behind the scenes. What does the chief steward propose we do then?" Niu Xiantong could no longer remain composed. He too was beset with turmoil. The regent had utilized the case of consort Huangfu to cast Wushini into the cold palace, relegating her son to commoner status. This matter, it seemed, had reached its conclusion. Yet, this case was intertwined with Niu Xiantong himself. And the most effective means of eradicating the root of the problem was to send the 38th prince to the southern courtyard. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of so many princes and princesses, even the crown prince himself, rallying to prevent the 38th prince from leaving the palace. Even as the chief steward of the inner court, Niu Xiantong had to weigh the gravity of the situation, especially since there was a hidden hand at work, which made him uneasy. Nevertheless, Niu Xiantong was no naive fool. If the princes and princesses sought to plead on his behalf, he would grant them this concession, doubting they would dare to rise again. For now, the departure from the palace would be postponed for a month. Chapter 3. An exorbitant bill. What a princely chamber this is. Li Xiu smiled contentedly as he surveyed his room, furnished with a table, chairs, bookshelves, trunks, and screens, all complemented by a display of antique vases on the shelves. Though there were no drapes, a beautifully embroidered tablecloth adorned the table. Yet, his satisfaction soon waned. The furniture was outdated, the tablecloth coarse, the vases lacked the refinement of official kills, and the artworks bore no connection to renowned artists. Clearly, they were all mere commonplace items. Li Xiu was acutely aware of his current status as a commoner. Fine goods were beyond his reach. However, the outcome of the day surprised him immensely. He had never anticipated that his lowly royal brethren would advocate for his stay. Initially, Li Xiu only intended to escalate matters. hoping that Niu Xiantong would hesitate to send him to the southern courtyard due to the implications. Unexpectedly, the final verdict was a 1-month reprieve. How intriguing. Even the crown prince and consort Wu Hui had interceded on his behalf. Who possessed such clout? Li Xiu sensed the influence of unseen hands at work. But wait. Li Xiu furrowed his brow. It was the Kaiyuan era, and the person wielding absolute power within the palace should be Gao Lishi, not Niu Xiantong. Here you go, young Master Xiu. Zhao Hu burst in, handing him a piece of paper. What is this? It is the bill just delivered from the Imperial Medical Bureau. What bill? It details the expenses incurred during young Master Xiu's 3-day coma, which requires your confirmation. Let me see. Li Xiu glanced at the bill, nearly incredulous. He read the stark black and white figures. Medical and miscellaneous expenses totaled 3,000 guan, equivalent to 3 million yuan in his era. What kind of treatment warranted such an outrageous sum? Li Xiu continued to examine the itemized list. The first entry puzzled him. 80 guan for a body cleansing? Were they charging for a bath? Initially, they had presumed the prince would not recover and began preparing for his funeral. This cleansing fee was for washing his body. Was it not merely a bath? Li Xiu could not comprehend. In his county town, a soak in a public bath cost only 5 coins. Yet here they charged an astonishing 80,000. Was there some sort of special service involved? His spirits lifted with anticipation as he inquired, what exactly does this cleansing entail? Replying to you, Third Eight Master, we engaged 3 senior palace maids for the task, who spent an entire day ensuring every inch was thoroughly washed, hence the elevated cost. Li Xiu felt a shiver run through him, unable to fathom the thought. Why not employ younger maids? After all, young Master Xiu was once a prince. Employing seasoned palace maids is more fitting for your status. Li Xiu was at a loss for words as he continued reading. The expenses included 200 guan for burial garments, 150 guan for beauty treatments, 1,500 guan for spiritual rites, 600 guan for feng shui services, 300 guan for incense and offerings, 100 guan for coffin reservation, and 50 guan for digging the grave. Unbelievable. Upon reaching the end, he noted that the medical expenses amounted to a mere 20 guan. The remaining 2,980 guan were for funeral costs. The final line of the bill read, cause of illness remains unclear. The bottom right corner required his thumbprint for confirmation. Li Xiu dipped his thumb into the red clay and pressed it against the line. Zhang Ping coughed, followed by Zhao Hu. Li Xiu glanced at the two of them. If you have something to say, then speak up instead of coughing. Did it state cause of illness remains unclear? Yes. Is there an issue with that? Currently, the cause is unclear, but once you affix your thumbprint, it will be deemed clear. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Xiu. Clarify your words. If it's a minor illness, you bear the costs. For a serious ailment, the internal treasury covers 90%. Once you sign, the medical bureau will surely add preliminary diagnosis of minor illness, and then who will you turn to for redress? Li Xiu's hand hovered in the air. He could not possibly press his thumbprint. Does this mean I must shoulder the medical expenses? Do you not recall you are now a commoner? Oh, I forgot my status as a commoner. Li Xiu yanked the tablecloth and wiped away the red clay from his hand. What happens if I refuse to sign? The medical bureau will come to seek you out. As if on cue, a voice called from outside. May I inquire if Third Eight Master is present? Zhang Ping glanced out the window and leapt in excitement. Quickly, go out and welcome them. The order from the medical bureau has arrived. Why must I do the welcoming? We will explain later. Maintain a courteous demeanor. You have already offended them twice. Do not let it happen again. You will suffer for it upon leaving the palace. Li Xiu was pushed into the courtyard by his 2 attendants, where he observed 2 officials standing. One, resembling a middle-aged man who could be a second brother, seemed vaguely familiar. He believed this was the physician who had treated him, Wang Yui. Behind him stood a larger, rotund figure, presumably the head physician. Clad in a light green official robe with a dark green gauze hat, his belly protruding prominently as he clasped his hands behind his back, chin elevated towards the sky. The official's silver belt indicated he was a 7th grade officer. Third Eight Master, this is our Yujiling, here to assess your health. The second brother gestured to Li Xiu, urging him to pay his respects. Only yesterday, Li Xiu had lamented the ineptitude of his predecessor, yet in this moment, he began to comprehend the predicament. He had once been a prince, and now he found himself obliged to bow to a mere 7th grade official. Li Xiu remained unmoving, his eyelids raised defiantly. Yujiling cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiu, inwardly scoffing. Did this little rascal believe himself still a prince? In the palace, Yujiling indeed held considerable sway. When he first assumed his position, he was diligent and humble, bowing to every royal and consort. But over time, the deference shown by lowly royal offsprings, eager for favorable treatments, conditioned him to be less accommodating. Now confronted with Li Xiu's obstinacy, he felt somewhat unsettled. Typically, he would have turned on his heel and departed. Yet today, he had a purpose. Yujiling stepped forward with a smile, bowing slightly. I am the Imperial Medical Bureau's Yushin, here to pay my respects to the third 8 prince. Please, no need for formalities. Come inside. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, bewildered by the unusual happenings of the day. Once seated indoors, the rotund figure chuckled. Third 8 Master is in recovery and requires rest. I shall be brief. May I first examine the bill? Li Xiu handed over the bill, and Yushin's eyelids flickered. As he had anticipated, this fellow had not confirmed with his thumbprint. Knowing that the third 8 Master is currently in a tight spot, if this is classified as a minor ailment, 3,000 guan would indeed be burdensome. Perhaps I should be generous and deem it a serious illness. Li Xiu grasped the underlying intent. This rascal was not a mere rotund figure, but rather a cunning weasel. A weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken, a duplicitous gesture. However, I have a small condition. Yujiling, if the conditions are too demanding, I may not be able to comply. Fear not. My intent is to alleviate your burden. State your condition. I wish to add a grave site to the bill. What? Li Xiu's eyes widened in shock. Ah, there is nothing to be cautious about. The third 8 Master is in good health. Adding a burial site is no issue. Moreover, once you have fixed your thumbprint, I will declare it a serious illness. Is that not advantageous? A royal burial plot would cost no less than 1,000 guan. Suddenly, Li Xiu comprehended. This scoundrel sought a kickback. No wonder he was so rotund. Upon adding the cemetery expenses, the total bill escalates to 4,000 guan, rendering my share of the significant illness to 400 guan. This is unacceptable. Although Director, you may wish to incorporate 10 additional cemeteries, I refuse to shoulder even a single coin of the burden. Such a proposition is unfeasible. Rules cannot be whimsically altered. If that is the case, let it be. What more is there to discuss? Li Xiu prepared to dismiss him. Director, you realized that his ruse had been discerned. He inwardly lamented. Had he foreseen this, he would have refrained from mentioning the cemeteries, instead persuading him to affix his fingerprint first, then adding as he pleased. However, the prospect of pocketing a substantial share of the cemetery fees was an opportunity too rare to overlook. 700 guan. With a glint in his eye, Yushin chuckled. Let us not speak of cemeteries. I shall consider the illness of the 38th Lord and later supplement you with 300 guan, thereby alleviating your entire burden. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The intentions of the other party were as clear as day. Even to a fool, they aimed to coax him into signing first. Li Xiu glanced at the nearby physician Wang, who subtly signaled to him. What does this mean? Li Xiu pondered Wang's glance. How intriguing. Shall I consider this further? Very well. Then I shall return a bit later, Yushin replied, taking his leave, while physician Wang cast a meaningful look back at Li Xiu. I shall not sign this bill, Li Xiu declared, tossing the document onto the table. Young master, this is the way of the palace. Zhang Ping observed that his young master, having recently suffered from an illness, was oblivious to the palace dynamics and felt compelled to enlighten him. Young master, Director Yu has the backing of the Bull Immortal. No one dares offend him. Have you lost your wits? This scoundrel seeks to extract my wealth, and I am to willingly extend my neck? The other princes, they are of no concern to me. Li Xiu interrupted Zhang Ping, visibly irked. Dream on if you think you can swindle my money. Young master, we cannot afford to provoke him. Zhang Ping's attempts to reason with his master fell on deaf ears, his expression resembling that of a wilted vegetable. Li Xiu reflected on the significant glance exchanged with physician Wang. He then recalled Gao Lishur. Summoning Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, he inquired, how many chief stewards are there in the palace? There are 2. One is Steward Niu, and the other is Steward Gao. Is Steward Gao the same as Gao Lishur? Indeed. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu had grown accustomed to their young master's lapses in memory. What is the relationship between Steward Gao and Steward Niu? Li Xiu asked pointedly. 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. They have been at odds for over a decade. Li Xiu pondered deeply, as if a realization dawned upon him. I suspect that physician Wang is affiliated with Gao Lishur. We cannot be certain of that. Li Xiu, uninterested in elaborating, commanded. You 2 go to the Imperial Medical Bureau and summon physician Wang, stating that I am unwell. Cough. Cough. May I inquire if the 38th Lord is present? Came Wang's voice from outside. Li Xiu's eyes crinkled into a smile. Indeed, there was an uncanny connection. Chapter 4. The Secret of Prophecy. Dr. Wang returned. Hoping to discuss the bill with me once more, did he not? Li Xiu slid the bill across the table to him, inquiring about its true cost. Wang hesitated, admitting to the third master that the actual price of the bill should be 30 guan. One could only wonder which incense Wang had burned, high grade or perhaps cow dung. Li Xiu's straightforward question left no room for evasiveness. Wang's gaze wavered uncertainly. I do not quite grasp the intention behind the third master's words. Li Xiu expressed his disdain for these petty bureaucrats who yearn to achieve greatness yet remain timid, feigning innocence while secretly wishing to topple the magistrate. Li Xiu tapped the bill with his finger, questioning Wang's return. Wang's face flushed as he murmured, I lean more towards Chief Gao's side. If I were to sign this bill, would you then become Magistrate Wang? Wang, startled, quickly waved his hands, insisting that he had never harbored such a thought. Well, your potential to become magistrate is of no concern to me, but I seek to understand the benefits of risking exposure against magistrate. Li Xiu pressed. If the third master signs it, I assure you that I will reopen a bill reflecting the true price of 30 guan, categorizing it as a major illness. And you would only need to bear 3 guan yourself. Having to shoulder 3 guan himself, Li Xiu felt a twinge of contempt for this man, who seemed incapable and inherently petty. If Wang were to ascend to the magistrate's position, surely he would provide me with a token of appreciation, would he not? Wang rolled his eyes, exasperated, likening the situation to a man who, having feasted on fish, would then demand to boil the bones for soup. I am quite impoverished. I have just purchased a house and cannot afford such frivolities. Wang exclaimed. A mere token of congratulations would suffice, perhaps just a 3 guan red envelope. Wang, bemused, seemed to think the arrangement was reversed. Indeed. Li Xiu cursed inwardly. Magistrate Yu's corruption has persisted for more than a day or two. Why not have you toppled him sooner? Wang straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and began to explain. Firstly, previously the expenses were for medicine, where slight discrepancies in quality could lead to tenfold price differences, making it difficult to investigate. In contrast, funeral costs are transparent and easily discernible. So you have seized upon his corrupt practices? Li Xiu queried. Nearly a minor embezzlement would not suffice to bring him down. The crux lies within the violation of established protocols. Protocols? Li Xiu did not comprehend. Wang replied with a smile, including the burial site. He demands a total of 6,000 guan for funeral expenses, priced according to princely status, yet you are no longer a prince. This bill blatantly violates the established protocols. Which is the crux of the matter. Coupled with the vast embezzlement, it is enough to cost him his head. Li Xiu began to understand the implications. Was it true that he was left with only 30 guan for funeral expenses? Would he ultimately be buried wrapped in straw mats? He felt quite unsettled. And what else? Thirdly, no one dared to come forward to testify against him before. You are the first. Such a significant matter could not be maneuvered by a mere imperial physician. Li Xiu's eyes darted. It was Chief Gao who sent you, was it not? Meanwhile, after a long day, Gao Lisher returned to his quarters, exhausted. The emperor's demands were numerous, the empress's requests even more so, and the prince's were countless. Gao felt drained. Yet, his subordinate showed no understanding of his fatigue as he drowsily listened to the report from physician Wang Fuping, filled with trivialities that only added to his weariness. Gao Lisher wished to reclaim the Imperial Medical Bureau while Li Xiu struggled for survival. Such a simple matter, yet Wang Fuping failed to grasp its significance. The bill lay before them, and they would scrutinize it closely. I take my leave. Wait. Gao Lisher interjected. What does reborn from the dead mean? Reporting to the chief. Third Master was indeed without a pulse at the time. Then how did he come back to life? Gao Lisher questioned, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Wang Fuping trembled as he explained. What I meant to say is that Third Master was not truly dead. It was merely an illusion. Akin to those street sorcerers who feign death only to boast of their prophetic abilities. Third Master can predict the future? Well, he has uttered many nonsensical words. Gao Lisher's gaze landed on a piece of paper on the table, a draft documenting his dreams, which contained only one phrase. Who will be the future crown prince? The current prince was timid and unable to aid the emperor against the regent's formidable influence. The emperor's resolve to replace the crown prince was evident, yet with 20 eligible princes, who would ultimately prevail remained a mystery to the ministers and to Gao Lisher himself. Yet, he yearned to know, as this determined the happiness of his later years. He was still young, with political aspirations and a desire to ascend further. But upon whom should he place his bets? Gao Lisher exerted himself to the utmost, even dreaming of presenting the new crowned prince to the Eastern Palace. Yet the visage of this new prince eluded him in his dreams. Who could foretell his future? Gao Lisher felt on the brink of despair. What had Third Master predicted? A flicker of interest stirred within Gao Lisher. He prophesied that the great Tang would perish due to swine fever. Nonsense. Can one not eat mutton simply because of swine fever? Get out. Gao Lisher lost all patience. He also mentioned that in the 14th year of Tianbao, Yang Guifei would die. Wang Fuping felt tears welling in his eyes. The chief wanted him out, which meant he might be expelled from the palace. His livelihood was at stake, and his 30-year mortgage just begun. Out. Wang Fuping scrambled for the door. Just as he reached it, Gao Lisher suddenly called out, "Stop!" Wang Fuping found himself frozen, one foot inside, the other outside, as if ensnared by an invisible force. "Come back." Wang Fuping, on the verge of tears, felt a glimmer of hope for his position. He returned almost as if rolling back, inquiring what further orders the chief had. "Just now, how many years did you say?" Reporting to the chief, "There are still 30 years remaining." "What nonsense is this?" "I asked about Third Master's second prophecy." "Ah, in the 14th year of Tianbao, Yang Guifei will die." "Who is Yang Guifei?" Gao Lisher was unaware and unconcerned. His current mistress was Wu Huifei, who indulged in food and sleep. Preoccupied with gaining weight and enjoying a long life, Gao Lisher was more interested in the era name, Tiabao. A realization struck Gao Lisher. Wang Fuping, tears streaming down his face, exited the room, relieved that his position was now secure. Gao Lisher sat in contemplation for a long while before retrieving a small key from his person. Unlocking a gilded vermilion box. Inside were his secrets, and he carefully unfolded a sheet of yellow hemp paper. The emperor was contemplating a change of era name, and the ministers had suggested numerous names, none of which pleased the emperor. He had tasked Gao to come up with one. This morning, Gao Lisher had finally conceived an impressive name. As he slowly opened the yellow paper, 2 grand characters were inscribed, Tianbao. The following morning, Li Xiu signed and affixed his fingerprint to the investigation reports prepared by several censors. By afternoon, news arrived that the Imperial Medical Bureau's magistrate, Yu Shun, had embezzled public funds and violated established protocols. With irrefutable evidence and witnesses, he faced impeachment by the censors and was removed from his post. Brought to the Dali Temple for questioning, the newly appointed magistrate of the Imperial Medical Bureau was none other than physician Wang Fuping. As spring arrived, even the most solidly frozen earth began to sprout tender shoots. Zhang Ping and Zhao, who could be heard tinkering in the courtyard, diligently repairing the dilapidated stable. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Gao Lisher sent a horse and prepared a tidy room, freshly painted walls, newly laid wooden floorboards, furnished with a bed and a chest. A young maid, clad in a green narrow-sleeved blouse and a pomegranate skirt, sat on the edge of the bed, appearing to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. Her skin was fair with a rosy hue, her features exquisite, with beautifully drawn brows and eyes, a delicate nose, and a petite mouth. Her hair was styled into 2 elegant Wangstian buns, resembling a pair of intertwined beautiful rings. Though Li Xiu had encountered several maids over the past couple of days, the sight of such a lovely maid sitting right before him left him somewhat flustered. Even more so than during his previous experiences of courtship. "What is your name?" "I am Gongsun Xiaonyang." Before she could finish, the young maid could not contain herself and chuckled softly. "Has Xiuge actually forgotten me?" "What?" Li Xiu was taken aback. This maid actually recognized him. "Wait a moment." He hurried to the courtyard and yanked Xiaohu down from the ladder. "Xiu, slow down." "Ouch! My foot." Xiaohu grimaced in pain, but Li Xiu paid him no heed, pointing towards the room. "Do I know her?" "What nonsense. She has been your little shadow since childhood. How could you possibly forget her?" Xiaohu waved his hand in front of Li Xiu. "You haven't forgotten everything, have you?" "Of course not. If I remembered everything, would I need to ask you?" "She is the personal maid of your mother. You lived with your mother until you were 12, and only then moved here to study. Gongsun Xiaonyang often came to bring you food." Xiaohu glanced at the room, and then spoke softly. "Her nickname in the palace is Little Hedgehog. She is quite formidable. There was a silly girl who often came to play with you, and once, you nearly found yourselves in an unspeakable situation, only to be thwarted by Gongsun Xiaonyang." Li Xiu's curiosity was piqued, and Xiaohu's words stirred his imagination. "Do I have any other?" Unspeakable matters? Kiki. Zhao Hu laughed in a rather lewd manner, his round face resembling an unpeeled onion. In the past, Xiu Gu was quite innocent, but since last year, he has been rather reckless. There were several occasions where things almost went well, but each time, Gongsun Xiaonyang ruined it for you. How unfortunate. And you remain a novice to this day. Li Xiu felt a surge of frustration. Why did she always thwart his chances? Finally, Li Ping, who had been slow to comprehend the situation, nudged Zhao Hu with his elbow, and the two erupted into laughter. Because your mother forbids it. Li Xiu was even more perplexed. Scratching his head, he asked, why does she forbid it? Doesn't she want grandchildren? Of course she desires grandchildren, but it depends on who the grandchildren are born to. If it's from a noble family, the daughter of a chancellor, she would be delighted. However, if it is from a common maid or a clumsy cook, she would certainly disapprove. Come on. Am I that indiscriminate? Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu chimed in unison. Exactly. Chapter 5. Get out how amusing. Li Xiu actually possesses a small purse. Gongsun Xiaonyang carefully examined the birthmark on Li Xiu's palm. It is a birthmark. Clearly, it resembles a purse. Just take a look for yourself. Li Xiu opened her left palm. Does this look like a purse? You need to turn it upside down. Li Xiu flipped her palm, and lo and behold, it indeed resembled a purse, complete with 2 ties, about the size of a 1 yuan coin. Wait a moment. This looks exactly like. The more Li Xiu looked, the more it resembled the purse she found at the Kaishan temple. Huh. It truly is identical. After a minute of examination, Li Xiu lost interest. There was nothing in it, just a birthmark. Gongsun Xiaonyang busily tidied up the room, while Li Xiu languidly sat nearby. Xiaonyang, how about I give you a new name? You can change it if you wish. Aren't you curious why I want to rename you? Gongsun Xiaonyang poured him a cup of tea. Have a sip of tea and settle down for a moment. After a sip, Li Xiu felt that calling her Xiaonyang was rather unflattering. People in the Tang Dynasty were rather lazy with names. Men were called Lang and women Yang, simply adding a number based on their birth order. This was acceptable for one family, but when every family did the same, the streets were filled with numbered Langs and Yangs. The palace was no different, with many sharing the same name. If one were to toss a brick from the Hanyuan Hall, it would surely knock down several de Langs and Sen Langs, including the emperor himself. It seemed he was in the same boat. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were originally named Zhang Shizhou Lang and Zhao Shisi Lang, which sounded quite awkward. The previous Zhao Xiu had renamed his 2 attendants to Zhang Ping and Zhao Fu, names that sounded quite auspicious. However, Li Xiu understood the rationale behind the previous name changes. One was tall and thin, while the other was short and stout. Weren't they just Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu? What about calling you Gongsun Lueo? No, that name won't do. Li Xiu quickly dismissed it. Then how about Gongsun Xianyang? An idea struck Li Xiu. Or perhaps Gongsun Xiaomei. Gongsun Xiaonyang retorted, I was originally called Gongsun Xiaomei, but you thought this name would bring misfortune, insisting on renaming me Gongsun Xiaonyang. Did I change it? What do you think? That doesn't count. I now find the name Gongsun Xiaomei rather pleasant. Li Xiu decisively declared, Xiaomei, when did you enter the palace? At 2 years old. You entered the palace at 2? Li Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly so excessive for the Tang Dynasty emperor? My family was confiscated. Gongsun Xiaomei's expression darkened. My father was exiled to Lingnan, and my mother and I entered the Yeding Palace. My mother passed away when I was 4. It was the matriarch who took me in. This topic felt heavy, and Li Xiu quickly shifted gears. I heard from Zhang Ping that you were skilled with a sword? At the mention of swordplay, a hint of pride illuminated Gongsun Xiaomei's features. My aunt taught me. She lived with the matriarch. But later she went to the eastern capital. Li Xiu, intrigued, inquired, is your aunt named Gongsun Danyang? Yes. My aunt's swordsmanship is remarkable. When she wields her sword, not a drop of water could penetrate. Li Xiu, filled with anticipation, urged, then show me your skills. Gongsun Xiaomei hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. There are no swords here, but there is one at the matriarch's place. I didn't bring it with me. Speaking of the matriarch, Li Xiu suddenly remembered his own mother who remained in the cold palace. How's my mother faring? The matriarch is well. She lacks for nothing, though it is a bit lonely around her. There are 2 new maidservants assigned by Chief Steward Gao. Why was my mother sent to the cold palace? I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be related to the incident with the Taifei Huangfu. I heard that after she took the medicine prepared by the matriarch, she died, and the matriarch claimed the medicine was tampered with, but no one believed her. My mother could prepare medicine? The matriarch is quite skilled. It is said that even the imperial physicians cannot compare to her. At that moment, a small eunuch rushed into the courtyard. panting and announcing, "Third Eighth Lang. Chief Steward Gao requests your presence." Li Xiu felt a twinge of concern. There were 2 tape recorders in the room, indicating that he had said many things he ought not to while unconscious. Surely, Physician Wang heard it. Would he not report it to Gao Lishur? What if Gao Lishur inquired? Li Xiu certainly could not reveal that he had traversed time. Otherwise, the Taoist-obsessed Li royal family would surely turn him into a medicinal elixir. He had devised a strategy. When conditions permitted, he could casually glimpse into the future. Didn't shamans and spirit mediums often do this? If they can, so can I. Perhaps this could even be an opportunity to earn some money. Li Xiu mused silently. Ah, sneeze. Gao Lishur let out a hefty sneeze, unaware that the third eighth prince before him was contemplating his intentions. "Xiao Gur, is your illness better?" Gao Lishur inquired kindly. "Gao Gong, the illness has indeed improved, but I find myself quite impoverished." Li Xiu certainly would not broach significant matters immediately. He needed to proceed cautiously, testing Gao Lishur just as Gao Lishur would test him. Although Li Xiu was burdened with debts, he was unconcerned as debts do not weigh one down excessively. Yesterday, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu had tallied his expenses. Although all 3 held positions within the palace and did not bear the burden of salaries, their benefits and bonuses were out of pocket. Moreover, they had acquired an additional horse. Hay was free, yet black beans for the horse were not. The accounting revealed that his monthly allowance of 15 coins was wholly insufficient. He must apply for a raise. Having been demoted to a commoner, Li Xiu's treatment was akin to that of other noble offspring without titles. However, there were several tiers of allowances for noble offspring, and if he could ascend a level, he would receive 20 coins monthly. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu informed him that this matter needed to be addressed with Gao Lishur as he handled the finances. Li Xiu bluntly hinted, "I heard some noble offspring receive an allowance of 20 coins monthly?" Gao Lishur chuckled dryly. "We understand your implication, but we are powerless. The palace's rules cannot be whimsically altered." His interest in Li Xiu's request waned, and he cut to the chase. "Physician Wang mentioned that during your illness, you called out the 14th year of Tianbao. We are quite curious how you know this era's title." The most worrisome question had indeed arisen. "At times I feel I can glimpse into the future." "How do you glimpse?" Gao Lishur asked with curiosity. "Gao Gong, peering into the future comes with its own rules. This is not the time to discuss it. Rules should not be arbitrarily changed." Gao Lishur fell silent for a moment before he said calmly, "Third Eighth Lang, do you know that your royal marriage, residence, and land divisions will all be determined by us?" Li Xiu comprehended. It was merely about wives, houses, and money. However, those matters were for the future. Presently, he focused on the immediate. "Gao Gong, I understand, yet rules are rules, and I cannot make arbitrary changes." Gao Lishur felt an overwhelming urge to kick this ignorant rascal out. Yet, he was intrigued. Was it mere coincidence, or could this disgraced prince truly foresee the future? Gao Lishur resolved to yield. After all, increasing the monthly allowance by 5 coins was a small concession. "Very well. I will speak to the Inner Treasury Bureau and request an additional 5 coins for your monthly allowance. Could you possibly grant a bit more?" "Get lost. Cough. Cough. It seems I am beginning to feel something. Gao Gong, what would you like to know?" "A raise?" Li Xiu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He immediately rediscovered a fragment of that divine feeling. Gao Lishur certainly would not inquire about future matters. He was not so foolish. The lad was spinning tales indiscriminately, unaware of his own fabrications. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question. "Let us test you first. What was our family name originally? Is it not Gao?" Li Xiu, caught off guard, momentarily faltered. "Incorrect. Our family originally bore the surname Feng." Gao Lishur pointed at Li Xiu and burst into laughter, his mind brimming with skepticism. Was this boy truly reliable? "Ah, I always thought the esteemed Gao was a Ma." Li Xiu felt an urge to punch himself. He knew better. Yet his inattentiveness had led him to misread Feng as Ma. Gao Lishur's laughter suddenly ceased. His grandfather had indeed borne the surname Ma, and after relocating to Panzhou, his father had adopted the surname Feng to marry his mother, a member of the Ma family. This was a secret even the emperor was unaware of. How could this prince possibly know? A mere coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Gao Lishur, unwilling to concede, racked his brain for a while longer before cheerfully stating, "That one doesn't count. Let us pose another question. Esteemed Gao, the rule dictates that one may only use a question once." Gao Lishur nearly choked on his own saliva, astonished that such a rogue was hidden within the palace, and he had failed to notice before. "Very well. What do you desire this time?" Gao Lishur had lost the pretense. Li Xiu gazed at the shelves brimming with porcelain and the calligraphy adorning the walls, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Esteemed Gao, might I have a few pieces of porcelain? The quality of the vases in my quarters is rather poor. Additionally, I would appreciate a few exquisite pieces of calligraphy. My requests are modest. Works by Yan Libin, Wu Daozi, or Zhang Su would suffice. Li Xiu had initially contemplated requesting 500 guan, but feared that such a humble demand might lead Gao Lishur to regard him with disdain, thus allowing this significant opportunity to slip away. Gao Lishur was rendered speechless, staring at Li Xiu for a long moment. Firstly, those works of calligraphy you mentioned are also highly coveted by us, yet we possess none. Secondly, you have already pilfered 3 pairs of vases from our collection, and we have yet to settle that score. Li Xiu's face fell in disbelief. Esteemed Gao, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I have always been honest and upright. How could I engage in such petty thievery? Honest my foot. Gao Lishur nearly let a curse slip. His curiosity had compelled him to relent once more. He retrieved a wooden box and presented it to Li Xiu. It contained a set of fine porcelain, which was quite commendable, and perhaps the calligraphy could be addressed another time. Li Xiu opened the box with delight to inspect its contents. At that moment, a young eunuch at the door caught Gao Lishur's eye. Please, take a seat for a moment. I shall return shortly. Gao Lishur rose and exited. Li Xiu glanced at the teacups within the box and then at the Celadon teacup on the table. The peril of comparison struck him, side by side. The cups from the box paled in comparison. He swiftly transferred the tea to another cup and discreetly placed the Celadon cup into the wooden box, resuming a serious demeanor. When Gao Lishur returned, Li Xiu inquired, "What does the esteemed Gao wish to ask?" Gao Lishur pondered for a moment before asking, "We possess a significant secret. Can you guess what it is?" Li Xiu was well aware of the secret, but found it difficult to articulate. He struggled with how to express the truth without bruising Gao Lishur's pride. It was indeed a challenge. Scratching his head with a chuckle, Li Xiu admitted, "It is difficult to say. I require paper and pen." Gao Lishur handed him the materials. "Go ahead and write." Li Xiu took up the pen and scribbled 6 characters, then passed the paper to Gao Lishur. Upon glancing at the words, Gao Lishur's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Get out. I command you to leave." Chapter 6. Porcelain and golden cups. Li Xiu fled in a frantic scramble, while Gao Lishur tightly clutched the paper, realizing that this prince had unearthed the greatest secret of his life. The paper bore 6 words: no testicles, never cut. Gao Lishur had been born without testicles, a eunuch by nature. At the age of 8, his father had paid a hefty sum to a circumcision eunuch, who, instead of performing the procedure, sent him into the palace, where he was never discovered during re-examinations. The eunuch who knew his secret had long since turned to dust. After 40 years, his most profound secret had been revealed by a prince who had yet to sprout a single hair. He must know who the future crown prince is. Gao Lishur felt a pang of regret. He understood that seeking out that scoundrel again would only result in harsher repercussions. Suddenly, he noticed that the teacup on the table was different. This rascal. Li Xiu took a sip of tea, smiling as he savored its rich flavor. "Have you been pilfering from the esteemed Gao Gonggong's porcelain again?" Gongsun Xiaomei remarked disdainfully. "Nonsense. This was a gift from him," Li Xiu retorted, setting down the teacup. Curiously, he asked, "Am I quite familiar with Gao Gonggong?" "Gao Gonggong has a good reputation and maintains amicable relations with every prince. I heard that when you and your mother were demoted, he wept for a long time before the emperor's chamber. Is that so?" A thought flickered through Li Xiu's mind. Could it be that Gao Lishur was the one subtly advocating for the prince and princess on his behalf? It must be him, otherwise the matter of the accounts could not have coincidentally aligned so perfectly. "Li Xiu, someone is looking for you," came the voice of Zhang Ping from outside. Li Xiu hurriedly stepped out to find a young eunuch standing in the courtyard, holding a black sandalwood box. "What is it?" A Gonggong mentioned that the official kiln's secret celadon is his treasured possession, and the 38th prince may take it, as it can fetch 50 guan in the market. The young eunuch, having followed Gao Lishur, had seen much, yet this was his first encounter with someone so shameless. Li Xiu, unfazed and devoid of any embarrassment, feigned realization. "Ah, that makes sense. Today, Gao Gonggong gifted me a tea set, and upon returning, I noticed one piece was different. I suspect it was a simple mix-up when I left, haha." The young eunuch rolled his eyes, saying, "Gao Gonggong said that your acknowledgement is already a significant step toward reform." "Huh, you flatter me," Li Xiu replied, turning to Zhang Ping. "Bring me the teacup I just used." Soon, Zhang Ping returned with the teacup, looking reluctant. "Li Xiu, I think this teacup is worth a bit more." "What nonsense! Am I such a person?" Li Xiu snatched the teacup and handed it to the young eunuch, casually accepting the box in return. Goodbye, young man. He waved off the disgruntled young eunuch, then eagerly opened the wooden box. To his delight, it contained a golden cup. Zhang Ping and Zhao, who had gone out to sell the golden cup, and Li Xiu found himself in dire need of money, dreaming of it even in his sleep. Zhang Ping and Zhao, who hadn't received bonuses for 3 years, it was high time to compensate them for last year. As evening approached, Zhang Ping and Zhao returned. Losing the golden cup is inconsequential, as long as you are unharmed. Li Xiu comforted them gently, his voice soft, but his hands clenched tightly in frustration. Zhang Ping and Zhao looked up, tears brimming in their eyes. Li Xiu, this is not our fault. Whose fault it is can be discussed later. How did it go missing? Those 2 Taoists. I swear, if I ever see them again, I shall thrust my wolf-toothed club into them. Zhao, you speak. Those 2 wretched Taoists, I will sew their rear ends shut with needles. The sound of a stick snapping echoed behind Li Xiu. Having lost the golden cup, Zhang Ping and Zhao retreated to write their confessions, leaving Li Xiu in a foul mood. Gong's son, Xiaomei, brought him a cup of tea. Li Xiu, you are a prince. Surely you wouldn't be angry over a mere golden cup? What kind of prince am I? Li Xiu sulked. You used to scorn these golden cups, casually bestowing them upon servants. I still have that jade flute you gifted me. Should I sell it for you? Gong's son Xiaomei looked at him with a bemused expression. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. Do you have anything else of value? None. Gong's son Xiaomei replied sharply. My belongings were confiscated by the Internal Affairs Bureau. The jade flute was fortunate to be in my possession. Huh. I suspect it won't fetch much. If you like it, keep it. Otherwise, shall we inquire about its worth at the Eastern market another day? You are insatiable. Gong's son Xiaomei huffed, her irritation evident. Don't blame me if you find yourself hungry. With that, she turned to leave. Indeed, Li Xiu's stomach growled, a reminder of his hunger. Oh no, he exclaimed. Dinner time has passed. They adhered strictly to their meal schedule. Once the time elapsed, there would be nothing left to eat. Zhang Ping and Zhao entered the courtyard, plucking at their teeth. Li Xiu, you haven't eaten yet? The dining hall is closed. Li Xiu's stomach growled in protest, and he realized he would have to endure hunger until morning. Gong's son Xiaomei returned, her face a mask of annoyance, and placed a food box heavily on his table. Had I known, I would have let you starve properly. Li Xiu's face lit up with joy. I knew Xiaomei was the kindest. Good deeds go unrewarded. Someone still covets my jade flute. Li Xiu waved dismissively. That was a jest. The jade flute is hardly worth anything. Li Xiu, the jade flute is not cheap. It cannot be bought for less than 200 or 300 guan. Zhang Ping interjected from the next room, adding fuel to the fire. Li Xiu's mind began to race again, glancing sideways at Xiaomei, who was glaring at him fiercely. How can one return a gift once given? I am not such a person. He quickly picked up his chopsticks and shoved a meatball into his mouth. Still warm. The food is also warm. Gong's son Xiaomei rolled her eyes, casting him a scornful glance. Quite good. Indeed, the culinary skills of the imperial kitchen have greatly improved today. Li Xiu, ravenous, devoured his meal, while Gong's son Xiaomei poured him a cup of hot water and placed it heavily before him. Humph. You eat like a starving ghost reborn. In the Dali Temple prison, Yushin clung to the leg of Niu Xiantong, weeping uncontrollably. I do not wish to die, Grand Master. Save me. His reasoning was simple. He had given much of the money to Niu Xiantong, so why should he be the one to die? Of course, we do not wish for your demise. The site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Niu Xiantong's words were insincere. If he had a knife in hand, he would certainly cleave this scoundrel's head off himself. I will protect you, but remember, all of this is your doing, and it has nothing to do with me. Yushin was taken aback. Was he to take the blame for everything? If I also end up imprisoned, then no one will be able to save you. And then what? Next year, we shall burn paper for you. With a cold chuckle, Niu Xiantong smiled and said, sign the confession, and I shall ensure your life is spared. You are a royal physician. Do you fear that fortune will elude you in the future? The subordinate understood. Niu Xiantong turned and exited the prison, climbing into a carriage. Inside sat his trusted aide, Sun Lu. Is it truly necessary for our family to intervene in such trifles? Niu Xiantong expressed his dissatisfaction. I long to alleviate the worries of the Grand Chancellor, but that scoundrel is obstinate and insists on. Our family is aware. Back to the palace. The carriage set off toward the imperial palace. Is the Grand Chancellor to visit the old immortal? We met the old immortal yesterday. What did he say? The old immortal deemed the Imperial Medical Bureau inconsequential. Sun Lu breathed a sigh of relief. The old immortal was magnanimous this time. Humph. Niu Xiantong sneered. I am rather dull. Please enlighten me, Grand Chancellor. The old immortal remarked that positions are lifeless, yet people are vibrant. Even if we reclaim the Imperial Medical Bureau, what of the 200,000 taels meant for the late Empress Lu's family visit? Sun Lu finally grasped the implication. The old immortal intended to take action against Gao Lishur. If he could have acted sooner, why delay until now? Niu Xiantong picked up a small knife, contemplating the handle. Hold on, Niu Xiantong added, gritting his teeth. And that little bastard, next month, I shall make him wish he were dead. His eyes glinted with a vicious malice. As the carriage entered the palace, Niu Xiantong alighted and recalled something. He turned to Sun Lu and said, I have heard that there are disturbances at Gao Lishur's residence. Arrange for Master Longyang to investigate. Chapter 7. An unexpected fortune at last. The big fish was caught. On that fateful midday, Gao Lishur dispatched someone to deliver 500 guan of gold, claiming it was for nutritional assistance. The bed was strewn with glimmering coins. A radiant sight that sent Li Xiu into a frenzy of delight. Ah, at last, I am rich, he exclaimed, gleefully clapping the coins together. But before he could fully comprehend his fortune, the coins were instantly devoured by a peculiar pouch embedded in his palm, which shimmered ominously. Li Xiu was astonished to feel a pouch the size of a pickled vegetable jar materializing in his palm, its edges lined with numerous tiny drawers. Bewildered, he pondered its nature, only to be engulfed by despair as he realized the pouch contained no coins, zero. It had consumed the entirety of the 500 guan, leaving not even a trace. How ruthless, he lamented, striking the bed in frustration. Damn pouch, you've stolen my money. Brother Xiu. Came the jubilant voices of Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu from the courtyard, rushing in with remnants of rice clinging to their mouths. We heard that Lord Gao gifted you 500 guan. What about our annual rewards? Who told you such nonsense? Li Xiu retorted. The kitchen is buzzing with it. Many have rushed back to fetch their IOUs. Li Xiu envisioned a horde of creditors barreling towards him, prompting him to scream and leap from the window, shouting. That is not true. Li Xiu could dodge debts with Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, but he had no means to evade Gao Lishur's scrutiny. His face, marred by disappointment, resembled a shaman who had just concluded a ritual. Seated in Gao Lishur's quiet chamber, he solemnly declared, to inquire about the future is to divulge celestial secrets, which invites divine retribution. I have used the 500 guan to avert calamity. I trust you, esteemed Gao. Understand the gravity of such actions. Such words found credence even in his era, let alone in the Tang Dynasty of 13 centuries past. Every syllable he uttered was absorbed by Gao Lishur, who learned that the royal youths from the Chongwen Academy were in uproar over the mysterious disappearance of the 500 guan he had sent. It was inconceivable that Li Xiu had absconded with the wealth. 500 guan weighed over 3,200 jin, a feat that was impossible for him. The only plausible explanation was that the money had been borrowed by some supernatural entity. Had he, after a severe illness, managed to commune with spirits? Gao Lishur spoke with a grave tone. Rest assured, we shall clarify the matter regarding the 500 guan. What would you like to know, esteemed Gao? Li Xiu inquired. Glancing at the note Gao Lishur pushed towards him. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly replied, just a little more. What do you mean, a little more? Gao Lishur's eyes widened in surprise. More content is loading. Please wait. Li Xiu had initially intended to state that he required a tad more money. Yet he bit his lip at the critical moment, unwilling to risk losing more than he could gain. Instead, he mused that a bit more time was needed. It would be 3 years before a new crown prince emerged. Gao Lishur was utterly impressed. Just that morning, the emperor had praised the current crown prince for his virtuous and gentle nature, suggesting that he would not be deposed anytime soon. So, who will the new crown prince be in 3 years? Gao Lishur eagerly pressed. Li Xiu regarded him for a while before coolly responding, let us discuss it another time. Brother Xiu, have you seen my silver hairpin? Gongsun Xiaonyang was searching for her pin. I remember placing it on your desk. Li Xiu, feeling a twinge of guilt, concealed his hands behind his back. The hairpin was nestled in his palm, having been ensnared by that cursed pouch, and he was at a loss for how to retrieve it. This strange pouch accepted not only coins but also gold and silver. It seemed to exist within a dimension of its own. Yet, why was the portal located in his palm? Li Xiu found himself puzzled and disinterested in seeking an explanation. Inside the pouch lay a solitary silver hairpin, worth merely 1 guan. But how could he extract it? Brother Xiao, did you see it or not? Gongsun Xiaomei was on the verge of tears. Feeling remorseful, Li Xiao reassured her, "Do not fret. I shall buy you a gold hairpin later." Really? Gongsun Xiaomei could scarcely believe that the miser would buy her a gold hairpin. Of course, it's merely a gold hairpin. I am, after all, a prince. And I would never break my word over such a trivial matter. A gentleman's promise is as unbreakable as a team of 4 horses. At that moment, the silver hairpin inexplicably appeared in his hand. Slowly, he opened his right palm, revealing the hairpin. "You greedy fool!" Gongsun Xiaomei snatched the hairpin from him, indignantly exclaiming, "You were planning to sell my hairpin for money." Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "I see now. You were merely trying to buy me a gold hairpin. So you hid it away." Li Xiao was speechless, ensnared by his own web of deceit. Gongsun Xiaomei, slightly embarrassed, dashed into the courtyard, her thoughts unknown. In the courtyard, she gleefully shouted, "Zhang Ping, Zhao Hu, be my witnesses. This person has promised to buy me a gold hairpin. I want one too. I want a golden hammer. I want a silver hammer. Who needs your hammers?" Li Xiao grumbled discontentedly. The following morning, the courtyard buzzed with activity as the Internal Affairs Bureau delivered a plethora of household items and kitchen utensils that had been previously removed, along with several new bedding sets. The yard brimmed with various furniture and supplies. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu beamed with joy, for Brother Xiao's household was now furnished. Though they still had needs of their own, the two set about moving tables and chairs into the room, while Gongsun Xiaomei busied herself organizing kitchenware. "What is this?" Li Xiao inquired, lifting a hefty copper kettle. Gongsun Xiaomei craned her neck for a glimpse. "That's a copper kettle for storing hot water. I borrowed one from the kitchen yesterday, but since we have one now, I'll return it later." "Oh, so this is the hot water vessel of the Tang Dynasty." Third Master. Several young aristocrats entered, roughly the same age as Li Xiao. Li Xiao, along with over 100 other noble youths, were all gathered at the Chongwen Academy. Located in the East Palace, a distinct enclave separated from the residences of the consorts. These young nobles, who did not return home at night, resided in luxurious dormitories, each with their own small courtyards and 3 rooms, much like Li Xiao's own abode. Only legitimate sons among the royal family could inherit titles, so most noble youths lacked any official rank. For them, titles were coveted dreams. Acquiring one meant status and wealth. "Haha, what lovely weather today." Li Xiao chuckled awkwardly, having just recalled the mountain of debts he owed. Were it not for the arrival of these 3 young aristocrats, he would have completely forgotten. The trio, seeking to jest, feigned seriousness, with one elongating his face. "We are here to collect our debts. When will you repay the 30 guan you owe me, Third Master?" Gongsun Xiaomei sprang into action, leaping an impressive distance of 10 feet to block their path. Brandishing a firewood stick, she coldly declared, "Brother Xiao will repay you. But do not even think of laying claim to what's here." "Ah, so the little hedgehog is here." The 3 young aristocrats quickly responded with forced smiles. "We were merely jesting. Lord Gao has instructed us not to pressure anyone for debts. We have other matters to discuss with Third Master. I assure you they are entertaining." Li Xiao, however, widened his eyes in astonishment, marveling at her remarkable agility. He had forgotten how Gongsun Xiaonyang always appeared just when he was about to be cornered. By the pond, a few like-minded noble youths sat together on large stones. "You lucky dog. You've snagged the palace's most beautiful maid. But beware. She is notorious for being prickly, only to be admired, never to be touched. You're in for some trouble, haha." Since there was no debt to collect, Li Xiao immediately engaged in lively banter with them. Warming the bed first isn't a bad idea. Once it grows, one can savor it slowly. It makes perfect sense. After all, there is plenty of time ahead. The young nobles understood the implication and burst into hearty laughter, shifting the conversation to more serious matters. "Do you know about the 38th Lord? This year, there is an additional title available, possibly related to us." Li Xiao's spirits lifted. He inquired further, "How is it connected?" Li Xiao had already gathered information, revealing 2 potential pathways to obtain a title. The first involves his mother being exonerated, which would restore him to the position of Prince of Qiantang. However, the case against his mother was a solid one, making the possibility of regaining the title nearly non-existent. The alternative was to start anew, like other young nobles, gradually ascending in rank, though he had been stripped of his princely title. He had not been removed from the family registry due to his minor status at the time. He now found himself in a precarious situation. Should he exit the palace as a commoner, the family registry would inevitably cut ties, unless he could find a way to prolong his stay in the palace. He had less than a month remaining. Suddenly, An opportunity for a title arose, and how could he not be concerned? It was rumored that a shooting competition would be held in the palace, open to all young nobles, with the highest prize being a title. Don't you think that's significant? When does it start? Registration begins the day after tomorrow, and we are all eagerly anticipating it. What if we clear all the challenges and it comes down to just the four of us? The four of them chuckled mischievously, realizing the fragile nature of their camaraderie. What are you daydreaming about? A mocking voice came from behind. Li Xiu turned to see a hefty figure nearby, who, in an absent-minded moment, could be mistaken for a time traveler, tall and stout. Stop dreaming. The title is tailor-made for me, not for you. Who might you be? Li Xiu asked, turning back. The hefty figure blinked his small eyes and chuckled. The 38th Lord doesn't even recognize me. It seems you've fallen quite ill. You lot, tell him who I am. The 38th Lord is the young son of the regent, Li Chui, Duke of Waned. Li Xiu. A distant voice called. Lord Gao requests your presence. Li Chui's eyes sparkled. Such a lovely young maid had caught his attention. As he saw Li Xiu rising to leave, he immediately blocked his path. That young maid is mine. Li Xiu chuckled and patted his shoulder. Wake up. Don't be foolish. With determined strides, Li Xiu walked away, while Li Chui shouted after him, 38th Lord. Last time I made you wet yourself? Guess how I'll deal with you this time? Li Xiu halted, turned back, and coldly replied, come and try. Chapter 8. The Tale of Monster Hunting, Part 1. The existence of the regent was the crux of the downfall of Li Xiu and her son. Li Xiu became aware of this on the day after her awakening. At a certain point in history, a slight deviation occurred. 15 years prior, the retired Emperor Li Dan instigated the coup of the gate. The details have become elusive, yet the outcome remains evident. From that moment, the Tang Dynasty was ruled by two sovereigns, referred to as the Two Saints. Emperor Li Longji retained his title, while the retired Emperor Li Dan assumed the role of regent. Although Li Dan had passed away 5 years ago, his power structure had already been firmly established. Li Longji's elder brother, Li Qingqi, succeeded him as regent, commanding the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Personnel. Of the 5 chancellors, 3 were appointed by him. Additionally, the retired Emperor Li Dan left behind a political legacy within the palace. Among the 8 bureaux of the inner palace, the loyal Niu Xiantong controlled 5 bureaus, while the loyal Gao Lishi governed 3. However, after the Imperial Medical Bureau was seized by Gao Lishi, the adverse situation for him slightly improved. Emperor Li Longji barely managed to maintain a fragile balance, supported by a group of loyal ministers and the Divine Strategy Army. In a room, Gao Lishi sighed deeply, a few more white hairs sprouting on his head. With spring approaching, the season for the Empress Dowager's visits was upon them. Last year, Empress Dowager Zhang's visit cost 80,000 strings of cash, while this year, Empress Dowager Lu applied for an additional 200,000 strings. Moreover, dozens of other Empress Dowagers were queuing up with similar requests, escalating the situation further. Gao Lishi understood the motive behind the Empress Dowager's persistent visits. The regent aimed to exhaust the meager savings of the imperial treasury. Without financial support from the treasury, the emperor, having lost fiscal authority, would find it challenging to govern effectively. Gao Lishi felt immense pressure. He not only had to prevent the expenditure of this 200,000 strings, but also had to guard against Niu Xiantong's covert schemes. Niu Xiantong's serpent-like gaze was fixated on him, searching for any incriminating evidence. Just then, his wife, Madame L, sent word that there were disturbances at home. Tomorrow, Master Longong from the Xuandu Palace would be coming to exorcise the spirits. Gao Lishi could not allow Longong to act freely in his residence. He needed to bring someone back with him, and the thought of exorcism led him to consider the supernatural. This in turn reminded him of that scoundrel, Sanshiba Lang. Ah Wang, quickly put away the teacups, Sanshiba Lang is coming. A young eunuch anxiously called from the doorway. Hurry, put away the teapot as well. Gao Lishi and several young eunuchs swiftly gathered up his beloved possessions. When Li Xiu entered the room, she was momentarily taken aback. She looked at the cabinet and noticed everything was gone. Is there something you need, Gao Wang? She inquired. Heh. Gao Lishi responded with a faint smile. His hands clasped behind his back, still holding on to a teapot he had no time to hide. Will you be free tomorrow? What is it? There's a disturbance at my home, and my wife asked me to find someone capable to help. Your wife? Li Xiu struggled to grasp the essence of the matter. Casting a covert glance at Gao Lishi, the latter felt a bit uneasy under her scrutiny, instinctively shielding himself with the teapot. He chuckled awkwardly. If you go, there will be benefits for you. Although Gao Lishi had watched Li Xiu grow up, he felt he was only beginning to understand this rascal. His remark instantly elevated Li Xiu's perspective on life. She thought that it was not absurd for eunuchs to marry. After all, they were human, and such feelings were natural. Please, Gao Wang, do not mention money. It would be embarrassing. I will definitely go tomorrow. The two shared a tacit understanding and laughed heartily. Suddenly, Li Xiao noticed the teapot in front of Gao Lishir. Feeling a bit parched and emotional, she remarked, I am so thirsty. I kept thinking about Ao Wang's matters before leaving and forgot to drink tea. Gao Lishir's residence was located in Yishanfang, directly opposite the palace. A young eunuch led Li Xiao and her entourage on horseback to the estate. It was Li Xiao's first time leaving the palace, and she finally beheld the grand expanse of the Tang Dynasty. The streets were filled with many plump, fair women, and she found it delightful. Riding a frail and aged horse, Li Xiao was inspired. With her whip in hand, she gestured at the beautiful landscape and mused, such captivating scenery. It beckons countless heroes to aspire. Splendid poetry. Splendid poetry. Zhangping and Zhao Hu transformed into sycophants, trailing alongside the emaciated steed. You two flatterers. Gong's son Xiaomei expressed her dissatisfaction with the two attendants, lamenting that they were leading their master astray. She then asked Li Xiao, Xiao, do you have any grand ambitions? Li Xiao chuckled. Of course I have great aspirations. I often dream of waking up to control the wealth of the world and drunkenly reclining in the laps of beautiful women. Zhang Ping, who was nearby, resonated with this sentiment and whispered to Zhao Hu, my ambitions are the same as Xiaogua's. Waking up to control the wealth of the world? No. I aim to be a storekeeper in the treasury. And you? Zhang Ping nudged Zhao Hu with his elbow. Me? My aspirations are similar to Xiaogua's. Whenever I get drunk in a brothel, I seek the laps of beautiful women. Gongsun Xiaomei muttered under her breath, Xiaoguo is always thinking about women. I will tell the matron. Hehe. The young lady is too sensitive. Li Xiao quickly changed the subject. I have an important matter to discuss, which is not suitable for the palace. Gongsun Xiaomei's discontent was successfully diverted, and she blinked her bright eyes. What does Xiaoguo wish to inquire about? I want to know how many ranks of nobility there are, and what benefits does the lowest baron receive? What are the conditions? The information revealed by the three royal scions ignited Li Xiao's yearning for a prosperous future. Not daring to think too far ahead, she locked her hopes on the lowest rank of baron. You don't even know this, Xiaoguo? Of course I wouldn't ask you if I knew. I was ill and forgot. The excuse was compelling, forcing Gong's son Xiaomei to lower her gaze and explain patiently. The ranks of nobility are quite simple. They are the crown prince, prince, duke, marquis, count, viscount, and baron, totaling 10 ranks. And the benefits of being a baron? Gong's son Xiaomei hesitated. I only remember that the baron's stipend is relatively higher, approximately 50 strings of cash a month. Let me elaborate. Zhang Ping said cheerfully, actually. The stipend is not much different with or without a title. The key is the property. Starting from baron, the nobility would receive their own estates and small residences, enjoying a leisurely life. Moreover, their status would be significantly elevated. Zhao Hu promptly added, with a title, the nobility can assist the emperor in resolving issues, earning rewards in return. Local officials will rush to pay their respects, and a host of wealthy merchants will eagerly offer their daughters in marriage. The benefits are immediate. Li Xiao particularly relished the last point, envisioning a throng of illustrious suitors clamoring to wed her, a smile spreading across her face. Li Xiao wiped the corner of her mouth and asked, what are the conditions to obtain a title? San Shibalang, we have arrived. The young eunuch coldly interrupted her daydream. Upon reaching Gao Lishir's residence, Li Xiao dismounted and surveyed the grand estate with admiration, exclaiming, how extravagant, how corrupt. When will I also be able to indulge? Gao Lishir was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Li Xiao arrive, he hurriedly approached. I must trouble you today, Xiaoguo. You need not wait for me at the door. Gao Wang, I am truly honored. It is necessary. There is a group of monster hunters waiting. Gao Lishir's tone turned slightly frosty. At that moment, a commotion erupted from across the street. Xuandu takes action, and the world is mine. A group of Taoist priests appeared, brandishing a large banner, eager for all to recognize their identity. The banner boldly proclaimed Royal Xuandu Palace in large characters, while the back bore an even more imposing line, dedicated to exorcising the monsters of the world. Zhang Ping suddenly lost his composure, erupting in fury. Where's my wolf-toothed club? Damn it, I forgot to bring it. Zhao Hu also lost his composure. Su Guer, I wish to take leave to procure some needles. Su Guer, what is amiss with them? Gao Lishir inquired, perplexed. They have forgotten to bring the demon-catching tools. Li Xiao gently flexed her wrist and addressed Gao Gong. Should a life be lost today? No, a demon's life. I implore you not to report it to the authorities. A band of deceitful Taoist priests dares to swindle my gold cup. The leading middle-aged Taoist, adorned with a purple crown and clad in celestial garments, wielding a dragon-whiskered dust brush, possessed an extraordinary appearance, exuding a semblance of ethereal grace. Upon spotting Gao Lisher, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects, exclaiming, "Infinite longevity Buddha." Gao Xianxing strides with remarkable vigor, embodying the essence of a dragon. Huh. We are but a humble worm beside the dragon. I would never presume to wear such a lofty title, Gao Lisher retorted. Allow me to introduce you, this young friend. A remarkable companion is the 38th son of the emperor, here today to assist in capturing demons. Sugur. This is none other than the esteemed Longyangzhenren from Xuandu Palace, a master of demon catching. Ah, the 38th prince is indeed youthful and accomplished. Upon realizing that the individual before him was the disgraced prince, Longyangzhenren's smile swiftly turned insincere. Li Xiao extended her hand, fiercely grasping Longyangzhenren's. Her teeth clenched as she remarked, "I have heard that you recently acquired a rather tragic cup. Congratulations are in order." Longyangzhenren felt a tightening in his hand, as if he had received an unspoken cue, his gaze becoming slightly dazed. He mused inwardly. Could it be that this person shares my inclinations? I expected a confrontation between you two. Gao Lisher's wife, Madame L, approached, and upon witnessing their cordial handshake, she exhaled in relief. Embarrassed, she confided in Gao Lisher, "I dispatched someone to invite Longyangzhenren yesterday, and only afterward received your notification. I have been quite anxious." Gao Lisher smiled gently, "Strength lies in numbers. My dear, there is no need for concern." Li Xiao, displaying humility, added, "As a junior, my experience is lacking, and I am eager to learn the art of demon catching from my esteemed predecessors." Longyangzhenren chuckled. "The younger generation is indeed formidable." They both laughed heartily. "Let us engage in a thorough exchange of demon-catching techniques once we enter." Li Xiao released her grip. Yet Longyangzhenren tightened his hold even further. She felt the heat radiating from his palm, laden with a palpable insinuation. Suddenly, the implication of his title struck her, prompting a shrill cry as she forcefully withdrew her hand, vigorously rubbing it on her garment, and cast a fierce glare at Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu. "No need to search further. We have both the Wolf Tooth Club and needles within the manor. Quickly, follow me." "Ah, I too have an affinity for the Wolf Tooth Club," Longyangzhenren remarked, his eyes now ablaze with fervor, smiling as he queried, "But I do not comprehend. What purpose do the needles serve?" "To capture demons," Li Xiao replied, her tone heavy with frustration from her recent misfortune. Chapter 9, The Demon Catching Chronicles, Part 2. In the inner hall, the master conversed while Zhang Ping, Zhao Hu, Gongsun Xiaomei, and over 20 Taoist priests stood in the courtyard awaiting their turn. At this moment, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu unexpectedly found themselves calm. "Brother, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late, right?" "Indeed, as we pursue demons, we must prioritize the greater good." Two tall Taoist priests seemed to recognize them and whispered a few words. 20 pairs of piercing eyes turned towards them like daggers. "Brother, I drank some cold water earlier, and my stomach hurts a bit. You wait here. I'll go to the restroom. I had a couple of sips as well. Nature calls. I can't hold it anymore. Xiaomei, keep an eye on things." The two slowly turned, clutching their stomachs, and laboriously departed the courtyard. "All the family members are in the eastern courtyard, so you may catch the demons without restraint." Gao Lisher gestured, and the steward presented a jade plate. On the plate lay a jade bowl, within which rested a jade cup. The steward picked up a strand of yellowish-brown hair from the cup. "This is demon hair," Gao Lisher introduced. "We have obtained a talisman from Princess Yuzhen to strike the demoness body, leaving only this hair. With this, I entrust the task of capturing the demon to you two." Real Master Longyang patted his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, old immortal, I have brought 28 disciples, ready to deploy the 28 constellation star array, combined with the 4 symbols technique, employing the 8 desolations power to surely capture the demon." "And what of the 38th son?" Gao Lisher smiled at Li Xiao. Li Xiao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I plan to employ the great method of subduing you." Real Master Longyang, puzzled, asked, "May I inquire how the 38th son intends to execute this great method of subduing you?" Li Xiao replied solemnly, "From 1 comes 2. From 2 comes 3. From 3 comes all things." Regardless of myriad changes and countless techniques, it ultimately boils down to one word. "Dao." Real Master Longyang blurted out. Li Xiao shook his head. "Not so. It is it." Gao Lisher was equally confused. "What kind of spell is this hitting method?" Li Xiu found himself at a disadvantage, as his 2 demon-catching assistants had vanished. Those 2 scoundrels, each will be punished to eat 3 pounds of horse manure. Li Xiu searched around the estate, passing by a small door, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of a yellow dress fluttering by. He paused, realizing something was amiss. Didn't old Gao say that all the family members went to the eastern courtyard? Li Xiu confirmed he had not misunderstood. Gao Lishur had indeed meant all the women in the estate, including maids and servants. What had just occurred? Li Xiu stepped back and pushed open the small door, revealing a corridor. The corridor was empty, devoid of any ghostly presence, with trellises overhead adorned with wisteria. Meow. A large raccoon cat leaped down from the left trellis, stretching lazily and rubbing against Li Xiu's feet. Li Xiu absent-mindedly stroked it, chuckling. A male cat. Eh? I'm searching for 2 rascals. Have you seen them? Meow. The raccoon cat called out, prancing away with an alluring gait, stopping at the end of the corridor to glance back with a smile. This little creature is quite intriguing. Can it understand my words? Li Xiu followed, passing the trellis, where to the left lay a small pond surrounded by Taihu stones. There, the 2 rascals lounged atop the stones, hands behind their heads, merrily chatting with several Taoist priests. Damn, a cat demon. Li Xiu turned back, only to find the raccoon cat had vanished. Shogun, we're merely probing their secrets, you know? Indeed, a bunch of foolish Taoists, utterly clueless. Haha. I wonder who is probing whom. We have never caught a demon. What secrets are there to uncover? Li Xiu gazed skyward, finally understanding why these 2 fools had followed his predecessor for 6 years. No one wanted them. Shogun, Gongsun Shumei approached. Did you find anything? Gongsun Shumei shook her head. I searched the entire estate, but I couldn't find the girl in yellow or the raccoon cat. If we can't find them, so be it. Perhaps they are just a maid from the eastern courtyard. By the way, I just encountered the steward. Lord Gao requests your presence. Li Xiu nodded and said to Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, you go find a suitable tool for catching demons, but no wolf fawn clubs or needles. We have already found them. We guarantee capturing demons will be effortless. Li Xiu cast a puzzled glance at them before turning to leave. The steward invited Li Xiu into the inner chamber, where Gao Lishur had been waiting. Shogun, have you discovered anything? In reply, Lord Gao, I suspect this demon is related to cats. You are correct. It is indeed related to cats. Gao Lishur chuckled. Spring has arrived. The cats are frolicking at night on the rooftops, so I had my wife inform the outside world that demons were troubling the estate. Li Xiu was taken aback. So, Lord Gao concocted this demon myth himself? There is indeed a demon. Gao Lishur pointed to his chest. The demon lies within. Someone harbors a demon in their heart, hence sending someone to catch it. Are you referring to real Master Longyang? He is aligned with the Bull Immortal. Rumors suggest our estate conceals weapons, which pique his interest, prompting him to seek the demon. So, Lord Gao arranged for his wife to summon real Master Longyang? Gao Lishur nodded with a smile. Rather than letting them suspect each other, it would be better to invite them openly to search. Li Xiu suddenly understood Gao Lishur's intention in bringing him to catch the demon. Lord Gao, I have 25 days left. We are aware. The Regent Prince will host a shooting competition in 2 days, offering a noble title as a reward, without any conditions attached. This is your only opportunity. But I don't know how to shoot. Gao Lishur rolled his eyes. You know your own background, yet claim ignorance of shooting? Lord Gao, I heard that the Regent Prince's youngest son, Li Chui, has already secured this title for himself. The Regent Prince may have such thoughts, but he cannot control everything within the palace. You must give it your all in the competition, and I believe you will succeed. Li Xiu remained bewildered. If he were to compete, how would Gao Lishur assist him? Gao Lishur seemed disinclined to provide further explanation. Let us deal with future matters later. For now, help us with the task. Li Xiu steeled himself. Lord Gao, please give your orders. Gao Lishur pointed to the roof. This roof is sealed, and there is only one passageway to ascend. Real Master Longyang will certainly want to take a look. We cannot obstruct him, so I must ask you, Shogun, to assist. Prevent him from going up? No need. Just delay him for half an hour. Gao Lishur produced a willow leaf sword, smiling as he handed it to Li Xiu. Gongsun Xiaomei will need this. Let her exercise caution. They're coming. They're coming. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu hid behind a moon gate, targeting solitary Taoist priests. A Taoist, sword in hand, hurriedly approached. As he passed through the moon gate, whoosh, a cloth bag descended upon him, and Zhao Hu brought down a frying pan with great force. With a thud, the Taoist crumpled to the ground. The 2 dragged him aside, searching his person, only to find a few coins, but no golden cup. How unfortunate. They tossed the Taoist into the bushes and continued their search for the next target. In the inner courtyard, a staircase led to a 3-foot square trapdoor at the top. The sole passage to the roof. Li Xiao sat on the stairs, fiddling with a dagger, while Gongsun Xiaomei stood guard with her sword at the base of the stairs. Several Taoists wielding long swords fidgeted, while others sat on the ground, bruised and battered. Li Xiao regarded Gongsun Xiaomei with renewed admiration. She had taken down several Taoists without even drawing her sword. Impressive. No wonder those royals fear her. It is no wonder that I always fall just short of success. If the young lady does not step aside, do not blame us for being impolite, shouted the 3 Taoist priests. You may certainly try. The 3 Taoists exchanged glances, nodded, and simultaneously thrust their long swords forward. Gongsun Xiaomei leapt into the air, soaring 4 feet high, effortlessly evading all 3 strikes. Her doeskin boot struck out with lightning speed, fierce and swift. A few cries of agony echoed as 3 more figures crumpled to the ground, bruised and battered. Well then, 38th Master, shall we discuss this? Since they could not overpower her, Master Longong resorted to reason. I suspect there is a cat demon atop the roof. Why not join forces to capture it? I too harbor suspicions of a cat demon on the roof, yet the reward is but 1 share. What do you propose? The reward is negotiable. We shall split it evenly. I shall handle the demon capture, while 38th Master may rest. Perhaps you should seek your fortunes elsewhere. Yearning for what he could not attain, Master Longyang's intrigue was piqued. The weapon must surely be hidden atop the roof. Then let us divide it 60-40. With me taking the lesser share. Li Xiao nonchalantly filed his nails with a dagger, rubbing them and blowing lightly. I can simply catch any cat on the roof to fulfill my end. Master Longyang stamped his foot, declaring, 70-30, I cannot concede further. At a golden cup. Master Longyang paused, realizing that the wretched scoundrel awaited him here. The golden cup was at Xuandu Temple. Fetching it would consume precious time. Or perhaps he could simply purchase one. 50 coins. Far too little. Master Longyang gritted his teeth. 100 coins. Double the price. I still prefer the golden cup. 150 coins, my young friend, that can procure 3 golden cups. Li Xiao felt a surge of frustration. Why must old Gao delay for half an hour? Couldn't it be just 5 minutes? You waste time here while someone has already been dispatched to retrieve it. Master Longyang could no longer afford to raise the price. He lacked sufficient funds. With a fierce stamp of his foot, he commanded his eldest disciple, hurry and fetch it. Just as Master Longyang's eldest disciple exited the inner courtyard and crossed through an arched doorway, a cloth bag suddenly descended upon his head with a whoosh. Almost immediately, a frying pan came crashing down upon him. With a thud, the eldest disciple collapsed, his body limp as 2 shadowy figures dragged him into the thicket. Chapter 10, The Demon Catching Chronicles, Part 2. After waiting for over half an hour, Master Longyang dispatched several disciples to hurry along, yet each returned without a trace. Li Xiao surmised that Gao Lisher must have concluded his affairs, and he resolved to concede. Never mind. Your disciples surely cannot locate the golden cup. I shall not be greedy. Let it be 150 guan. Master Longyang, fraught with anxiety yet lacking options, tossed a bag over. 15 taels of gold. Gongsun Xiaomei promptly seized it and handed it to Li Xiao. The weight of the bag was substantial. Li Xiao hesitated to touch it with his left hand and cautiously opened it with his right. Inside lay 3 gleaming ingots of gold, each weighing about 5 taels. Prosperity had arrived. Li Xiao's face lit up with joy. Xiaomei, clear the way. They stepped aside, allowing Master Longyang and his disciples to charge forward. Li Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Gongsun Xiaomei, who swiftly followed suit. With no one around, Li Xiao leisurely reached into the bag with his left hand. And in an instant, the 3 ingots of gold vanished, revealing 150 guan. The exhilaration was unparalleled. As Li Xiao strolled out of the room, he cheerfully addressed the steward waiting outside. Please inform your master that the bounty for catching the demon is divided 3-7 between Master Longyang and me. I take 7, he takes 3. The rooftop was not particularly vast, merely around 500 square feet, cluttered with beams and wooden pillars, all coated in a thick layer of dust. At that moment, the dust was marked with numerous footprints, yet Master Longyang and his disciples scoured the area, finding nothing. Realizing the dire situation, Master Longyang had suspected something amiss from the outset. If there were a multitude of weapons, they should have been immediately visible. However, he saw nothing. Reluctantly, he searched 3 times to no avail. With a grim expression, Master Longyang and his disciples exited hastily. Yet, he lamented his own lack of intellect. Just now grasping that he had been deceived, they had stood at the staircase for half an hour, and even if weapons were hidden elsewhere, They had already been relocated by Gao Lishir. Nevertheless, Master Long Ong was shrewd enough to understand that he could not reveal the truth to Niu Shinka. Did the master capture the demon? Li Xiu inquired with a smile at the staircase. Master Long Ong cast a sidelong glance at the cloth bag discarded on the ground, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. "Let us depart," he declared, marching away with his disciples. "Where have you rascals been? You return only now." One could faintly hear Master Long Yang scolding his disciples fiercely. At that moment, Gongsun Xiaomei emerged, approaching Li Xiu, her voice low. "There truly is a demon. It is hiding above." Li Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Li Xiu and Gongsun Xiaomei concealed themselves behind a large pillar. Gongsun Xiaomei was intently focused on a particular corner, while Li Xiu stood behind her, counting the braids in her hair. 1, 2, 3. She had tied up 13 braids. "It's coming out." Gongsun Xiaomei pinched Li Xiu's leg sharply, invigorating him. "Where?" Li Xiu fixated on a concealed corner of the rooftop, where he glimpsed a flash of yellow fabric. Soon, a small figure emerged. "Ah, it's a little girl," Li Xiu realized, recognizing the girl in the yellow dress, around 8 or 9 years old. Behind her, a plump raccoon cat followed suit. Li Xiu's mouth fell agape, capable of holding 2 eggs. He murmured, "Is this the legendary cat demon?" "Not a demon, but a little thief." Gongsun Xiaomei snapped, vexed. "A little thief." Li Xiu discerned that the girl had lifted a tile-sized section of the roof and was using a rope to lower the cat down. Before long, she pulled the rope back up, revealing that the cat was clutching a short sword. Good heavens! A high-intelligence crime. Li Xiu stared, flabbergasted. "Humph! Better to raise a monkey." Gongsun Xiaomei scoffed, darting forward. Before the little girl could react, a long sword was pressed against her neck. Gongsun Xiaomei swiftly snatched the short sword from the girl, who sat on the ground, utterly dazed. "Meow?" The raccoon cat softly mewed. Li Xiu finally snapped back to reality and quickly approached. "Brother Xiu, you take the sword. This little thief may be dangerous. I'll take her down." Li Xiu, bewildered, accepted the short sword. As he turned to leave, the little girl hugged his leg, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Her complexion was pallid, her face gaunt and yellowish, tears streaming from her large eyes, rolling down in heavy droplets. "Eighth Master. What has happened?" The steward, concerned by their prolonged absence, brought a few men to the rooftop. "Nothing." Li Xiu quickly replied to Gongsun Xiaomei. "Take this little girl out of the manor." He added, "Release her." Gongsun Xiaomei huffed, reluctantly complying. "Who is she?" the steward inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the little girl. "She's with us, haha." Li Xiu, noting the steward's skepticism, sighed. "I'll explain to Gao Gong. Let them go." Gao Lishir examined the short sword and chuckled. "This was a birthday gift from the governor of Taiyuan, Zhuanyang, to our household last year. The sword is called Zhke. It's not exactly a legendary weapon. The governor of Yuzhou, Zhang Shogui, offered 500 guan for it, but we declined. A common sword is worth around 10 guan, and to ask for 500 is no ordinary affair. So, how much is my bounty for catching the demon?" Although capturing the demon was merely an excuse, an appearance fee was still warranted. Gao Lishir waved his hand, and a maidservant presented a tray of gold, also in ingots of 5 taels, totaling 10 ingots. For this demon-catching endeavor, our household prepared 500 guan, equivalent to 50 taels of gold. We initially intended to split it evenly, but since Master Longong left without taking a single coin, all 50 taels of gold belong to you. After speaking, Gao Lishir pushed the tray of gold toward Li Xiu. The sight of the shimmering gold stirred Li Xiu's heart, yet as a prince, his dignity took precedence. He quickly composed himself, stealing glances at the gold. Desiring both the gold and the sword, could one choose between the two? Such a notion belonged to the Navi. An adult could aspire for both. Clearing his throat, Li Xiu remarked, "I believe this sword is worth at most 50 guan. Zhang Shogui's high bid is merely a veiled bribe to you." Gao Lishir laughed heartily. "Eighth Master desires this sword. Out of old friendship, I'll add a little more, 80 guan. Gao Gong, this price is quite fair. Once this opportunity passes, it shall be no more." Unmoved, Gao Lishir responded, "If you want it, the price is 500 guan, not a coin less. If not, I might just reveal who the future crown prince is, and we can settle for 400 guan." Gao Lishir had grown weary of such easily cursed conversations. Li Xiu had missed his chance. As he had said, once this opportunity was lost, it would not return. "We have no interest in the matter of the crown prince." Gao Lishir handed the sword to the maidservant. "Return it." The maidservant cradled the sword and turned to leave. 200 guan. Li Xiu began to raise the price. Gao Lixia remained unfazed as the maidservant exited. 300 guan. Li Xiu, exasperated, felt flames rising at the corners of his mouth. Was it not permissible to haggle over a purchase? 500 it is, then. Li Xiu finally conceded, realizing he had suffered a significant loss in this transaction. Gao Lixia grinned. Our household did not pressure you. You willingly made this purchase. Willingly, my foot. Li Xiu let out a mournful cry, my gold, as he exited the mansion. Zhang Ping waved to him from the entrance of a nearby alley. In the alley, a little girl crouched down, her plump tabby cat beside her. Gong's son Xiao Mei stood behind her with her arms crossed, her gaze filled with skepticism. The steward remarked that the cat had been in the mansion for at least 10 days, and the poor child had been hiding on the roof of the storeroom all that time, starving for 10 days. Zhao Hu wiped his tears. Li Xiu shot him a glare. Try going hungry for 10 days yourself. He turned to the girl. What is your name, and where do you come from? Are you mute? Mute. Li Xiu scrutinized the little girl, pondering how one could hear yet be mute. Xiu Gu, this little lady is waiting for you. Gong's son Xiao Mei said coldly. Suddenly, the girl in the yellow dress looked up, fixated on the short sword in Li Xiu's hand. Do you want this sword? Li Xiu crouched before her, smiling. So you've been lurking in the mansion for 10 days. Training a cat to steal a sword. The girl's gaze turned increasingly despairing as she stared at the sword. I spent 1,000 guan to acquire this sword. Who would be foolish enough to give away a sword worth 1,000 guan? Li Xiu rose, stroking the blade. I cherish this sword as well. I cannot bear to part with it. He turned to leave, but after taking just a few steps, the girl crawled over, clinging to his leg and sobbing uncontrollably. Brother is going to die? Brother is going to die. Her eyes were filled with helplessness, tears streaming down her face. Li Xiu sighed deeply skyward. Being a fool is no pleasant experience. My 5,000 guan. Just like that, it's gone. Gong's son Xiao Mei rolled her eyes. Just a moment ago, it was 1,000 guan. Now it has turned into 5,000. Take it. The girl in the yellow dress clutched the sword tightly to her chest, curling into a ball. Zhang Ping, Zhao Hu. Each of you give her 200 won to buy a cake on the way. I'm utterly broke. Not a single coin to my name. He had only 15 taels of gold. Indeed, not a single coin left. Chapter 11. The Gamble of Imperial Authority. I must emphasize this clearly. Gongsun Xiaomei struck the earthen pot on the table with a small wooden stick, articulating each word. A yellow jade plate, hidden within the well water, slumbers by day and frolics by night. Li Xiu sat a yard away, peering intently, hoping to glimpse a clue through the crevices of the pot. Alas, though the table was worn, it remained remarkably level, revealing nothing. He recalled a nursery rhyme learned in kindergarten. In my youth, I knew not the moon, calling it a white jade plate. The knowledge acquired in university had faded. Yet this childhood verse lingered in his memory. You wouldn't have placed the moon beneath it, would you? I surmise it is merely a piece of paper cut into a yellow moon. Incorrect. Gongsun Xiaomei triumphantly lifted the pot, revealing a bronze mirror beneath. See? It is indeed the yellow jade plate. The river water can serve as a mirror. That cannot be. Li Xiu exclaimed, leaping to his feet. One must also gaze into a mirror during the day. Do you not do so upon waking? I rise while it is still dark. Therefore, it counts as night. But when I look into the mirror, it is already bright. What say you to that? This is my mirror, and it adheres to my requirements. Li Xiu fell silent. From the next room, the unmistakable laughter of Zhao Hu echoed, crude as ever. What lies beneath is a radish. Guess where it went? And bring me 5 when quickly. The game of riddles, known as shifu, has ancient roots, dating back to the Han Dynasty. It involves placing a pot over the answer and hinting at it through a phrase or action. The answer could be an object, a poem, a name, or a character. Shifu gained immense popularity during the Tang Dynasty, attracting many skilled participants. Everyone in the palace eagerly anticipated the shifu competition. The palace maids and eunuchs looked forward to substantial rewards, while the royal princes hoped for the emperor's favor and accolades. This year, especially with a noble title as a prize, all the royal offspring were stirred with excitement. Li Xiu, a master of riddles in his previous life, was equally filled with anticipation for the event. As dawn broke, Gongsun Xiaomei's voice rang out in the courtyard. Xiu Gu, someone is seeking you at the door. Who is it? Li Xiu inquired, leaning out to ask. Sanshi Balang, it is I. Li Xiu quickly finished his thin porridge, donned his hat, and briskly exited the room. The visitor was Li Yuchen, another member of the royal clan and a classmate from Chongwen Academy. After his demotion, few extended kindness to Li Xiu, but Li Yuchen was one of them. Upon first meeting him, Li Xiu thought he was another reincarnated figure. for their names and appearances were quite similar. I bring significant news. Li Yuchen pulled Li Xiu aside, a mysterious expression on his face. I have just learned that Grand Eunuch Gao is to engage in a riddle gamble with Grand Eunuch Niu. What could two eunuchs possibly wager? Li Xiu asked nonchalantly, though his ears perked up with interest. Do you not understand? Li Yuchen, exasperated, tugged at his hair. This riddle competition is merely a facade. Are you suggesting the riddle contest is just an excuse? Precisely. We are only small players. The real stakes lie between the emperor and the regent. Did your father inform you of this? Li Yuchen's father, Li Huang, was the minor official in the Ministry of Rights, titled Duke of Shouchuan. Li Yuchen nodded. Last night, my father revealed that the riddle gamble arose from the transfer of the Imperial Medical Bureau. The emperor wishes to take further action, while the regent seeks to regain his footing, and thus they have agreed on this riddle gamble. What are the stakes for the emperor and the regent? It was worth noting that the emperor was Li Xiu's father, though he held little fondness for him. Historically, this father was notorious for his cruelty, having executed 3 sons and usurped a daughter-in-law. Li Xiu felt no paternal affection from him. Despite his grievances, Li Xiu had to align himself with his father. Should his father fall, even a desire to visit the southern courtyard would become a distant dream. Li Yuchen smiled wryly. My father did not disclose the specifics, only that the conflict is not a direct contest between them, but represented by Gao Lishur and Niu Xinke. Palace power struggles. The term flashed in Li Xiu's mind, and he began to grasp the implications of the wager. It must pertain to the 8 ministries of the palace. Suddenly, Li Xiu remembered Li Chui's words and inquired. I have heard that the noble title has already been predetermined. Is that true? Li Yuchen shook his head. My father did not mention it, but he hopes I can secure that title. A flicker of hope ignited within Li Xiu. Li Qingqi was quite rotund, weighing nearly 200 jin. His small, narrow eyes made it difficult to discern whether he was awake or asleep. His pudgy hands were often seen clutching a chicken leg or a wine cup. He had an insatiable love for food. Year-round, he wore a cheerful expression, and the servants had never witnessed him lose his temper. This seemingly harmless individual held dominion over much of the Tang Dynasty. His plump visage exuded joviality, yet this did not signify leniency. His ample frame and seemingly simple demeanor belied a cunning mind. He had once assisted his father in the coup known as the Gate Seizure, where all sought to monopolize power but failed to eliminate one another, leading to a pact among the 3. His father would serve as regent, he would follow suit, and power would eventually be returned to his brother, Li Longji. After 5 years as regent, having savored the delights of power, Li Qingqi was increasingly reluctant to adhere to their original agreement. He had a son and a grandson. Was it not reasonable to pass the title of regent down through the generations? Unable to eliminate Gao Lishur, Li Qingqi, having not eaten, revealed his displeasure. Niu Xiantong, trembling, remarked, I had thought he concealed weapons within his estate. I sent Longyang Jinren to conduct a search, but it was disappointing. Longyang Jinren disappointed me further. My lord, it seems we cannot dispose of Gao Lishur any time soon. Then let us shift our target. I desire wealth. I wish to control the imperial treasury. Li Qingqi's demands were always straightforward yet hit the mark. Your Excellency, if we wish to compel the other party to yield the treasury, we must stake sufficient assets ourselves. Either the Imperial Guard Bureau or the Ministry of Internal Affairs, otherwise they will not acquiesce. The Yeding Bureau. Niu Xiantong was taken aback. How could they possibly agree to the Yeding Bureau? He gazed into Li Qingqi's glimmering eyes, afraid to pursue the matter further. Let us stake the Imperial Guard Bureau for the second round. Li Qingqi spoke calmly. As Li Qingqi and Niu Xiantong finalized their strategy, within the Linda Hall of the Daming Palace, Gao Lishur was engaged in a tense discussion with Emperor Li Longji. Your Majesty, as I predicted, they request we stake the treasury, Gao Lishur said cautiously. Li Longji, at 50, was in the prime of life, well preserved with youthful skin and not a single gray hair. The shifting political power did not diminish his zest for life. Li Longji had numerous consorts, fathering nearly 40 sons and a multitude of daughters. With so many offspring, the paternal affection he could bestow was diluted. Moreover, he was the emperor. Historically, power struggles within the imperial court have been ruthless. The relationship between an emperor and his sons is rarely that of father and child, but rather that of partners and competitors. 3 decades of brutal power struggles had forged Li Longji's cold and suspicious disposition. After sipping some ginseng tea, he inquired, what do they propose in return? The Yeding Bureau. A cold smile crept across Li Longji's lips. Your brother has thought this through well, proposing to exchange the Yeding Bureau for the treasury. I intend to counter with the Department of Imperial Garments. Li Longji set down his teacup, somewhat dissatisfied. Your brother wishes to control the treasury, while I seek the Imperial Guard Bureau. This wager holds little interest for either side. Thus, I believe the regent will not yield easily. There will certainly be a second round, countering the treasury with the Imperial Guard Bureau. Li Longji raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the chief steward's confidence in the second round. It is hard to say, he replied, but I possess a greater composure than Yo Xiantong, thus my chances are slightly improved. Li Longji slowly narrowed his eyes, a habitual gesture when he fell into contemplation, while Gao Lisha refrained from interrupting him. The Internal Treasury Bureau held immense significance should his elder brother gain control over it. He would completely lose his financial authority. However, the Imperial Guard Bureau was equally critical should his elder brother command the palace's personal attendants. He could be subjected to surveillance or, in the worst-case scenario, lose his life. Li Longji found himself in a profound dilemma. He could no longer afford to lose. Yet this presented the best opportunity for him to reclaim the Imperial Guard Bureau. Should he let this chance slip away, regret would undoubtedly ensue. Let us conclude the first round before deciding, Li Longji thought, as he required more time for deliberation. Chapter 12, The Betting Duel Part 1. Dragons have their own paths, and snakes have theirs. The guessing game among the palace maids and eunuchs unfolds at the racetrack, where a multitude gathers, engaging in a myriad of riddle contests without rules, referees, or eliminations, merely a festive gathering. In stark contrast, the betting duel among the royal family is conducted with utmost formality, taking place at the Wanxian Terrace. Situated beside the Tai Pool, Wanxian Terrace stands as the tallest and most grandiose complex within the Great Ming Palace, comprising 7 towers that echo the celestial Big Dipper. Each tower reaches a height of 10 zhang, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, interconnected by sky bridges that make one feel as if walking amidst the clouds. At the heart of these 7 towers lies Wanxian Terrace, expansive enough to accommodate 4 basketball courts. The terrace opens to the north and south, with the northern side facing the Tai Pool. During the Dragon Boat Festival, the pool hosts thrilling boat races, where the emperor and empress consorts observe from the terrace. Whether gazing at the stars during the Qixi Festival or admiring the moon on the Mid-Autumn Festival, Wanxian Terrace serves as the ideal vantage point for stargazing. This time, the betting match between the royal family and the 2 saints is presided over by authoritative judges, with 5 ministers serving as witnesses to prevent any disputes. Zhang Jiuling, Pei Yaoqing, Han Xiu, Li Linfu, and Niu Xinke constitute the esteemed 5 ministers of the Tang Dynasty. Among them, Zhang Jiuling and Pei Yaoqing are loyal to Emperor Li Longji, while Han Xiu, Li Linfu, and Niu Xinke were appointed upon the recommendation of Li Qingxi. The stability and prosperity of the Tang Dynasty, marked by the coexistence of the 2 saints without descending into civil strife, hinge upon their strict adherence to the agreements established at the outset. These agreements stipulate that both parties must abide by the rules, honor their commitments, and engage in civil discourse rather than conflict. On the Grand Avenue beneath the 7-star tower, thousands of soldiers from the Yulin army stand guard in a disciplined formation, with sentries stationed every few paces, ensuring a vigilant watch. Nearby, the grassy patches are dotted with members of the royal family, including both the young scions residing within the palace and hundreds of Li Tang relatives from beyond its walls. They gather in clusters, discussing aspirations and ideals, indulging in conversations about polo and gambling, or conversing about exquisite beauties and fine wines, yet the topic of nobility remains unspoken. In the Tang Dynasty, titles of nobility are exceedingly rare, reserved for royal family members, distinguished officials, and generals who have achieved military merit. While royal family members possess a natural advantage in obtaining titles, such opportunities have been scarce since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty. Titles are typically bestowed during the coronation of a new emperor, and subsequent generations may receive titles only once. Inheritance follows, but the eldest son typically experiences a downgrade in rank. Thus, princes become heir-apparent princes, and dukes are relegated to the status of marquises. By the time the next generation inherits, there is often another reduction in rank, leading to a significant diminishment of titles over the course of more than a century. Moreover, those born as non-legitimate offspring lack any qualification for title inheritance. This rule of title reduction applies equally to the founding heroes of the dynasty. Furthermore, Wu Zetian's ruthless purges against the Li Tang royal family primarily targeted those of high rank, showing little interest in distant branches of the clan. The Li Tang royal family has recognized the scarcity of titled noble descendants and has thus implemented a system of rewards for military merit, encouraging participation in battles or border defense, or the stabilization of territories. Engaging in warfare is impractical, and border defense is even less reliable. Thus, the most feasible path for the royal family is to complete assigned tasks. Each year, the emperor and the regent jointly issue a list of tasks, though not everyone is eligible to undertake them. Noble descendants with titles may apply directly, while those without must be recommended by 3 relatives of marquis rank or higher and pass an examination by the Department of Royal Ancestry to qualify for task assignments. Successful completion of these tasks can lead to the granting or elevation of titles, as titles are so difficult to attain. Among the 600 to 700 royal descendants present, fewer than 10% currently possess titles, most of whom are direct descendants. Li Xiu and Li Yuchen stand at an elevated position, awaiting the arrival of the emperor and regent before they may enter the building. Which tower should we enter? Li Xiu inquires, surveying the 7 imposing structures. Do you see those 2 towers? Li Yuchen points to the tallest. The emperor will enter the Tiangang Tower, while the regent will enter the Beta Tower. We can access the other 5 towers, but I must remind you to maintain decorum. Your past record is not commendable. I don't recall much, Li Xiu replies. Entering the tower signifies a formal occasion, with strict protocols observed. Everyone is cautious. Let me impart a tip to you. Remember the 5 no's. Do not speak, do not move, do not eat or drink, do not defy orders, and do not dawdle. Li Xiu's eyes widen. How can one endure a day without eating or drinking? What happens if you disobey? He asks. In truth, not much, she responds. However, your conduct will be noted by the eunuchs, and you will face disdain from other royals. Your reputation is already tarnished, your father does not favor you, and your lack of self-discipline in formal settings is well known. Just forego 1 meal, you won't perish from hunger. Li Xiu chuckles softly, reflecting on his previous self, a man of temperament who shared his disdain for rules. A melodious tune wafts through the air, the music of Taya. The noble descendants make their way to the roadside as the emperor's procession approaches. Despite being within the palace, the spectacle is grand, featuring various ceremonial carriages, including the evil-dispelling carriage, the egret carriage, the leopard-tailed carriage, the yellow axe carriage, and the phoenix flag carriage, culminating in the appearance of the dragon carriage. The dragon carriage of Emperor Li Longji towers majestically, accompanied by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs, sweeping across the Hongguang Avenue in a magnificent display. Among the entourage are Crown Prince Li Ying and 20 other legitimate sons on horseback, along with the chief eunuch, Gao Lishur. This marks Li Xiu's first glimpse of the Tang Emperor, his father. Though seen only in profile, the emperor's grave demeanor and silence convey a heavy burden. By his side sits his most favored consort, Wu Huifei, who glances around with an air of vitality. Remarkably, Wu Huifei is also Li Xiu's aunt, however. She has little affection for her cousin, Wu Xianyi, or for Li Xiu himself. Fearing the fallout from the incident involving Tai Fei Huangfu, where relatives faced demotion and disgrace, she remains tight-lipped. Nonetheless, her sense of dignity compels her to support Li Xiu's retention in the palace for a year, a gesture that also serves as a form of accountability toward her cousin. Li Xiu finds himself among the throngs, momentarily forgetting his own royal lineage. Yet, as a prince, he possesses an extraordinary presence that sets him apart in the crowd. Wu Huifei's keen gaze lands on Li Xiu first. Your Majesty, there is the 38th prince, she exclaims. Emperor Li Longji slowly turns his head, noticing Li Xiu by the roadside. His gaze is indifferent, as if he merely glimpses a passerby. Li Xiu waves cheerfully, contrasting sharply with his predecessor's likely emotional turmoil, who would have knelt and wept. Instead, he stands as a mere observer, savoring the spectacle. Wu Huifei feels a twinge of annoyance. Has that boy lost his wits after his serious illness? She muses. 18th brother, look over there. Several princes also spot Li Xiu. Li Zhao, with a mocking grin, remarks coldly, he has no hope left. As another melody resounds, this time the music of Zhaohe, the regent's procession arrives. The princes, reveling in schadenfreude, seek to catch another glimpse of the 38th prince, only to find him absent. There he is, someone points out, prompting a wave of anger among the princes. That brat dares to wander over to the regent's entourage without any sense of propriety. Li Qingqi's procession, the rank just below that of the emperor, is equally imposing, accompanied by hundreds of eunuchs and palace maids, along with his score of sons and grandsons. His legitimate eldest son, Li Jin, was conferred the title of Prince of Wei, while his other sons, with the exception of the youngest, Li Chui, were all designated as princes of various prefectures. His grandsons held the titles of dukes and counts, all of which placed them a notch below the emperor's descendants. The progeny of Li Longji displayed a semblance of emotion, whereas the descendants of Li Qingxi resembled a procession of zombies, their bodies rigid and their faces devoid of expression. Their gazes vacant. They too were apprehensive, for they were in the emperor's territory, where the imperial guard could eliminate them at any moment. In stark contrast, Li Qingxi wore a broad smile, incessantly shaking hands with the members of the royal family, grinning like a benevolent Mithriya Buddha. Li Xiu spotted Li Chui among the ranks, and Li Chui, noticing him as well, seized the opportunity while his father conversed with the other nobles to stealthily slip away from the formation. 38th brother. Once this competition concludes, father has promised me a reward. What do you think I shall ask for? What you desire is of no concern to me, Li Xiu retorted. A glimmer of uncontainable pride sparkled in the narrow eyes of Li Chui. I shall request a young palace maid, perhaps one named Gongsun Xiaomei. She will become my woman. Any woman I set my sights on shall undoubtedly find no escape from my grasp, haha. Li Xiu clenched his fists, overtaken by an impulse to shatter that pudgy face before him. 9th brother, the procession is departing. What are you doing? Someone called from a distance. Coming. Li Chui quickly turned and returned to the ranks, casting a provocative glance back at Li Xiu. Such individuals are ubiquitous, relying on their father's status to bully others without restraint. Li Yuchen approached Li Xiu and sighed. Last night, my father indeed informed me that the title would be conferred upon him this time. He shall claim the top spot in the archery contest today. Li Xiu observed the retreating figures of Li Chengqi's entourage and calmly replied, this world is rife with inequities. If someone must step forth to challenge these injustices, then I shall count myself among them. Chapter 13, The Duel, Part 2. When the two factions of the emperor and the regent turned to enter the Tiangang Tower and Beidou Tower, they were separated by a distance of 100 steps. The royal family members followed suit, and Li Xiu and Li Yuchen ascended to the 5th floor of the Wenxi building. The space was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters, sufficiently accommodating hundreds of individuals. At the front, a corridor connected to the Wangxian terrace. Each person was provided with a small seating pad, yet Li Xiu found the noble style of kneeling uncomfortable. Within 10 minutes, his legs ached unbearably, making it impossible for him to remain seated. Fortunately, he sat at the back row and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, discreetly changed to a cross-legged position, covering his legs with a blanket. After sitting for a while, he decided to stretch his legs beneath the seating pad, which proved far more comfortable. 38th Prince. Li Yuchen glanced at him and gestured subtly towards the back. When Li Xiu turned, he noticed two ceremonial eunuchs observing him coldly. One eunuch had already taken out a brush and was recording, on this day, in this place. The 38th son of the emperor is seated improperly. A surge of intense dissatisfaction welled up within Li Xiu. He was curious to see how this would culminate. Having just experienced numbness in his legs, he beckoned a palace maid standing nearby, pointing at his legs. The maid's face flushed. She glanced at the senior eunuch beside her, who smirked slightly, as if to say, if you wish to court disaster, I shall oblige. He even nodded, prompting the maid to approach and gently massage Li Xiu's legs. The ceremonial eunuch immediately recorded, on this day, in this place, the 38th son of the emperor displays improper decorum. The younger members of the royal family stared in astonishment. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, leaving them exchanging glances, utterly flabbergasted by the audacity of this young man. A few elder, more composed royal relatives could not suppress a disdainful snort. Such a lack of decorum. What a disgrace. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of drums heralded the commencement of the draw. A total of 364 royal family members had signed up for the shooting contest, an unprecedented number, all vying for nobility. Previously, they had all claimed disinterest in the contest, but now their true colors were revealed. Fortunately, there was no allowance for proxy representation, otherwise many royal members serving in distant regions would have had sleepless nights in the preceding days. The draw was conducted by 5 prime ministers and 3 high-ranking officials from the Zongjing Temple, determining the matches. 10 shooting tables were set up on the Wangxian terrace, allowing for 10 pairs of competitors to engage in elimination rounds simultaneously. However, before stepping onto the competition stage, no one knew who their opponent was or their position in the lineup. It was only upon ascending the stage that a second draw would take place, revealing their positions and opponents, thus preventing cheating. Number 156, Li Xiu, would compete in the 8th round. The competition progressed swiftly, akin to a revolving lantern. Li Yuchen returned with a grimace. He had been eliminated in the 7th round. How was it? Was it difficult? Li Xiu gestured for the maid to cease her massage. He casually pulled a silver ingot from his pouch and slipped it into the maid's hand. She paused, her eyes sparkling with surprise, and quietly retreated, clutching the silver. Li Yuchen gazed at Li Xiu incredulously. Did he think he was at a brothel, bestowing rewards? Li Yuchen shot him a glare and replied indignantly, shooting is simple. But being eliminated is easy. The key lies in guessing the coin. If you guess correctly, you must choose to shoot. What do you mean? Before Li Yuchen could respond, a eunuch bellowed, 8th round, step forward. At last, it was Li Xiu's turn to compete. 20 individuals stood on the Huaxian terrace as Li Yin, the chief of the Zhongjing Temple, conducted an impromptu draw to determine the competition positions. Table 7, Li Xiu versus Li Gao. The eunuch's voice rang out, and the match commenced. The competition stage measured approximately 50 square meters, featuring 2 tables, one for guessing and another for shooting, with a basin on the guessing table and paper and brush on the shooting table. Guessing correctly could not be announced. The answer had to be written down, to be adjudicated by the referee. There were 5 categories in the question pool: characters, objects, poetry, names, and songs. The 2 participants would alternate between shooting and guessing. Shooting involved actively guessing, while guessing was passive. For instance, if Li Xiu guessed incorrectly, his opponent would win. The determination of who would shoot and who would guess was based on the outcome of a coin toss, with the winner holding the choice, which was essentially a small gamble. Li Xiu's first opponent was Li Gao, the 17th grandson of Li Qingqi, who was of similar age to Li Xiu but of a lower generation. Li Gao darted forward like a rabbit, seizing the northern position as soon as the table positions were announced. Li Xiu was left bewildered, wondering what advantage there was in standing to the north. Li Qingqi, seated high above, reveled in amusement. Excellent. Truly, my grandson. Even if he loses, he must dominate in spirit. Those around him understood. Old 17 had grasped his grandfather's intentions well. The ceremonial eunuch addressed the 2. According to the rules, north is positive and south is negative. If the coin lands heads up, the northern side wins. If tails, the southern side wins. Only then did Li Xiu comprehend his opponent's strategy, to seize the heads. He inwardly scoffed. Did they not realize the probabilities were equal? This scatterbrained interloper truly failed to grasp the subtlety of his opponent's intentions, who was merely putting on a show for his grandfather. Royal favoritism hinged on seizing every minor opportunity. The eunuch tossed the coin high into the air, with a clang. It landed, revealing tails. Li Xiu emerged victorious. His spirits lifted. Luck was on his side, granting him the initiative from the outset. Recalling Li Yuchen's advice, he grinned. I choose to shoot. Li Gao's expression soured. He had secured the outer advantage but lost the inner battle, though Li Xiu held the initiative in shooting. The guessing side retained some authority, as they could select the question type. Li Gao drew a question from the object category. The eunuch reviewed the question and, turning his back, placed a small item under the basin. Let us begin. I shall provide the clue, and the shooter should listen closely. The eunuch announced, yellow and bright. A round object. It enters countless households without legs. Without it, one sighs in the morning and struggles to close their eyes at night. What is it? Do not speak yet. Write it down. Understanding Li Yuchen's words about choosing to shoot, Li Xiu realized that the initial questions were straightforward, becoming increasingly difficult as the game progressed, necessitating a switch to guessing. He certainly knew the answer. It was far too simple. Li Xiu wrote down his response, and the eunuch raised a flag, summoning the referee, Prime Minister Han Xiu. He approached with a smile. What do you guess it to be? Li Xiu unfolded his paper, revealing, coin. The basin was lifted to reveal a copper coin beneath. Han Xiu gave a thumbs up, correct. Having effortlessly won the first round, Li Gao was nearly in tears. It was so simple that he could have guessed it too. But who told you to choose the northern side? In less than an hour, the first round concluded. With half of the participants eliminated, Li Yuchen's side, the outcome of the first round hinges not on shooting or guessing, but on the coin toss. Had I known, I would have bribed the tossing eunuch. Li Xiu contemplated this and found some merit in the thought. A skilled tossing eunuch could indeed control the outcome. Could it be that this eunuch was a former servant of the Gao family? The second round commenced. Li Xiu was in the third batch to compete, facing an opponent named Li Ji, a marquis in his 30s, a prominent figure among the younger generation of royal family members. Li Ji was courteous, waving his hand. 38th Prince, you may select your position first. Can I choose after the coin toss? Li Ji rolled his eyes and directly took the southern position, graciously ceding the contested northern position to Li Xiu. Though Li Xiu feigned indifference, he knew that standing on either side mattered little. If Li Ji changed his mind, That would not be permissible. The eunuch tossed the copper coin, revealing its face. Li Ji, exasperated, pondered why he had deigned to accommodate such a scoundrel, only to receive ingratitude in return. Li Xiao, delighted, rubbed his hands together, feeling fortunate, as it was once again his turn to select a topic. In a fit of irritation, Li Ji drew a slip directly from the topic pool. It was a performance task. A palace maid approached, sitting cross-legged at a small table, which appeared devoid of any object, yet she had already begun her actions. It soon became apparent to Li Xiao that she was mimicking a specific task. The motion resembled that of igniting a furnace. Shortly thereafter, the maid seemed to place a vessel upon the flames, followed by her shaking a small grinder beside her, persistently breaking down an item and placing it within the grinder. Images of Xiao Mei came to Li Xiao's mind, recalling how she would break apart tea cakes to place in a small grinder, subsequently adding the ground tea into a teapot to brew, along with some shredded ginger and minced scallions to prepare herself a pot of warming ginger tea. Ultimately, the maid's final action mirrored that of pouring the tea into a cup. Upon completing her performance, the eunuch inquired, "Name one character." Li Xiao took up his brush and inscribed the character, T, on the paper. Pei Yaoqing, the prime minister, stepped forward to take a glance, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "Congratulations, you have answered correctly." Chapter 14. The Duel, Part 3. The morning competition concluded with an elderly royal successfully guessing the riddle, only to write an incorrect character, which triggered a hypertension episode, causing him to faint and withdraw midway. Ultimately, 90 participants advanced to the afternoon contest. The morning's event was termed the preliminary round, while the afternoon's was known as the semifinal. The format for the semifinal differed, adopting a group elimination style, divided into 9 groups, with 1 participant advancing from each group. This led to a final showdown among 10 competitors. Compared to the morning's contest, this method was far more ruthless and intense. The 90 noble youths remained within the confines of Wincy Building, sitting upright in anticipation of the afternoon event. A meal was provided at noon, yet every single one declined the offering. As Li Yuchen aptly stated, dying of hunger is trivial, losing one's dignity is paramount. The fear lingered that any breach of decorum could be recorded by the ceremonial eunuchs, leading to dire consequences. Historically, the royal family maintained strict protocols, yet such caution had not been necessary until now. The lingering influence of Wu Zetian's reign loomed large during her time. Any minor infraction in etiquette by a Li Tang royal would result in severe punishment, either a beating or confinement in a dark room to starve. Decades of such practices instilled a profound fear of court activities among the royal descendants. Although Wu Zetian had passed 30 years prior, her legacy still cast a long shadow, rendering the Tang Dynasty's royal youths wary of stepping out of line. In stark contrast, Li Xiao remained unfazed by this residual authority, prioritizing his well-being. He summoned a maid to bring him a meal, even ordering an additional roasted chicken leg, relishing it with gusto, almost wishing for a can of beer. The ceremonial eunuchs promptly noted, on this day, the 38th son of the emperor was heard eating audibly. As the other noble youths listened to his unabashed consumption while their own stomachs grumbled in hunger, they were filled with a mix of resentment and rage. One noble youth could no longer contain his frustration, standing abruptly to glare at Li Xiao with clenched fists. Li Xiao, smacking his lips in satisfaction, waved at him, teasingly offering, "I still have a chicken leg left. Feel free to take it." This noble youth felt as though he might explode with anger, shaking his head vigorously. Li Xiao, with a grin, pointed to the 2 ceremonial eunuchs behind him. The eunuchs meticulously recorded the noble youth's breach of decorum, impertinent and impulsive. The youth felt a wave of despair wash over him, having no choice but to swallow his indignation and sit back down in defeat. Li Xiao, unfazed, devoured the last piece of chicken and, wiping his mouth with a napkin, instructed the maid, "Clear this away and bring me a cup of hot tea, make it boiling." All the noble youths gazed up at the ceiling in silent prayer. "Heaven, strike this scoundrel with lightning." At that moment, the sound of a bell chimed, signaling the arrival of the emperor and the regent, seated with their sons and concubines. Not every noble youth was required to participate, those of princely rank and above. Specifically, the sons of the 2 saints were exempt, except for Li Xiao, the disgraced prince, who found himself in the lowest position among the direct royal line. "Let us draw lots for the groupings." Li Xiao drew the 3rd group, meaning they would be the 3rd to compete. All stood at the railings, focused on the ongoing contest atop the Wangxian platform, as if the timing had shifted from incense to a resounding drum. With 20 drum beats, a noble youth exclaimed, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. Thoughts raced as there was little time to ponder. Riding at a leisurely pace was no longer an option. Li Xiu, uninterested in joining the frenzy, reclined casually, mentally calculating the shift from 3 minutes in the morning to 20 seconds now, and realized that writing the answer would take 6 seconds at best, leaving only 14 seconds for contemplation, a race against time where any delay could lead to elimination. The third group was called. The eunuch's commanding voice signaled their turn. 9 individuals sat at the table, pens in hand, fully concentrated. To Li Xiu's surprise, seated beside him was Li Chui, who shot him a triumphant glance, nearly bursting into laughter at the thought of eliminating Li Xiu right before his eyes. What a delightful turn of events. Their host was Li Huang, the junior minister of the royal clan, with Niu Xinke serving as the judge. The questions were drawn at random, with answers concealed beneath clay pots. As everyone listened intently, the riddle was announced: a dragon in the mud, a tuft upon its head, its body in segments, all riddled with holes. Shoot to obtain it. Begin. The drumbeat resonated: bang, 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 and all hastily scribbled their answers. Li Xiu calculated the time precisely, allowing a moment for thought before writing down his answer: lotus root. The drumbeat ceased, and Niu Xinke declared: pins down. 4 participants were eliminated, leaving only 6. Among the 4 eliminated, some had taken too long to think. Others could not adapt to the pace, and 2 had mistakenly added an extra character for lotus. Lotus root is distinctly different from lotus. Only one answer was correct: lotus root. Li Huang drew again, this time selecting a poetry question, and Li Xiu felt a flutter of anxiety. Poetry was his Achilles heel, having never studied the 4 books and 5 classics. Without time for trepidation, Li Huang called out, "Listen carefully, recite a line from the Analects." The drums beat again: bang, 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 and not having memorized the text turned out to be an advantage. The search area in his mind was not extensive. A flash of inspiration struck, and he wrote, "Learning without satiety." Niu Xinke smirked, noting, "This lad's handwriting is atrocious." Yet, regardless of the quality, it was still legible. 4 more participants were eliminated, leaving only Li Xiu and Li Chui. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Li Xiu. The questions were not truly random but rather pre-prepared. Li Chui had likely memorized all 20 poetry answers, including those for the final round. Li Huang smiled slightly, observing which of the 2 would prevail. Or perhaps they would both fail to answer his question. As anticipated, Li Huang drew another poetry question. Li Xiu glanced at Li Chui, who appeared confident, prompting a sneer from Li Xiu. Clearing his throat, Li Huang announced, "This is a challenging question. Listen carefully. Death is lighter than a feather. Recite a line from the records of the grand historian." Li Xiu felt as though the ground might swallow him whole. The records of the grand historian? Bang, 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 bang. The drums disregarded his despair, as Li Chui had already begun writing his answer. Despair engulfed Li Xiu. Was he truly about to be eliminated by this scoundrel? Wait a moment. This line sounded familiar. With a moment's focus, he quickly pinned. Died to be laughed at by the world. As the drumbeat ceased, he tossed his pen aside. Niu Xinke glanced at Li Xiu's answer, which, despite its chaotic appearance, was still distinguishable. Reluctantly, Niu Xinke nodded, acknowledging the correctness of the answer. Li Chui looked astonished. He had known the answer and expected an easy victory, only to be taken aback by Li Xiu's timely response. Both had answered correctly, necessitating yet another round of competition between them. With other groups having concluded, only the third group remained, with 2 contestants vying for the sole advancement spot. At that moment, Zhang Jiuling and Li Yin approached, declaring, "We shall draw the next question. Should a duel arise, it must be presided over by the junior minister of the royal clan and the right minister." All eyes were fixed on Li Xiu and Li Chui, their confrontation even capturing the attention of Li Longji and Li Qingqi. Li Longji remained inscrutable, his thoughts hidden from view. Meanwhile, within the opposite building, Li Qingqi squinted, pondering aloud, who was competing against old Jiu. Niu Xiantong promptly stepped forward to report, "Your Excellency, that individual is the deposed Samba Lang." "Oh, so it is him." Li Qingqi furrowed his brow. "I recall he was reduced to commoner status. How is he still able to participate in the competition? Previously, he was not yet 18, hence the Zongjing Temple did not revoke his status. However, now that he has reached adulthood, by rights, his status should be annulled, yet for some unknown reason, the Zongjing Temple has delayed the process. Is there truly such a matter?" Li Qingqi's small eyes darted thoughtfully. If he were to win, might it be possible to deny his status? "Your Excellency speaks aptly. Very well, let him participate. The archery contest is merely for entertainment. We should not dampen the spirits of the gathering. Your Excellency, I believe we ought to adhere strictly to the rules." Before Niu Xiantong could finish, Li Chengqi waved his hand impatiently. Why concern yourself with the matters of the palace and nitpick like a child? Niu Xiantong let out a quiet sigh. The fleeting opportunity to expel Li Xiu from the palace had just presented itself, only to vanish in an instant. Li Yin commenced the drawing of topics. According to regulations, one cannot draw the same type of question thrice in succession. Since Li Huang had already drawn poetry questions twice, Li Yin could not draw another poetry question this time. He drew a character question and presented the answer to Zhang Jiuling. Li Yin proclaimed loudly, "This round is a performance of character guessing." At that moment, an official, appearing somewhat comical, approached, balancing a small wooden door atop his head and standing facing north. Guess a character. The drumbeat resounded. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 15. The Gamble, Part 4. Li Xiu's mind operated with the precision of a computer, first considering the door, then the person. A thought sparked in his mind. Could it be the character for Flash? He lifted his brush to write, only to pause. That was not right. The individual was not standing within the door, but rather beneath it. It must convey a different meaning. The door need not signify a literal door, but could symbolize a home. Suddenly, Li Xiu realized it should be the roof radical. Could it be the character for home? Inside the house was a pig, but this person bore no resemblance to the second brother. The character for peace was also incorrect. If we replaced it with palace maid, it would be more fitting. Yet, palace was also unsuitable. Li Xiu's mind raced through various characters with the roof radical. The riddles in the game often employed colloquial forms, akin to modern simplified characters, primarily for the convenience of the common people. Suddenly, 3 characters flashed in his mind: official, peace, and character. The character was quickly dismissed. Student was a more appropriate term. So, which was it between official and peace? The drum was about to cease, and Li Xiu smacked his forehead decisively, penning the character official. In that fleeting moment before the drum stopped, he let the brush fall. The tension had been overwhelming, and Li Xiu's back was drenched in sweat. Li Chui gazed at him, speechless. This rascal had only managed to write it at the last moment. Zhang Jiuling retrieved the answer from beneath the clay basin and glanced at the characters written by the two. Li Chui had written peace, while Li Xiu had written official. He nodded, saying, "Your thought processes are correct, but I regret to inform you that this question has no answer." Unfolding the answer, he revealed that it contained not a single character. This was termed a bottomless character question. You will present your reasoning, and I will judge which of you prevails. Who will speak first? I finished writing first, so I shall speak first, Li Chui asserted, seizing the spotlight. The performer is merely an artisan, not a minister. Thus, official cannot be correct. The character piece fits better, as the radical beneath it is man, denoting an adult male. With that, he cast a triumphant glance at Li Xiu. Zhang Jiuling turned to Li Xiu and acknowledged, "What Li Chui just stated holds merit. The performer is indeed just an artisan, not a minister. What is your perspective?" Li Xiu, unruffled, replied, "In truth, I considered the 3 characters, official, peace, and character. However, I believe the most suitable and fitting remains official. He is not a minister. Why is that fitting?" Li Xiu calmly responded, "In all the world, there are no kings without subjects." Zhang Jiuling stroked his beard, articulating slowly, "Both of you present valid arguments. Yet there can only be one correct answer. While peace is commendable, the character official evidently possesses greater depth. Therefore, I declare that the riddle's answer is official." Li Xiu slammed his fist on the table, relishing his victory and eliminating Li Chui from the competition. Li Chui's face turned ashen. Suddenly, he leaped up, shouting, "Unfair. I had the correct answer. Father, Chancellor Zhang is suppressing me. Father, you must stand up for me." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Someone was unable to accept defeat and was blaming the judge for unfairness. All eyes turned to Li Qingqi, known for his favoritism. Would he side with his son and demand a reevaluation? Wu Huifei whispered to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, will the regent propose a collective judgment?" A collective judgment entails 5 chancellors arbitrating, each casting a vote, with the majority prevailing. If such a decision were made, it would undoubtedly favor Li Chui. Li Longji nodded. Considering his elder brother's protective nature, it was quite possible. Despite this, Li Longji had no intention of aiding his son. His thoughts were entirely focused on the upcoming riddle contest, which held far greater significance for his own fate. Li Qingqi's eyes darted, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Niu Xiantong could not help but remind him, if Ninth Master loses, he will be eliminated. "Your Excellency, Li Xiu has been demoted to commoner status, revoke his qualification. And Ninth Master will win." Li Qingqi suddenly grew impatient, exclaiming, For a trivial contest, must I dismantle the rules and invite ridicule from the world? Losing is simply losing. Niu Xiantong felt tears welling up. What was wrong with the Lord today? He had always been intolerant of even the slightest injustice. Li Qingqi berated Li Chui and announced acceptance of Zhang Jiuling's judgment. The verdict was rendered. Li Xiu won, and Li Chui was eliminated. Li Chui collapsed on the ground, weeping, unwilling to depart, and was forcibly removed by several eunuchs. Though this round was not the final, Li Xiu felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. The 10 groups had narrowed down to 8. The 5th and 8th groups were entirely eliminated, with no victor emerging. At last, the moment for the final showdown arrived. The final challenge was exceedingly difficult, consisting of a single question to determine the outcome, with a time limit of a single incense stick, 10 minutes. The first to submit a correct answer would emerge victorious. Li Longji, appearing weary, finally showed some interest, smiling at his sons and concubines. Feel free to place your bets. With a maximum of 50 guan, and see who prevails. Gao Lishir collected the betting slips, writing one of his own. Whom do you wager on, Chief Steward? Li Longji inquired with curiosity. I bet on the 38th prince, Gao Lishir replied. Li Longji's curiosity deepened. I recall he was not particularly diligent in his studies and frequently reprimanded by his teacher. Why do you hold such faith in him? Your Majesty. After recovering from a severe illness, the 38th prince has displayed extraordinary abilities. I cannot help but admire him. Li Longji nodded. If even Chief Steward praised him, then he too would place his bet on him. After all, he was his son, and that reason was sufficient. Meanwhile, within the opposite building, Li Qingqi, along with his numerous offspring and wives, were also placing their bets. Their stakes were high, ranging from hundreds to thousands of guan, all favoring Li Qingqi's 12th grandson. Li Yao. Li Qingqi chuckled, finding Li Xiu intriguing. Old Ninth was a sure winner. It's surprising he was eliminated. I have heard he has been reborn. It seems there is some merit to it, so I shall wager on him. Niu Xiantong quietly cautioned, Your Excellency, he is the Emperor's 38th son. Nonsense. He is my imperial nephew. Why shouldn't I place a bet on him? Niu Xiantong dared not speak further, though he silently cursed. Wasn't it your intent to demote him to commoner status in the first place? Now you claim him as your nephew. You 8, listen closely. The Emperor and the Regent are watching you. I hope you remember your identities. This is a contest of gentlemen. Do not tarnish the family name with your actions and become a laughingstock to the world. Li Yin, the Minister of Rights, sternly lectured the 8 participants on the principles of fair competition before announcing the commencement of the final round. The 8 contestants sat on the Wushin terrace, each at a table adorned with paper and brush. 5 chancellors took their seats on the platform. Li Yin approached and drew a slip of paper from a box. This time, it was a riddle pertaining to a tangible object. I can offer a hint. It is something that can be consumed, without revealing the question just yet. The items needed to be prepared on the spot. Before long, a eunuch placed a small dish covered with red silk into the clay basin. Li Xiu was no gentleman and would not be intimidated by Li Yan's words. There was only one title. Others' loss would not affect him, but should he fail, he would be expelled from the palace, losing everything. To fight for survival, Li Xiu would not hesitate to employ any means necessary. In his previous life, he had been a master of deceit during university, adept at observing his surroundings and seizing every opportunity. Since the items had been drawn at random, they must also be prepared on short notice. This temporary preparation was a flaw he was determined to exploit. Sitting upright, he narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the entrance. He saw someone peek their head out, handing the dish to the eunuch. The exposure lasted but a fleeting moment, yet Li Xiu's keen senses captured the figure's visage. The individual he recognized was none other than Wang Yui, who had just been promoted to the position of Grand Physician. Possessing an astute understanding of people and things, Li Xiu was filled with elation, for the answer must surely pertain to a medicinal herb. It was lamentable that the other noble youths adhered to decorum, maintaining proper posture and avoiding distractions, embodying the principles of etiquette and reason. They could not possibly compare to Li Xiu, a cunning and shrewd time traveler, who disregarded conventional decorum. When it came to the matter at hand, most participants initially thought of food, and only after dismissing various dishes did they consider medicinal materials. It was akin to a race where, while others were still at the starting line, Li Xiu had already advanced to the 800-meter mark. Li Yin cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, As autumn wanes, the grass in Jiangnan has yet to wither. The incense was ignited, marking the commencement of the timed event. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed, during which all present engaged in deep contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, Li Xiu pinned down his answer, rose, and submitted his paper. He was the first to do so. If his answer proved correct, victory would be his. All eyes widened in astonishment at Li Xiu's audacity to submit so early. Even as the incense had just begun to burn, the other 7 participants fell into despair. The 5 ministers exchanged incredulous glances. Was it truly possible? Even they would need at least half the incense's burning time to ponder. Yet this 38th prince had seemingly hit the mark instantaneously. Zhang Jiuling smiled slightly at Li Xiu and said, "There is still ample time. Perhaps you should reconsider." With a gentle sigh, Li Xiu confessed to Minister Zhang, "This riddle is exceedingly simple for me, rendering the experience rather tedious. It would be more worthwhile to scribble a couple of characters and be done with it." Beside him, Li Linfu chuckled dryly, recalling how the 38th prince had previously been quite reticent. Li Linfu's implication was clear. "You certainly have a bold tongue." Li Xiu grinned, replying, "My loquaciousness pales in comparison to Minister Li's honeyed words." With a mere jest, Li Xiu deftly peeled away Li Linfu's veneer. Pei Yaoqing let out a laugh, suddenly realizing that although this prince's penmanship was lacking, his audacity was commendable, significantly enhancing his regard for Li Xiu. A flicker of irritation crossed Li Linfu's eyes. Yet his expression remained amiable. It is said that absence sharpens appreciation. Indeed, the 38th prince has grown formidable. Too kind. Too kind. Li Xiu remarked as he handed his paper to Zhang Jiuling. "What do you think of my hastily scribbled answer?" Zhang Jiuling glanced at the paper, slowly nodding. "Congratulations to the 38th prince. You have answered correctly." An uproar of astonishment erupted throughout the arena. Chapter 16. The Duel, Part 5. Indeed. Indeed. As autumn wanes, the grass in Jiangnan remains unwithering. It is truly the winter holly. In the chamber, Li Longji wore a satisfied smile as he remarked, "I never expected that the 38th young master would emerge victorious." And moreover, his retort was quite sharp, delivering a public slap to Li Linfu's face. "Which brings me great pleasure." At that moment, he found himself rather pleased with his son. Gao Lisher, seizing the moment, suggested, "Since the 38th young master has triumphed, shall we confer upon him the promised title?" Li Longji pondered for a moment and responded, "According to the rules of the competition, the victor is entitled to the title. However, it is not sufficient for me to sign the decree alone. My elder brother's approval is also necessary. As you know, this title was initially designated for Li Chui, allowing him to ascend to the rank of duke. Thus, whether my elder brother will relinquish this title is crucial. Your Majesty, this seems quite unjust to the 38th young master." Li Longji replied nonchalantly, "In truth, fairness is a mere illusion. What he desires aligns with my own wishes. He seeks the title, and thus we must secure victory tomorrow. Only the victor has the right to make demands." Gao Lisher fell silent. Tomorrow's climactic competition, the imperial and regent's shooting match, would intertwine Li Xiu's fate with that of the greater scheme. As the clamor of the day gradually faded, night reclaimed its tranquil essence. The room was softly illuminated, and Li Xiu sat beneath the flickering candlelight, perusing the records of the grand historian. Lu Zhonglian, a man of Qi, was curious about the grand strategies of the talented yet chose not to pursue an official career, preferring to uphold his high principles. Roaming in Zhao, he slowly unfurled the scroll, locating the source of the riddle encountered earlier. King Wei of Qi, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "How dare you speak so? You mere maidservant." Ultimately, this became a source of laughter for the world. Li Xiu sighed. This riddle was indeed obscure. Had he not encountered it in a future life, he might have been eliminated by Li Chui, attributing his survival to mere luck. The 38th young master is actually studying by lamplight. How rare. The sound of Gao Lisher's voice broke through. Has old Gao come to deliver money? Li Xiu greeted him with a smile. Gao Lisher paused, recalling that today was the day for distributing allowances. He waved his hand, stating that he was too busy to return, but the allowances would be prepared tonight for distribution tomorrow. Without waiting for an invitation, Gao Lisher entered the room and sat down, thirsting for tea. Gongsun Xianyao, please bring me a cup of tea. Xiaomei, for 2 cups, using bamboo cups. Gao Lisher chuckled softly as he produced a piece of paper and handed it to Li Xiu. This is a record of the ceremonial eunuchs during the shooting match. You violated 19 rules. Li Xiu was astonished at the number, recalling only his improper posture and a few casual gestures. He hurriedly reviewed the list, his eyes widening in disbelief. Flatulence is prohibited? Gao Lisher shook his head. In formal occasions, it is not permitted. One must hold it in. Enjoying the scenery at Tay Pool is considered a violation? You were attending a shooting match, not merely strolling in a garden. Moreover, it was not for admiring the view. You know well what you were doing. Cough. Cough. Let us set that aside for now. Chewing noisily is also against the rules. Eating inevitably produces sound, which merely signifies enjoyment. And why can't I have 2 servings? They wasted 90 servings over there. One must stick to their own duties, and dining is no exception. Li Xiu found it tiresome to continue reading. What will happen since I violated 19 rules? That depends on His Majesty's mood. Gao Lisher set fire to the record of violations, earnestly advising Li Xiu, remember, you can violate 100 rules, but one commendable deed surpasses them all. Li Xiu instantly grasped the implication, responding with a grin, Old Gao, your wise words are duly noted. Gao Lisher, uninterested in further banter, drummed on the table, urging, hurry with the water, I am parched. Here it is. Gongsun Xiaomei entered, carrying 2 cups of hot tea. Gao Lisher took a sip, feeling relief in his throat, and addressed Li Xiu, I have come to discuss the matter of the title. Li Xiu suppressed his mirth, awaiting Gao Lisher's further explanation. Having secured the championship in a shooting match, you should rightfully receive the title. His Majesty has already approved this and submitted it to the regent this afternoon. The regent refuses to approve? Li Xiu sensed an ominous turn. It isn't that he refuses. I spoke with him this afternoon. The regent's position is to wait until the shooting match concludes tomorrow before making a decision. Wait? Li Xiu scoffed. Does this imply there may be further complications tomorrow? Your situation is rather unique. As a prince, if your father were to lose tomorrow, the regent cannot allow you to win alone. This is what they call no complete egg under the ruined nest. Do you understand? And if my father wins tomorrow? The regent informed me that should your father emerge victorious, he will sign the decree for your title. And then? Li Xiu queried, Old Gao, your visit tonight cannot solely be for this. Gao Lisher shook his head. Tomorrow, there will be 2 rounds of duels. The first is between me and Niu Xiantong. The outcome is not particularly significant. The second is crucial. The regent has wagered the internal guards, while your father has staked the imperial treasury. One concerns safety, the other wealth. Should your father lose, he would entirely forfeit his financial authority. I am aware of the consequences, and then? The regent proposed a plan this afternoon, allowing the younger generation to engage in the duels. He will designate a prince, while your father will appoint a son of the regent. Li Xiu's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that the regent has chosen me? It is not a suggestion. He has already designated you. Gao Lisher added with a knowing smile, the regent placed a wager on you during the final match today, resulting in a solitary win of 30,000 guan. He holds considerable interest in you. Will I be participating? Does my father know? Of course he knows. Your father has also appointed the regent's youngest son, Duke Li Chui. Both parties have signed and confirmed, while others may be clouded by their positions. Li Xiu remained astutely aware of the subtleties, realizing why Li Qingxi had not favored Li Chui. It was all part of a larger scheme. Li Xiu mused, Old Gao, do you understand why the regent has chosen me? Why? Quite simply, if he wins, he need not say a word. If he loses, he can claim I have been demoted to commoner status and am unqualified to participate in the shooting match, thereby overturning the defeat. Did you consider this, Old Gao? Gao Lisher was taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this possibility. As he contemplated further, his expression grew grave. This proposal has been approved and signed by His Majesty. It would be quite unlikely to retract it now. What shall we do? Li Xiu took a sip of tea, smiling enigmatically. Yet there might still be a way to resolve this. Gao Lisher inquired hastily, what is the solution? 2 options. One is to claim I have been demoted to commoner status and am therefore unqualified to participate in the shooting match. Impossible. Gao Lisher firmly rejected the idea. You have already secured the championship. To revoke your qualification would render you a laughingstock. The regent might attempt this, but your father would never stoop so low. Then let us proceed with the second option. Li Xiu revealed his cunning scheme. Have my father issue an edict to reverse my demotion to commoner status. That would resolve the matter. Gao Lisher appeared troubled, fearing the regent might not acquiesce, as the initial demotion had been an agreement between the emperor and the regent. That is quite simple. Li Xiu confidently wrote a note and handed it to Gao Lisher. This is the solution. Once Gao Lisher departed, Li Xiu washed his feet and prepared to rest when suddenly the front door was flung open with a loud bang, seemingly kicked by someone. Who are you? Get out, came Xiaomei's furious voice from the courtyard. Why, this young lady is quite lovely. Tonight, I had planned to embrace you in slumber, but fear not, tomorrow shall suffice. I shall endure for now. Li Xiu immediately recognized the troublemaker and stepped outside, coldly declaring, do you seek a fight? I shall oblige. In the courtyard, Gongsun Xiaomei, resembling a small leopard, wielded her sword menacingly as she glared at Li Chui. Li Chui, clearly intoxicated, swayed his head and waved his hand, saying, "Father forbids me from causing you trouble. Yet I am deeply unsettled and frustrated. I have come to impart some information, so you may understand the consequences of crossing me." "Humph. What do you wish to say?" "Let me inform you, you no longer have a chance. My father has already ordered the southern courtyard to prepare, and tomorrow you shall be sent there. They will confine you in a small wooden cage for a year, leaving you in a state worse than death. What offense have I committed against your father to deserve such cruelty? Simply for being the grandson of Wu Sanxi. For that reason alone. My father will not show you mercy." Li Xiu gasped in shock. It dawned on him why Li Qingqi harbored such animosity towards him. "Have you said enough? If so, you may leave." "I have not finished." Li Chui's small eyes glinted with malice. "My father refrains from allowing me to strike you, claiming it is not worth it. You are nothing but the spawn of a worthless woman. Engaging in a fight with you would tarnish my dignity." In a swift motion, Li Xiu charged forward and landed a powerful punch on Li Chui's face. With a scream, Li Chui staggered back, tripped over the threshold, and fell heavily out of the courtyard. Li Xiu attempted to follow and strike again, but was restrained by Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu. "Shogur, come down. Do not hold me back. Let me kill this scoundrel." Gongsun Xiaomei leapt forward, her short sword pressed against Li Chui's throat, her eyes ablaze with fury. Li Chui, a quintessential bully who preyed on the weak, was momentarily stunned and dared not move. At that moment, Li Xiu regained his composure, realizing he still had an opportunity. He could not allow impulsiveness to lead to his demise. "Xiaomei, if you kill this scoundrel, it will only soil my hands." Gongsun Xiaomei sheathed her sword and delivered a fierce kick to Li Chui. "Get lost," she commanded before returning to the courtyard. Seeing that Gongsun Xiaomei had retracted her sword, Li Chui scrambled away, shouting in fear, "You wait and see, dog thief. I will surely take revenge on you in the southern courtyard." Li Xiu exhaled softly. He had come to a realization. Li Qingqi was a smiling tiger, cold-blooded and ruthless. Should he falter tomorrow, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. With a fierce determination igniting within him, Li Xiu resolved that tomorrow he would draw his sword and confront his destiny head-on. Chapter 17, The Gambling Duel, Part 6. At dawn the next day, the much-anticipated shooting game commenced. The Emperor and the regent engaged in a game of chance, albeit without their direct participation. The event was divided into 2 rounds. The first featured Gao Lishir against Niu Xiantong, with both parties wagering on the Shangyi Bureau and the Yeding Bureau, merely an appetizer for the main event. The crux lay in the second round, where the Emperor's young son, Li Xiu, faced the regent's son, Li Chui. They staked the Naiku and the Nui bureaus, a contest that bore significant implications for the palace, intertwining financial power and security. On the Xiantai, a clear divide was evident. To the north sat Emperor Li Longji with his offspring and grandchildren, while to the south, Regent Li Qingqi held court with his progeny. Flanking them were 5 chancellors and 3 high-ranking officials from the Zongjing Temple. At the heart of the gathering was a shooting game table, where Gao Lishir and Niu Xiantong took their positions. 2 large flags were raised, the yellow flag representing Gao Lishir and the red flag for Niu Xiantong. The fall of the yellow flag would signify Niu Xiantong's victory. While this shooting game appeared lighthearted, its ramifications were profound, affecting the future control of the palace. The palace ought to be the stronghold of Emperor Li Longji. Instability within its walls signified a shaky foundation for him. Regaining control over the palace was Li Longji's paramount objective. The regent, Li Qingqi, wielded no substantial influence within the palace. His power resided in the court, local governance, and the military. His authority within the palace was a legacy left by the retired Emperor Li Dan. By turning the tables, Li Qingqi firmly grasped a portion of the palace's control, rendering Li Longji's position precarious and hindering his ability to concentrate on courtly rivalries. This stalemate had persisted for 5 years, only disrupted by an unexpected mishap from the medical bureau. Both parties sought to advance further. Li Qingqi aimed to seize control of the Naiku, while Li Longji aspired to command the Nui. Thus, the shooting game unfolded, a mutually acceptable method to settle the impasse amidst an absence of leverage against one another. The 2 chief stewards silently represented their masters in a contest atop the platform. The initial round of copper coin guessing concluded, with Gao Lishir shooting while Niu Xiantong covered. This was not a favorable sign. As the game progressed, the initial simplicity of the questions gave way to more challenging ones, favoring the covering side. Niu Xiantong, unsurprisingly, drew a poetic prompt, widely regarded as the most arduous type, suited for the scholarly elite, unattainable for the common folk. Li Yan, the minister of the Zongjing Temple, cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Please listen closely, Chief Steward Gao, to the phrase, 'in the depths of the clouds, where knowledge is obscured.'" Shoot a line from a classic text. With the incense ignited, a 3-minute countdown began. Li Xiu knelt on the wooden couch, his legs cramping with pain. Does the 38th prince know the answer? The loyal Prince Li Yu whispered from the front row. All eyes turned to Li Xiu, including that of Emperor Li Longji, who leaned in attentively. Li Xiu nodded. The answer was undoubtedly from the I Ching. The flying dragon soars in the heavens. He was well aware. Having encountered this riddle in a past life, a collective realization dawned upon the assembly, and even Li Longji acknowledged the growth in his son's knowledge, aware that he had memorized the I Ching. Unfortunately, Gao Lisher remained oblivious, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as the incense waned. With the extinguishing of the incense, Gao Lisher lost the first round. The yellow flag fell. All eyes now turned to the critical second round. Your Majesty, might you elucidate the matter of this decree? Just as the second round was about to commence, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The regent, Li Qingqi, discovered that the emperor had just issued a decree revoking the decision to demote Li Xiu to commoner status. This proclamation incensed him, for it indicated that his meticulously crafted, foolproof wager had been unmasked by the emperor. Li Longji remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Brother, I am adhering to our initial agreement. However, I discern that the clause regarding demotion contravenes ancestral edicts. The founding emperor left instructions that no underage prince should be demoted to a commoner. I must abide by these ancestral teachings, and you should as well." Li Qingqi scoffed. "While you may annul it, I had no objections to its revocation last year. But the 38th prince has now reached 18. To rescind it at this juncture is entirely inconsistent with ancestral protocols. Both parties invoked ancestral traditions. Had it not been for the note Li Xiu pinned the previous night, Li Longji would have found it difficult to assert his position." With a subtle smile, Li Longji clarified, "Brother, you conflate leaving the palace with coming of age. The age of departure is 18, however, maturity is designated at 20. Only after the 38th prince undergoes the rites of passage can he be deemed truly mature, as indicated by the ancestral teachings." Li Qingqi was momentarily silenced, casting a fierce glare at Niu Xiantong, who had misled him. Li Longji continued with a smile. "After all, the 38th prince is your nephew, brother. Your wager on him yesterday reflects your affection as an uncle. Xiu, come forth and express your gratitude to your esteemed uncle for his regard." Li Xiu stepped forward to perform a deep bow, thanking his emperor uncle for his benevolence. With the opportunity presented, Li Qingqi's demeanor softened slightly. He nodded, stating, "Although shooting games are a minor skill, your ability to triumph would indeed bring me great pleasure. How about this? I shall engage in the second round of shooting with my esteemed nephew. What say you?" Li Qingqi, shrewd and astute, recognized that his son was no match for Li Xiu and thus opted to participate himself. Li Xiu glanced back at his father. Aware that this decision lay beyond his authority, Li Longji hesitated briefly. He had never excelled at shooting games, which was why he had entrusted Gao Lisher to represent him in the first round against Niu Xiantong. However, considering that his son had already secured the top position, it was evident that Li Xiu had a better chance of victory than he himself would. Li Longji nodded. "Very well. Since your uncle holds you in such high esteem, engage him well in this round of shooting, and remember to show due respect." Li Xiu's spirits soared as he declared, "Uncle, since you and father have already placed your bets, perhaps I too could wager against you." Li Qingqi chuckled. "Speak your mind. I hear that you have yet to sign my noble title decree. Should I be fortunate enough to win, I ask that you promptly sign it. And if you lose?" "If I lose, I shall leave the palace today and voluntarily reside in the southern courtyard." Gasps echoed through the crowd. Astonished at the gravity of his declaration, this was a true gamble for his life. Even the chancellors were visibly moved, recognizing the essence of a desperate struggle. Li Qingqi, however, understood the stakes all too well. He turned to glare fiercely at Li Chui, who had drunkenly revealed his father's secrets the night before. Li Chui, trembling with trepidation, lowered his gaze. "Very well." Li Qingqi laughed heartily. "I never expected that I would have a nephew bold enough to take such a stand. I accept your wager. If you win, I shall immediately sign your noble title decree, elevating you to baron. Moreover, I shall clear all your debts." Li Qingqi produced Li Xiu's noble title decree and placed it on the table, his cold eyes fixed on Li Xiu. Not far away, Li Longji remained unfazed. If Li Xiu lost, not only would the 38th prince face dire consequences, but his own fate would be equally grim. Gao Lisher sighed inwardly. Sensing the resoluteness within Li Xiu's heart, he had staked his very destiny on this gamble. Chapter 18. The Duel, 7. Li Qingqi personally entered the fray, seating himself in the north and addressing the several ministers. Shooting games and riddles are trivial pursuits, devoid of substance. Since I am taking part myself, let us wager on matters of great consequence. Do you gentlemen concur? Naturally, Li Linfu and the others agreed, but the pivotal consideration lay with Zhang Jiuling and Pei Yaoqing. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jiuling replied, "As long as it is fair, I believe it is permissible, Your Majesty. Do you agree?" Li Qingqi's gaze turned to Emperor Li Longji, who nodded slowly. "As Zhang has said, if it is fair, I can acquiesce." "Excellent," Li Qingqi exclaimed, producing a military report from his robes. He handed it to Li Xiao, stating, "This is a freshly received military report from the western regions. The Northern Territorial's governor, Gai Jiayan, dispatched troops to Suya 20 days ago to engage in a decisive battle with the Turkic Khan to Huisien. The report has remained sealed with wax, and its contents are unknown even to me and your father, let alone you ministers. For the sake of fairness, I shall cover it, and you shall shoot for the report's content." With that, he placed the report beneath a pottery basin, fixing Li Xiao with a piercing gaze. This was true shooting. For riddles often harbor elements of unfairness. Some may have encountered the puzzle and know the answer. In contrast, guessing the unknown relies solely on fortune. Li Longji did not anticipate that his elder brother would employ a military report from the western regions for this wager. He inwardly regretted not participating himself. After all, he was aware of the Tang army's combat capabilities and logistical conditions, allowing him to surmise the outcome, while the 38th prince was utterly oblivious. Yet, the elder brother's choice of question revealed an intention to deny him any opportunity. Having sparred with Li Qingqi for over a decade, Li Longji was acutely aware of his brother's character. Beneath this gamble lay a trap. The incense had been lit, and there was no turning back. The typically composed Li Longji began to feel a flicker of anxiety. Gao Lisher whispered, "Your Majesty, do not fret. This time, the 38th prince is bound to triumph." "How can you be so certain?" Li Longji inquired. "I have faith in him," Gao Lisher replied. "Faith?" Li Longji shook his head. It was precisely his blind faith in his father that had led to the era of the two saints, resulting in the erosion of imperial authority. Who could he trust again? Gao Lisher further urged, "Your Majesty, please be assured, I am willing to vouch for the 38th prince." Li Longji regarded Gao Lisher with skepticism before finally nodding. It was not a matter of trust. He had run out of options. All eyes turned to Li Xiao, who was now sweating profusely. The Battle of Suya that Li Qingqi spoke of was historical, yet it should not have occurred this year, but rather 5 years hence. Their history teacher had recounted how Gai Jiayan swept west of the Soling Mountains, decisively defeating the Turkic forces, annihilating 60,000 enemies, and capturing the Turkic Khan to Huisien. It was this victory that prompted Li Longji to alter the era name to Tianbao. Yet, this battle was now occurring 5 years early, leaving Li Xiao to ponder whether the history he knew could truly repeat itself. Gradually, Li Xiao found calmness. If this was a gamble, he would wager everything on it, including his fate. After a moment of contemplation, he took up the brush and inscribed his response. Li Qingqi narrowed his eyes. This was of utmost importance, and he would show no mercy. "Royal nephew, simply guessing the outcome will not suffice. You must provide details, at the very least, some indication of the results." His voice was low, audible only to Li Xiao, who smiled slightly in response. "As you say, uncle." Li Qingqi raised his thumb in approval. "Excellent. You exhibit more courage than your father." Having completed his answer, Li Xiao set down the brush. At that moment, the 5 ministers approached. The stakes were too high for a solitary witness. The royal sons and grandsons could no longer contain their excitement and stood up. Zhang Jiuling retrieved the military report from beneath the pottery basin, and Han Shou first took Li Xiao's answer and read aloud. "Great victory at Suye, capture of Huisien. Annihilation of 60,000 enemies." Li Longji's expression shifted dramatically. How could he have detailed the specifics? Was his elder brother attempting to bait the 38th prince? He slammed his hand on the table, trembling with rage. "Unfilial son, you would endanger me." Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. How could he have written the details? The 38th prince was utterly foolish. Yet, Li Qingqi's demeanor turned slightly unnatural. Gai Jiayan had assured him in a letter prior to his expedition that he would capture Tu Huisien and present him in Chang'an. At that moment, Zhang Jiuling broke the wax seal and produced the military report, reading aloud. "I, Gai Jian, achieved a great victory at Suya against the Turkic forces, capturing the enemy chief Tu Huisien and annihilating over 60,000 enemies. I shall soon return triumphantly to the capital, An uproar erupted on the Huaxian terrace. With Li Longji's sons and grandsons embracing one another in joy, they had triumphed. Li Longji trembled, scarcely able to believe that the report's details had been correctly guessed. How is this possible? Your Majesty, we have won, Gao Lisher exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. We have won. The treasury has been preserved. And we have seized the Imperial Guard Bureau. Yet, no joy could be seen on Li Longji's face. His eyes were filled with doubt. The offspring of Li Qingxi were despondent, with Niu Xiantong paling as he realized the worst had come to pass. Li Xiu had risen again. Uncle, have I won? Li Xiu demanded, unwavering in his gaze at Li Qingxi. The expression on Li Qingxi's face shifted repeatedly. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table and burst into laughter. Excellent. Delightful. Truly, you are my nephew, the 38th prince. Your royal uncle has lost with complete satisfaction. Li Xiu quickly bowed. It is thanks to your kindness, royal uncle. Li Qingxi produced a transfer token from the Imperial Guard Bureau and tossed it to Li Xiu. Present this to your father. Li Xiu, however, sought more than a mere token. He clasped his hands and stated, what of my title and the debts owed? Your royal uncle promised me, and I ask you to sign it now. A glint of coldness appeared in Li Qingxi's eyes. Why are you so impatient, you impudent boy? Do you doubt your royal uncle's word? Li Xiu pressed on. I do not wish to languish in a cage for a year. There is paper and ink on the table. The title deed is here. I request you, royal uncle. Li Qingxi, furious that Li Xiu was aware of everything, resolved to deal with the 9th brother upon returning. What an incompetent fool. Yet, Li Qingxi maintained a congenial smile. Those so-called debts are not debts at all, but extortion. I shall burn the IOU today, and your title will be given to your father later. The IOU may have been incinerated, but the enmity between Li Xiu and the creditors was firmly established. Such was Li Qingxi's style, ensnaring opponents with every gesture. Yet, Li Xiu remained unconcerned about the debts. His focus was on the title. With the title in hand, he would possess a safeguard, and Li Qingxi could not easily send him to the southern court. He had never relied on his father to secure his title. His destiny was one he must claim for himself. Seeing Li Qingxi prepare to withdraw the title deed, Li Xiu stood without hesitation and raised his voice. Uncle, you publicly promised to sign it immediately. The volume of his proclamation silenced the room, drawing the attention of all present. Do you dare to coerce me? Li Qingxi's voice turned icy. Li Xiu steeled himself and raised his voice again. Your nephew does not dare. I am merely concerned for your royal uncle's reputation. Li Qingxi surveyed the room. The 5 ministers awaited his response. Under the watchful eyes of all, he reluctantly took up the brush and signed the title deed, affixing his seal. Li Qingxi handed the title deed to Li Xiu, remarking meaningfully, others may coerce me to no avail, but you are different, wise nephew. You possess extraordinary intellect and courage. Your future is limitless. Remember the words of your royal uncle today. Li Xiu clutched the title deed tightly. It was invaluable to him, marking the moment his destiny was irrevocably altered. Chapter 19. A second dance with the deity. Li Qingxi departed with his sons and wives. Inside the Tiangang Tower, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed, as the stakes of this gambling match affected everyone's personal interests. Regaining control of the Internal Guard Bureau meant liberation from its scrutiny for all. In a room, Li Longji wore a grave expression, pressing Gao Lisher for answers. You just expressed willingness to vouch for the 38th prince. It seems you know something. Yet you have not disclosed it to me. Gao Lisher knelt and bowed, exclaiming, I would not dare to conceal anything from your majesty. There are matters I fear to speak of, as I worry of divine retribution that could implicate your majesty. Divine retribution? Is it truly that severe? Gao Lisher sighed deeply. Your majesty, do you recall the matter of the change of era name? Li Longji nodded. I have decided to change the era name to Tianbao, but what does this have to do with the 38th prince? Gao Lisher then recounted Li Xiu's mention of the 14th year of Tianbao during his unconscious state. He not only predicted future era names, but also possessed knowledge of many secrets. Thus, Gao Lisher concluded that he had the ability to communicate with spirits. Suspicion filled Li Longji's eyes. Could his son truly communicate with the divine after his severe illness? Or had he conspired with the emperor's brother beforehand? Li Longji coldly commanded, fetch the 38th prince. Gao Lisher, well aware of Li Longji's nature, realized that Li Xiu not only had to overcome the regent, but also win the emperor's trust. Failing to convince the emperor today would yield equally dire consequences. Li Xiu sat alone in a corner, reflecting on his desperate attempt to save himself, inadvertently revealing too much and creating potential dangers for himself. He mulled over the last words spoken by Li Qingxi, which were evidently pointed. directed at none other than his father and a host of brothers. At the end, he caught a glimpse of his father's stern gaze. Jealousy. The word crossed his mind, and a wry smile crept onto his lips. Who said being reborn as a prince was a blessing? Step forward if you dare. I promise not to harm you. A eunuch hurried forward, announcing, His Majesty summons the 38th prince. He swiftly handed Li Xiu a note, whispering, This is from Gao Gong. Li Xiu rose and quickly glanced at the note, which contained a single message. His Majesty trusts Zhang Guo. He promptly swallowed the note. Zhang Guo, one of the 8 immortals, a Taoist from Zhongtiao Mountain, had been summoned to the palace by Emperor Li Longji last year for days of clandestine discussions, thereafter seeking the path of immortality. Li Xiu comprehended Gao Lishi's intent. Reporting to father, during my severe illness, my soul momentarily departed, and I traversed the myriad mountains, where I encountered an old Taoist riding a donkey backward, who claimed to have been born at the onset of the Sui dynasty and had attained enlightenment. He said that, through your Majesty's grace, he was conferred the title of Immortal Elder. At the beginning of the year, he observed the stars and foretold that your Majesty would face difficulties today, requiring my assistance, and imparted to me a technique. What technique did he impart? Upon mentioning Zhang Guo, Li Longji's expression softened considerably. By invoking spirits, one could glimpse the secrets of heaven. Li Longji scrutinized the subtle shifts in Li Xiu's demeanor, knowing he could discern lies. After a moment, he replied calmly, Prove it to me. In a secret chamber, Li Xiu, disheveled and barefoot, held a bowl of wine in his left hand and a wooden sword in his right. As he waved the peachwood sword, he chanted, Great sage Laozi, hasten as the law commands. Grant me a pair of discerning eyes, so I may clearly perceive the past 500 years. Li Xiu was unprepared. Unsure of what to say, even the lyrics eluded him. On the table beside him lay 200 taels of gold. He cast a quick glance at it, secretly regretting not asking for 300. Regretful thoughts aside, he rapidly recalled how the shamans in his hometown performed their rituals. He had witnessed it as a child but could not remember clearly, so he resorted to recalling scenes from films depicting such ceremonies. Before him sat Emperor Li Longji and Chief Eunuch Gao Lishi, both wide-eyed as they observed Li Xiu's performance. Li Xiu understood that merely pretending to invoke spirits was futile. To earn his father's trust, he must rely on his own resources. He shouted, The secrets of heaven are unveiled. May the spirits ward off calamities. With that, he spat a mouthful of wine onto the gold. And with a swift sweep of his left hand, the 200 taels vanished without a trace. Li Longji and Gao Lishi gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they witnessed the miraculous disappearance of the gold, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Li Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, calling out in a trembling yet ethereal voice, The great Tang Dynasty's realm for 500 years. After uttering these words, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. After a while, he remained still. Eventually, he slowly sat up, looking exceptionally fatigued. 38th Prince, how are you? Gao Lishi inquired with concern. What did I just say? You just proclaimed the great Tang Dynasty's realm for 500 years. No wonder. Li Xiu wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Li Longji. I was just warned by a mysterious voice that royal matters and affairs of the realm must not be prophesied, lest we invoke divine wrath. This is a singular warning. Should I attempt to predict again, gold and silver will be of no use, and your Majesty's lifespan may be endangered. Li Longji remained in a state of shock. The scene of spirits warding off calamity had convinced him that his son indeed possessed the ability to communicate with the divine, rather than having conspired with the emperor's brother. It appeared that Zhang Guo had, through the power of the 38th prince, alleviated the peril of the day. Might he foresee the outcome of the power struggle with his brother? Li Longji pondered, only to dismiss the thought. The secrets of the great Tang dynasty had already been revealed. Continuing would surely incur divine retribution. He turned to Gao Lishi. Today's events must remain known to only the 3 of us. Even the fact that Xiu can commune with the spirits must not be disclosed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my heart is as clear as a mirror, Gao Lishi affirmed. And you? Li Longji directed at Li Xiu. The ways of heaven and spirits are beyond your control. Henceforth, refrain from such predictions. You are my son. Should you invoke divine wrath, it will also affect me. Do you understand? I shall remember, Li Xiu replied. Now go. Rest well. What is due to you shall be given. Your servant takes his leave. Li Xiu gradually rose, bowing respectfully before exiting. Gao Lishi, aware of the impact of his note, realized that Li Xiu had dispelled the emperor's suspicions through the name of Zhang Guo. This child possessed great wisdom. However, his act of invoking spirits was indeed impressive. though deeply loyal. Gao Lisha recognized that he and Li Xiu were like two peas in a pod. Should one be exposed, both would be guilty of deceiving the throne. A bullock cart rolled slowly out of the Wangxian gate, with Li Xiu riding a magnificent white horse, while a eunuch led the way ahead. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu followed, carrying burdens on either side of the cart. Though they were palace guards, they served as menial laborers within the palace, required to accompany their young master outside. The cart bore the emperor's gifts, vases, paintings, several official kiln porcelain vessels, and a set of official kiln tea-wares. While they still lacked the works of Yin Libin and Wu Daozi, there was a piece by Ouyang's son, with a title bestowed upon him. It was time for a proper upgrade and display. Naturally, with a title, it would be somewhat disgraceful to go out selling goods. Gongsun Xiaomei, carrying a small cloth bag, sat at the cart's entrance, filled with delight. Li Xiu would certainly not leave her for Li Chui, so he requested Gao Lisha to take her out of the palace as his personal maid. Li Xiu felt invigorated. This time, he was leaving the palace not under duress, but with pride, for he had been granted a title. He was leaving to establish his own residence. With the title restored and his princely status regained, he anticipated a change in address. Zhang Ping, smiling with deference, said, "Your Highness, your monthly allowance has increased to 50 guan, and with the addition of housing and land, might I request a little something more for myself and old Zhao? And what about me?" Gong's son Xiaomei poked her head out of the ox cart, exclaiming urgently, "Xiu Gur, this isn't right. Your Highness, I serve you tea, bring you water, comb your hair, and fold your bedding. Surely I deserve a raise. All of us." Li Xiu, in high spirits, waved his hand, granting Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu an additional 5 guan each per month, while Xiaomei received 6. With a joyful cheer, Gong's son Xiaomei celebrated, and Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu beamed with wide smiles. Their monthly stipend of 3 guan from the palace was now bolstered by an additional 5, bringing them nearly on par with the county magistrate's earnings. However, Gong's son Xiaomei expressed her concern. "Your Highness, we are spending 16 guan each month. You have so little left. Perhaps we should reduce the increase?" "Oh, how considerate of you, Xiaomei. But you two rascals, why don't you argue that it's too much?" Li Xiu retorted, bemused. "How could we possibly turn down such a succulent offer?" Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu grinned, their greed evident. "Perhaps we could forego the bonuses altogether? Dream on. This is a one-time affair, no raises for the next 5 years." As the ox cart departed from the Daming Palace, it journeyed southward, arriving at a bustling neighborhood adjacent to the Taiji Palace. Upon entering, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped them. The streets were alive with vendors and stalls, the air filled with the lively calls of merchants peddling their wares, flanked by a succession of courtyards. "You there, young master. Care for a cup of sanlajiang?" Ahu Ji, her features reminiscent of Central Asia, smiled brightly as she poured a cup of wine for Li Xiu. "I have a sensitivity to alcohol," he replied. "A mere sip sends me reeling." He recoiled, suspecting the cup had not been cleaned, recalling the countless lips that had touched it. "Last time, it was my turn to pay. This time it's mine." Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu bickered over the delightful beverage. "You two are insufferable." The Huji laughed, flitting away like a butterfly. "Ah, so the inebriated reveler sought more than just drink." Li Xiu ventured to catch a glimpse of the Ashanfang, a high-end district known for its tranquility, devoid of vendors. In contrast, this area was more modest, brimming with enterprising stalls, grounding Li Xiu in a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the world he once knew, and he found it delightful. The guiding eunuch cheerfully informed him, "This place is called Yongxing Fong, where many royal scions reside. Though their circumstances are not nearly as favorable as yours, Your Highness. My residence spans slightly over 2 acres, featuring 2 courtyards and over 20 rooms, constructed of green bricks and black tiles. It is an official dwelling, so you need not worry about rent. All necessary furnishings are provided." "What would it cost to purchase such a property?" Li Xiu inquired. Official residences are rarely sold. However, a private estate of similar size typically costs around 1,000 guan per acre. Beyond 5 acres, the pricing changes, and commoners are prohibited from buying. Having deceived his father into parting with 200 taels of gold, equivalent to 2,000 guan, Li Xiu realized he could comfortably afford such a residence. His interest piqued, he asked, "What other benefits might I receive?" "In addition to the estate, you would have a manor of 5 acres, a monthly allowance of 50 guan, and 3 stone of rice. Furthermore, you have the option of having the inner treasury cover the expenses for 5 maidservants and attendants, or receive a monthly subsidy of 10 guan for meat, vegetables, and fruits." Upon achieving the rank of Viscount, Both benefits would be yours. I shall opt for the monthly 10 guan subsidy for sustenance. I have never required attendance. Nor will I in the future. This was the true privilege of royalty. Although merely a baronet, Li Xiu felt deeply satisfied. 2 acres, over 1,000 square meters. In his past life, such a space would be deemed a grand estate, and Li Xiu gazed upon it with longing. Throughout the journey, the old eunuch regaled Li Xiu with tales of royal life beyond the palace walls. The lives of the royal family were not shrouded in mystery. Most noble scions mingled with common folk, their living conditions no different from those of ordinary households. The quality of life depended largely on family inheritance. Even without a title, those with ancestral wealth lived quite comfortably. Take Li Xiu's friend, Li Yuchen, for example. Though he held no title, being the legitimate son meant he would inherit a share of his father's land and property, and upon marrying, he would receive additional assets, including a shop. Coupled with his future bride's dowry, Li Yuchen could lead a prosperous life. Lacking a title only placed him a notch below. In contrast, the illegitimate offspring of noble families faced significant hardships. The land distribution system had long since faltered, and the government no longer allocated land, leaving them reliant on the monthly stipends from the Zongjing Temple or the inner treasury for sustenance. Those with skills might enter the palace as guards to forge connections or secure small bureaucratic roles, but their lives were often fraught with struggle. Nonetheless, it could be said that most of the Li Tang royal family lived relatively well. Here we are. The ox cart came to a halt before a courtyard. Li Xiu surveyed the walls, standing 2 men high, the heavy wooden door in good condition, flanked by stone drum stands, crowned with an ornate archway reminiscent of a small landlord's estate. Quite splendid. I find it most appealing. Chapter 20. The chaotic first day. The outer residence was quite expansive, featuring a courtyard and over a dozen rooms, including servant quarters, a kitchen, a storeroom, and stables. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu each found a room to settle in. Li Xiu and Xiao Mei resided in the inner dwelling, which was also divided into 3 sections. At the center was a courtyard adorned with a century-old apricot tree, surrounded by flower beds made of bluestone. In front of the courtyard were 5 rooms, a guest hall, 2 side rooms, a living room, and a dining area. Each side had a small courtyard, designated as the master bedroom and the quarters for the eldest son. The right courtyard was larger, containing 5 rooms, including 2 bedrooms, a study, a living room, and a chamber for a personal maid. The small courtyard featured a rockery and winter suite, while the main hall's courtyard corner boasted red plums, bamboo, and crabapple trees, among other flora. The furniture was complete, even including incense burners, and the quality surpassed that of the imperial palace. However, Li Xiu soon discerned some shortcomings. The residence was quite old, slightly damp and eerie, with walls overrun by green vines. It was said to be the estate of Yuan Tiangang from the early Tang Dynasty, which perhaps explained the unsettling aura Li Xiu felt. Moreover, there was no back garden. As an old eunuch put it, a back garden required at least 5 acres of land, a privilege reserved for earls. It's not an eerie aura, exclaimed Gong's son Xiao Mei. It's just too desolate. Besides us few, I believe there should be some maids and servants. Excuses. You merely wish for me to spend more to hire maids. How could I afford that? Even landlords have no surplus grain, retorted Li Xiu. Besides, with you all here, do I still need to hire maids and servants? Li Xiu shot a sharp glance at Gong's son Xiao Mei, clearly conveying the message. You are just a maid. Reluctantly, Gong's son Xiao Mei began to tidy her belongings. After exerting herself to the point of sweating, Li Xiu yelled, Xiao Mei, I want to take a bath. Li Xiu had brought a fine bathing tub from the palace. Discreetly, the tub was placed in the adjacent living room, and Gong's son Xiao Mei filled it with water. By late January, the weather was still quite chilly, and Li Xiu hurriedly stripped off his clothes, shivering in anticipation of a hot bath, before leaping into the tub. A howl escaped him as he sprang out. The water icy to the bone. Xiao Mei, why is it cold water? He exclaimed in exasperation. From outside, Gong's son Xiao Mei's voice drifted in. This is not the palace. Where would the hot water come from? Make do with it. Frustrated and anxious, Li Xiu was about to grab his clothes when he slipped, nearly tumbling down, and had to steady himself against the tub. Oh, I forgot to give you something to cushion yourself, Gong's son Xiao Mei said apologetically. Hey, were you peeking at me? Li Xiu gasped, hastily covering himself. Please, I've long grown weary of what you call fragments. I have no desire to see. Gong's son Xiao Mei replied dismissively. Li Xiu dressed as quickly as possible, soaking wet, and scolded Xiao Mei. In such cold weather, taking a bath requires hot water. That is the most basic common sense. Do you not know this? Lowering her head, Xiao Mei responded, I know, but it requires boiling water, doesn't it? Of course it requires boiling water, but I cannot start a fire. She mumbled, adding, I've never boiled water or cooked in my life. And Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu? They went out drinking, saying they wouldn't return for lunch. Li Xiu finally succumbed. All right, I promise. I will hire maids and a cook. Zhang Ping enjoyed drinking and gambling, always seeking someone to boast and joke with, utterly clueless about household matters. Zhao Hu, though similarly unambitious, at least possessed a modicum of understanding. Your Highness, did you call for me? Zhao Hu asked cheerfully as he approached. I wish to find some maids and servants. How should I go about it? Zhao Hu, evidently knowledgeable, grinned and asked, Does your Highness wish to purchase their service or sign a contract? What purchase, what contract? I do not quite understand. Please explain. Zhao Hu elaborated. There are generally two types of maids, those who sell themselves, referred to as slaves, and those who do not. For instance, maids are often unmarried daughters from impoverished families, who enter into a contract for wages and marry after the term ends. Servants are also employed. And what is the pay for those who do not sell themselves? The pay is typically a few dozen coins a day. A decent cook earns about 100 coins daily, but if the young master has specific requirements, additional fees may apply. Zhao Hu chuckled with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Only a few dozen coins. Li Xiu exclaimed in surprise at the low wages. Glaring at Zhao Hu, I realize I have been overpaying you. Your Highness, we are different. We are your retainers, risking our lives alongside you to help you seize power. Should you face danger, we would fight tooth and nail. Compared to our lives, this amount is nothing. Zhao Hu's eloquence left Li Xiu speechless. By the way, you just mentioned that maids could receive extra pay. I said nothing of the sort. Zhao Hu feigned innocence. As Li Xiu turned, he saw Gong's son, Xiao Mei, approaching. This lady. Extra pay is of no use. Before he could decide on the selection, he was startled by a throng of maids and servants swarming in, seemingly informed of his needs. There were at least 20 young women seeking maid positions and over a dozen applying for cook roles. A few were heavily made up, dressed flamboyantly, likely aspiring to be the lady of the house, and there were even 2 matchmakers among them. Li Xiu seized Zhang Ping by the ear, dragging him to the courtyard. You've let out my secrets, and no one else is to blame but you. Zhang Ping protested. I merely chatted with the 2 ladies next door for half an hour. I didn't say anything. Half an hour of chatting, and matchmakers have arrived. What have you done? Li Xiu gritted his teeth in anger. I wouldn't dare reveal your identity. I simply said you were a wealthy young master looking for a few maids and servants. As for the matchmakers, they might just be looking to arrange a marriage for old Zhao. Old Zhang, come quickly. There are indeed some fine candidates. Zhao Hu exclaimed, his face beaming with mischief. Like a dog, Zhang Ping dashed back inside. Let me see. Before long, Li Xiu joined them. That lady with the blue headscarf looks quite decent. She could be the cook. Li Xiu had identified a potential cook. She certainly wouldn't demand extra pay. Let us find someone else. That one in the red dress will definitely do. Your Highness, I think the one by the gate, with the makeup and painted brows, is also quite good. Just look at her figure. Li Xiu turned and slapped both of them, saying, Am I looking for a cook or a wife? There are matchmakers outside who can arrange marriages for you. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu retreated, and Li Xiu called Gong's son Xiao Mei over. Li Xiu directed her. Do you see that lady with the blue headscarf? She could be the cook. Xiao Mei nodded, noting her seemingly honest demeanor. Li Xiu pointed to 2 maids by the well and instructed Xiao Mei. The one who looks delicate can be useful, and the one with a figure like a barrel can also do. I understand. One for delicate work and one for heavy tasks. Xiao Mei displayed her keen understanding, prompting Li Xiu to chide the 2 men. Learn from her. Stop having such frivolous tastes. 3 maids were soon selected. All 3 hailed from the local area and appeared to be quite reliable. The cook, surnamed Yang, was in her early 30s, honest and diligent, married with children. She would not reside on the premises but would come daily to prepare 3 meals, including shopping for groceries, for 80 coins a day under a 3-year contract. The maid assigned for delicate tasks was named a Yao, around 14 or 15 years old, also a local, coming from a large family with a sick father. They were quite impoverished. They agreed she would work at home for 3 years, after which she could marry. The price includes accommodation and meals, along with 3 sets of clothing each year and a daily wage of 50 coins. This rate is not inexpensive, as she possesses a delicate beauty, justifying a slightly higher demand. Her responsibilities encompass laundry for the master, tidying the inner chambers, brewing tea, serving water, and various sewing tasks. The maid tasked with the more laborious duties is called Sister Nyo, aged around 14 or 15, with coarse, dark skin and considerable strength, her physique robust, albeit somewhat clumsy. Orphaned, she resides with her uncle and aunt. Despite the endless household chores she undertakes daily, her substantial appetite and inability to find a suitor render her somewhat unwelcome, resulting in her signing an indefinite contract. In essence, she intends to remain here long-term. Sister Nyo's duties are numerous, including fetching water, sweeping, tending the fire, chopping wood, washing dishes, boiling water at night, and assisting the master with his chamber pot in the morning. The arrangement also includes meals and lodging, with a wage of 40 coins per day. In other households, she toils for meager earnings of merely 10 coins a day, making her quite content with this arrangement, especially since the money is given directly to her rather than her aunt. Li Xiu, in his room, calculated his modest expenses. The combined wage for 3 individuals amounts to 5 strings of coins monthly, alongside clothing and sustenance, totaling approximately 7 strings of coins each month. He felt a pang of regret, sighing, "The expenses are exceedingly high. I cannot endure this." At that moment, the exquisite-looking Ayo timidly announced at the door, "Young master, the hot water for your bath is ready. The maid awaits to assist you." A spark of realization illuminated Li Xiu's mind, and suddenly, he perceived the expenditures as not so burdensome after all. Chapter 21. The struggle continues. As the morning mist dissipated, Yangxingfang began to bustle with activity. Street vendors set up their stalls, and several grocery shops opened their doors. The lively shouts of hawkers filled the air, and though the comfort of sleep was lost, the vibrant essence of life stirred no resentment within him. Li Xiu purchased a sesame meat pie, savoring each bite as the fragrant scallions mingled with the rich lamb filling, the juices trickling down his chin. He relished this feeling of living at the grassroots level, an imprint from his past life, engraved in his very bones, destined to linger forever. Every day, Li Xiu wandered through the streets of Chang'an, and today marked his 10th day in Yangxingfang. Suddenly, the distant sound of firecrackers erupted, the crackling noise echoing from bamboo tubes tossed into the flames, followed by a rider galloping into the courtyard, shouting, "Victory at Suiye! 6,000 enemies annihilated!" And the enemy chief Tu Wuxian captured alive. People rushed out from their homes, clanging pots and pans, their cheers resonating throughout the courtyard. 10 days prior, it had been a classified report. Today, it seemed the official military bulletin had arrived, warranting a celebration with the populace. As the jubilant cries faded, a grand, ornate carriage entered the courtyard, flanked by a dozen mounted guards. The carriage halted abruptly before Li Xiu, the curtain drawn back to reveal the familiar visage of Gao Lishur. "Xiu Gur, long time no see." Li Xiu tore his meat pie in half, offering the untouched portion to Gao Lishur. "My home is humble, but please, have a taste." Gao Lishur chuckled. "Our family wagered with the emperor that your nature would remain unchanged. It seems we have one." In the room, Gao Lishur presented him with 20 taels of silver, stating that the regent had returned the imperial tailoring bureau, much to the emperor's delight, as this was a special reward for him. Li Xiu's eyes crinkled with joy. Receiving 500 taels of silver felt as refreshing as a chilled beer on a scorching summer day. Is this reward granted every month? You receive it if you complete tasks. If not, do not expect anything. Gao Lishur handed Li Xiu an envelope, smiling slightly. "This is also for you." Li Xiu set the silver aside and opened the envelope, revealing a large sheet of yellow hemp paper densely filled with small characters. "What is this?" "A land deed. A medicinal farm of 5 acres, which our family has fought for you to acquire." Li Xiu's eyes sparkled. This was his fief. In his previous life, his aspiration had been to become a small landowner, possessing mountains, waters, a residence, fields, and wealth. Now he finally had land, 5 acres, which equated to 500 mu. "Where is the farm?" "It is a medicinal farm." Gao Lishur sighed inwardly. The lad still did not grasp the distinction between a medicinal farm and a mere estate. It is located southeast along the Ba River, approximately 30 miles from Chang'an, near Lintian County. It was originally a property of the inner treasury, managed by a steward. "I must go see it." Li Xiu could hardly contain his excitement. Gao Lishur found it both amusing and exasperating. Was this truly a prince? Was he so easily stirred by a mere 5 acres of land? All princes possessed hundreds of acres, yet none seemed to dwell on it. "You might not have time to visit the estate just yet." "Why not?" Gao Lishur pondered for a moment. "A significant incident has occurred in the palace, and the emperor requires your involvement." Li Xiu perked up. Was this a task? "Actually, it is not quite a task." Gao Lishur hesitated. "This matter directly concerns you. It is a follow-up to the gambling competition at the Shifu. To put it plainly, the emperor is no longer content with merely reclaiming the Imperial Guard Bureau. He intends to eliminate Niu Xiantong and completely regain control of the palace. Why not simply send an assassin? Why the theatrics? You are oversimplifying matters. Gao Lishur sighed. The struggle with the regent must be approached with care. If the emperor sends someone to assassinate Niu Xiantong, the regent will retaliate against me. The stability of the Tang Dynasty over the past 15 years hinges on both sides adhering to the consensus reached back then, without sufficient reason and evidence. Ministers and court officials cannot be dismissed. To eliminate Niu Xiantong, we must have proof of his crimes. Are you implying that evidence exists now? Gao Lishur nodded. It is not exactly evidence, but there is a connection to Niu Xiantong. I am all ears. 3 months ago, 3 Taoist treasures were misplaced while being housed at Xuandu Temple. The emperor dispatched investigators, and various signs indicate that these treasures were pilfered by the Taoist priest Longyang. Li Xiu's eyes flickered with realization. This must have been a deliberate act by my father. Gao Lishur raised his thumb in approval. Indeed. And then, we discovered that the treasures are likely not in Longyang's possession, but rather in Niu Xiantong's hands. Yet we lack any evidence. Li Xiu began to comprehend. If we find the evidence, can we not impeach Niu Xiantong? Gao Lishur shook his head. The items were stolen by Longyang. The guilt lies with him. And Niu Xiantong can easily claim ignorance. Li Xiu was still confused. I do not grasp your meaning, Gao Lishur. Please clarify. It is simple. We seek a pretext to search Niu Xiantong's residence. Rumor has it he harbors a significant cache of weapons. Much like how Niu Xiantong used the pretext of hunting demons to send Longyang to search your residence? Precisely. However, this pretext must be legitimate, leaving the regent with no grounds for objection. If we can uncover evidence of Niu Xiantong's possession of Taoist treasures, we will have just cause to search his estate. Li Xiu chuckled. Gao Lishur, I find this plan somewhat unreliable. If I were Niu Xiantong, I would simply surrender the 3 Taoist treasures, and your painstakingly crafted excuse would vanish. It is indeed troublesome, but if you know Niu Xiantong, you will see the opportunity. He is exceedingly greedy, never relinquishing what he has acquired. He will hide those 3 treasures rather than hand them over. But if we eliminate Niu Xiantong, will my father not regain control of the palace? The regent could continue to support Sun Lu. His credentials are no less than Niu Xiantong's. Sun Lu is dead. Dead? Li Xiu was taken aback. Upon assuming control of the Imperial Guard Bureau, we discovered discrepancies between the accounts and actual expenditures. The Bureau was supposed to have 1,000 guards, yet there were only 700. 300 simply did not exist. Over the course of 10 years, Sun Lu embezzled at least 200,000 guan, which were found in his estate. The regent was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. 5 days ago, Sun Lu committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Thus, the regent's influence in the palace now rests solely on Niu Xiantong. Gao Lishur nodded. This is precisely why the emperor is eager to eliminate him. Niu Xiantong must have also embezzled. Why not investigate his corruption instead? It seems more plausible than searching for the Taoist treasures. Niu Xiantong's corruption is entangled with the former emperor and the regent. This avenue is not viable. So, it all circles back to investigating those 3 Taoist treasures. The emperor has dispatched 2 teams to investigate this matter. You are the 3rd team. Do you know why he chose you? Because I can communicate with the supernatural? Correct. Gao Lishur, since this case has no bearing on my promotion. What benefits will I reap if I succeed? Li Xiu was always motivated by tangible gains. He was not inclined to undertake tasks devoid of reward. Gao Lishur lamented. Must you not broaden your perspective? If your father perceives you as capable, he will entrust you with more significant responsibilities. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. I am only concerned with the present. What benefits can I expect? Gao Lishur was left in a state of bemusement, sighing. Whoever uncovers evidence to bring down Niu Xiantong will be rewarded with 30,000 strings of cash from the confiscated silver. This is the emperor's decree, applicable to you just as it is to the other 2 groups. Li Xiu's eyes sparkled with delight. This was precisely the message he longed for. With wealth, one could compel even the most stubborn of spirits. Without riches, how could he beseech the divine? After Gao Lishur departed, Li Xiu received 500 taels of silver, clenching his fists in excitement as he immediately perceived the existence of space, with a balance of 2,600 strings of cash. The pickle jar was on the verge of being filled with gold and silver, with compartments on both sides resembling drawers. Perhaps their utility would only be revealed upon upgrading. But when would that upgrade occur? 3,000 strings or 5,000? Currently, Li Xiu felt a blend of trepidation and anticipation regarding the upgrade. He paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating strategies for the investigation. Relying on the supernatural was sheer nonsense. The inquiry demanded genuine strength, and he realized his own was woefully inadequate. With 2 unreliable subordinates and a maidservant who had a modicum of martial skill, he needed to recruit more capable individuals. Li Xiu took out pen and paper, organizing his thoughts anew. He needed a pretext to search Niu Xiantong's residence and uncover evidence of his clandestine possession of Taoist treasures, specifically confirming that the 3 artifacts were in Niu Xiantong's possession and that the Dragon Young Master had hidden these treasures within the Xiandu Temple. Shaking his head, Li Xiu pondered whether such flimsy evidence could truly topple Niu Xiantong. It was utterly implausible. He wondered who had suggested this ill-fated plan to his father. Despite its dubiousness, the prospect of 30,000 strings of cash compelled Li Xiu to steel himself for the investigation. Very well, I shall visit the Xiandu Temple tomorrow. Chapter 22. The revelation of adversaries within the imperial study. Gao Lisher cautiously reported, Your Majesty, the 38th young master has accepted the task. Do you believe he is capable? Li Longji inquired, fiddling with a vermilion brush on the imperial desk, his expression tinged with doubt. Your Majesty, he has almost no supporters, and in terms of strength, he is the weakest among the 3 groups. However, I believe he possesses good fortune. Good fortune? Li Longji scoffed, finding the notion laughable. But, Your Majesty, I am aware. Li Longji interrupted Gao Lisher. It was I who permitted his participation. My royal brother is quite interested in him. Therefore, I must utilize him as well. Li Longji strolled to the window, his eagerness to capture Niu Xiantong, coupled with a sense of helplessness that troubled him. 3 months prior, Li Ji had witnessed a large shipment of weapons being delivered to Niu Xiantong's residence. I wish to issue a direct order to search his estate. Your Majesty knows well that without any evidence, raiding Niu Xiantong's residence would be unwise. The regent would similarly lack evidence to search Zhang Jiuling's abode, and they might uncover the subversive poems planted in advance. Your Majesty, this tacit agreement must not be broken. Li Longji sighed in resignation. I am merely venting my frustrations. Your Majesty, have there been any developments with the 2 of them? Li Longji nodded. Li Ji claims to have grasped the lead regarding Long Ongenren entrusting the Taoist treasures to Niu Xiantong. Li Sheng has also confirmed that the weapons remain hidden within Niu's estate. He intends to bribe someone from the Niu household to obtain witness testimony. And there should be breakthroughs in the coming days. Your Majesty must exercise caution. The more critical the moment, the more composed one must remain. I am well aware. At that very moment, in the official chambers of Xingqing Palace, Regent Li Qingqi was likewise cautioning Niu Xiantong. You must understand the situation. Sun Lu is dead, and my influence in the Daming Palace now rests solely with you. The Emperor will inevitably turn against you, so cleanse your dirty hands. I have been exceedingly cautious. They will find no evidence of my greed. Aside from greed, do you possess any other weaknesses? I should not have any. Li Qingqi's narrowed gaze pierced through Niu Xiantong. What do you mean by should not? Li Ji and Li Sheng have been investigating for 2 months. What are they searching for? I do not know. Li Qingqi snorted. Do not think I am unaware. Those 3 Taoist treasures are in your possession, are they not? Niu Xiantong's face turned pale, and he hastily knelt. They were lent to me by Long Ongenren for a few days. I will return them immediately. Do not rush. Let us examine them first. Li Qingqi closed his eyes, while Niu Xiantong trembled in fear, pondering how the master could possibly know of such a clandestine affair. After a moment, Li Qingqi squinted, deeming Li Ji and Li Sheng mere clowns, not worth concern. However, Gao Lisher visited Li Xiu today. I suspect Li Xiu will also become involved. Though young, he is quite bold. Send capable men to keep an eye on him. Report any movements immediately. I obey. Niu Xiantong retreated. Li Qingqi sneered to himself. I have granted you the inner guard bureau, yet you remain unsatisfied. Xiaomei, bring me a pair of shoes. Li Xiu called from the doorway. Gongsun Xiaomei trudged over, holding a pair of boots, grumbling. Having a maid should not mean I must do all the chores. I am not a servant. Why the fuss about fetching shoes? As Li Xiu reached for the shoes, he frowned. I need to cast an outing divination. Flat cloth shoes are required, not leather boots. You should have specified. How was I to know what you wanted? Seeing Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu clad in boots, he relented. Fine, I will go myself. Standing in the courtyard, Niu Jie suddenly removed her shoes. Young master, I have flat ones. Li Xiu gazed at her bare feet on the ground, torn between amusement and exasperation. Very well. We shall use your shoes for divination. He accepted her oversized embroidered shoes, estimating them to be a size 48. He tossed them aside, and they landed with a thud. Soles up. Excellent. A minor auspicious hexagram. 2 soles facing up signify great fortune. 2 bottoms up indicate lesser fortune, while one of each suggests a lack of smooth sailing. This practice, passed down from Li Xiu's predecessor, had been inherited by him. Let us proceed. Li Xiu donned a moon-white silk robe, a gauze hat atop his head, a leather belt around his waist, and held a Japanese folding fan. We are merely visiting the Xuandu Temple for leisure, not engaging in battle. There is no need for such tension. Zhang Ping, return the broadsword. Zhao Hu, leave the spear behind. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, clad in armor and brandishing weapons, radiated a fierce aura, but were sent back to change by Li Xiu. And remove your armor. And you. Li Xiu playfully tapped Gongsun Xiaomei with his fan. Dressed like a peasant and carrying a basket, whom do you intend to meet? After a flurry of commotion, they finally set off. The Xuandu Temple and the Xingshan Temple are situated on either side of the central axis of Chang'an's Zhuke Street, serving as the national temples of the 9-5 city. Initially, the Xuandu Temple exuded grandeur and solemnity. As time passed, over a century, some scheming Taoists infiltrated the temple, leading to a gradual decline in its original dignity. The Xuandu Temple, claiming to be the foremost Taoist temple in Chang'an, spans nearly 100 acres, housing a multitude of structures and over 3,000 Taoists, including more than 30 true persons. Each of these true persons took on disciples, managing their own affairs, resulting in a diverse and chaotic array of factions within the temple. Interesting, communicating with spirits and predicting the future? The eccentric Taoist Wu Fengzhai. Li Xiu tapped the advertisement board at the temple's entrance with his fan, chuckling. A master of Zongzi, no less. A smiling attendant introduced, Taoist Wu Fengzhai is a top disciple of Long Nongzhenren, having attained enlightenment. He can communicate with spirits at midnight and predict fortunes with remarkable accuracy. His fortune-telling tickets sell like hotcakes. Ah, a student of an old acquaintance. Li Xiu smiled knowingly, recognizing Long Nongzhenren's adaptability in expanding his mystical services. Would the young master like to purchase a fortune ticket? 50 when grants a room for 3. 81 for a single room. At the third watch, if you find the fortune accurate, payment is expected. If not, no charge. I shall leave this opportunity for others. He exited the Xuandu Temple with his 3 followers. Not far from the temple, Li Xiu suddenly spotted a familiar face, Li Ji. His opponent in the second round of the shooting game, crouched on a stone bench, whispering to someone nearby. Realizing that Li Ji must be one of the other 2 groups mentioned by Gao Lishur, Li Xiu felt a surge of curiosity and wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation. Turning to Gongsun Xiaomei, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Didn't you look splendid in your peasant attire? Who told you to change? Gongsun Xiaomei's eyes brimmed with tears as she retorted, I have no idea which pig ordered me to change. No more chatter. Noticing a young lady selling apricot blossoms nearby, Li Xiu crouched and cheerfully inquired, how much for a flower? 2 in each? How about all of them? The young lady beamed, 101 for all. Include the basket as well. The young lady. Li Xiu produced a string of coins and purchased not only the flowers but also the young lady's headscarf and her simple blue cloth garments. He insisted that Gongsun Xiaomei wear them, carrying the basket and donning the headscarf. Hand me the sword. Go listen to what they are saying. Gongsun Xiaomei, reluctantly played the role of a flower seller and slowly approached. The flower-selling girl stood at a distance, wide-eyed, observing the scene, thinking to herself, are city folks all fools? She was terrified that the young gentleman might change his mind and hastily fled with the money. After a while, Li Ji and his companions departed briskly, and Gongsun Xiaomei returned. What did they discuss? It seemed they were mentioning something about a gourd still at the temple. The golden gourd. Yes, indeed. It is the golden gourd, and they plan to come at night to steal it. Tonight? That seems likely. They mentioned needing to make some preparations. Li Xiu glanced at the towering wall of Xuandu Temple, realizing that sneaking in at night would be quite troublesome. At that moment, Li Xiu spotted the advertisement for Long Nongzhenren, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She had found a solution. Chapter 23. The Murder Incident at Xuandu Temple, Part 1, in Xingqing Palace. Li Qingqi listened attentively to the report from a man in blue. With a soft hum, he expressed his disdain, remarking that if the Baron preferred to play the role of a scapegoat, so be it. Your Highness, should you require it, I can eliminate him at any moment. Li Qingqi's expression darkened. If I wished to kill him, I would have done so long ago. Do I need your assistance? I acknowledge my error. The man replied, let us not make a fuss. I am merely indulging them in a game. The guest rooms at Xuandu Temple were designed for pilgrims from various regions. Situated within the temple grounds, sprawling over 3 floors with more than 100 rooms, including several small courtyards. That evening, many believers sought the guidance of Master Wufang Zhai, and the accommodations were nearly filled to capacity. Li Xiu was fortunate enough to secure a small courtyard, which contained only 2 rooms, one for Gongsun Xiaomei and another shared by Li Xiu, Zhang Ping, and Zhao Hu. As the guests planned to rise at midnight, they retired early to rest. Li Xiu, needing to be alert for the nocturnal activities, instructed, "You two should fetch some food and prepare a basin of hot water to soak your feet. We must retire early tonight." Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu dashed off, while Li Xiu sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in contemplation. It was his first assignment, and he was unsure of the intricacies involved. How should he approach the night's endeavors? The goal was to locate the golden gourd and leverage it to compel Longyang Zhenren to testify, thereby enabling a search of the residence of Niu Xiantong. This plan seemed unreliable, and Li Xiu sighed softly. Yet, his curiosity about the golden gourd persisted. It was one of the 3 revered treasures of Taoism, said to be a relic of the Old Lord. Alongside the jade sculpture of the Old Lord riding an ox and the purple copper lotus incense burner. At the first watch of the night, Li Xiu was roused from a light slumber. "Young master, it is time to depart." "Where to?" he mumbled. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, realizing their master was still half asleep. "Young master, are we not to investigate Xuandu Temple tonight?" "Ah." Li Xiu slowly sat up, shaking his head to clear the fog of sleep. "Where is Xiaomei?" "I am here." Gongsun Xiaomei stood clad in a black warrior outfit, a willow leaf sword at her side, resembling a little heroine, albeit with a frown, still troubled by the events of the day. "This girl has quite the temper. She is hard to manage." Li Xiu yawned and, feeling drowsy, said, "Let us be off." "Where are we going, and for what purpose?" The trio stared at Li Xiu expectantly. He pondered. "Let us find Long Zhenren's chamber and procure a golden gourd, while also retrieving our gold cups. He has already been compensated, yet he remains fixated on it." Upon mentioning the gold cups, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu perked up, and the 3 set out. "Wait." At the threshold, Li Xiu suddenly halted, muttering to himself, "I believe a divination should precede our departure, especially as we are embarking on a significant undertaking. I knew you would want to consult the oracle." Gongsun Xiaomei grumpily handed him a pair of battered boots she had scavenged from her room. "This is all I could find. There are no flat cloth shoes. These boots are filthy and similar to mine." Li Xiu accepted the shoes, grimacing in distaste. "These will not suffice for divination. We shall forego it this time." He carelessly tossed the boots beneath his bed. "Let us proceed." The trio ventured out of the courtyard, stealthily making their way into Xuandu Temple. The temple was vast, with 3,000 priests and hundreds of rooms. However, the area they needed to search was quite small. They had already plotted their course during the day, and Longyang Zhenren's south domain was in close proximity to their lodgings. Despite the late hour, the main hall was brightly lit, bustling with dozens of priests preparing a stage. In just 2 hours, Master Wufang Zhao would enlighten the believers on the truths of life. Longyang Zhenren's quarters were likely located behind this grand hall. As they stealthily navigated along the hall's wall, they suddenly overheard Longyang Zhenren's voice cautioning, "Be careful. These are my treasures. If you break anything, I shall hold you accountable." The 4 quickly crouched down and cautiously peered up to see several priests gingerly carrying 2 large chests into a room, with Longyang Zhenren following closely behind. Shortly after, they exited and locked the door. Just as Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were about to rise, Li Xiu restrained them. "Stay still." Moments later, a priest hurriedly returned, scanning the area before picking something up from the grass and scurrying away. "How did you know?" The trio marveled at Li Xiu's keen instincts. "When he was moving the items, I saw him toss something into the grass. It must have been something pilfered." "Let us go." Li Xiu waved his hand, leading the trio closer to the room. He poked a hole in the paper to peer inside, revealing an empty space with 5 or 6 large chests, all inscribed with characters. The windows were securely locked from the inside, and Zhang Ping chuckled, "Allow me." He produced a copper token from his pocket and forcefully wedged it into the window's seam. With a crack, the window was pried open. What a skilled hand. I wonder how many windows he has forced open before. Hee. There used to be a nunnery near my house. Li Xiu slapped him. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry inside before someone sees us." The 4 leapt through the window and shut it behind them. Good heavens, it's all money. They could see through the cracks that the chests were filled with copper coins and silver. Li Xiu noticed that the smallest chest bore the inscription gourd. He quickly retrieved it. It felt light, suggesting it might contain something valuable. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu worked together to pry open the chest lid, just as they managed to lift it. A loud bang erupted, and a cloud of pink powder burst forth from within, instantly enveloping the room. Oh no, it's a trap. Li Xiu caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance before darkness consumed him, and he collapsed to the floor. Longyang Zhenren, I have preserved my chastity for 18 years, was his last fleeting thought before losing consciousness. With a resounding clang of a gong, Li Xiu gradually regained consciousness, greeted by the bright light of day. He felt an overwhelming pain throughout his body and, lowering his gaze, discovered himself tightly bound by ropes. Damn, Longyang Zhenren has a penchant for bondage. Wait, he was still clothed. Slowly raising his head, he observed 7 or 8 individuals standing in the room, clad in red-trimmed black garb and high hats, wielding broadswords, each exuding an air of ferocity. They appeared not as priests, but rather as government enforcers. Turning around, he saw Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu similarly bound, their mouths gagged with tattered cloth, their eyes wide and filled with panic. Li Xiu noticed something amiss. They were lying in a room designated for afternoon naps, not in the chamber where they had fainted. Moreover, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were covered in blood. Bewildered, Li Xiu pondered the meaning of this situation. Lord Pei is here, footsteps echoed from outside, and the officers within the room hastily cleared a path. A tall, stout official strode into the chamber, adorned in a purple robe embroidered with flying birds. His square face framed by thick black brows and fierce eyes. He cast a glance at Li Xiu before glaring at the officers. Who ordered you to bind the prince? It was not us, it was the priests. Release him at once. Several officers stepped forward to untie Li Xiu, who felt an immediate relief as the pain subsided. Though a throbbing ache remained at the back of his head, the official approached and bowed. I am Pei Quan, the minister of Jingzhou, and I pay my respects to His Highness, the 38th Prince. You are Pei Quan. Li Xiu had long heard of his esteemed reputation. Indeed, that is correct. Guosong glanced at Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, who remained bowed. Lord Pei, could you unbind my companions? You may address me as Sir, Your Highness. Pei Quan regarded the two with a troubled expression. As Your Highness commands, I must obey. However, they are suspects in a crime and cannot be released. What crime suspects? Li Xiu recalled the events of the previous night, sensing an ominous turn of fate. Last night, the esteemed Master Longong was murdered. Ah, Li Xiu was taken aback. Master Longong has perished? Who could be the perpetrator? Pei Quan's expression was somewhat intricate. He proclaimed, I have just examined the scene. Master Longong was pierced through the chest by a sword from behind. Upon uttering this, Pei Quan cast a meaningful glance at Li Xiu. Do you suspect us? He inquired. Pei Quan nodded affirmatively. A jolt surged through Li Xiu's mind as he realized he had been framed. Lord Pei, surely murder requires evidence. What proof do you possess that implicates us? Li Xiu endeavored to maintain his composure. Your Highness must have a female companion, correct? Li Xiu nodded. What of her? We discovered a scabbard in her chamber. It was her sword that ended Master Longyang's life. Several of his disciples have testified that she fled the scene. We may reasonably conclude that she is evading justice. A sudden alarm struck Li Xiu at the mention of Xiaomei's disappearance. He exclaimed urgently, But what evidence is there that we committed the murder? Footprints in the room belong to you. I specifically took your shoes for comparison, and the prints are an exact match. He stepped aside, revealing several officers holding a platter upon which rested their shoes. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Li Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 24. The Murder Incident at Xuandu Temple, Part 2. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu's shoes were familiar to him. Yet another pair lay there, an old pair of black leather boots. Were these not the shoes he had intended to use for divination yesterday? Pei Shijun, these are not my shoes. Li Xiu exclaimed, glancing down to find his own footwear beneath the bed. My shoes are down there. Pei Quan, taken aback, signaled to his subordinates, who promptly retrieved the shoes from under the bed. As Li Xiu slipped on the shoes and took a few steps, he declared, These are indeed my shoes. The other pair is unknown to me. It is worn and ill-fitting. How could I possibly wear them? After further examination, it was confirmed that the old boots did not belong to Li Xiu. Pei Quan bowed in apology, realizing that someone had falsely accused His Highness, albeit through a mix-up with the shoes, which inadvertently cleared His Highness of unfounded blame. Then my two attendants must also be innocent. Pei Quan hesitated. Your Highness, just now, the Minister of Justice Wang Qi visited. He expressed a desire to take over this case, but I declined. However, the case has been recorded by the Ministry of Justice. I can only affirm that Your Highness has been framed, yet there are footprints from both of them at the scene. leaving me unable to provide an explanation to the ministry. Li Xiu grew anxious. Pei Shijun, we were in a room last night, where we fell unconscious due to the aroma of a drug. We were together throughout. If I am framed, then they must be as well. Is there any ambiguity in this? The disciples of Long Ongenrin do not share your sentiment. They claim to have traced the bloodstains to find you. At that moment, someone whispered to Pei Quan, who then expressed his regrets. The Minister of Justice Wang Qi has returned. I must speak with him. He exited in haste. Through the window, Li Xiu caught sight of Pei Quan embroiled in a heated argument with an official. Shortly after, Pei Quan stormed back in fury, exclaiming, "What a scoundrel!" Pei Shijun. What is the matter? Wang Qi had gone to consult the regent, who asserted that a prince breaking the law is subject to the same punishment as a commoner. Wang Qi intends to apprehend your highness. I relayed the matter of your false accusation to him, yet he claimed you deliberately wore those worn shoes to commit a crime. Li Xiu, now completely composed, discerned the regent's involvement. And then? I argued that once you donned those shoes, you would be unable to walk. Yet that scoundrel suggested they might have been worn by another accomplice, claiming that although you were not present, you orchestrated the murder from behind the scenes. So he is determined to take me away? Pei Quan sighed. He possesses the regent's edict, and I can only report to the emperor. Otherwise, I cannot stand against the regent. At that moment, Wang Qi briskly entered, casting a penetrating gaze at Li Xiu. I have received another command from the regent. Although your highness is under suspicion, he is willing to vouch for you, allowing you to remain free. This case will be handed over to the Jingzhou prefecture, and the Ministry of Justice will no longer be involved. After speaking, he hurriedly departed with his entourage of constables. Pei Quan was left bewildered, while Li Xiu exhaled deeply, reflecting, what a demonstration of power. I have witnessed the art of manipulation today. I am clearly a victim of deceit, yet in the end, I owe him a significant favor. After Pei Quan and his retinue departed, Li Xiu found himself alone outside the Xuandu temple. His gaze fell upon a figure in blue standing at the entrance. As he approached, he discerned that the person was wearing a human skin mask. You are waiting for me, I presume? The figure in blue spoke coolly. The regent merely intends to teach you a lesson. He remarked that although you possess courage, you are still too inexperienced. I hope you take heed. Where is my maid? She is safe. As long as you refrain from meddling, your subordinates will return. The figure in blue turned and walked away. Li Xiu clenched his fist slowly. A space materialized, revealing that his balance had dwindled to merely 300 coins. His money pouch had upgraded, transforming from a pickled vegetable jar into a larger container. The first slot was empty, indicating that a reward had been issued. Li Xiu was slightly bewildered. How had his pouch upgraded overnight? And where was the promised reward? Outside the Xuandu Palace, the square lay desolate, with fine rain cascading from the sky. Li Xiu sat alone on a stone bench, shivering in the cold, early spring air. He exhaled a puff of mist, rubbing his hands together. He had often criticized Xiaomei for being overly controlling and found Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu unreliable, yet with their arrests and disappearances, a sense of indescribable worry and loneliness enveloped him. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were beyond his control, but he must recover Xiaomei. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Li Qingqi was right. He was indeed too inexperienced. He had recklessly intruded without understanding the circumstances. Replaying the events in his mind, it felt as though a colossal figure loomed over him, observing his every move, gently nudging him into a trap. That giant was Li Qingqi, orchestrating the entire situation. His father sought to leverage 3 treasured artifacts to topple Niu Xiantong. Yet it was evident that Li Qingqi had seen through this scheme. However, his father appeared oblivious to the truth. Li Xiu could not help but admire Li Qingqi's cunning. Had he not intervened, it was likely that the imperial treasury would have suffered a total loss during the gambling bout. But why had Li Qingqi spared him? Was it merely a lesson as he claimed, or a warning not to disclose this matter to his father? Li Xiu understood Li Qingqi well. He was ruthless and would not easily forgive. He must have feared that capturing him would alert others, thus temporarily allowing him to go free. At this moment, Li Xiu's greatest concern was for Xiaomei's safety. Where could he possibly search for her? Perhaps he should pray to the god of wealth, trusting that he would illuminate his path. A family hurried past him, heading into the Xuandu temple. Li Xiu glanced back at the family's retreating figures, then regarded the magnificent main hall of the temple. Would it offer him guidance? Li Xiu knelt before the statue of the god of wealth, clasping his hands in prayer, imploring the deity to illuminate a clear path for him. If he could rescue Xiaomei, he vowed to offer 100 coins of incense. After 3 bows, as he rose, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning, He found a Taoist priest who handed him a note. Someone gave you this. Who is it? A young man who has already departed. Li Xiu unfolded the note, which bore a single line. The Heavenly King Hall at Xingshan Temple. Xingshan Temple stood in stark contrast to Xuandu Temple, located in the tranquil Jingshan Lane on the eastern side of Zhike Street. It appeared far more serene. Lacking the money-obsessed clerics like Longyang Jinren, Li Xiu entered the temple grounds, circumventing the Great Hero Hall until he arrived at the rear Heavenly King Hall, which was quite deserted, with only a few monks present and no other patrons in sight. Meow! A plump raccoon cat leaped from a nearby wall, stretching lazily. At that moment, recognition dawned on Li Xiu. This was the same cat demon from the residence of Gao Lishur. The chubby cat seemed to remember him, approaching and rubbing against his legs. So it is you, little one. Li Xiu affectionately patted the cat's head, feeling fond of it. It was a trained cat. Did it know where his companions had been taken? As he turned, he saw a tall young man standing behind him, wearing a bamboo hat and a black and white warrior's outfit, with a long sword in hand. Standing at 6 feet tall, his posture was as straight as a pine tree. The half of his face visible beneath the hat was as radiant as jade, and as he slowly raised his head, his high nose and sword-like brows gave him an air of striking handsomeness. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, coolly handsome. 3 words, stunningly handsome. He wore a faint smile and declared, "Someone has been following you." I have rendered him unconscious. The man stepped forward and suddenly knelt before Li Xiu, startling her. "What is this? I am forever grateful for your life-saving grace." "Your Highness." A thought crossed Li Xiu's mind. "Are you the brother of that young lady?" The young man nodded. "I am Pei Min from Jinzhou. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have met an unjust end in the prison." "Pei Min? Is he not the sword saint?" Li Xiu was genuinely astonished. Among the 3 saints of the Tang Dynasty, the poet saint was Li Bai, the calligraphy saint was Zhang Su, and the sword saint was none other than Pei Min before her. "Please rise. Where is your sister?" "My sister is at the inn." Pei Min replied with an apologetic expression. "I learned of the murder at Xuandu Temple last night, and only this morning did I discover that my benefactor was in trouble." "You mentioned knowing the whereabouts of my companion?" Pei Min nodded. "Your companion was taken away by a carriage. Ali followed them, and it will track them." Li Xiu stroked the plump cat. "You were called Ali?" "Your Highness, I was originally a rogue leader from Jianzhou. This cat has been specially trained by me for solving cases and excels in tracking." "I see. No wonder it performed admirably at the residence of Gao Lishur. First, we must rescue my companion. We can discuss further later." Ali led the way, and the 2 followed the stout cat towards the outskirts of the city. In Qingqing Palace, Li Qingqi wore a furious expression. How could he possibly be missing? Does he just vanish into thin air? A figure in green knelt on the ground, murmuring, "I am equally baffled. I personally placed the golden gourd in his embrace, yet it has simply disappeared." His hands were bound, and Pei Quan was only unbound later, so it should not concern him. Could it be that one of Long Yang's disciples, driven by greed, took it? Although they would not dare, the possibility cannot be dismissed. Humph, this is a failure on your part. You did not notice when Long Yang's disciple mistakenly took the wrong shoes, nor did you realize the golden gourd was lost. Had it not been for your blunder, he should be languishing in prison now. I acknowledge my fault. Li Qingqi shook his head. Enough? Capturing him would only alert the others. Let this serve as a lesson for him. However, the golden gourd must be recovered. Whoever is greedy shall meet their end. I shall commence the search immediately. Li Qingqi gazed at the ceiling, muttering to himself after a while, "This fellow truly possesses a stroke of fortune." Chapter 25. All are acting. Li Xiu learned of Pei Min's wrongful case while on the road. Pei Min's misfortune began with the vermilion bird sword. He was a notorious constable in Jianzhou, renowned for his martial prowess and having apprehended countless thieves. 3 months prior, he solved a major case and confiscated a considerable amount of valuable items. However, upon surrendering these valuables, he discovered that a sword was missing from the inventory. This led to his imprisonment, as the Jianzhou governor demanded the sword's return within 100 days, threatening him with death otherwise. A colleague discreetly informed him that the sword had been given as a birthday gift to Gao Lishur by the governor of Taiyuan, revealing that Pei Min had been framed. Subsequently, Li Xiu learned that Pei Min's 9-year-old sister infiltrated Gao Lishur's residence to retrieve the sword. Returning the sword doesn't guarantee your release, Li Xiu mused, finding the logic flawed. The return of the sword should solidify the charges of theft, rather than absolve him. It was said that Gao Lishur had written a note, which led to the governor releasing him from prison. Li Xiu then comprehended that the 500 guan he received from Gao Lishur included a plea for leniency. What happened next? Then I was unable to establish myself in Jianzhou and brought my younger sister to Chang'an to seek a living. Realization dawned upon Li Xiu. The reward he received must pertain to Pei Min, an adept investigator and skilled warrior, precisely the ally he needed. Your Highness, we have arrived. Pei Min pointed towards a rustic courtyard ahead. Your companions should be within. He swiftly approached, peering into the courtyard, then leapt onto the wall. Akin to a bird taking flight, gracefully landing on the rooftop. Incredible! Li Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, finally witnessing a true master. Two Taoist priests dashed out from the house, shouting loudly, prompting Pei Min to leap down. Moments later, the courtyard fell silent. Li Xiu rushed over, discovering two priests, one tall, the other short, lying on the ground. They were the eldest and second disciples of Master Longyang. Did you take care of them? They are merely unconscious. Your companion seems to be in the woodshed. Li Xiu hurried to the small woodshed, kicked open the door, and found Gongsun Xiaomei bound and gagged. Upon seeing Li Xiu, she expressed her excitement with muffled cries. He swiftly cut her bindings and removed the cloth from her mouth. Xiaomei, are you all right? He asked, genuinely concerned. My hands. It hurts so much, Gongsun Xiaomei exclaimed, noticing deep red marks on her fair wrists, her brows furrowed in anger. My hands are bruised like this. Where are those rogues? I want to deal with them. Li Xiu felt relieved. I almost forgot. Disciples of Longyang are not fond of women. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Li Xiu quickly stood up and peered through the window, spotting several dark figures rushing towards the courtyard, swords gleaming. Pei Min was startled and reached for his sword, but Li Xiu halted him. They are our people. Recognizing the leader as Li Ji, he watched as Li Ji rushed into the courtyard. What happened here? Li Ji gasped in shock upon seeing the two priests on the ground. Rushing over to check their pulses, they were alive, and he exhaled in relief. You've ruined everything, 38 Lord. Li Ji glared at Li Xiu. This is a stronghold of Master Longyang. His disciples will gather here, and we were lying in wait outside. You recklessly barged in and alarmed the snakes. Perhaps I startled the grass, but not the snakes. Li Xiu retorted. Li Ji's anger intensified. You intruded upon Xuandu Palace last night. Master Longyang is dead, and the golden gourd is missing. You've jeopardized matters of the Emperor. I dare not confront you, but I will report this to the Emperor. Beware. Without further ado, Li Xiu dismissed him, leading Gongsun Xiaomei and Pei Min away. Li Ji watched their retreating figures, gritting his teeth in frustration, finally muttering. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Li Xiu hired an ox cart and went to the inn to fetch Pei Min's sister, Pei Daodu. She wore the same yellow dress as before, small and frail, her eyes filled with trepidation. To Li Xiu's surprise, Pei Min readily agreed to accompany him. As a public servant accustomed to royal provisions, he found it challenging to fend for himself, especially with a younger sister to care for. Having narrowly escaped death thanks to Li Xiu, he felt compelled to follow out of gratitude. Moreover, as Li Xiu was a prince, it promised a brighter future for him. After arranging for the Pei siblings, Li Xiu hurried to the palace. Meanwhile, Gao Lisher had a young eunuch pour him a cup of hot tea, sighing. The Emperor's directive is that you should not involve yourself in this matter. Did Li Ji come by? Gao Lisher nodded. The Emperor is quite upset, stating that you lack experience and should not have been included. Gao Gong, I do not see this as a negative outcome. The moment I was framed, it became evident that our adversaries were aware of our investigation into Master Longyang, and they would not grant us any opportunities. I have long contended that using the case of the Taoist treasures as bait is unreliable. The situation is not as dire as you think. Master Longyang's disciple confessed that his death was linked to the embezzlement of the golden gourd. He deceived the cow immortal with a counterfeit gourd. Gao Gong. It was not the cow immortal who killed Master Longyang, but the regent. The emperor knows that the cow immortal presented 3 Taoist treasures to the regent. When the regent discovered the gourd was a fake, he was enraged, leading to last night's bloodshed, an act of silencing. What transpired next? The regent vehemently denied possessing the Taoist treasures, yet Master Longyang's disciple testified that they witnessed him handing the items to the cow immortal. Furthermore, Master Longyang left behind a letter in which the cow immortal requested the Taoist treasures. This is crucial evidence, which Li Ji obtained last night. Gao Lisher smiled. As I mentioned, we do not covet the Taoist treasures. We merely seek an excuse to search the cow immortal's residence. While it seemed that opportunities still lingered, Li Xiu sensed something amiss and could not articulate it. Gao Gong, with all due respect, I still find this plan unreliable. Gao Lisher pondered, realizing some truths needed to be shared with Li Xiu. Allow me to be candid. The emperor is also employing FAAD while secretly investigating. You only see Li Ji, but in reality, another group is investigating a different matter. The so-called investigation into the Taoist treasures is merely a diversion. Li Xiu was taken aback. So, my participation in the investigation is merely a ruse? Gao Lishur nodded. The Cow Immortal and the Regent are very interested in you. Your inclusion is merely to divert their attention. Your task is now complete. Li Xiu scoffed. So both factions are merely performing for an audience. It's a shame I won't be attending the Oscars. The Oscars? What is that? Gao Lishur inquired, puzzled. A small golden statue from Uncle Sam's house, used to subdue demons. Li Xiu showed no interest in further discussion and rose to take his leave. Gao Lishur hurried back to the imperial study. Your Majesty, he has departed. Li Longji stood by the window and replied coolly, Did you inform him? I only conveyed what he needed to know. Not a word of what he should not know was uttered. Li Longji turned to Gao Lishur and said, You must inform Li Ji to expedite the compilation of evidence regarding the Zhenren Longong. As for Li Sheng, we need to obtain the steward's testimony without delay. Money and safety are not concerns. With this, we shall possess a 90% assurance of victory in this battle. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Chapter 26. Professionals undertake professional matters. Before Li Xiu could leave the palace, he was halted by an elderly eunuch. The old eunuch ushered him into a secluded chamber. Xiu Gur, have you truly forgotten me? Li Xiu shook his head. I fell gravely ill, and many have forgotten me. The old eunuch sighed. I am Lu Zhong. I followed your mother into the palace, and I have raised you since birth. Li Xiu felt a pang of regret. I genuinely forgot. My apologies, elder. No matter. The old eunuch waved his hand and smiled. You have regained your title. Your mother must be overjoyed, and so am I. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak. There are no difficulties. I merely wish to hear about your mother's case. Li Xiu's spirit lifted. He had long sought to understand his mother's predicament, having inquired with Gongsun Xiaomei, who spoke only vaguely, while Zhang Ping and Zhao who were utterly uninformed. Please, elder, enlighten me. Your mother is the youngest daughter of Wu Sanxi. When Wu Sanxi was murdered, your mother was still quite young, growing up within the palace. She had never offended anyone, yet the regent harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wu Sanxi and, by extension, for your mother. However, as your mother was a consort to the emperor, the regent could do her no harm, primarily due to the case involving imperial concubine Huangfu. What transpired in the Huangfu case? It involves a scandal. Imperial concubine Huangfu was a consort to the late emperor. 3 years after his death, she became pregnant. And rumors in the palace suggested it was linked to the regent, though I believe that to be nonsense. It likely involved a certain guard. To cover up the scandal, the regent tasked Niu Xiantong with managing the situation, and the emperor tacitly agreed. The misfortune fell to Niu Xiantong, who, knowing the regent harbored resentment towards your mother, arranged for her to tend to imperial concubine Huangfu, leading to a miscarriage. Your mother, skilled in concocting medicine, prepared an abortifacient, but Niu Xiantong switched the medicine, resulting in the death of both imperial concubine Huangfu and her unborn child. Your mother bore the blame, and all witnesses were silenced. Even the court physician Shui was dispatched to the eastern capital, meeting his demise en route. Lu Zhong sighed. This was conveyed to me by your mother, who wished for me to relay it to you at the appropriate time, along with a letter. Lu Zhong produced a crumpled note from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiu. Upon unfolding the letter, he found elegant handwriting, presumably from his mother, which revealed her profound hatred for Niu Xiantong. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the note and inquired, Niu Xiantong compelled my mother to perform the abortion. Surely a physician should have been summoned. How could the emperor allow this? The specific reasons elude me, and I cannot fathom the emperor's thoughts. However, I have heard that initially, there was no intention to harm imperial concubine Huangfu. The aim was merely to terminate the pregnancy. Niu Xiantong, seeking to frame your mother, switched the medications, resulting in the death of imperial concubine Huangfu. At that time, the Imperial Medical Bureau was under Niu Xiantong's control, and physician Shui provided testimony unfavorable to your mother. He too later perished. Is there any way to rescue my mother from her current plight? I have heard that the regent and your father reached an agreement. Your father would certainly not obstruct, but the crux lies with the regent. Li Xiu shook his head. Relying on the regent offers no hope. The old eunuch pondered for a moment and remarked, having served in the palace for 40 years. I am somewhat acquainted with Li Qingqi. Although he is ruthless, he possesses redeeming qualities. He values promises and dislikes being indebted to others. If you can leverage these traits, there may be a chance. Upon leaving the palace, Li Xiu, initially disinterested in pursuing Niu Xiantong's case, reconsidered. He resolved to seize this opportunity to eliminate Niu Xiantong. Returning home, he was surprised to find Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu had returned. It was my first time in prison, and those ruffians treated me like a lord. I merely huffed, and they rushed to serve me. Yang's wife, if you need assistance, seek me, and I shall help with all my might. The two rascals boasted loudly from the kitchen doorway. Had it been another day, Li Xiu would have kicked them away, but today, their ruckus added a touch of liveliness to the courtyard. Li Xiu smiled, ignoring them, and proceeded to the inner chamber. He summoned Pei Min and recounted the case. You have solved numerous cases in Jianzhou. What is your take on this one? Pei Min pondered for a moment. The emperor's plans are fraught with uncertainties and may not succeed. I share your sentiment and wish to explore alternative routes. How should I proceed? Your Highness. The idea of an alternative approach is commendable, but it must be supported by clues. I suggest you investigate the Niu residence. Is there potential for discovery? Pei Min smiled. Wherever a goose flies, it leaves a trace. Wherever water flows, it leaves a mark. As long as Niu Xiantong has a weakness, there will be clues. But the challenge lies in uncovering them. The professionalism of his advice invigorated Li Xiu. Time is of the essence. I shall visit the Niu residence tonight. Brother Pei, please scout the terrain first. Just call me Pei Jiu. I shall depart immediately. Pei Min returned from the Niu residence within an hour, laying out a sketch on the table. This large row in the west is a warehouse, heavily guarded by 30 to 40 armed servants. It is built from solid blue stone, and the layout suggests there may be an underground storage. Outside the Niu residence, others are monitoring the warehouse. This must be the separate group you mentioned. Pei Min pointed to the rear courtyard, explaining, the rear is devoid of guards, only maidservants. It is entirely a garden with various pavilions. In terms of layout, two buildings serve as the center of the rear courtyard. He indicated the two structures on the sketch, one being the east building and the other the west building, which were quite distant from each other. From my observation, the east building is likely where Niu Xiantong resides, while the west building is occupied by his illegitimate son, Niu Chang. If there are clues, they must be in the east building. Li Xiu pointed at the east building. Puzzled, it is usually unoccupied, and the defenses are so lax. Does Niu Xiantong not fear theft? Your Highness, you are gravely mistaken to think the east building is easily accessible. My observations reveal that the trees surrounding it are planted in accordance with the 8 trigrams and are likely riddled with hidden traps. A misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. Does Niu Xiantong not fear making a wrong move? Your Highness, there must be a safe passage into the building that Niu Xiantong knows, but we do not. Moreover, based on my experience, the interior of the small building is bound to be even more perilous, usually equipped with concealed traps that could be fatal. Pei Min, filled with confidence, added, the more dangerous the location, the greater the reward. I can assure you, what you seek is certainly within that small building. Li Xiu rolled his eyes, implying that the investigation was beyond his concern. As you said, professionals handle professional matters. I shall undertake the investigation myself. And what is my expertise? Gongsun Xiaomei suddenly interjected. Li Xiu glanced at her. Your expertise lies in following closely behind me. If any ruffians attempt to harass me, you shall deal with them. Of course, if they are female ruffians, do your best to avoid them. Li Xiu donned a blue scholar's robe, wrapped a scholar's cap around his head, and wielded a folding fan, reciting poetry as he strolled into Guangzhai Fong. Gongsun Xiaomei, dressed in a short servant's floral garment, carried a bundle, her head bowed, dutifully following Li Xiu. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu trailed behind, carrying a bookbox and luggage. The 4 of them resembled wealthy scholars heading to the capital for examinations, complete with their maidservants and attendants. As it was the end of February, the provincial examinations were approaching, and scholars from all corners of the realm flocked to the capital, making their presence on the streets entirely unremarkable. Upon entering the Guangzhifang, one immediately spots the residence of Niu Xiantong, sprawling over 30 acres with imposing walls and deep courtyards. To the east, beyond the enclosing wall, lies a street lined with numerous shops, general stores, taverns, inns, and brothels, all seemingly thriving in business. Did you notice that person at the inn's entrance? Li Xiu remarked, pointing with a grin at an individual squatting by the inn's door. Who is he, my lord? Xiao Mei inquired with curiosity. With a servant in the household, everyone has taken to addressing me as my lord, Li Xiu replied, lightly tapping his palm with a fan, brimming with pride. That man is a watcher, part of the initial group dispatched by the emperor to monitor Niu Xiantong. They are tasked with keeping an eye on the warehouses of his residence, believing they could elude Niu Xiantong's gaze, but they cannot escape my scrutiny. Li Xiu was merely showing off. Had it not been for Pei Min informing him of the man's role, he would have been oblivious to it. Let us proceed. Li Xiu had a clear purpose for visiting Guangzhaifang. His target was a building nestled at the far end, specifically a martial arts school named Jinwei Martial Academy, which Pei Min had alerted him to, indicating that it held some intrigue. Chang'an boasted numerous martial arts schools, predominantly situated in the southern part of the city near the walls, where land was affordable. Given the expansive space required for such establishments, they were unlikely to appear in areas with exorbitant land prices. The presence of a martial arts school covering nearly 5 acres in a district inhabited by the affluent and powerful was indeed a remarkable anomaly. Intrigued by this irregularity, Li Xiu resolved to inspect the academy personally. He inquired with a neighbor about the land prices in Guangzhaifang, learning that they stood at 5,000 guan per acre. After circling the martial arts school, he stumbled upon a mound of refuse in the grass behind the building, resembling a small hill, indicating it had recently appeared. Dozens of feral cats were vying for scraps of food. "What is troubling you, my lord?" Xiaomei whispered. "I just asked the neighbor, and they mentioned that this academy has been closed for 2 months, so there should be no one inside," Li Xiu reasoned. And then, Li Xiu gestured with his fan. "Observe that pile of garbage, mostly leftover food. The cats are still fighting over it, which suggests it was discarded today and in substantial quantity." And then, Li Xiu playfully tapped her on the head with his fan. "Fool. It implies that many individuals are concealed within the academy." "Zhang Ping," Li Xiu called out. Zhang Ping hurried over, eager. "What is your command, my lord?" Li Xiu pointed with his folding fan. "There's a heap of chopsticks over there. Count how many there are." "What?" Zhang Ping recoiled in fear, shaking his head vigorously. "I refuse to engage in such filthy tasks. If you won't do it, I shall count them myself, and your monthly stipend of 5 guan will be forfeit." Li Xiu declared nonchalantly, showing no inclination to undertake the task himself. Reluctantly, Zhang Ping relented for the sake of the money. "Fine, I'll count them. What about old Zhao?" Turning to see Zhao Hu grinning mischievously, Li Xiu smirked. "Zhao Hu, there's a pile of broken bowls over there. Go and count them." Zhao Hu's smile vanished abruptly, and he trudged off with a frown to tally the bowls. While Zhang Ping found solace in the knowledge that he was not alone in the drudgery, cheerfully setting about counting the chopsticks. This exemplifies the art of leadership. It is not the lack of misfortune that troubles one, but rather the inequity of it. To put it plainly, it is better for one person to suffer than for the burden to fall solely on a single individual. Chapter 27. The Overlooked Strategist Under the Cloak of Night. A shadow perched upon the wall, deftly maneuvering a flying claw, tracing several arcs before launching it with great force. The steel claw arced gracefully through the air. Click. It latched onto a beam beneath the eaves of the second floor with uncanny precision. This was the most crucial step. Few could grasp a beam 30 paces away. It was also the sole method to access the small building. Traversing through the air, an idea unfathomable to the artisan who designed the building's mechanisms, not due to a lack of imagination, but rather the sheer impossibility of the distance involved. The other end of the rope was secured to a large tree outside the courtyard. The shadow grasped the iron ring on the rope and leapt into the air, soaring toward the second-floor window. Upon his return, he merely needed to detach the claw to swing back down the rope. The plan was exquisitely devised, allowing for seamless entry and exit. As the first watch of the night passed, Pei Min returned with the coveted item sought by Li Xiu, a roster of warriors and half a command token engraved with the name of the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. Just as I suspected, Li Xiu slammed his hand on the table, realizing that within the hall lay warriors belonging to Niu Xiantong. The reason for their presence there was no longer significant. What mattered was their numbers and equipment. If there were few, Niu Xiantong could evade guilt, but if numerous, the charge of harboring rebellious warriors would be substantiated. "Pei Jiu, I need you to return to the martial arts hall and confirm their numbers and equipment," Li Xiu instructed. Just as Pei Min was about to depart, he paused. "Is there anything else, young master?" "Go to Niu Xiantong's residence and investigate one more thing. If I am not mistaken, this will be the crux of the entire affair." Li Xiu whispered a few words, and Pei Min nodded, swiftly disappearing into the night. Li Xiu perused the roster, which contained comprehensive details, names, addresses, ranks, and monthly stipends, indicating a total of 500 warriors. Although a preliminary estimation during the day suggested a number around 400 or 500, the variables were significant, necessitating on-site verification. "Young master, take a look at this." Xiaomei handed Li Xiu the command token, pointing to a line of small text. Troops can be summoned with this token and an order. This half token was a military symbol, and Jinwei Martial Arts Hall should possess the other half. However, Li Xiu was astonished to learn that Niu Xiantong's written order was also required to summon the warriors. Yet, this was not a barrier. Li Xiu had in his possession an imperial edict penned by Niu Xiantong himself, but he would need an adept forger to replicate it. Young master, Gongsun Xiaomei softly reminded, shouldn't these documents be handed to Lord Gao? Li Xiu shook his head. You do not understand. My ability to secure 30,000 guan relies on these. With clarity of thought, Li Xiu recognized that Li Chengqi's powerful hand gripped the entire situation. And this contingent of warriors was an overlooked asset by Li Chengqi. A kitchen knife does not harm. It is merely a kitchen knife. It only becomes a weapon upon inflicting harm. Warriors are much the same. Without action, they are merely laborers. The following morning, the group dispersed. Pei Min, acquainted with several skilled forgers from his past investigations, was tasked with forging the command orders. Meanwhile, Li Xiu, accompanied by Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, returned to Jinwei Martial Arts Hall, clad in a white warrior's attire and brandishing a long sword. Li Xiu presented himself as a wealthy young master eager to learn martial arts. I apologize, but our hall is not recruiting newcomers at this time. Please seek another establishment. The doorman brusquely ushered Li Xiu out. Curse it. Is a straightforward approach futile? Must we resort to Pei Min lurking in the shadows? Yet mere surveillance was inadequate. Without deeper engagement, true understanding remained elusive. Li Xiu's gaze fell upon a notice on the wall. This hall seeks 2 auxiliary workers. He turned to the distant Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, a smile creeping across his face. Haven't you both lamented about your meager earnings? I have found you a part-time opportunity. In the Yongchang Lane, located south of Niu Xiantong's residence, a middle-aged man hurried into a small tavern. The proprietor led him to a private room, where a man in his early 30s, adorned in a golden crown and purple robes, awaited. This man, named Li Shang, was the Duke of Baishui and the leader of another investigation team, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the middle-aged man. Please, take a seat. Li Shang beckoned. The middle-aged man sat down, lifted a wine cup, and downed its contents, slamming the cup onto the table. I have contemplated this for an entire night. This may be my singular chance for wealth in this lifetime, and I do not wish to miss it, but you must guarantee my safety. Li Shang was elated. Has Steward Su agreed to testify? The steward nodded. I witnessed a total of 100,000 weapons, 70,000 long spears, and 30,000 sabers, all placed within the warehouse. You should have seen them as well. Li Shang had seen these weapons through the window of the warehouse, although he could not count them. Their vast numbers were evident, approximately 100,000. I need you to draft a testimonial. If necessary, your personal testimony will be required. Certainly. However, I demand 500 gold pieces, and I need to change my name and identity. You must ensure my safety. Not an issue. Steward Su produced a testimonial, handing it to Li Shang, who examined it thoroughly. It was indeed a complete account, detailed and signed by Steward Su Jianqing. Li Shang nodded, placing 5 gold ingots on the table. This is 200 taels. The remaining 300 will be paid upon successful completion. In the imperial study, Li Ji and Li Shang submitted their respective evidence to Li Longji. Li Ji presented testimonies from 2 disciples of Taoist Longyang, confirming that their master had entrusted 3 missing Taoist treasures to Niu Xiantong. Additionally, there was a letter from Niu Xiantong requesting the treasures. With this testimony and letter, they could justifiably search Niu Xiantong's residence. However, this evidence had its flaws, which Li Longji was aware of. His brother was privy to the matter, rendering the treasures a mere facade. The true evidence lay in the testimonial submitted by Li Shang, which confirmed that within Niu's residence were concealed 100,000 weapons, and he was willing to testify. This was Li Longji's hidden strategy. As long as weapons existed within Niu Xiantong's abode, he had already secured a significant victory. Li Longji recalled vividly the past coup, where the former emperor had concealed 30,000 sets of armor within the residence of Yuan Siyu, which had led to the sudden emergence of 20,000 armored soldiers. Thus, the presence of 100,000 weapons within Niu Xiantong's residence was unsurprising to him. Are you certain the weapons remain within the residence? Li Longji inquired of Li Shang. Li Shang bowed. I personally witnessed them last night, still in the warehouse. No transport vehicles have entered or exited Niu's residence today, but I fear they may discover it. I hope for prompt action. Li Longji shared his apprehension of prolonged uncertainty. He glanced at Gao Lishur, who nodded in agreement. Li Longji immediately issued an edict, summoned the prefect of Jingzhou, Pei Quan, to an audience. As dusk fell, Li Xiu encountered Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu from a distance, immediately detecting an unpleasant odor. He pinched his nose and waved them away. Do not approach me. Why do you both smell so foul? Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were on the verge of tears. We have emptied hundreds of latrines today, all overflowing, and must clean them. Young master, we are suffering. This is to teach you that earning money is no easy feat. You've complained about my frugality. Now, how many are there? What is their purpose? Zhang Ping extended 5 fingers. 500 individuals, all summoned from various estates 10 days ago to Chang'an, seemingly to escort silver. Are they all warriors recruited by Niu Xiantong? Certainly. They proclaimed it themselves, boasting of their salaries and benefits. You all continue with your work. I have an important task for you this evening. As dusk settled, over 300 constables and yamen runners from Wanyan County, Chang'an County, and Jingzhou Prefecture began to assemble. Clad in dark robes adorned with crimson trim, wielding staves and armed with curved sabers, they presented a unified and imposing presence. On the steps, Pei Quan called out loudly, "Tonight's operation is of utmost importance. Each person will receive a monetary supplement of 1 guan. I expect everyone to be alert. Furthermore, I must emphasize that if there is any conflict tonight, you may use your staves but must not take any lives. Do you all hear me?" Understood. The 300 responded in unison with fervor. On the rooftops of the Jingzhou Prefecture Yamen, several shadowy figures vanished into the night. Young master, Pei Quan has already begun to assemble. There are a total of 300 yamen runners and constables. Interestingly, several scouts are positioned on the rooftops, myself included, reported one of the subordinates. Li Xiu nodded and instructed Gongsun Xiaomei, "Allow me to reiterate. I will go to the martial arts school with Pei Jiu, while Xiaomei will monitor the Niu residence. Once the constables have entered the gates, light the lantern and raise it 3 times. Gongsun Xiaomei replied, clutching the lantern, "Rest assured, young master, I will see this task through." Li Xiu then addressed Pei Min, "Tonight is crucial. Should I signal you to take a life, do so without hesitation, or else our efforts will be in vain. Young master, rest assured, I will not show any mercy." At Xingqing Palace, a trusted subordinate of Niu Xiantong hurriedly approached Li Qingqi, bowing respectfully, "Your Excellency, the Emperor has departed. How many attendants did he bring?" "Reporting to Your Excellency, the Emperor has left the palace in disguise, accompanied by just over 100 guards." "Very well. I shall also bring fewer men." Li Qingqi mounted the tiger chariot and commanded loudly, "Let us depart for Guangzhifang." Chapter 28. The Gathering Storm at the Bullfighting Mansion, Part 1. Before the resplendent gates of the Bull Immortal's residence, the scene was ablaze with light. 300 constables and guards brandished torches, illuminating the entrance as if it were daylight. The gate stood resolutely closed, while dozens of household servants lined the steps. Niu Chang, the adopted son of Bull Immortal, brandished a sword, bellowing at the officers to fetch the decree of the regent. "Let them search if they dare, otherwise they must step over my corpse to enter." Niu Chang was notorious in Chang'an for his arrogance. As the nephew of Bull Immortal, he had been taken in as an adopted son, boasting a formidable physique and frequently leading a gang of thugs to commit misdeeds on the streets of Chang'an. With no one daring to confront him, Pei Quan raised a royal edict and declared, "I possess the Emperor's decree. Step aside at once, or I shall arrest you for treason." Who does Pei Quan intend to arrest? Bull Immortal arrived, stepping down from his carriage with an air of mockery. "We have always adhered to the law and lived cautiously. Why have so many officers descended upon us? What crime have we committed?" Pei Quan felt a surge of astonishment. He had just arrived, yet the adversary was evidently well prepared. Hastily, Pei Quan clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is the esteemed Bull General. We do not intend to intrude upon your residence. I possess the Emperor's decree to investigate a case. I implore you to cooperate. The Emperor is a man of reason. Today, you arrive with a royal edict to search my residence, yet tomorrow, I could present a regent's decree to search yours, Pei Quan. Perhaps we might uncover some seditious verses. Would you accept such a premise?" Pei Quan came to realize that this residence was indeed not to be trifled with. Without the regent's approval, even with ostensible evidence, searching this estate would lead to dire consequences. Though feeling somewhat cornered, Pei Quan, a man of considerable experience, steadied his mind and continued, "We have ample reason to believe that you, Bull General, are harboring 3 sacred Taoist treasures, with pertinent testimonies affirming that these treasures have come into your possession. With the Emperor's consent, we are here to search your estate. Should you have any grievances, you may appeal to His Majesty. Please do not obstruct our duty. While I cannot hinder your search, might I request that you wait a moment? I have dispatched someone to inform the regent, who shall arrive shortly. If he permits the search, I assure you I will not impede your duties." No sooner had Bull Immortal spoken than two voices resounded in unison. The Emperor has arrived. The Regent has arrived. The Emperor's dragon carriage and the Regent's tiger carriage approached simultaneously, one from the north and the other from the east. In reality, Li Qingxi had arrived first, waiting for Emperor Li Longji to make his entrance. Li Longji was acutely aware that without his presence, it would be exceedingly difficult to search this residence. For Bull Immortal harbored a vast arsenal of weapons, and he would not permit anyone to enter without his consent. Only he could suppress Bull Immortal. However, he had not anticipated his brother, Li Qingxi, would arrive so swiftly. Li Qingxi chuckled and inquired, "What has transpired to draw the Emperor's attention?" "Bull General, you haven't committed any treasonous acts, have you?" Bull Immortal, trembling, fell to his knees. "I am but a lowly eunuch serving in the palace. How could I dare engage in treason?" Li Qingxi, still smiling, remarked, "Your Majesty, he is your household servant. You should inquire of him. I shall listen." Li Longji's heart harbored a cold mockery. There must be something concealed within the residence to warrant his brother's involvement. If he did not overpower Li Qingxi today, searching this estate would be impossible. "Bull Immortal, there are accusations that you are harboring 3 Taoist treasures. Do you admit to this?" Pei Quan's inquiry differed fundamentally from that of the Emperor. Denying Pei Quan's inquiry was inconsequential, yet denying the Emperor's inquiry would amount to treason. Even if nothing were found, one could still be charged with deceiving the Emperor. Bull Immortal lowered his head and replied, "Your Majesty, indeed, Master Longyang presented me with 3 Taoist treasures, but they were not a gift. Rather, he asked me to authenticate their authenticity. I was unable to ascertain their genuineness and returned them to the Regent a few days ago, seeking his assistance in identification." Beside him, Gao Lishir sighed inwardly. No wonder the 38th Lord deemed the justification for the Taoist treasures untrustworthy. It was indeed flimsy, as he had easily absolved himself by claiming authentication. Li Qingxi seized the moment to interject, "Your Majesty, this is indeed the case. Furthermore, I have determined that the golden gourd is a counterfeit." Pei Quan, "This matter must be thoroughly investigated by the Jingzhou Prefecture. We must ascertain who has absconded with the genuine golden gourd. This is your responsibility." With a few casual words, Li Qingxi not only dissipated the pretext regarding the Taoist treasures, but also turned the tables on Pei Quan, placing him in a precarious position regarding the missing genuine golden gourd. Pei Quan, feeling the sweat beat upon his forehead, could only bow and reply, "I shall obey your orders." Having suffered an initial setback, Li Longji felt compelled to resort to his trump card. "Brother, at this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth. The mere 3 Taoist treasures are not sufficient to warrant my personal presence. I have received intelligence indicating that Bull Immortal's residence conceals a vast array of weapons. I suspect he is plotting rebellion, which is why I must come to see for myself." Li Qingxi's expression shifted markedly as he demanded, "Bull Immortal, is what the Emperor says true?" Bull Immortal quaked in fear. "I would never dare." Li Qingxi pressed further, "Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance. Is there any evidence?" "The evidence lies within his residence. As for witnesses, I would not speak without grounds." He turned and commanded, "Bring forth the witness." Li Sheng escorted the second steward of the Bull residence, Su Jianqing, forward. Li Longji produced the testimony. "This is the second steward of the Bull residence. And here is his statement, affirming that a substantial cache of weapons is hidden within. If your brother doubts this, he may ask him." Li Qingxi shook his head. "Your Majesty, without physical evidence, I cannot accept this. If you insist on searching the residence, we must establish a protocol. What if we find something? And what if we do not? We cannot allow this incident to set a precedent for arbitrary searches in the future." Li Qingxi's assertion was entirely valid. If one could search the residences of his subordinates today, how could he be assured that tomorrow they would not fabricate charges against others, like Zhang Jiuling, and claim to find seditious poetry? Li Longji nodded. "What do you propose, brother?" Li Qingxi replied calmly. "Firstly, the charges must be of a nature that cannot be easily fabricated. Accusations of concealed weapons or hidden soldiers are acceptable, but the evidence must not be something easily transported by the searchers. Can your Majesty agree to this?" Li Longji readily concurred. "Your brother's reasoning is sound. Not only for this occasion, but for all future instances." Li Qingxi added, "If we do uncover solid evidence of wrongdoing, I shall not shield them. Those deserving of death shall be executed, and those deserving of exile shall be exiled. I will not allow his son to take the blame. Such actions are beneath me. However, what if we find nothing?" The preceding declarations had been grandiose, but this final statement was crucial. Observing Li Longji's hesitation, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let us make a wager. If no conclusive evidence is found, your majesty shall turn over the imperial treasury to me. What say you? Li Longji's confidence began to waver, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. He turned to Li Sheng. Is this certain? Your majesty, I have just conducted an investigation. The weapons are indeed present. I stake my life on it. Li Longji nodded, realizing he had nearly fallen into a trap. His brother was clearly raising the stakes, compelling him to relinquish this singular opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "A ruler does not jest. I accept your wager." Gao Lisher suddenly felt a pang of concern. The emperor's eagerness to bring down Bull Immortal might easily be leveraged by the regent. Chapter 29, The Gathering Storm at the Bull Palace, Part 2, in the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. Li Xiu observed the swaying lanterns of Gongsun Xiaomei as the officials and constables stormed into the estate. He immediately dashed towards the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall, shouting, "Chief Niu has issued orders. Warriors, mobilize." Pei Min followed closely behind, and Li Xiu's loud call startled the hall's master, Yu Jinwei. Yu Jinwei, an ally of Niu Xiantong, had established this martial arts hall with Niu's financial backing, meant to safeguard his assets in critical moments. The 500 warriors hidden within the hall were usually scattered across various estates in Guangzhou, but following the gambling incident and Sun Lu's suicide, Niu Xiantong sensed an impending crisis and summoned the warriors back to Chang'an to assist in transporting his wealth home. What has transpired? Yu Jinwei demanded sternly. Li Xiu raised the military token and command, declaring, "The Bull Palace is under siege by hundreds of officials. Chief Niu demands all warriors for immediate rescue." Yu Jinwei examined the military token and his own half-token, confirming their authenticity. After reviewing the command, he retrieved the order arrow, handing it to his subordinates to mobilize the brothers for the rescue of the esteemed official. Suddenly, Yu Jinwei halted, casting a puzzled glance at Li Xiu. "What did you just call him?" Li Xiu inadvertently revealed a slip, while Niu Xiantong was referred to as Chief Niu in the palace. He insisted on being called the esteemed official at home, a rule that applied to everyone without exception. Li Xiu shot a fierce glare at Pei Min, commanding him to act swiftly. In a flash, Pei Min's sword struck like lightning, piercing Yu Jinwei's chest. The attack was so swift that Yu Jinwei had no time to evade, and he fell lifeless. The startled attendants turned to flee, only to be tackled to the ground by Li Xiu, who rendered one of them unconscious with a powerful punch. Grasping the order arrow, Li Xiu ran towards the back, shouting, "Where are Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu?" "Young master, we are here." Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu appeared. Li Xiu handed the order arrow to them, instructing them to relay the message for everyone to rush to the Bull Palace for rescue. Claiming it was under assault by thieves, Zhang Ping raised the order arrow high, sprinting and shouting, "The master has commanded. Hurry to the estate to save the esteemed official. He is in danger of being slaughtered by brigands, and our livelihoods are at stake." Zhao Hu echoed, "Hurry. Hundreds of beautiful maidens are at risk of being seized by the marauders." These two understood the warrior's psyche well. They feared losing their livelihoods and the women promised to them by their master. Instantly, the 500 warriors erupted into chaos, seizing their weapons and charging out of the martial arts hall. Military orders held great weight, and upon seeing the order arrow, several squad leaders ceased their opposition. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu led the charge, shouting, weapons in hand, "Follow me. Protect your livelihoods and rescue the maidens. Brothers, silver flows freely, gold by the thousands. Seize as much as you can. The first to breach the estate shall claim the fairest Li Mei." Their fervent exhortations spurred the 500 warriors into a fervent rush towards the Bull Palace. Li Xiu watched in astonishment. These two unreliable fellows surprisingly had their moments of brilliance. At the Bull Palace's warehouse, the massive iron gate creaked open and hundreds of officials and constables surged inside, greeted by heaps of weapons and bundles of long spears. Li Sheng was the first to rush in, seizing a bundle of spears, but felt an unsettling lightness. This is odd. Why are they so light? Countless spears and weapons were carried out, accumulating in piles, and Pei Quan, feeling anxious, hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, something is amiss." Li Longji frowned. "What is wrong?" "Your Majesty, please look at this blade." A guard stepped forward to present the weapon to Li Longji. Upon receiving it, Li Longji's heart sank. It was exceedingly light. As he examined it closely, his shock deepened. This was a wooden sword. Panic struck him, and he inspected the other weapons, discovering they were all wooden swords and spears. Li Longji abruptly turned to Li Qingqi, who was smirking with evident satisfaction. Realization dawned on Li Longji, and his heart plummeted. It was a trap, and he had been deceived. Li Qingqi, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, "I told you so? What value is there in rebellion for a palace servant whose manhood has been severed?" He then added, "Your Majesty, during the gambling incident, I lost fair and square. But I did not breach my word." As his words fell, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside. "Kill!" The palace guards began to flee, shouting, "Your Majesty, retreat. The regent is in danger. What is happening?" Countless figures clad in black surged in, declaring their intent to rescue Chief Niu, overwhelming the defenders. Niu Xiantong, caught up in his own thoughts, suddenly turned pale. Li Qingqi, filled with rage, glared at Niu Xiantong. "What are you plotting?" Servant. Niu Xiantong, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Numerous black-clad figures charged into the back garden, and Pei Quan bellowed, "Brothers, protect me." He led the officials and constables into the fray. At that moment, Li Xiu appeared from the east, waving and calling out, "Father, this way." Li Longji was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, as he retreated through a side door surrounded by 100 guards. "Uncle, hurry." Li Xiu rushed forward, straining to lift the portly Li Qingqi onto his back, shouting, "Block them." The guards valiantly obstructed the black-clad intruders as Li Xiu carried Li Qingqi towards the exit. "You little rascal, was this your doing?" Li Qingqi gritted his teeth, whispering, "Uncle, you are too heavy. You need to lose weight." Li Xiu panted heavily. At that moment, 10,000 imperial guards swiftly arrived, surrounding Niu Xiantong's residence. "We are the warriors of Chief Niu, not thieves." The following morning, Emperor Li Longji and Li Qingqi reached a consensus. Li Longji decreed the dismissal of Niu Xiantong from his position as Grand Master of the palace and ordered his imprisonment on charges of treason. Simultaneously, Li Longji appointed Pei Yaoqing as the Transport Commissioner of Jianghuai and Hunan, granting him the title of Minister of Justice, while the Chancellor Li Linfu was promoted to Left Chancellor, and Minister of Justice Li Shizhi was appointed to the Council of State. With these two decrees, the entire court was aware that the regent had relinquished control of the palace, paving the way for Li Linfu's elevation to Left Chancellor. Within the imperial study, Li Longji perused Niu Xiantong's list of warriors and military tokens, which had been retrieved by Pei Quan from the Bull Palace. "Your Majesty, the 38th son has arrived." Li Longji's expression darkened. "Admit him." Moments later, Li Xiu entered swiftly, kneeling in reverence. "Son greets Father Emperor." "Rise." "Thank you, Father Emperor." Li Xiu stood, hands at his sides. Li Longji glanced at his youngest son. Traditionally, parents favored their youngest, yet Li Longji held reservations. This son had always been remiss in his studies and lacked discipline, and moreover, his words often seemed insincere, rarely revealing the truth. He suffered a serious illness. "He should be better now," Li Longji pondered silently. "I shall not concern myself with past matters, but today you must speak the truth to me without a single falsehood." "I dare not. I shall ask first. Was last night's incident involving Niu Xiantong's warriors your scheme?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could I claim a reward?" "I dare not conceal anything." "Indeed, it was." Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief. Even his imperial brother firmly believed it was the doing of the 38th son. If he failed to discern it himself, it would indeed be a disgrace. Li Longji slammed the table, reprimanding, "Then why did you not report it to me sooner?" This was the crux of Li Longji's ire. While his son had achieved great merit, concealing it from him was utterly intolerable. Li Xiu, naturally, would not divulge the truth, and to sustain this deception, he exerted considerable effort. The child has no intention of concealing matters from the emperor, nor is there any necessity to do so. After all, it is merely a matter of achieving merit, so why provoke the emperor's anger? However, given the circumstances at that time, the child found himself with no alternative. Li Longji's expression softened slightly. "Speak," he commanded. "I am listening." Firstly, the child realized their presence far too late. It was only yesterday afternoon that he stumbled upon the matter unexpectedly. He was unsure of the number of individuals involved, but he had dispatched 2 subordinates to infiltrate the premises as laborers. Subsequently, he learned that they were merely commoners tasked with moving items for Niu Xiantong, who refused to disclose the truth. "Your Majesty, even now, I cannot ascertain whether they are warriors nurtured by Niu Xiantong, as I possess no evidence." The evidence, however, lay upon Li Longji's desk, the roster of warriors, which Li Xiu had, of course, never seen. Li Longji glanced at the roster and pressed further, and then, at that moment, while the emperor and his uncle conversed at the entrance of the Niu residence, one of my subordinates discovered that the weapons in the warehouse were made of wood. "How did your subordinate make this discovery?" "Reporting to your Majesty," he replied. He noted the texture of the weapons felt different, and, harboring suspicion, discharged a bolt from a hand crossbow, which lodged itself in the back of a sword. Only then did he realize the weapons were wooden. The notion of wooden weapons was merely Li Shou's conjecture. He had sent Pei Min to the Niu residence to confirm this detail. Li Longji inwardly cursed Li Xing's incompetence. How could such a simple method have eluded him? And then, why did you not inform me promptly? Upon my subordinate's arrival to report to me, Your Majesty and your uncle had already entered the Niu residence. In a moment of desperation, I recalled the tale of Lord Xinling seizing military power from Jinbai. And thus I led my men to forcefully breach the martial arts hall. Lacking any official tokens for troop mobilization, we directly killed the hall master, Yu Jinwei, seized the command medallion, and summoned 500 men in black to rush to the Niu residence for assistance. I thought to myself, regardless of whether they were warriors, as long as they wielded swords and stormed the Niu residence, the charge of treason against Niu Xiantong would be firmly established. Li Shou's rationale barely held water. Primarily because he lacked evidence that the individuals were indeed warriors, had no troop mobilization token, and had indeed killed Yu Jinwei. Logically, there were no flaws. And it rested upon whether Li Longji would believe in the coincidence of the timing. In truth, it mattered little whether Li Longji believed. What was paramount was that he emerged victorious, for all he sought was an explanation. After a moment of silence, Li Longji slowly remarked, "You subsequently rescued your uncle. Which brings me great comfort. Regardless of any grievances between elders, as a junior, you should harbor familial affection. Your uncle has also expressed his agreement to grant you a title of Viscount, but I have yet to consent. As compensation, I may grant you one request. Speak." Though the words of familial affection sounded noble, the emperor was well aware of Li Qingqi's ruthlessness. Li Shou's rescue of Li Qingqi was merely a means to create a debt of gratitude. Li Shou bowed his head in contemplation and said, "I wish to see my mother." Chapter 30. A glimmer of hope. Li Shou first encountered Niu Xiantong, who was imprisoned in a massive wooden cage within the Dali Temple's dungeon. As Li Shou entered the cage, Niu Xiantong rushed forward, the sound of his shackles clanking. Grasping the wooden bars, he shouted fiercely, "Was it you who stirred up my warriors? Who else could it be but you?" Li Shou responded with a cold laugh. "Did you consider this outcome when you framed my mother?" Niu Xiantong's eyes widened in sudden fear as he staggered back, ultimately collapsing in despair, his previous fury extinguished. After a lengthy silence, his voice turned somber. "You cannot entirely blame me for your mother's exile. The order to poison Empress Huangfu came from the regent. He compelled me to implicate the emperor, intending to incite rebellion among the military governors. I care not for the political motives behind the Empress Huangfu case, but the fact remains that you falsely accused my mother." Niu Xiantong sighed. "You can only blame your mother for her misfortune. She volunteered to care for Empress Huangfu, and they shared a close bond. Are you really blaming my mother for her ill fate?" Li Shou's eyes blazed with fury. His mother, so gentle and kind, was unjustly branded a murderer and cast into the cold palace, a fate that would ruin her life forever. "Let me be frank. I wish to rescue my mother from the cold palace, and I hope you will testify on her behalf. I will plead with my father to spare your life." Niu Xiantong gave a bitter laugh, despair evident in his eyes. "It is not the emperor who wishes me dead, but the regent. You cannot save me, Sam Bailing. I do not wish to deceive you any longer. The case against Empress Huangfu is a closed matter. There is no evidence to overturn it, and more importantly, neither your father nor the regent desires to revisit it, rendering even your testimony useless." "Why?" Li Shou's heart sank. "For the stability of the Li Tang Dynasty." Their interests aligned in this regard. An hour after Li Shou departed from the Dali Temple dungeon, Niu Xiantong was poisoned to death by a cup of toxic wine. The cold palace, located in the northeast corner of Taiji Palace, served as a place of confinement for disgraced concubines, unless pardoned by the emperor. These women faced a lifetime of silent imprisonment, living and dying in obscurity. Li Shou was led by a eunuch to a small courtyard filled with various medicinal herbs and flowers. In the courtyard, a woman in her 30s, dressed in palace attire, was busy tending to the soil and planting seeds, her dress worn and caked with dirt. This was Wu Xianyi. The eunuch quietly conveyed his message before retreating. Having been an orphan in his past life, Li Shou harbored an unfulfilled yearning for a mother deep within his heart. In this life, he finally had a mother, regardless of whether he had traversed time, and he had embraced this connection. Yet, upon seeing her, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. "Is this truly my mother?" Sensing a presence, the woman turned and her face lit up with surprise. "Xiaoa." Li Shou hesitated for a moment but then smiled and quickly approached her. "Mother, I've come to help you. There's no need. No need." Wu Xianyi rose, brushing the dirt from her clothes. "Come, sit down so I can see you." She guided her son to a small stool. I heard you were ill. Are you feeling better now? I've recovered, but I can't remember many things or people. Do you still remember your mother? Of course. Wushini gently stroked her son's forehead, her voice soft. I thought you hesitated at the door and had forgotten about me. Feeling the warmth of his mother's affection, the softest string in Li Xiu's heart was plucked. He grasped her hand and pressed it against his cheek, whispering, Mother, just remembering me is enough. I've heard you've been granted a title. Do you know how happy that makes me? My son has risen again. At this, Wu Xianyi turned her head, using the back of her hand to wipe away tears. Li Xiu noticed that her temples had begun to gray, and his heart ached. She was barely over 30. This revealed the immense suffering she had endured over the past year. How foolish of me. You've come all this way. We should speak of joyful matters. Wu Xianyi quickly wiped her tears. Mother, there is good news. Niu Xiantong, who committed numerous evils, has been executed. Wu Xianyi's eyes brightened, and she clenched her fists. Good riddance. That scoundrel has caused the deaths of countless people. He got what he deserved. Standing up, Wu Xianyi smiled. Show her. Come see the herbs I've planted. She proudly led her son through her garden, her face radiating joy. See this? It's honeysuckle. I plan to build a trellis for it, and by this year, it will cover the entire structure. This is peony, both a flower and a medicine. And this is lily, and this is fritillaria. Every spring, many of my sisters in the cold palace suffer from coughs. I intend to prepare a cough remedy using fritillaria and loquat. And this. Wu Xianyi produced a box of dried rose petals. These are my favorite roses. Whenever you see a rose, think of your mother. Li Xiu nodded. Mother, I also have an estate dedicated to cultivating medicinal herbs. Whatever you need, I shall bring it to you. Wu Xianyi pondered for a moment. That would be good. Many of these herbs can only be harvested in autumn. And the neighboring Lady Luo has been coughing. Everyone is susceptible to colds. I need fritillaria and isitis. Please ask Xiao Mei to bring them to me. I miss her dearly. I'll prepare it right away. Li Xiu surveyed the courtyard, noting only 3 small rooms and a space of about 50 to 60 square meters, totaling less than 100 square meters. His mother had been living in such a confined space for years. Mother, I have achieved merit this time. I will speak to father and have him relocate you. Wu Xianyi quickly waved her hands. Please do not change my location. Although it is a bit small, it receives sunlight, which is very important for these flowers and herbs. Without it, they cannot thrive. But how is this different from being imprisoned? Your mother has lived in the palace since childhood and is accustomed to it. You, however, are my only concern. I am well. I have a Zhongping Zhao pot beside me, along with Xiao Mei. I even hired 3 maids and established a medicinal herb shop. I plan to take you out of the cold palace and build a grand residence for you at the herb shop, where you can do as you wish every day. Wu Xianyi caressed her son's face, smiling as she nodded. Your mother looks forward to that day. I wish to hold my grandchild, just as I held you when you were little. I dream of it. Tears welled up unbidden, and Li Xiu wiped them away, promising, I will ensure you hold your grandchild soon. Wu Xianyi gasped, quickly waving her hands. Oh no. Marriage is a significant matter. Do not be hasty. I may not concern myself with other matters, but regarding marriage, you must heed your mother's advice. Li Xiu chuckled. Very well. I will listen to you. That is good. The hour is late. You should return. As Li Xiu turned, he found the eunuch waiting for him at the door. Lowering his head, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sorrow. Wu Xianyi gently stroked her son's hair, her voice thick with emotion. Go back. Behave well so you can visit me again next time. Li Xiu nodded. I shall take my leave. Take care, mother. Go. Go. Your mother is well. Wu Xianyi gently pushed her son outside. As Li Xiu walked away, he turned back every few steps, reluctant to leave his mother's courtyard. Wu Xianyi stood at the entrance, peering after her son until his figure vanished. Then, she leaned against the door frame and wept bitterly. After returning home for 2 days, Li Xiu remained somewhat despondent. That afternoon, Gongsun Xiaomei, who had come to deliver medicine to his mother, unexpectedly arrived with Gao Lisher. Your Highness, I had thought you would seek me out, yet it seems I am the one who has come to you. Master Gao, please do not take offense. My mood has not been particularly cheerful these past few days. Li Xiu invited Gao Lisher into the room and had a Yao serve tea. Gao Lisher smiled slightly, saying, You have achieved great merit this time. Even the regent has agreed to elevate your rank, but your father, the emperor, does not consent. It is against protocol to grant a title twice within a month, yet your father shall compensate you in another manner. Li Xiu, disinterested, shook his head and replied, I have no desire for anything but the release of my mother from the cold palace. Your Highness, although the case of the late imperial concubine Huangfu cannot be reopened, there is still hope for your mother's release from the cold palace. This statement ignited a spark of hope in Li Xiu's heart, illuminating his face with anticipation. What other means are available? The means lie within your Highness yourself. Once you become a pillar of the nation and your father's most trusted aide, your mother's status will rise with yours. Who could then dare keep her confined? A flame of hope blazed in Li Xiu's heart, rapidly consuming his doubts. Gao Lisher was indeed correct. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. If I cannot elevate my rank, I shall utilize this merit to improve my mother's circumstances. Rest assured, the Emperor has already indicated his agreement to enhance your mother's treatment. How so? The courtyard to the south of your mother's residence is vacant, boasting an area twice that of her current quarters. Tomorrow, we shall dismantle the partition wall, allowing for a much more spacious abode for her. Furthermore, we shall assign her 2 suitable palace maids, and her monthly allowance will increase from 10 guan to 50 guan. This is your achievement, and should you strive diligently, her treatment will improve further. Your fates are intertwined, should you ascend to the rank of Earl. I believe your mother shall be released. Surprise often arrives unexpectedly. Li Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible to attain the rank of Earl? Gao Lisher, anticipating Li Xiu's reaction, nodded with a smile. Others may not, but you can, for you are a prince. Li Xiu, overwhelmed with excitement, began pacing the room. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial matter. Would the regent agree? Releasing your mother does not equate to reopening the case of the late imperial concubine Huangfu. It is merely a form of early release from her sentence. The regent will not cling to the matter indefinitely, provided your father offers sufficient sincerity. Will my father do so? That depends on you. Once you become a pillar of the nation, your father will surely be willing to allocate resources for you. Li Xiu nodded, understanding the gravity of his situation. Master Gao, are there any tasks at hand? Gao Lisher chuckled softly. Currently, there are no tasks. However, I have come to inform you that next month, Princess Xianyi will wed in the eastern capital of Luoyang. Both your father and the regent shall attend. And your name is on the guest list. Prepare yourself. I am ready to depart at any moment. Gao Lisher produced a list and a piece of jade, handing them to Li Xiu. Previously, your father promised a reward of 30,000 guan for toppling Niu Xiantong from his position. Though the outcomes concerning Li Ji and Li Sheng were disappointing, without their groundwork, your success would not have been possible. Thus, each shall receive 5,000 guan, while you shall enjoy a bounty of 20,000 guan. Li Xiu rejoiced, exclaiming, 20,000 guan. I have struck it rich. What is this? This is a deposit slip from the Baoyuan treasury, which serves as a public interface for the inner treasury. With this piece of jade and the slip, you can withdraw funds, or you may deposit your money with them, albeit with a monthly storage fee of 20 guan. Is this a jest? Not only do they not provide interest, but I must also pay them? Can it be exchanged for silver? Gao Lisher pondered briefly. Silver may not be feasible, but it can be converted into gold. Gold is certainly preferable. 2,000 taels of gold, weighing 125 pounds, can fit comfortably in my purse. The crucial question remains. Once I fill my purse, how much will remain for myself? Chapter 31. The second reward after Gao Lisher departed, Li Xiu felt rejuvenated. Tomorrow, we shall visit the manor. Yang Sa, do not prepare dinner tonight. I shall treat everyone. Niu Jia, please boil some water. And Yao, I require a bath. The group busied themselves, yet Gong Sun Xiaomei pondered deeply. The mistress had explicitly instructed her that daughters of commoners or officials below the third rank were not to form close relations with the young master. This Yao was even more unsuitable. Her delicate beauty could lead to complications while attending to the young master's bath. Yao, you need not concern yourself with the young master's bathing. That is my responsibility. I understand. Yao responded, feeling aggrieved. Gong Sun Xiaomei assumed the role of the mistress, directing the 2 maidservants. Niu Jia, you shall assist the young master with his bath. Very well, Niu Jia replied, beaming with delight. Before long, a shrill scream echoed from the room. What are you doing in here? Subsequently, Li Xiu stormed through the house searching for Gong Sun Xiaomei. Where is that wretched girl? You are meddling too much. Gong Sun Xiaomei chuckled, producing a dried rose. This is the rose token bestowed by the mistress. She has entrusted me to oversee you, and from now on, I shall be in charge of the inner residence. And then? Li Xiu retorted with a cold laugh. Then, when your rightful wife enters, I shall relinquish authority. Xiaomei pouted playfully. Then I shall bathe it. And you shall attend to me. Li Xiu huffed and retreated to his chamber. Gong Sun Xiaomei stomped her foot. I shall attend to you. Who fears you? Niu Jia boiled water, exclaiming, I wish to bathe once more. The consequences of allowing Xiaomei to attend to the bath were predictable. The following morning, the group set off for the manor. Zhao Hu rented several mules and a cart from the muleteer. Naturally, Li Xiu rode a horse, while the other three mounted mules. Although Pei Min felt slightly diminished riding a mule, he cared not, for his sister's joy was paramount. She laughed heartily in the cart, a sight he had not witnessed in nearly half a year. The group traveled amidst laughter and cheer, though Li Xiu appeared somewhat distracted. The previous afternoon, he had retrieved gold from the treasury, and as expected, his purse had once again expanded, its capacity evolving from that of a water vat to a bookshelf, now containing a total of 1,030 taels of gold, equating to an upgrade worth 10,000 guan. His thoughts were consumed by the rewards. For another had surfaced, yet he had yet to behold it, igniting within him a fervent anticipation. Lu village was a small settlement with over 20 households, most bearing the surname Lu, believed to be descendants of Han Dynasty royalty. They were all tenants of Li Xiu, subsisting through the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Most manors possessed a farmhouse, and Li Xiu's pharmacy was no exception, serving as a summer retreat for the manor's owner, spanning approximately 3 acres. It too lay within Lu village, accompanied by a large warehouse at the rear. The value of rural land paled in comparison to urban property. Here, bricks held greater worth. Yet, even in the countryside, constructing such a residence would require no less than 100 guan. Li Xiu dismissed the group to rest in the farmhouse while he eagerly inspected his domain. 500 acres of land necessitated exploration by horseback rather than on foot. The steward of the pharmacy, Lu Kun, also served as the village headman, a shrewd man in his 50s, accompanying Li Xiu on a donkey. The terrain of the 500 acres was not flat. Situated near Lintian County, it belonged to a hilly region, with gentle slopes of sandy soil bordering a tributary of the Ba River, characterized by a warm and humid climate, ideal for cultivating medicinal herbs. Your Highness, this land originally belonged to the Inner Treasury and is one of the 10 major drug farms in the capital. All cultivated herbs are purchased by the Imperial Medical Bureau. But what? Li Xiu inquired. The steward sighed. Last year, as per the Bureau's directives, we specifically cultivated Isida's root and honeysuckle. It was a bountiful year. We harvested over 7,000 pounds of dried honeysuckle and over 100,000 pounds of Isida's root. Yet, the Bureau offered us only 80 yuan per pound for honeysuckle and 21 for Isida's, leaving us with a meager income of only a few dozen guan after a year of toil. Lu Kun, how is the profit split with the tenants? After taxes, we split it evenly. If the Bureau purchases, it is tax-exempt. If sold in the market, a guan per acre is due. Then how much would I earn if sold to the Bureau? Your Highness, the harvest varies between bountiful and sparse years. Based on last year, you and we would each earn about 1,500 guan, with 26 households averaging 50 guan each. Li Xiu raised an eyebrow, realizing why, after obtaining his title, the monthly stipend seemed trivial. The pharmacy alone generated an income of 1,500 guan annually. Wait, cultivating wheat does not yield such a return. Li Xiu suddenly grasped Gao Lisher's favor, who had bestowed upon him this lucrative pharmacy. I wonder if Gao Lisher seeks a share of the profits as well? Li Xiu mused. What if I sell to the drug merchants? Li Xiu asked again. The steward lowered his voice. After taxes, the price could double. Li Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. What he perceived as a minor difference turned out to be substantial. Then it must be sold to the merchants. Your Highness, we were previously forbidden from selling to merchants. Yet they are the ultimate buyers. There are vested interests at play. Upon reflection, Li Xiu understood. The former head of the Bureau, Yu Shan, had been outmaneuvered by Niu Xiantong, leading the Bureau to suppress prices, which were then sold to merchants, consequently exploiting both the tenants and the treasury while enriching themselves. Li Xiu waved his hand. From now on, I shall be in charge. We will sell directly to the merchants, independent of the Bureau. The steward rejoiced. The key lies with the Bureau. Your Highness must make an introduction, lest we offend them. Not a problem. The new Bureau chief, Wang Yui, is an old acquaintance of mine. I shall speak with him. Either they purchase at market price, or I shall manage the sales myself. Your Highness, the best course is for the Bureau to buy at market price. It would save 500 guan in taxes. The steward's astuteness became evident at this juncture. Li Xiu's heart soared. The income had transformed from 1,500 guan to 3,000 guan, and even in a sparse year, it would yield over 2,004 to 500 guan. No wonder everyone fought fiercely for titles. The benefits were immediate. Seeing the master in high spirits, The steward added, I possess a rare curiosity that no one has seen before. I wonder if your highness is interested? What curiosity? Your highness, please follow me. The steward urged the donkey to trot, soon arriving at a medicinal field near the riverbank. Beside a mud house, the steward pointed to several small seedlings. This is it. Quite rare. The first time I've encountered it. Li Xiu dismounted, scrutinizing the seedlings. They struck him as familiar, yet without flowers or fruit. He could not identify them. Why are there only 5 seedlings? My wife planted them. She was unaware of what they were and sowed merely 5 seeds. Upon hearing of your highness's visit, I thought to show you. I do not recognize them. What do the seeds look like? Your highness, please wait. The steward dashed back to the small house and returned with a golden-hued object. This is it. No one knows what it is. By my word. Li Xiu's eyes widened. This was corn. He rubbed his eyes, certain he was not mistaken. It was indeed a cob of corn. But this was the Tang Dynasty. How could there be corn? Wasn't corn native to the Americas? Lu Kun, who gave this to you? I can hardly recall. It was perhaps the summer of the year before last. I encountered a few merchants returning from the south, purchasing some coconut fruit, and they gifted me this curiosity. I thought little of it and tossed it in the granary, but my wife discovered it recently, and seeing it was undamaged by pests, she suggested trying to plant it. Li Xiu suddenly had a revelation. He realized that the second reward was corn. Chapter 32. The ominous presence in Luoyang, in the eastern capital of Luoyang. Beneath the heavy veil of night, a procession gently traversed along Dingdingmen Avenue, surrounding an ornate and spacious carriage. 16 armed horsemen flanked both the front and rear of the carriage, while 8 maidens held high lanterns on either side. The lanterns illuminated 2 characters, Xiani, signifying the entourage of Princess Xiani. As night fell, the streets became deserted, save for this singular procession. Curiosity filled the hearts of onlookers. Why would the princess venture out to inspect wedding boats at such a late hour? Yet, it was understandable, soon to be wed. What bride would not be concerned about her wedding? It was reasonable for her to wish to observe the atmosphere surrounding the wedding boats, especially as the ceremony was to take place under the cover of night. At the end of Dingdingmen Avenue lay the Luo River, beyond which the imperial city awaited across the Tianjin Bridge. After a few more steps, the procession was set to turn right and continue eastward along the river. In the darkness to the west of Tianjin Bridge lay a group of warriors, concealed and poised with deadly intent, patiently awaiting their moment. As the princess's entourage reached Tianjin Bridge and began to turn, a sudden tempest arose, unleashing a whirlwind of dust and debris. The horses whinnied in alarm, and chaos erupted within the ranks. From the river emerged a colossal black demon, towering 3 zhang high, adorned with horns several feet long, its eyes resembling lanterns, glowering ominously at the ground. With a thunderous roar, it opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the disarrayed crowd. The maidens, gripped by terror, fell to the ground, while the guards, equally frightened, scattered in panic, with some even fleeing in haste. Yet, the bull demon did not pursue its rampage. It soon sank back into the depths of the water. Once calm returned, a maidservant atop the carriage cried out in fear. What had transpired? Where had the princess gone? Princess Xiani had vanished. Before dawn, Li Xiu was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at his door. He yawned, bleary-eyed, glancing towards the window, still shrouded in darkness. How rude. He mumbled, somewhat displeased. What is it? Outside, the voice of the maid Niu Jia called out, Young master, there are officials seeking you. Claiming it is urgent. The mention of officials and urgency stirred a sense of aversion. One would prefer the mention of fortune and good news to lift the spirits. Reluctantly, Li Xiu rose, appearing disheveled as he made his way to the entrance, where an official bowed respectfully and presented a document. Your Highness, please proceed immediately to the Zongjing Temple. The Zongjing Temple was responsible for managing the royal family of the Tang Dynasty, as well as overseeing Buddhist and Taoist temples throughout the realm. Zhang Ping and Zhao Ping, 2 of his companions, had yet to return from their revelries, leaving Li Xiu no choice but to enlist Pei Min as his aide and ride to the temple. Upon entering the Zongjing Temple, Li Xiu realized that there was indeed a task at hand, invigorating his spirits as he hastened into the Mingdang Hall. To his surprise, he encountered a throng of royal relatives, numbering 20 to 30, all gathered to undertake tasks. They shared a common trait, titles and aspirations. Not all those with titles sought to undertake tasks. In fact, most were content to enjoy their privileges. The arduous nature of tasks, coupled with the risks involved, discouraged many. Failure could result in the loss of their titles. Only those with ambition viewed such endeavors as challenges to be embraced. This was Li Xiu's second visit to the Zongjing Temple, but his first to the Mingying Hall, the designated area for task assignments. Upon notification, individuals would swiftly converge from all directions, gathering at the task wheel, placing their title tokens upon it, a process known as drawing lots. With a gentle spin, anticipation would rise until the wheel came to a halt, revealing whether their tokens landed within the designated task slots. Given the scarcity of tasks, with only 2 or 3 available each time, success hinged solely upon luck. Moreover, there existed the option of competitive tasks wherein a single assignment could be pursued by all, with the victor reaping the rewards. As the time elapsed, groups of individuals congregated, engaging in conversation, yet Li Xiu recognized none. Just as he approached to eavesdrop, several individuals ceased their chatter, regarding him with caution. All shared this instinct. It would take months for Li Xiu to comprehend the nature of these social circles. Tasks were challenging, and success as an individual was elusive. Thus, alliances formed through mutual interest and friendships, resulting in 7 distinct circles, each a consortium of vested interests. Upon receiving a task, members of these circles would embark together, sharing the spoils and rotating titles among themselves. Li Xiu found himself solitary, with no circle willing to embrace him. After a brief survey, Li Xiu finally spotted Li Ji and Li Sheng at the task wheel, engaged in hushed conversation. Both belonged to a circle known as the Shengji Circle, renowned for its strength. "Greetings, esteemed brothers. What discussions are you engaged in?" Li Xiu inquired. His thick skin rendered him indifferent to others' opinions. The two had suffered a significant setback during the Niu Xiantong incident, and had it not been for Li Xiu's eventual intervention, their fates would have been dire. Thus, they treated him with a degree of courtesy. "Ah, the 38th Lord has arrived. We were just discussing matters pertaining to Woyang." Li Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Something has transpired in Woyang?" Li Ji nodded. "It appears a significant event has occurred, though specifics remain unclear. It is likely that today's gathering relates to this matter." Li Sheng added with a smile, "If I am not mistaken, today shall involve a competitive task." "Humph. Your statuses are too low for you to grasp the true nature of the situation." Li Xiu turned to see the arrival of his old acquaintance, Li Chui. Li Chui had just arrived, similarly unaligned with any circle, operating independently. However, his prowess exceeded that of Li Xiu. Li Xiu casually tossed out an old taunt. "I doubt you're even aware. You're merely posturing." "How could I be ignorant?" Li Chui's face flushed crimson, glaring at Li Xiu. "My father has informed me. I possess far more knowledge than you. This elevation in rank is destined for me." Li Xiu secretly rejoiced. A taunt had yielded 3 benefits: a potential title, insight into Li Chui's intelligence, and confirmation that he remained as foolish as ever. Li Taiqing has arrived. In the hall, the crowd parted to create a pathway as Li Yin, the minister of the Zongjing Temple, strode forth, a document in hand, followed by Deputy Minister Li Huang, standing elevated. Li Yin gestured for silence, and the hall fell into hushed anticipation. "Surely, you have all heard the news. Princess Xianyi of the eastern capital has gone missing." A murmur rippled through the hall, and Li Xiu was taken aback. They were set to travel to Luoyang to attend the princess's grand wedding. And now the bride-to-be had mysteriously vanished. "Silence. Allow me to speak." The hall quieted once more, and Li Yin continued. "The Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Imperial Guard have dispatched elite forces to Luoyang for an investigation. The Emperor and the Regent have deemed the search for Princess Xianyi an urgent task, offering a promotion as a reward, along with a monetary reward of 10,000 coins for those willing to undertake this mission." No one moved, save for Li Xiu, who stepped forward to draw a copper token. Immediately, he sensed something amiss. Why did no one else draw? At that moment, Li Chui strode forward and drew a token as well. The two of them stood at opposite ends of the knowledge spectrum, one fully informed, the other entirely in the dark. The others were likely refraining from drawing tokens to first comprehend the particulars of the case and assess the associated risks before deciding whether to accept the task. Li Yin cast a glance at Li Xiu and remarked coolly, "According to our information, the disappearance of Princess Xianyi may be linked to a demon." "Demon?" The hall erupted in a tumult of whispers. The Tang Dynasty was known for its myriad demons, perhaps a reflection of the period's reverence for Taoism. Some demons are merely the handiwork of individuals with ulterior motives, while others stem from the limited understanding of nature by people from the Tang Dynasty. Yet, there are some demons that remain enigmas even in later times. The presence of demons brings inherent risks, and such risks can jeopardize one's life. It is essential for all to weigh the potential rewards against the dangers involved. A single elevation in rank is evidently insufficient temptation. Yet a reward of 10,000 guan stirs the hearts of all. Ultimately, all 7 circles received their assignments. As this was the first mission for the junior brother, he was somewhat unfamiliar with the protocols, and thus sought guidance from the 2 elder brothers. Li Xiu, displaying humility, acknowledged the necessity of understanding the rules, lest he venture to Luoyang in ignorance. Li Sheng, pleased with Li Xiu's modesty, patiently elucidated. Undertaking a mission comes with its own set of regulations. But for this particular task, the 38th Lord need only remember the 3 cardinal principles of a packwolf mission. First, no illegal actions are permitted. While everyone may bend the law to some extent, this rule primarily emphasizes that one must not harm the common folk under the guise of a mission. Second, unless one's own life is in jeopardy, indiscriminate killing is prohibited. Third, one must not engage in activities that threaten the integrity of the Tang Dynasty, such as colluding with foreign entities. These 3 principles suffice for the 38th Lord to remember. Li Xiu remained skeptical, pondering whether there might be additional rules, such as how to handle internal strife or credit theft among the team. Li Ji replied nonchalantly, "This is the allure of the Packwolf mission. Everything relies on one's own abilities. If your hard-earned accomplishments are usurped by others, it simply indicates your lack of skill, and you cannot blame anyone else." The 2 had matters to attend to and began to walk away. After a few steps, Li Xing turned back to caution Li Xiu, "Be especially vigilant on the road to Luoyang. Although they are all of royal lineage, their ruthlessness exceeds that of thieves." Upon completing the necessary formalities, Li Xiu exited the gates of the Zongjing Temple, where a stout figure appeared. "Before departing, go and light incense for the Bodhisattva. Pray for the protection of your miserable life," Li Chui said, squinting his eyes coldly. "I have been waiting for the opportunity. It's difficult to act in Chang'an. But once I arrive in Luoyang, I will see how I can dispose of you." Li Xiu replied with a smile. "Yet, it seems that in the end, it is always you who meets your demise." Li Chui clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. "Then let us wait and see." Chapter 33. The Disheartened One by the Ba River. We anticipated your highness's arrival." Gao Lisher wore a facade of insincere politeness as he obstructed Li Xiu at the door, signaling discreetly behind his back. 2 young eunuchs, in a flurry, hastily removed the paintings of Yan Libin and the calligraphy of Zhang Su from the walls and gathered an assortment of exquisite porcelain from the official kilns. "Gao Gong, I yearn to know more details regarding the case of the missing princess. I assumed you would inquire about the task at hand. I possess some understanding in that regard, but my primary concern lies with the case itself." Gao Lisher cast a sidelong glance, noting that the preparations were nearly complete. "Then, please come in and take a seat." As Li Xiu entered the room, he was struck by the stark emptiness of the walls. Not a single piece of porcelain adorned the display cabinet. Disdain filled his heart. What does this imply? Is my reputation so tarnished? Really, it appears that Gao Gong has acquired the works of Yan Libin and Zhang Su. Not at all. We are merely planning to repaint the walls and have taken down the artwork. Then, Gao Gong, perhaps you should consider relocating. This place is rather cramped. You are correct. I do intend to change locations, which is why I have stored away the paintings and porcelain. They exchanged awkward laughter. And sensing the futility of further negotiations regarding the porcelain, Li Xiu redirected the conversation to the pressing matter. "Gao Gong, let us discuss the case of the missing princess. The princess is to be wed in less than a month, and the emperor is preparing to ally with the Yang family, a former royal lineage, significantly impacting his hold over the eastern capital. The princess's disappearance at this critical juncture has left the emperor in a state of profound anxiety. Does the regent support this marriage? What, do you suspect the regent's involvement?" Li Xiu nodded, asserting that should this marriage strengthen the emperor's control over the eastern capital, the regent would undoubtedly be displeased and might seek to sabotage the union. "You are mistaken. The regent is quite supportive of the princess's marriage. Following her disappearance, he promptly mobilized elite forces from the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice to Luoyang. The situation is rather complex, and I cannot elucidate it all at once. Just remember this, at this stage, the regent is not our enemy. Gao Gong, since I have made this trip, I cannot leave empty-handed. Might I implore the emperor for additional support? It would be quite embarrassing if I were to lose to Li Chui." Saving face for the old man is no small feat. Gao Lisher shook his head at Li Xiu. "You have always been one to leave with a prize. Not returning with something would be uncharacteristic of you." Gao Lisher produced a silver token and handed it to Li Xiu, stating that with this token, he could enter Luoyang at night, though the number of people must not exceed 10. Li Chui possesses a similar token, So you are even in that regard. Among all the royal descendants assigned tasks, Li Xiu is the weakest. The others command small groups of at least several dozen followers. In stark contrast, Li Xiu has only 4 subordinates, 2 of whom are rather unreliable. Yet, the completion of a task relies not solely on strength, but rather on intellect and, at times, sheer luck. Otherwise, the mightiest, Sheng Ji Quan, would not have suffered such a dismal defeat in the case of Niu Xiantong. The following morning, after ensuring Pei Daodu was settled and having rented 4 horses, Li Xiu prepared to set off for Luoyang with his 4 subordinates. Wait, let us consult the oracle before departing. No longer donning flat shoes, Li Xiu had upgraded his divination methods, acquiring a rudimentary oracle tool from the Kaishan Temple. Reputedly blessed by Long Shenren, he held 3 divination coins, gold, silver, and copper, in his palm, chanting fervently, "Wealth in hand, the god of wealth in heart, I sincerely recite thrice. May fortune descend upon the ground." He cast the 3 coins into the air, and upon landing, they revealed an auspicious sign, gold on the upright side, silver and copper on the reverse, an omen of down, down, down. Xiaomei, bring forth the divination tube. Xiaomei presented a copper divination tube containing 24 copper sticks. Li Xiu located the down, down, down stick, inscribed with its interpretation, wealth sign. Possessing talent brings fortune, lacking talent leads to loss. Young master, what does this signify? Xiaomei inquired, leaning closer. Li Xiu scratched his head, admitting his confusion. It matters not. Let us set forth. The 5 of them, brimming with ambition, ventured out to meet the dawn. After walking a mile, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu remembered they had forgotten provisions and water, causing them to rush back, much to Li Xiu's ire. After another 2 miles, Xiaomei realized she had neglected her makeup bag. Everything else could be forsaken, but the makeup bag was essential, prompting yet another dash back, earning her a sharp reprimand from Li Xiu. Just beyond the gates of Chang'an, Li Xiu discovered he had also forgotten his noble rank token. Exiting Chang'an through the Chunming Gate, they reached the banks of the Ba River in less than half an hour. Upon crossing the river, the smooth official road stretched into the distance, flanked by lush woods. "What is the matter with you two?" Li Xiu, eager to quicken their pace, noticed Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu lagging behind, igniting his frustration. They approached with grim faces, explaining, "It seems we have upset our stomachs. The pain is quite severe." "You fools, hurry along." They dismounted and dashed into the woods. Li Xiu gestured for Pei Min and Xiaomei to wait a moment. After what felt like an eternity, the 2 finally emerged from the thicket, but to Li Xiu's surprise, Zhang Ping was carrying someone on his back. "What on earth happened?" "We encountered a man who had hanged himself. Fortunately, we acted swiftly and caught him just in time." Li Xiu rolled his eyes, even while attending to nature's call. "One stumbles upon a suicide. Lower him down. Pei Jiu, come take a look." While Li Xiu had some knowledge of chest compressions and artificial respiration, he was ultimately an amateur. In the case of someone easily saved, such as a young lady, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. However, the individual before him was a robust man, his beard as stiff as iron needles. It was better to leave such matters to a professional. Zhang Ping set the hanging man down, and Pei Min approached to check his breath and pulse. "There is still hope," Li Xiu observed as the hanging man, clad in a scholar's robe, bore the appearance of an educated man, tall, over 6 feet, with a robust build, skin as dark as charcoal, fierce eyes, and thick brows reminiscent of bristles. He resembled Zhang Fei from the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, perhaps even more so than Zhang Fei himself. Pei Min propped him up and gave several firm pats on his chest and back, prompting the man to cough violently. Slowly, he opened his eyes, recognizing those around him, and hoarsely shouted, "Why must you meddle? Let me die. I truly wish to leave this world." With that, the man collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Zhang Ping, taken aback, retorted, "How unreasonable. To save you, we exerted great effort, and yet you blame us for interfering." Li Xiu also implored, "If you perish, it may seem a resolution, but what of your family and descendants? You appear to be just over 50. Your health seems fine. Surely you could live another 20 years. The man wept even more sorrowfully. "Brother, I am but 25 years old." Li Xiu felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, you are merely 25. How do you appear so aged?" The man wiped away his tears, indignantly exclaiming, "Though I may bear an unseemly appearance, it is a gift from my parents. The Ministry of Personnel should not strip me of my right to serve merely due to my looks. A decade of hard study, all for naught." Li Xiu understood. This man had passed the provincial examination but failed the Ministry of Personnel's interview. Passing the imperial examination does not guarantee an official position. one must also survive the second hurdle, the Ministry of Personnel selection process, primarily an interview, which instilled fear in many aspiring officials. Numerous candidates are dismissed during this crucial stage, with the primary reason often being their unattractive appearance. This circumstance is the most tragic, a true fall from grace, akin to descending from paradise to hell, rendering failure in the examination preferable. Thus, it is entirely understandable that this man contemplated suicide in despair. What is your name? Where are you from? I am Zhong Kuei, from Yishou County in Jingzhou Prefecture. Li Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Young Master Zhong Kuei. By heavens, another renowned figure. Behold this fearsome visage. It must undoubtedly belong to the renowned ghost catcher. Recognizing that it is Zhong Kuei, Li Xiu naturally could not neglect him. Coincidentally, Zhong Kuei was also en route to Luoyang to pay a visit to his master, so Li Xiu extended an invitation for him to accompany their journey. They rented a horse in the town of Bahang, and Zhong Kuei joined their company. However, he had yet to recover from the profound disappointment of his failure in the imperial examinations, remaining taciturn and disheartened throughout the journey. The following evening, the group arrived at Huayin County. Chapter 34. The Art of Bludgeoning. As twilight descended, they found themselves in need of lodging for the night in Huayin County. However, with Li Xiu possessing a noble title card, they bypassed the inns and headed directly to the official post house. Unfortunately, they arrived too late, as 3 noblemen had already taken residence there. Your Highness, it is not a matter of negligence on my part, the postmaster explained. They arrived earlier, and with so many guests, we are fully booked. Only 2 rooms remain, and I can only ensure your comfort and quality provisions. With 6 individuals in their party, accommodating them in 2 rooms proved to be a challenge. Li Xiu glanced at the roster, noting that many had private rooms. I shall confer with them. He recognized the 3 noble youths, Li Qingji, Li Qian, and Li Zhong, comprising an earl and 2 viscounts, who had formed a tight circle. Negotiating for accommodations was no simple task. Li Qingji was preoccupied with subduing a female spirit in his room, while Li Qian and Li Zhong were engaged in a game of strategy, with Li Qian surrounded by piles of gold and silver, while Li Zhong appeared pale from defeat. After a brief survey, Li Xiu returned, finding no opportunity to speak and feeling disinclined to press the matter further. Xiaomei, let us share a room tonight. Gongsun. Xiaomei did not object. She had little choice, for it would be unreasonable for her to occupy a room alone while the other 5 were crammed into one. A room it is then, she thought. He wouldn't dare take advantage of me. However, Li Xiu pondered that 4 individuals in one room would still be rather cramped. He turned to the postmaster and requested, please find another room, even if the conditions are somewhat inferior. The postmaster scratched his head, suggesting, perhaps the room next to the restroom? It may not be unpleasant, and the conditions are adequate, though it might be a bit uncomfortable psychologically. Zhangping, Jiaohu. Li Xiu called the 2 and inquired, would you prefer to share a room comfortably, or squeeze into one with 4? Is that even a question? Certainly. We prefer to share a room. Then please escort my 2 attendants to their quarters first. Ensure their meals are suitably compensated. The postmaster nodded in understanding, replying, Your Highness. Rest assured, what is lost will be gained. Li Xiu leaned closer to Pei Min and whispered, tonight, I ask you to be vigilant. We must be wary of these scoundrels attempting to strike unexpectedly. The group dispersed to their quarters, with Pei Min naturally sharing a room with Zhong Kuei. Zhangping and Zhaohu finally began to comprehend the situation. Brother, we're sharing a room, yet they're not 4 to a room. Who cares? We won't be staying here much longer. Zhangping wore a knowing expression. I spotted several establishments on the way. Aren't you tempted? Zhaohu's eyes sparkled with excitement. There are 3 in total. The ladies outside the second one appeared promising. During dinner, Li Zhong raised an eyebrow and remarked, Elder brother, another noble party has arrived at the post house, seemingly only 6 individuals. Li Qingji paused with his chopsticks, inquiring, who are they? That 3rd 8th lord who was nearly reduced to commoner status. Is it him? Li Qian chuckled. Only 6 of them. Should we not deal him a blow? Li Qingji pondered the idea. They had just bolstered their ranks with a dozen warriors, and this would serve as an excellent opportunity for practice. According to their usual protocol, they could break an arm or a leg, ensuring he could not travel to Luoyang. As darkness enveloped the evening, another monster hunting team arrived, numbering over 30. Clad in white warrior attire and riding fine steeds, led by none other than Li Chui. Bring them all out. Li Chui fumed. The postmaster, pale and distressed, lamented. How did so many nobles arrive? I cannot afford to offend any of them. Your Highness, look here. The strategist Zhang Yu presented the roster to Li Chui, pointing at the last name. This lad is also staying here. Li Chui narrowed his eyes, recognizing a perfect opportunity for retribution. Never mind, let us seek another inn. He waved his hand and led his men away. The postmaster and his subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Moments ago, they had been fierce, yet now they were retreating. Xiaomei appeared distressed, for the room contained but a single bed. How shall we sleep tonight? My lord, perhaps you should take the bed while I sleep on the floor? Li Xiu yawned, fatigued from a day of riding. What floor? It's filthy with who knows how many cockroaches. The bed is large enough. We shall squeeze together. Cockroaches? Xiaomei's eyes widened in fear. She measured the bed against their sizes and reluctantly acquiesced, stipulating, let us each sleep at opposite ends, with separate blankets, and no crossing the line. Rest assured, a gentleman's word is his bond. I shall not cross the line. That night, Xiaomei felt warm and slumbered soundly. However, at the first watch, she awoke to a foul odor, instinctively reaching for her short sword, only to find nothing but an unfamiliar object. Upon further inspection, she felt a soft grunt from the other side, realizing something was amiss. She opened her eyes to discover a large foot resting on her face. Ah, she exclaimed, bolting upright. After ensuring her clothes were intact, her heart calmed slightly. In the dim light of the moon, she observed the large foot on her pillow, which had provided her warmth throughout the night. With a scowl, she seized her sword, tempted to slice off the offending appendage. Just then, a hurried knock echoed at the door. My lord, open the door quickly. It sounds like Zhangping. Xiaomei opened a crack in the door. What brings you two here at such a late hour? Someone is plotting against the young master. Let us in quickly. Alarmed, Xiaomei ushered them inside, awakening Li Xiu in the process. Who intends to harm me? He inquired. Zhao Hu replied hastily, It's Li Chui. Li Xiu frowned. What is that scoundrel doing here? We encountered several warriors at the Baixiang brothel. They were quite brazen, and upon hearing your name, Zhao pretended to be a servant to glean information. Li Xiu shot a quick glance at Zhao Hu, acknowledging the resemblance. What did you uncover? Actually, it was rather straightforward. They mentioned that they were Li Chui's subordinates, and they planned to strike at you around the third watch. At that moment, another knock resounded. Xiaomei opened the door to reveal Pei Min and Zhang Kui entering. You were right, my lord. An incident may truly occur tonight. What news do you have? It was not me. Old Zhong overheard it, Zhang Kui stated, clasping his fists. While attending to nature's call, I overheard two men discussing you, indicating that the third watch would be an opportune time to act. They mentioned two lecherous attendants were easy prey, but warned to be wary of a mustachioed giant and a swordsman, while also noting that the lady accompanying you possesses martial skills. And then, afterward, they exited, and I saw them enter the Earl's room. Beside them, Zhang Ping expressed his dissatisfaction. I simply want to know who they were referring to as the two lecherous attendants. Everyone turned to him, and Zhao Hu simultaneously. Earlier, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu had also received similar news. Li Xiu shared the information they had overheard at the brothel with Pei Min and Zhang Kui. Pei Min and Zhang Kui exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. This was no mere monster hunt, but rather a treacherous game of wits among hunters. Li Xiu smiled. I was just contemplating that since Li Chui is wholly focused on targeting me, his rear guard must be lacking in vigilance. We must seize this opportunity. Pei Min clasped his fists, declaring, I, Pei Min, volunteer for this mission. Only you would be suitable for this task. I am curious about what secret intelligence the regent has provided his son. I understand. At that moment, Zhang Kui hesitated before stating, Your Highness, I too have a notion. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhang Kui felt somewhat uneasy. I merely possess a rather immature idea, which may also rely on a touch of fortune. Suddenly, the door of a pharmacy was knocked upon. Thud, thud, thud. What business compels one to knock at such an hour? The assistant, bleary-eyed and quite disgruntled, opened the door. Outside stood a burly man, resembling a bear, who handed in a piece of silver, declaring, I wish to purchase sulfur. Procure as much as you can. The assistant's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Certainly. Please wait a moment. He proceeded to grind the sulfur into powder using a stone mill, assuring the man that the remaining silver would be his. Not far from the relay station, in a grove of pine trees, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were drenched in sweat as they chopped branches. What a foolish idea to have us toil like this, exclaimed one. Indeed, had I known, I would have let him hang. Old Zhao, nearly exhausted to the point of being unable to stand straight, interjected, Isn't this enough? The young master requested at least 5 loads, yet we can barely muster 2. You fool. He never specified how much each load weighs. We can simply divide these 2 loads into 5. Zhao Hu raised his thumb in approval. Brilliant. Truly a clever scheme. Nonetheless, the two continued their labor. Aware that this ruse might suffice for their current task, but would likely not deceive their young master. Meanwhile, Li Xiu rummaged through the kitchen for a large rolling pin and handed it to Gongsun Xiaomei. Cover your face with a damp towel, crouch low against the wall, and strike anyone you see. But, my lord, I do not recognize them. She protested. No matter. Just aim for the one wearing the golden crown. Hit him precisely. Gongsun Xiaomei hefted the rolling pin, finding it quite manageable. I understand now. Li Xiu cautioned her. Do not force it. If you cannot strike, then so be it. Chapter 35. The Sleepless Night in Huayin County. The official post station in Huayin County is an elongated structure made of blue bricks and tiles, comprising 2 stories. The ground floor is also laid with bricks, featuring a long and narrow corridor flanked by rooms, with a single exit located at the westernmost end. At the easternmost end, a small window is blocked by a pile of pine branches. As time passes into the small hours, a dozen white-clad warriors stealthily infiltrate the inn. They are subordinates of Li Chui, dispatched to abduct Li Xiu. In a room on the first floor of the inn, 7 or 8 black-clad warriors are preparing to strike. At that moment, the pile of pine branches is ignited, doused with sulfur powder, which ignites easily, yet the pine needles make it difficult to catch fire. The combination of sulfur and pine needles creates a state of incomplete combustion, producing a large volume of thick smoke. Soon, the inn is engulfed in smoke, prompting someone to shout, "Fire! Fire! Escape quickly! What is happening?" Count Li Qingji inquires. A subordinate opens the door, revealing the corridor shrouded in smoke. Filled with cries of alarm. I don't know. It seems there is a fire. The hallway is filled with smoke. Perfect. Li Qingji commands. Let us go to his room and break his legs. 7 or 8 warriors rush out. The white-clad warriors, noticing the billowing smoke within the inn, recognize this as their opportunity. They swiftly approach the window of Li Xiu's room, and one warrior pries the window open and leaps inside, only to be kicked out before he can enter. A voice from within shouts, I am Baron Li Xiu. Who dares to touch me? The white-clad warriors aim to seize him, and they scramble inside the room. Just then, the door is kicked open with a loud bang, and 7 or 8 warriors charge in through the smoke. A cry of agony erupts as one is struck by a sword. There are ambushers inside. Kill them. The 2 groups of warriors engage in a fierce battle within the room. Pei Min lies concealed on a beam. Taking advantage of the chaos as the 2 factions grow increasingly frenzied, he leaps into the thick smoke outside. Gongsun Xiaomei hides behind the stairs, covering her mouth and nose with a wet cloth. She sees a man adorned with a golden crown rushing down the stairs, swiftly emerging from the shadows. She strikes him with a rolling pin on the back of the head, crouching down and disappearing into the smoke. The man collapses, and his subordinates shout in disarray. My lord! My lord! On the other side, chaos reigns as several subordinates drag the unconscious Count Li Qingji back into the room. He too has been assaulted from behind and has lost consciousness. The blow was severe. Even if he survives, he may suffer lasting effects from a concussion. In the swirling smoke, no one witnesses the assailant. After about a quarter of an hour, the postmaster and a few men finally locate the source of the fire. They shout, Everyone, do not panic. There is no fire. It is merely a pile of wet pine branches that has been ignited. The postmaster and his subordinates labor to remove the smoke-emitting pile of branches and open the doors and windows. As the night breeze sweeps through, the smoke dissipates quickly, leaving the dozens of people in the yard in a disheveled state. Li Qian and Li Jin sit on the ground laughing foolishly, while Count Li Qingji, still unconscious from the blows he received, has been trampled by fleeing individuals, resulting in a broken left wrist. The most unfortunate are Li Qingji's subordinates. 2 of the 8 black-clad warriors are dead, 3 are injured, while the white-clad warriors suffer 3 dead and 5 wounded. The identity tags they leave behind instill fear in everyone, marking them as warriors of the regent from Shiqing Palace. Outside the northern gate of the county town, in a grove, Li Xiu and his companions await Pei Min's return. At this moment, a shadow flits by, and Pei Min enters the grove. Li Xiu hurries to greet him, asking, What news do you bring? Pei Min presents a gold box with a smile, saying, The letters are likely kept on his person. I believe this is promising. Li Xiu takes the gold box and weighs it in his hand, confirming its substantiality, at least 5 taels. He opens the box to find a crushed wax seal containing a rolled-up piece of paper. This was not crushed by me. Never mind. Let us see what it contains. Li Xiu unfurls the paper and immediately recognizes Li Qingji's handwriting, but the note bears only one name, Changzhu. Li Xiu is puzzled. Who is this Qingzhu? No matter. We shall learn more upon reaching Luoyang. Glancing at the sky, he notes the dawn breaking in the east. Despite a sleepless night, he feels invigorated. Let us depart. Before dawn, Li Xiu and his companions set off along the official road to Tongguan. Xiaomei expresses regret. My lord, that golden crown was truly a pity. I should not have discarded it. It was quite heavy, at least half a pound. Li Xiu chuckles. He is merely a viscount. He does not merit a golden crown. It was a gilded copper crown, worth little. Will my lord not reward me for my efforts? Xiaomei pouts in expectation. Ah, the reward shall be revealed in time. Indeed. My lord, what of our reward? Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu seize the moment to rush forward. Vulgar. Utterly vulgar. Li Xiu laments. How did I come to have such subordinates? You must broaden your horizons and not fixate on trifling gains. Xiaomei must contemplate how to become a first-rank lady, while you two should ponder how to become competent county magistrates. Look at Page Yo. He remains silent, contemplating how to stabilize the realm. Pei Min smiles slightly. My lord, I was actually pondering what to have for breakfast. Not long after passing through Tongguan, they arrive at Wantu County, where two routes present themselves. One continues eastward overland to Shan Prefecture, traversing the Shaohan Passage into Hunan Province, while the other takes a boat from the Wantu dock along the Yellow River to Luoyang. After passing Tongguan, Gong's son Xiaomei feels unwell and can no longer ride. Li Xiu decides to split the party. He, along with Gong's son Xiaomei and Pei Min, will take the boat, while Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu will continue overland to Luoyang. Zhang Kuei is responsible for arranging the boat. He is diligent, meticulous, and considers everything, even ensuring hot water for Xiaomei during her monthly cycle. Furthermore, he is astute and manages to negotiate the fare down from 20 to 15 taels, much to Li Xiu's satisfaction. Particularly impressive is Zhang Kuei's thoughtfulness in arranging for himself and Xiaomei to share a cabin, which delights Li Xiu. Having grown up in the Deep Palace, Xiaomei is naive to the treachery of human nature and the dangers of the world. Pei Min is competent as a bodyguard, adept at solving cases, but lacks social acumen. As for Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, those two rascals are more trouble than they are worth. Although Li Xiu is somewhat better, as a leader, he should not be burdened with menial tasks. Thus, Li Xiu finds himself in dire need of a capable steward to manage internal arrangements and external relations, someone who can also offer strategic advice. Zhang Kuei is undoubtedly the best candidate, being a graduate equivalent to a postdoctoral scholar. The only uncertainty is whether he would be willing to take on such a role. Zhang Kuei returns, presenting Li Xiu with several pieces of silver. Your Highness, typically, hiring a boat for 1,000 stone cargo to Luoyang costs 30 taels. But with only 4 of us, a 500 stone vessel is more than sufficient. The boatman initially quoted 20 taels, but if we allow him to carry some private goods, the price can be further reduced. Ultimately, we settled on 15 taels. This extra 15 taels is for you to keep. Li Xiu glances at the silver and replies, Let the silver remain with you for now. We will need it for various expenses along the way, and I entrust its management to you. In the Linda Hall of the Daming Palace, Li Sheng and Li Ji bow respectfully, greeting His Majesty. Li Longji presented a confidential edict to the two individuals, stating that it was a top-secret report drafted by General Qin, known only to himself and the regent. You may peruse it now. Li Sheng accepted the document and opened it, revealing content that left both men astounded. After a moment of contemplation, Li Sheng inquired, Your Majesty. The edict mentions a certain Qingzhu, claiming he is the key to finding the princess. Who is he? This individual is the captain of the princess's guards. He vanished the day after her disappearance, and I am uncertain of his connection to the incident. However, I must emphasize the importance of the princess's marriage, as it pertains to the Yang family and the allegiances of the powerful in Luoyang. I hope you can locate her before I arrive in Luoyang. The two men bowed in unison, replying, We shall obey your command. Pleased with their response, Li Longji continued earnestly. The situation in Luoyang is intricate and delicate. Although many investigative teams are mobilized, they serve merely to mislead. The true contest lies between you and Wang Shui, representing both myself and the regent. Do not disappoint me. We shall not fail to meet your Majesty's expectations. Li Sheng and Li Ji bowed deeply before taking their leave. Gao Lishir, standing nearby, queried, Why has the Third Eight Lord not been included in the substantive investigation in Luoyang? Li Longji shook his head. He is still too young and inexperienced. Though he performed commendably in the Niu Xiantong case, his sheltered upbringing in the palace has left him lacking in diverse experiences and capabilities. Perhaps after 2 more years of training. Your Majesty. Gao Lishir attempted to interject, But Li Longji raised his hand, interrupting him. I understand your regard for him, as I too hold him in high esteem. However, he must proceed gradually, accumulating experience step by step. To thrust him into the fray prematurely would be to alert the enemy. Gao Lishur sighed inwardly, pondering that the emperor was overly concerned with the sentiments of Li Sheng and Li Ji. If the third eight lord were to cause alarm, would not Li Sheng and Li Ji do the same? Ultimately, the emperor still harbored doubts about Li Xiu's capabilities. Upon returning to his office, Gao Lishur contemplated deeply. He recognized that the region had gained the upper hand in Luoyang. Without an unexpected maneuver, defeat was inevitable. Li Xiu must be employed. He pinned a note and entrusted it to a loyal confidant, instructing him to dispatch a pigeon to Peiquan without delay. In Qingqing Palace, the aide He Bifan hastened into the main hall. Li Chengqi set down his brush and inquired, Has the emperor chosen his candidates? Yes. It is Li Sheng and Li Ji. Li Chengqi paused in surprise. Not the third eight lord? It appears the emperor has not selected him. Li Chengqi scoffed. To overlook a genius in favor of mediocrity guarantees my victory in this contest. Your Highness, should we inform Wang Shui? There's no need to alert him. Since Wang Shui has agreed to my terms, he will have made arrangements. We need not worry. Li Chengqi produced a letter and handed it to He Bifan, instructing him to send a rider post-haste to Luoyang to deliver the missive to Qin Xuanli. Chapter 36. A decade to cross paths together. The passenger boat transitioned from the Yellow River into the Luo River at Gong County, where the captain was tasked with delivering a shipment of contraband. The vessel temporarily docked at the bustling wharf of Gong County, a commercial hub where merchants from Hulao Pass sought ships for transit, and many merchants plying the Yellow River unloaded their goods. The wharf was a hive of activity. Suddenly, Li Xiu caught sight of an exceptionally beautiful woman clad in a resplendent yellow gown, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Before he could admire her further, a bullock cart obscured his view. Once the cart moved on, he could only see her retreating figure heading towards a shop. That fleeting glimpse ignited a desire within Li Xiu to pursue her. Feeling restless, he remarked, Shall I take a stroll? Please do, young master. I shall stay with old Zhong. He is feeling a bit queasy from the voyage, replied his companion. Li Xiu glanced back at Xiao Mei. Though she was charming in her own right, familiarity had dulled his appreciation. Beauty, much like fruits and vegetables, thrives on novelty. Xiao Mei, you should take a break as well. I'll wander a bit and return shortly. Preposterous. Xiao Mei shot him a glare. Then let us go together. With a reluctant sigh, Li Xiu disembarked, followed closely by Xiao Mei, who remained vigilant of their surroundings. Where did she go? She was just here, Li Xiu exclaimed, spotting a flash of yellow fabric from the direction of the shops. Let us investigate that area. Upon arriving at a weapon shop, Li Xiu's eyes brightened, and he turned to Xiao Mei with a smile. Just in time. I was looking to purchase a sword. Xiao Mei, her demeanor icy, retorted. Buying a sword is merely a pretext. Your true intention is to pursue women, isn't it? Inside the shop, 3 customers caught their attention, 3 exquisite young women. Upon hearing Xiao Mei's words, the 2 teenage attendants turned, while the central figure, a stunning lady in a RU skirt, stood tall and voluptuous, her hair styled elegantly, her visage enchanting. Appearing to be in her early 20s, radiating a maturity that stirred the imagination. This was the very woman Li Xiu had glimpsed earlier. Stepping boldly into the shop, Li Xiu declared, What of it? Can I not buy a sword? Xiao Mei scoffed. And what reason would you give for such a purchase? Li Xiu proudly replied. Why should a man not wield a sword, conquering 50 states along the mountains and rivers? Does that suffice? Realizing she had been outsmarted, Xiao Mei pouted, having unwittingly provided him with an opportunity to boast. The alluring young woman's eyes sparkled with approval, a fine poem and splendid spirit. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Flirting with poetry proved to be an effective charm, and Li Xiu hastily bowed. Forgive my intrusion, fair lady. I am Li Xiu of Chang'an. May I ask your name? However, the young woman did not respond, merely offering him a radiant smile. May our paths cross again, she said, as she exited with her attendants through another door. What does this mean? Li Xiu felt as though he had missed a step, watching the enchanting figure fade into the distance. At that moment, a shop assistant approached with a smile. Our swords are crafted by renowned artisans from the eastern capital. Would you like to see a few? With a dismissive wave, Li Xiu replied, Alas, these swords are beneath my interest. What sort of sword does the young master seek? Surely you do not possess the legendary Ganjiang and Emoyi? If not, perhaps the fish intestine sword or the Qinggang sword. Even the Zhanlu sword would suffice. The assistant was momentarily taken aback, but Li Xiu waved him off. Xiao Mei, they do not have what I desire. Let us return. The boat had been docked for over an hour when the captain finally arrived. Apologies for the wait, young master. There are some scholars wishing to travel to Luoyang, and they are willing to pay a fare. What sort of individuals are they, and how much are they offering? 13 students, each willing to pay 300 won. Li Xiu calculated in his mind that amounted to 4 guan, a fair discount on the passage. And with an extra cabin available, he decided to let them board. There are also 3 young ladies wishing to join, though they did not mention the fare. However, if they board, it may become cramped, he noted. Li Xiu's interest piqued. What manner of ladies are they? Allow me a glimpse. Standing at the cabin door, he gazed towards the wharf, where 3 lovely figures stood, one in a vivid yellow RU skirt, smiling brightly at him. Elation surged within Li Xiu. What a serendipitous encounter. It seemed unjust for 13 individuals to crowd a single cabin. He thought it best to allow the 3 ladies aboard. As the boat continued its journey to Luoyang, the beautiful woman and her attendants retreated into the cabin, remaining unseen throughout the day. Li Xiu lay in the cabin, feeling dejected. Was it not said that a decade of cultivation brings one to share a boat? Where was his fate? Having boarded for an entire day, he thought it only fitting to at least express his gratitude, share a meal, and watch the sunset together, reflecting on the beauty of life. Yet, nothing transpired. He had prepared numerous charming verses in vain. With a long sigh, he self-mockingly mused, "She merely crossed paths with you, and you are already contemplating names for your children. Never mind. There are plenty of beauties to be found in Luoyang, and the delightful Yang Mei awaits my rescue." He consoled himself, acknowledging that while the lady was indeed beautiful, she seemed a touch too mature for his taste. As he began to unravel his tangled thoughts, regret washed over him for not discussing the fare prior to boarding. In his pursuit of beauty, he had unknowingly incurred costs. Carrying dinner into the cabin, Xiaomei placed the meal on the table and noticed Li Xiu still lying there, sullen. "Eat first. Though the young lady is not as warm as you imagined, she is also not as dreadful." "Wait," Li Xiu exclaimed, turning to her in surprise. "How do you know her surname is Gao? I conversed with her for an afternoon." "Naturally, I learned her name. You had a conversation with her? Why could we not converse? Must it only count if it's with you?" Xiaomei produced a silver ingot, placing it on the table. "This is the fare she provided, 2 taels for each of us. Did you not foresee this?" Li Xiu sat up and began to eat, mumbling, "I spent the day pondering the case in Luoyang. Her appearance and willingness to pay were of little concern to me." Though he spoke dismissively, he was unable to resist the allure of the silver that had already found its way into his possession. Before dawn, the boat arrived at Luoyang, enveloped in a blanket of mist. As Li Xiu stood at the bow, reveling in the ethereal beauty of the fog-laden waters, he unexpectedly noticed a tall and graceful lady beside him, also captivated by the misty scene. She had donned a dark red RU skirt, draping her arms with silk ribbons. Her skin fair and her beauty unparalleled. She must stand at least 1.70 meters. Li Xiu mused inwardly. At that moment, the lady turned towards him and performed a deep bow. "Thank you, Your Highness, for allowing me to board." She recognized his status. Li Xiu could no longer blame Zhang Ping for being a gossiper. It seemed everyone was, including Xiaomei and even Pei Min. "No trouble at all. Merely a trifling matter," he replied. The young lady introduced herself as Gao Xian, adding, "If fate allows, I believe we shall meet again." To invoke fate upon their arrival at Luoyang felt akin to a lady expressing her interest only at the conclusion of a meal. Li Xiu could only chuckle to himself. "It's rather chilly by the river. You should return to the cabin. I too must take my leave." He felt a profound disinterest and turned back to his cabin. Gao Xian glanced back at Li Xiu's retreating figure, a fleeting smile shimmering in her enchanting eyes. This young prince was intriguing. His gaze had burned with fervor while he perused the weapons shop, yet upon preparing to disembark, he had turned as cold as water, truly unlike any other prince. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Li Xiu had only learned yesterday that Zhong Kuei possessed martial skills, capable of handling 2 or 3 Zhongping Xiaohu without issue. Such a resourceful and astute subordinate is hard to find. I have duly noted Your Highness's gracious invitation, but I must first meet my master, whom I have not seen for 2 years. Once I have a moment, I shall certainly give it due consideration. No rush. No rush. You know where to find us. Correct? Peijio informed me that you reside in the Tungwen Pavilion. I will come to seek Your Highness. Then I shall look forward to your esteemed visit, old Zhong. Zhang Kuei appreciated being called Old Zhong by Li Xiu. His classmates referred to him in the same endearing manner. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Kuei addressed Li Xiu. Regarding the case of the missing princess, I wish to offer your highness a word of caution. Li Xiu's spirit soared, and he eagerly replied, I am all ears. The waters of Luoyang run deep. The disappearance of the princess is far from the simplicity you envision. Deep waters? Li Xiu inquired with interest. Please elaborate. Luoyang is home to 5 major factions. Have you heard of them, your highness? Li Xiu shook his head. I know nothing of Luoyang. First, there is the power of Prince Shui, who has been stationed in Luoyang for over a decade, deeply entrenched in its affairs. Then there is General Qin Xuanli of the Longwu Guard, commanding an army of 20,000, adept at navigating both the light and dark. Even Prince Shui must yield to him to some extent. Another significant faction comprises the noble descendants of the Sui dynasty, represented by the Yang family, to whom the princess is being married. Additionally, there are local powerful families, namely the Luo, Wang, and Song clans, with the Luo family being a mere pawn of Prince Shui, brazenly operating within Luoyang. Although your highness need not fear them, they are indeed local tyrants, and dealing with them can be troublesome. Lastly, there is the influence of foreigners, with the Goguryeo people being the most formidable. But Goguryeo was destroyed 50 years ago. Li Xiu expressed his confusion. Although Goguryeo has fallen, 1 million Goguryeo people have been resettled in the Tang Dynasty, with several thousand nobles residing in Luoyang. Rumors persist that they are scheming for a restoration. Is there anything else? There is also this Miss Gao. She is the courtesan of Luoyang, the most beautiful woman in the eastern capital. I did not expect to encounter her in Gong County, so it would be wise for you to avoid provoking her. The most beautiful woman in the eastern capital? Li Xiu suddenly felt a renewed curiosity. Would courting her lead to trouble? Zhang Kuei replied nonchalantly. Everyone in Luoyang knows she is Prince Shui's woman. Do you think it wise to provoke her? At that moment, the boat jolted as it docked. The captain shouted, Luoyang has arrived. Chapter 37. Your rank is insufficient after a long and arduous journey. Li Xiu yearned to finally set foot, sip a cup of hot tea, and indulge in a soothing bath adorned with rose petals. Upon departure, the officials of the Zongjing Temple informed him that their accommodation in the eastern capital would be at the Tongwen Pavilion, a residence specifically designed for foreign envoys. Akin to a state guest house in contemporary terms, the Tongwen Pavilion, situated in Zunfengfang, spanned approximately 30 acres and was composed of over 40 small courtyards. The sentinel at the gate glanced at Li Xiu's rank insignia and clasped his fists, saying, Please wait a moment, young master. I shall report this at once. The sentinel hurried inside, and shortly thereafter, 2 officials emerged. The first, clad in light blue official robes and wearing a silk cap, was a 9th-grade official, likely the pavilion's deputy. The second, dressed in light crimson robes and adorned with a golden belt, was identified as a 5th-grade official. The deputy approached with a forced smile and said, My lord, regrettably, the Tongwen Pavilion is fully occupied, and we have no available rooms. Perhaps you might consider the county guest house across the street? Li Xiu then noticed a guest house a few dozen paces away, which he had initially mistaken for an inn, only to realize it was a county guest house. The Tongwen Pavilion, under the jurisdiction of the eastern capital's garrison, served as a high-ranking state guest house, while the county guest house fell under the authority of Luoyang County, representing an entirely different echelon. Li Xiu felt a twinge of discomfort moments ago. The sentinel had claimed it was only half full, and now he was being told it was entirely booked. Allow me to enter and take a look. If it is indeed full, I will not trouble you. The deputy's expression faltered, knowing that entering would complicate matters, and he glanced back at the official behind him. Cough, cough. The 5th-grade official cleared his throat and stepped forward, introducing himself as Niu Tianjun, an aide in the garrison office of the eastern capital. My elder brother is Niu Ziyang, the prime minister. He feared being underestimated, so he raised his own stature. Aware that a military aide held little weight in the eyes of the royal family, but the brother of a chancellor was different. My brother is a prime minister. What do you wish to convey? Li Xiu replied, somewhat impatient. The court has its regulations, and the eastern capital has its customs. Only foreign envoys or officials of the 4th grade or higher are permitted to reside at the Tongwen Pavilion. As a mere 5th-grade baron, you cannot expect to be accommodated here. How embarrassing. To travel such a long distance only to be told one's rank is insufficient, especially in front of subordinates. Left Li Xiu feeling somewhat humiliated. He contemplated using gold to silence the insolent official when payment interjected. That cannot be right. 2 years ago, I accompanied the Sima of Jincheng to Luoyang on official business. He too was only a fifth-grade official. How could he stay at the Tongwen Pavilion? I recall that those below the fifth grade are not admitted. Li Xiu's expression darkened, realizing the underlying deceit. This charade was merely a ruse. If the Sima of Jincheng could stay, why not him? Niu Tianjun pretended not to hear, while the deputy awkwardly explained, "My lord, due to the influx of officials and royal family members to the eastern capital, we have temporarily amended the rules to allow only fourth-grade officials and above, as well as nobles of the rank of earl or higher." Who altered the regulations? The deputy glanced at Niu Tianjun for support. Niu Tianjun coughed, declaring, "It is my duty. I implore you, do not make this difficult for me." A group of onlookers from the royal family chimed in. One must possess self-awareness. If everyone wishes to stay at the Tongwen Pavilion, what need is there for ranks and distinctions? Indeed, how could a mere baron expect to reside at the Tongwen Pavilion? They bore silver rank insignias, each at least an earl or marquis, casting disdainful glances at Li Xiu's bronze insignia, their expressions rife with arrogance. At that moment, a splendid carriage approached, flanked by numerous mounted warriors, halting before the Tongwen Pavilion. The carriage door opened, revealing a man in a brocade robe adorned with a golden crown. The man appeared to be around 40, exuding an air of elegance and grace, with sharp, penetrating eyes and neatly trimmed facial hair that revealed a charming smile, showcasing a set of immaculate white teeth. Both Niu Tianjun and the deputy were taken aback, hastily bowing in respect. "Your Highness." This individual was Prince Shui, Li Qingye, the garrison commander of the eastern capital. A throng of royal youths rushed forth to pay their respects. "Your Highness, it has been years since we last met. You appear more youthful than ever. I have been called the Songyu of Chang'an. Upon seeing you, I wish I could vanish into the ground." The sycophantic flattery was unbearable for Xiaomei, who gently tugged at Li Xiu's sleeve, urging, "My lord, let us depart." Upon noticing Li Xiu, Li Qingye feigned surprise. "When did you arrive, my 38th brother?" As the fifth younger brother of Emperor Li Longji, he certainly recognized Li Xiu. However, this Li Xiu was not the same as the one he recalled, and Li Xiu was unaware of his identity. Xiaomei, quick-witted, realized Li Xiu's memory lapse and whispered, "My lord, he is Prince Shui." So it was his uncle. Li Xiu replied nonchalantly, "Reporting to my royal uncle, I have just arrived in Luoyang and was seeking accommodation. Is this not the Tongwen Pavilion? Why do you not stay here? My rank is humble. I lack the qualifications to reside within." "Nonsense. You are a prince. You could stay in the palace itself. How could the Tongwen Pavilion compare?" The assembly of young royals grew awkward, forced to stifle their laughter, none daring to speak. Niu Tianjuan's mind buzzed. Trouble was brewing. This was no ordinary royal youth but a prince. He quickly approached to apologize. "It is your highness. I, a fool, failed to recognize your stature. My previous remarks were unintentional. I beg for your magnanimity and hope you won't hold it against me." The deputy rushed forward to gather Li Xiu's belongings. "I shall arrange a courtyard for your highness at once." At this moment, Li Xiu truly wished to avoid the Tongwen Pavilion. The people there were simply insufferable. He clasped his fists before Prince Shui, smiling. "I appreciate my royal uncle's concern. But as a prince, I must hold myself to a higher standard and allow the better accommodations for the ministers. I have decided to stay at the county guest house." Li Qingye stroked his beard and chuckled. "No wonder your esteemed uncle speaks so highly of you. Your perspective is indeed admirable. Since you honor the ministers, I shall support your decision. Why not stay at my royal residence instead?" Li Xiu forced a smile. "I beg my uncle to reconsider." Li Qingye laughed heartily. "Staying with an elder can indeed be confining. I shall defer to your wishes. Today, I happen to have some leisure time. Would you care to join me for a drink? But I still have my luggage, my uncle. Perhaps another day? Does that matter?" Li Qingye then instructed his attendant. "Take the belongings of the 38th prince to the county guest house." Turning back to Li Xiu, he continued with a smile. "Dear nephew, let us be off." Li Xiu had no choice but to instruct Xiaomei to arrange for their lodging before boarding Prince Shui's carriage, while Pei Min rode close behind. Li Qingye disregarded the crowd, leading Li Xiu away with purpose. In that moment, it was evident to all that Prince Shui had come to the Tongwen Pavilion solely to meet Li Xiu. Niu Tianjun slapped himself in dismay. He had unwittingly courted trouble. Chapter 38. The temptation of 100,000 strings of gold within the opulent guest chamber of the exquisite wine house. A captivating wine maiden filled their cups to the brim. Li Qingye raised his glass with a smile, declaring, "Let this toast serve as a warm welcome for my esteemed nephew. Let us drink." Li Xiu mirrored the gesture, saying, "After my recent illness, I have forgotten many matters. If I have been remiss, I beg my royal uncle's indulgence. They both drained their glasses, and Li Qingye set his cup down with a grin. I am aware of your ailment. It is said that you have been touched by celestial forces, transforming entirely. Not only did you shine at the shooting event, but you also aided your father in vanquishing Yo Xiantong. Frankly, I am quite intrigued by your transformation. Have you perhaps consumed an elixir of immortality? Li Xiu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Forgive me, royal uncle, but some matters are merely fortuitous. Please do not elevate me beyond my merit. Is there truly so much fortune in the world? Li Qingye probed with a knowing smile. I had anticipated that you would represent your father in Luoyang. Yet your father ultimately chose Li Xing and Li Ji. What a pity. My experience is insufficient to compare with Li Xing and the others, Li Xiu replied. I have come to Luoyang solely for leisure. Since you are here, would you be willing to assist your uncle? Li Qingye said earnestly, I understand your circumstances are challenging. And you worry about your mother. If you agree to help me this time, I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged. A jolt of realization struck Li Xiu. This was the true purpose behind Li Qingye's invitation. He chuckled awkwardly. Could it be that royal uncle is also seeking a princess? Li Qingye shook his head. I am not in search of a princess. I am looking for someone else. Chengzhu? Li Xiu blurted out. Li Qingye narrowed his eyes. How do you know this? Li Xiu produced a slip of paper from his robe. I acquired this from Li Chui in Huang County. It likely pertains to the regent. And this name is mentioned upon it. Li Qingye nodded appreciatively, recognizing Li Xiu's remarkable insights. If you agree to help me locate Chengzhu, I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of gold upon success. That might be inappropriate. Li Qingye retrieved a luminous pearl and offered it to Li Xiu. Do not rush to respond. Ponder it well and give me your answer by noon tomorrow. The county inn was modest in comparison to the Tongwen Academy. Yet it spanned over a dozen acres and featured 20 courtyards. Although the architecture lacked grandeur, the attention to detail was commendable. The steward had thoughtfully arranged for Li Xiu to stay in a secluded courtyard with 7 rooms, providing better accommodations than the academy, complete with attendants to serve them. Upon returning to the county inn, Li Xiu found the bathwater prepared. He sank into the steaming tub, seeking relaxation while contemplating Li Qingye's true intentions. After washing away the fatigue of travel and changing into fresh garments, Li Xiu emerged feeling rejuvenated, though hunger gnawed at him. Shumei, where is Peimin? Brother Pei has gone to rent horses, saying it would be inconvenient without them. Li Xiu sighed, regretting that if Zhong Kuei had accompanied him, such trivial tasks would not burden Peimin. What is this? Li Xiu suddenly noticed a large wooden chest in the sitting room. I do not know either. It was sent by Wang Shui, who said it was a small token of goodwill. Wang Shui? Li Xiu knelt to examine the chest, which was already unlocked. Lifting the lid, he found it lined with green silk, shimmering with a radiant glow, exquisitely smooth to the touch. As he caressed the fabric, his heart sank. Oh no. He suddenly realized the chest contained not silk, but likely gold and silver. Before he could act, the pouch in his palm surged with greed, instantly draining the chest of its contents, leaving only a layer of silk fabric. Xiaomei stared in disbelief. Young master, has a spirit possessed you again? In Xianfang stood a grand residence occupying half the district, its spacious and lavish quarters belonging to the illustrious Shui Wang, Li Qingye. Li Qingye had held sway in Luoyang for a decade, indulging in the pleasures of life, yet in recent years, his thoughts had gradually returned to Chang'an. Following the coup of the past, he had earned great merit, and his father had promised him the position of the second regent. For Li Qingye, becoming regent was merely a transitional phase. His ultimate ambition was to ascend the throne. However, Li Qingye now perceived that his elder brother, Li Qingqi, seemed intent on passing the regent's position to his son, a blatant betrayal of their father's will. Not only was his dream of ascending to the throne dashed, but even the chance to be regent slipped away. Discontent simmered within Li Qingye, and ambition swelled within him. As night fell, Li Qingye convened with his chief advisor, Wang Feng, to discuss pressing matters. Wang Feng, having served Li Qingye loyally for a decade, had earned the latter's unwavering trust. At that moment, the leader of the warriors, Ma Bing, approached hastily, reporting, My lord, I regret to inform you that Miss Gao has returned on her own. Returned on her own? Li Qingye replied, visibly displeased. How did she manage that? It seems she boarded another vessel, Ma Bing explained. Whose vessel? A glint of malice flickered in Li Qingye's eyes. Reporting to my lord. I investigated the docks and found the boatman. It was the vessel of the 38th prince, Li Xiu, accompanied by his 3 subordinates. Li Qingye was taken aback. It was indeed Li Xiu's boat. What an uncanny coincidence. Wang Feng inquired. Is this the prince you intend to favor? Favor? Li Qingye scoffed. He is the son of Li Longji. Do you truly believe I would employ him? But my lord, you have given him. That was the regent's intention, to win him over first, and once he agrees to serve me, we shall present evidence of betrayal to Li Longji. Without the 38th prince. The regent's victory in Luoyang is assured, but he is still so young, the regent may not hold him in high regard. Li Qingye shot Wang Feng a cold glance. What kind of man do you think my elder brother is? Would he misjudge? I dare not presume, Wang Feng replied. But do you truly believe it is merely coincidence that Miss Gao boarded a ship? Li Qingye grunted disdainfully, knowing Gao Xin too well. She would not casually embark on another's vessel. If it were not mere chance, he would not believe it even under duress. This Li Xiu is only 18. Not only is he shrewd, but he is also the only unmarried prince. Could it be that Gao Xian harbors an interest in him? Wang Feng dared not pursue the topic further, aware of Li Qingye's strong possessiveness and jealousy, especially concerning women. He had pursued Gao Xian for 6 years without success, and he would never tolerate another man, even his own nephew, encroaching upon what he desired. Li Qingye mused to himself. To think he could leave my brother in such a predicament, I must ascertain his capabilities. Wang Feng, startled, quickly advised, My lord, time is of the essence. The emperor and regent have already departed the capital. Li Xiu is not our adversary. We should not squander time and energy on him. You are mistaken. Li Qingye retorted with a sardonic smile. Li Chui and Li Sheng are no threat. My brother mentioned in his letter that he lost control of the palace due to this Li Xiu. The emperor's neglect is a grave oversight. But we cannot afford to underestimate him. My lord, he is still a prince. If we were to kill him, it could lead to. Li Qingye interrupted coldly. I never suggested we kill him, but convincing him to withdraw from the task should not be too difficult. With a subtle gesture, a figure clad in gray appeared like a specter. At your service, my lord. Keep a close watch on Li Xiu's every move, and report back to me at all times. The figure vanished as silently as it had appeared. Chapter 39. Seizing every opportunity, Li Xiu's greatest fear had indeed come to pass. His purse had undergone its 3rd upgrade. Li Qingye had bestowed upon him 3,000 taels of gold, which could be considered an advance payment. Unfortunately, in a moment of carelessness, the money was drawn into the purse, leaving no room for retreat, and the purse consumed it entirely. The balance of his wealth remained unchanged, still amounting to 13,600 guan. As night fell, Li Xiu sat cross-legged on his bed, his fists clenched tightly. The space was directly summoned, approximately the size of a bookshelf. The upgraded purse had undergone several transformations. There were now 2 methods of depositing funds, whereas previously there had been only one, which had been overwhelmingly unguarded. This method had turned gray, and a new method had emerged, seemingly requiring alignment with his thoughts for absorption. This was the advantage of the upgrade. Li Xiu was particularly curious about the rewards. A crimson drawer opened, and the characters for skills flashed briefly before vanishing. Skills. Li Xiu's heart brimmed with anticipation. What skill had he acquired? Amidst the excitement of the upgrade, Li Xiu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding how to repay the 3,000 taels of gold to King Shui. The following morning, as they exited Zuanfengfang, they encountered a procession of officials, with 2 officers wielding staffs leading the way. In the midst of the entourage, an official was seated in a shoulder litter, an early form of palanquin, unencumbered by walls, save for a blue cloth canopy, borne by 4 robust men. Pei Shijun. Li Xiu suddenly recognized the official within the litter. It was Pei Quan. He waved his hand and called out. Pei Quan turned and spotted Li Xiu, immediately commanding the procession to halt. The litter was lowered, and Pei Quan stepped out, smiling broadly. What a joy it is to encounter your highness in a foreign land. Pei Quan was on an inspection of the wedding boats. Princess Xiani was renowned for her unconventionality, having cherished freedom since childhood. Her father, Li Longji, indulged her whims and had a grand vessel constructed for her, where she would wed before embarking with her husband to Jiangnan for leisure. This could be regarded as a form of travel wedding during the Tang Dynasty. Li Xiu instructed Pei Min to procure some meat-filled pancakes to stave off hunger, and he rented an ox-drawn cart for transportation. Pei Min also rented a horse, riding alongside the cart. There was no time to construct a new vessel, so they would repair the Phoenix boat left by Wu Zetian, located near the Tianjin Bridge. Pei Quan informed Li Xiu that Princess Xiani had disappeared while inspecting the Phoenix boat, south of Tianjin Bridge, and suggested they could investigate along the way. After consuming 2 oily pancakes, Li Xiu casually snatched a handkerchief from Xiaomei to wipe his hands and mouth before returning it to her. Xiaomei held a pancake in one hand and the handkerchief in the other, lost in thought. Her brows furrowed in frustration. Yet she could not express her ire in front of Pei Quan, who had seized upon this weakness to keep her in check. She muttered through gritted teeth, "I'll deal with you when we get back." Li Xiu feigned ignorance, smiling as he asked Pei Quan how he came to be assigned to Luoyang. "It's a long story. I have yet to retrieve the golden gourd, and the regent found a reason to dismiss me. The emperor then appointed me as the magistrate of Luoyang, and I only assumed the position a couple of days ago." Upon hearing about the golden gourd, Li Xiu surmised that it had likely been absorbed by his purse. Otherwise, it would not have inexplicably upgraded. This thought left him feeling helpless, for his purse only valued gold by weight, disregarding its artistic and cultural significance. After all, it was a treasure of Taoism. However, Pei Quan's arrival in Luoyang at this juncture felt rather coincidental. Li Xiu sensed something amiss. "May I ask, is the investigation into the princess's disappearance not being conducted by the Luoyang County?" Pei Quan shook his head. The county only investigated for 2 days before personnel changes led to the case being handed over to the Henan prefecture. They have also found no leads and had to report back to Chang'an. "What is your perspective on this case, Pei Shijun?" "I reviewed the files left by my predecessor yesterday and visited the scene. I believe their investigative direction may be misguided." "Misguided?" Li Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" "I cannot explain it all at once, but if you accompany me to the scene, it will become clear. The disappearance of Princess Shini occurred south of Tianjin Bridge, where countless demon hunting teams had already scoured the area. By the time Li Xiu arrived, there were no valuable clues remaining. Pei Quan shook his head and said, "Your Highness, in truth, they cannot uncover much." A torrential rain fell on the 3rd day after the princess was taken, washing the site clean. "Then how can you assert their direction is wrong?" Li Xiu inquired. "Your Highness, please look over here." Pei Quan guided Li Xiu a few dozen steps away, pointing to several fine black lines on the ground. "This is rather peculiar." Li Xiu crouched down and pinched a small handful, gently dispersing it between his fingers. "It is coal dust." Pei Quan nodded, confirming it was indeed coal dust, which should not have been present there. Li Xiu stood and surveyed the surroundings, then asked Pei Min for his thoughts. Though Pei Min and Pei Quan belonged to the same clan, he still regarded himself as a junior in Pei Quan's presence. He glanced at Pei Quan and cautiously suggested, "This is the southern bank of the Luoshui River. It is possible someone unloaded coal here during the winter." Pei Quan had to concede that Pei Min had a point. It was a possibility, but the presence of coal dust warranted attention. Pei Min smiled slightly, saying, "Uncle is perhaps forming conclusions before gathering evidence, which can lead to misdirection. It is better to find evidence first and then deduce the outcome." Pei Quan regarded Pei Min with newfound respect, raising an eyebrow to inquire, "Who is your father?" "My father is Pei Yin from Jinzhou." "Ah, the iron-willed head constable of Jinzhou?" "Indeed." Pei Quan sighed softly. "Your father has earned the admiration of the people of Jinzhou. You should carry on his legacy rather than remain idle." Li Xiu rolled his eyes. What did he mean by idle? Was he implying something about him? Pei Quan laughed heartily. "It is merely a metaphor. Your Highness should not take it to heart." "Young master, let us first grasp the details of the case," Pei Min interjected. "You are right. Pei Shijun, please elaborate on the case." Pei Quan nodded. The incident occurred on the evening of February 18th. Princess Shini's carriage approached from the south along the Dingdingmen Avenue, turning east at Tianjin Bridge. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, whipping up sand and stones. Witnesses reported seeing a monstrous figure on the river, a creature 15 feet tall, with the head of an ox and the body of a bear, its eyes blazing red, spewing fire towards the shore before vanishing into the water. At that moment, a maid screamed, "The princess is missing." This was the testimony collected from over 30 witnesses. Li Xiu furrowed his brow. However, none of the testimonies mentioned the princess being taken by the monster. "I did not share everything," Pei Quan continued. "At the height of the storm, the princess screamed for help, and everyone assumed she was abducted at that moment." Li Xiu glanced at the cold dust on the ground and smiled. "So, Pei Shijun, you believe the storm was orchestrated, the monster of fabrication, and the princess was, in fact, taken by someone?" Pei Quan sighed. "I only considered the cold dust on the ground to form this idea. Someone may have laid the dust in advance." However, Pei Min also makes a valid point. Perhaps this coal dust is merely the residue of an unloading operation, unrelated to the case. Anything is possible. There is no need for Pei Shijun to hastily dismiss your own conjectures. Pei Quan chuckled ruefully. "Whether I deny or affirm it is inconsequential. No one believes me. The previous royal family members who visited firmly concluded that a monster had taken the princess. And now the banks of the Luoshui River are teeming with people seeking the beast. Does Pei Shijun have any other leads? Pei Quan pondered for a moment and replied, Your Highness might seek an individual named Chengzhu. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. It was indeed Chengzhu, who was also mentioned in the golden box hint from the regent to his son. Clearly, this person held significance. Who was he? He was a Qian Yobation, the chief guard of the princess. Following the incident involving the princess, he was dismissed from his post, and he ought to possess considerable insider knowledge. But where to find him? Pei Quan shook his head, expressing his own desire to locate him but admitting defeat. Many are currently searching for him, and crucially, he was a palace guard transferred from Chang'an. I lack detailed information about him. Not a single clue? Pei Quan again shook his head. None. Li Xiu's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Pei Quan. Pei Shijun, we are inextricably linked in the Niu Xiantong case. Had I not created an opportunity for you to achieve merit, the emperor would not have dispatched you to Luoyang. Pei Quan stared incredulously at Li Xiu, astonished that he knew it was the emperor who had sent him here. Li Xiu pressed on, applying the final straw upon Pei Quan. If Shijun believes that Li Sheng can accomplish the emperor's tasks, I have nothing further to say. But what if he cannot? Pei Shijun, do you deem the emperor's grand enterprise more significant, or your own personal honor and disgrace? The weight of that question bore down heavily, and Pei Quan could no longer withstand it. He recalled the note from Gao Lishur, urging him to assist Li Xiu wholeheartedly. With a deep sigh, he suggested, Your Highness should consider visiting General Chen Xuanli. After the princess's disappearance, he presented a confidential report to the emperor. He ought to know something. Li Xiu, having fought his way out of the palace, was adept at seizing every opportunity and resource available. He understood that leveraging others' resources could compensate for his own weaknesses. Given that Pei Quan served as the county magistrate in Luoyang, such a valuable resource should not be squandered. Having correctly surmised Pei Quan's true purpose in Luoyang, Li Xiu pressed his advantage. Before my departure, my father summoned me secretly and instructed me to rely on Pei Shijun during my time in Luoyang. Should I encounter any difficulties or require support, I am to feel free to approach you. At this moment, Pei Quan found Li Xiu's words utterly convincing. If the emperor had not privately summoned the 38th prince, how could Gao Lishur have sent him a note? With solemnity, he declared, Since your highness has the emperor's secret mandate, Pei Quan shall offer his full support. Li Xiu then smiled. Pei Shijun, do you know why I discarded the Tongwen Academy as if it were refuse, ultimately choosing to reside in the county's inn? Pei Quan replied with a slight smile. It is because your highness values my esteem. I believe that we should not let the fat water flow to outsiders. We are kin. This lodging expense should remain within the county. Pei Quan cleared his throat. It seems that your highness does not need to bear any expenses while staying at the county inn, yet the county will still incur a loss. Chapter 40. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. What is your perspective on this case, my lord? Li Xiu gazed at the street scenery outside the ox cart and replied casually. The county office of Luoyang, the prefectural office of Hunan, and the numerous elite soldiers dispatched from Chang'an have all conducted investigations, yet they remain at a loss, indicating the case's complexity. It is unlikely we will uncover any leads immediately. Perhaps they have misjudged the direction. They focus solely on the supernatural, neglecting the human element. What clues might arise from considering human motives? Li Xiu glanced at Pei Min with a smile, inquiring, Do you have any thoughts? Like you, I suspect that a person may be masquerading as a demon. A boat could easily mimic the ox-headed, bare-bodied figure on the water's surface. And creating flying sand and shifting stones is quite simple with a large bellows. As for breathing fire, that is even easier. It is a common act in many performances, and numerous individuals from India and Persia are adept at such tricks. The enigma of the demon can be unraveled. But the crux of the matter is how the princess went missing. What you have said amounts to nothing at all. Pei Min chuckled ruefully. Too much time has passed, and any leads may have faded. The essence lies in the motive. Every case must be examined through the lens of motive. From my experience with numerous seemingly perplexing cases, once the motive for the crime is discerned, everything else falls into place. What do you believe the motive could be? Pei Min pondered for a moment and replied, I suspect the motive revolves around the wedding. Some wish to sabotage the wedding, while others aim to protect it. Those wishing to disrupt the ceremony might seek to kidnap the princess, while those protecting it may very well hide her away. Are you suggesting the princess is hidden away? Perhaps concealed under the guise of a demon. I can only say that this possibility exists. Li Xiu sighed softly, acknowledging, You make a valid point. Perhaps the emperor has hidden her away, feigning a hunt for demons to distract us. Pei Min fell silent, realizing the depth of the case was beyond his comprehension. What shall we do, my lord? Li Xiu waved his hand, indicating there was no rush. Since Pei Min has suggested I seek out Xuanli, it must hold significant meaning. I shall visit him tomorrow morning. Li Xiu retrieved a luminous pearl and handed it to Pei Min, asking him to deliver it to the Duke of Shui, along with a message that I am temporarily borrowing 3,000 taels of gold, which I shall return in due time. Understood. Pei Min accepted the gold and hurried off. Li Xiu turned to glance at Xiao Mei, letting out a gentle sigh. What troubles you? Do you know why I later ceased to pay attention to Miss Gao? Because she ignored you. No. I realized that although she is beautiful, her beauty is painted on, unlike your innate grace. Her skin has slightly coarse pores, while Xiao Mei's skin is exquisitely smooth, akin to that of a newborn. It resembles freshly shelled hard-boiled eggs, peeled lychees, or newly harvested jade. In mere minutes, his flattery surpassed that of all the sycophants throughout history combined. Xiao Mei beamed with delight, eagerly asking, what else? Li Xiu mused, considering the matter of the handkerchief had likely settled down, and with a wave of his hand, he concluded, that's all. Unexpectedly, upon returning to the inn, they were met by Zhong Kuei. He appeared somewhat embarrassed. One of my junior disciples has passed the imperial examination and is hosting a teacher's banquet in Yi County, inviting my master, who is currently away from Luoyang. Then you must stay and assist me, as I am in need of extra hands. Once your master returns, you can visit him. Li Xiu, being astute, recognized that Zhang Kuei's arrival indicated he wished to be of service, albeit with some reluctance. Zhang Kuei bowed deeply and declared, Your Highness, if you do not find me dull-witted, I am eager to assist you. Li Xiu was overjoyed, with Zhang Kuei around. He need not fret over the mundane details in the future. From now on, you may call me my lord. It is best to maintain a low profile in public. I understand. At that moment, Pei Min returned, entering the hall to report. My lord, the pearl has been returned to the Duke of Shui. What did he say? The Duke was not present. The steward received it and assured me he would relay your message. There is little use in overthinking it. Li Xiu summoned Zhong Kuei. Smiling, Pei Jiu, your good friend has finally returned. Quickly take old Zhang down to rest. You need not spend the night in solitude anymore. Pei Min's forehead creased with 3 vertical lines, a chill running down his back. What do you mean by spending the night in solitude? Chun Xuanli's residence is located in Anya Fong, occupying a vast area of 30 acres. Li Xiu changed into a white scholar's robe, donned a flat cap, and wielded a folding fan, exuding an air of refined elegance. My master is in. Please follow me. Li Xiu instructed Pei Min to wait outside for a moment while he accompanied the steward into the mansion. They arrived at the guest hall, where the steward smiled. His Highness may need to wait a while longer. I do not mind waiting. As Li Xiu entered the guest hall, he was surprised to find Li Chui and Li Xing already present. The two stared wide-eyed, astonished to see Li Xiu enter. What is going on? Isn't he supposed to be investigating the ox demon? Li Xiu chuckled. As fate would have it, our thoughts have aligned. Li Chui and Li Sheng rolled their eyes. Ignoring him, Li Xiu chose a seat, and soon a maid arrived to serve him tea. He sipped the tea delicately, his eyes observing the situation in the hall. The two had long finished their tea, their expressions showing signs of impatience, evidently having waited for quite some time. Why has Tichin Xuanli received them? Li Xiu's gaze fell upon the main table, which was starkly empty. At that moment, a maid entered, carrying a golden tray with 2 peaches. These peaches were not meant for them but placed on the main table. Li Xiu found it peculiar. The season was not right. It was spring. So why were there peaches? Suddenly, his right eyelid twitched violently. 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. What is Chun Xuanli plotting? Li Chui finally could no longer contain himself. I've been sitting here for nearly half an hour. When will your master receive me? The maid shook her head with a smile and hurried away. Li Chui, dissatisfied, glared at Li Xiu. What are you doing here? Li Xiu smiled. Just as you are. I wonder what you are here for. You likely have no idea. Li Xing sat silently beside them, casting a suspicious glance at Li Xiu. Pondering. The emperor has only informed me of this matter. The 38th young master should not know to seek out Chun Xuanli. The 3 sat in silence for a while longer, until Li Xiu stood. Please remain seated. I must visit the restroom. 38th young master, do not be rude. Li Sheng's tone bore some discontent. How can one go to the restroom while visiting someone's home? Nature calls. I have no choice. I will return shortly. Li Xiu stood and exited, while Li Chui shifted uncomfortably. He too felt the urge, but lacked Li Xiu's audacity. Before long, Li Xiu returned, looking quite relieved. Oh, that feels wonderful. How about you two? Li Chui could no longer hold back. Where is the restroom? I will show you, just don't wander off. Li Xiu smiled, leading Li Chui to the restroom. Just as they departed, the steward rushed in. Young Master Sheng, you must return quickly. Li Sheng was taken aback. What has happened? A messenger from the Tongwen Academy has urgently reported that young Master Li Ji has been assassinated. Li Sheng was taken aback. Leaping to his feet, disregarding his visit to Qin Xuanli, clasping his fists, please inform the general that I will visit another day. He dashed back to the Tongwen Academy like the wind. The steward, however, could not find Li Xiu and Li Chui, feeling puzzled about their whereabouts. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, panting, "Steward, His Highness Chui has fainted." The steward's eyes widened in shock. What has happened? The 38th prince remarked that His Highness Chui might have suffered a stroke and had soiled himself. What should we do? Alas, why are you still standing there? Hurry and summon the physician. The steward rushed off to find someone, taking Li Chui to a quiet chamber for treatment. Li Xiu strolled in leisurely, casually picking up a peach and taking a hearty bite. At that moment, a maid emerged from the inner hall, performing a deep bow. Your Highness, my master requests your presence. Qin Xuanli, a man of about 50, had dark skin, a square face, and a prominent lion-like nose. His eyebrows were thick and bristly, giving him a fierce countenance and piercing gaze. Your Highness, it is one thing to deceive Li Xing, but how dare you commit violence in my residence? Li Xiu chuckled lightly. I did not injure him, merely rendered him unconscious. Qin Xuanli's face darkened with irritation. Do you still hold me in regard? Unperturbed, Li Xiu replied. The general has only provided 2 peaches. 3 individuals cannot share them equally. You have deceived Li Xing, so you and Li Chui each take 1. Does that not suit you perfectly? 1 peach per person is far less delightful than having 2 for myself. Qin Xuanli inquired. What is it you seek from me then? Li Xiu produced a golden box from his robe, smiling as he said, inside, the regent has left a note inscribed with the name Qingzhu. General, might I ask where this Qingzhu can be found? Qin Xuanli squinted at him, his tone growing increasingly severe. How could the regent's golden box be in your possession? Li Xiu calmly questioned. In this contest among the heroes of the Central Plains, are there no rules or principles? Qin Xuanli stared at Li Xiu for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up. Well, truly impressive. To turn the tables on your second day in Luoyang. If the emperor does not allow you to represent him, it is indeed a grave miscalculation. Please, have a seat, Your Highness. Li Xiu audaciously took a seat. Might the general enlighten me on Qingzhu's whereabouts? Qin Xuanli, with a smile, replied, I certainly know where Qingzhu is. But it is not yet the time for public knowledge. When will that time come? Qin Xuanli picked up an invitation from the table, wrote Li Xiu's name upon it, and handed it over. 3 days hence, I celebrate my 50th birthday, and I sincerely invite Your Highness to grace the hunting grounds with your presence. The general is celebrating his birthday at the hunting grounds? Qin Xuanli smiled with narrowed eyes. I have a passion for hunting, thus I choose to hold my celebration there. Li Xiu accepted the invitation, raising an eyebrow. I shall certainly attend the general's invitation, but even if I do not come today, you would still send me an invitation. Would you not? Indeed, it will be sent to Your Highness, but what is it you wish to convey? Li Xiu quipped. I believe I have solved the general's riddle of the 2 peaches. Is there no reward for that? Qin Xuanli laughed heartily before composing himself. Your Highness is truly unique. Bold in word indeed. Very well. I shall grant you a reward. I will reveal a secret. The county magistrate Jin Xiang, who accompanied Pei Quan to Luoyang, is actually a Goguryeo man. What do you mean? You shall comprehend my intent. After bidding farewell, Li Xiu departed, and Qin Xuanli's eldest son, Qin Ji, entered. Father, I have returned His Highness Chui safely. That young man was rather ruthless. He may suffer consequences. Ruthless? Qin Xuanli scoffed. How can one accomplish great deeds without a touch of ruthlessness? This lad possesses exceptional intelligence and audacity, far surpassing Li Chui and Li Xing. It is a pity the emperor has failed to recognize this gem and entrusted such significant matters to Li Xing. The son believes he sought you out because Pei Quan informed him. Indeed, it must have been Pei Quan, but do you not find it strange? Even someone as loyal as Pei Quan disclosed secrets to him, which merely indicates his extraordinary prowess. Yet father did not reveal the answer to him. Qin Xuanli smiled faintly. This is merely a small test. It will not be so easy for him to pass my scrutiny. What further tests do you plan to conduct? Qin Xuanli gestured toward the peaches on the plate, saying, This is akin to the tale of 2 peaches killing 3 scholars. We need not intervene. For the king of Shui will naturally deal with him. Could it be that Wang Feng, an advisor to the king of Shui, informed you? Qin Xuanli nodded. Chapter 41. The The courtesan's night banquet. Upon returning home to the inn, Li Xiu was presented with an invitation by Xiao Mei. Just as he had departed, the invitation arrived. A glance at the card revealed that it was from the proprietor of Qingfeng Tower, inviting him to a banquet that evening. Who is the proprietor of Qingfeng Tower? Xiao Mei, with an expression of displeasure, replied, I inquired with the innkeeper. The proprietor is the courtesan Gao Xian. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. No wonder she had mentioned they would meet again soon. What a twist of fate. However, Luoyang is perilous. It would be wise for you to refrain from attending. Xiao Mei cautioned. Nevertheless, as a prince, I must engage in certain social affairs. Perhaps I may uncover some leads during the banquet. The term courtesan's night banquet itself exuded allure. Qingfeng Tower is renowned as Luoyang's premier venue for song and dance, offering exquisite cuisine, enchanting performances, and melodious music. On the 5th and 10th of each month, the establishment resonates with festivities filled with music and revelry. Attending Qingfeng Tower is a privilege reserved for the officials and elite of Luoyang. The locals are well aware that the proprietor, Gao Xian, is a courtesan of considerable repute. And they also recognize the influence of the Shui family behind Qingfeng Tower. Due to the regulations of Qingfeng Tower, Li Xiu could not bring Xiao Mei along. Each invitation allowed entry for only one person, forbidding the presence of attendants. As night descended, the tower was ablaze with light. Filled with the sounds of string instruments and laughter, Li Xiu donned a flowing white satin robe, adorned with a gauze hat, a leather belt cinching his waist, a folding fan in hand, and a long sword at his side. His tall, handsome stature exuded elegance and charm. Upon reaching the entrance, the steward approached with a beaming smile, welcoming him warmly. Li Xiu presented the invitation, and the steward bowed deeply, realizing he was in the presence of Lord Li. After a glance at Li Xiu's sword, the steward added, It is customary at Qingfeng Tower to refrain from bringing weapons inside. Might I request that you entrust your sword to us for safekeeping until your departure? Li Xiu found the sword cumbersome and gladly relinquished it. The steward handed it over to an attendant for safekeeping and gestured for him to enter. Two beautiful maidens carrying tall lanterns approached and curtsied, inviting, Please follow us. My lord. Li Xiu nodded and followed them into the tower. Qingfeng Tower is a complex of buildings, consisting of several structures and over 100 rooms. The main building, Qingfeng Tower, is 3 stories high, exquisitely crafted with ornate railings and eaves. The tower itself forms a courtyard, with the main structure at the center and 2 colonnades flanking it, housing 4 grand halls on each side. Over 100 guests reveled in 8 grand halls, indulging in drinks and merriment. In the central courtyard, a troupe of young and beautiful dancers performed gracefully, their flowing sleeves enhancing their elegance. Li Xiu's seat was in the Yulan Hall, the second grand hall to the left, where he found himself among several guests. Primarily members of the royal family gathered for a game of arrow throwing. This game, known as Hujian, involves accurately tossing an arrow into a high-necked vase from a distance of several meters, a beloved pastime at Grand Tang banquets. A group of young nobles stood a few meters away, aiming their copper arrows at a slender-necked bronze vase standing 3 feet high. Nearby, a maid held a tray laden with 3 ingots of gold, each weighing at least 30 taels, serving as the prize. It seemed that the nobles were too preoccupied with the allure of the gold to indulge in drink. Who could resist a prize of 900 taels? After observing for a moment, Li Xiu began to grasp the challenge. Although the vase's opening was wide, the neck was narrow, only the size of an egg. Thus, standing 6 meters away, the copper arrow had to be thrown perfectly from above, or it would bounce off the sides. Golden prizes were not easily won, and thus far, no one had succeeded. Would your highness care to give it a try? The steward inquired with a grin. What are the rules? Li Xiu asked. You have 3 chances. Each successful throw earns you an ingot of gold. This was Li Xiu's first experience with such a game. He examined the vase and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Since he was here, he might as well participate. The guests took turns as if in a revolving lantern. The sounds of copper arrows striking the vase interspersed with sighs of disappointment. Li Xiu unexpectedly spotted Li Ji among the crowd and glanced around. Noticing Li Xing in a corner, his expression gloomy and somewhat despondent, Li Ji threw 3 arrows. The first 2 missed, while the third struck the vase but was immediately rejected, eliciting a collective sigh from the spectators. Now it was Li Xiu's turn. He glanced briefly and caught sight of Gao Xian, who stood in the corridor, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Li Xiu returned her smile and accepted the copper arrow. At that moment, the familiar sensation intensified, and within his consciousness, the space of his pouch appeared, with the copper vase situated inside. Without hesitation, He tossed the copper arrow toward the vase in that space, and it traced a beautiful parabolic arc before landing with a satisfying thud. Silence enveloped the area, followed by a thunderous round of applause. Excellent shot. Cheers erupted around him. Suddenly, Li Xiu comprehended the underlying mechanism. He turned his back and simultaneously threw 2 copper arrows toward the vase in his mind's eye. Thud. Thud. Both arrows landed perfectly within the vase. The crowd was left in astonishment. Never had they witnessed someone score from behind. The applause roared once more. Li Xiu realized this was the reward for his pouch's upgrade. He had gained the archery skill. To be precise, it was not a skill per se, but rather the pouch aiding him in his endeavor. Li Xiu was treated like a star. Escorted to his seat while he caught a glimpse of Gao Xian in the corridor. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she cast a lingering gaze at him before turning away. Just as Li Xiu settled in, the steward approached with a tray, stating, "This is your prize, Your Highness. Please accept." The tray now held 5 ingots of gold, totaling 150 taels. "How did the prize increase?" Li Xiu inquired. Astonished, "Our master declared that your 3 consecutive shots were a rare sight. Hence, the prize has been doubled." "Then I am most grateful." Li Xiu accepted the gold amidst envious glances. Seizing the moment, he discreetly placed the gold into his pouch. Following this upgrade, the pouch's appetite had become more refined, now requiring Li Xiu's conscious intent for the gold to be collected. Casting a glance at Li Xing and Li Ji, he rose and approached them. Li Xing indeed appeared dejected. Having been deceived at Qin Xuanchu's residence, he lost the opportunity to meet him. Yet, he remained unclear about who was responsible for his misfortune. What a coincidence. "Brother Sheng, Brother Ji, you are both here." Li Xiu greeted them with a smile. Li Sheng ignored him, while Li Ji offered a reluctant nod. Li Xiu's involvement was suspect. Apart from lacking evidence, Li Sheng was nearly convinced Li Xiu had orchestrated the incident. The reasoning was simple. Li Chui had also been knocked unconscious and remained incapacitated, while Qin Xianshi ultimately met this rogue. Though Li Xing felt furious towards Li Xiu, he could not afford to ignore him. He too was curious about what Qin Xianshi had said. He wanted to discern whether Li Xiu was indeed another secret weapon deployed by the emperor. With a deep sigh, Li Xing said, "Sit beside me, dear brother." Li Xiu took his seat, and 2 maidens presented him with a delectable dish. Loading more content. "Please wait." The table was adorned with 8 small plates, featuring 4 meat dishes, steamed base, cold lamb platter, soft-shelled turtle stew, and roasted venison tongue. There were 4 exquisite dishes of fruits and vegetables, not many in number, yet beautifully presented. Should one find themselves unsated, roasted lamb could be summoned at any moment. As Li Xiu took his seat, a maid promptly filled his cup with fine wine. Had the banquet commenced? Li Sheng offered a faint smile, remarking that in the Qingfeng Tower's evening feast, there was no definitive beginning or end. Everything flowed according to one's whims. According to one's whims? Li Xiu cast a glance at the enchanting maid leaning against the wall behind him and inquired with a soft chuckle, "Does that include them?" Li Ji laughed lightly, stating that as long as his virtuous brother could impress them with treasures, he might take them away for an evening of merriment, but such indulgence was not permitted here. Li Xiu took a sip of wine and glanced towards the main hall of Qifeng Tower, where he beheld the host, Gao Xian, still as stunning and radiant as ever, yet now exuding an added elegance and grace compared to their time in Gong County. Beside her were Wang Li Chengye and General Qin Xuanli, along with his brother Li Hang, the regent Princess Heir Li Jin, the Chancellor Li Shizhi, and Niu Shinka. "What brings them here?" Li Xing chuckled, explaining that in 2 days, it would be General Qin's birthday, and they had come specifically to celebrate, coinciding perfectly with the evening's festivities. "Ah, I see." With the mention of Qin Xuanli, Li Sheng raised his cup and asked, "How did you come to seek out Qin Xuanli?" "Not only am I aware of Qin Xuanli, but I also learned of Changzhou." "How did you come to know?" "It is a long story. En route to Luoyang, I encountered Li Chui in Huang County." Li Xiu casually recounted the events in Huang County, noting how the assailant had morphed into Li Chui, and he had managed to escape while seizing the regent prince's secret letter. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those in proximity. The members of the royal family on both sides perked up, exchanging glances, realizing that Li Qingji's debilitation had, in fact, been orchestrated by Li Chui. This scoundrel is intolerable. Li Sheng felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as Li Xiu was not a secret envoy of the emperor, he could rest easy, knowing the emperor still trusted him. "What did General Qin say to you?" Li Sheng lowered his voice, wary of eavesdroppers. Li Xiu dipped his finger in the wine and inscribed a line on the table. "The whereabouts of Qingzhou will be revealed on the day of the birthday celebration." Li Sheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. Chapter 42. This is the grand scheme. The atmosphere was rather desolate. My apologies for the inadequate reception. Gao Xian entered, holding a wine cup, prompting everyone to rise and toast. We are grateful for Miss Gao's generous hospitality. Clad in a flowing crimson gown, with her hair elegantly styled and a high bun adorned with a jade hairpin, she exuded a statuesque and voluptuous allure. Her fair skin, smooth as silk, was partially revealed, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with a captivating charm that mesmerized the young nobles. Gao Xian's gaze shifted towards Li Xiu, her gem-like eyes glimmering with intrigue. Your Highness, it is a pleasure to see you again. Li Xiu smiled. I had always thought our encounter was merely fortuitous, yet here we are, destined to meet again. Allow me to toast to you, Miss Gao. He raised his cup and drank it down, while Gao Xian took a delicate sip. At that moment, Niu Xianku called out, Where has Miss Gao gone? I wish to compose a poem for you. Gao Xian offered Li Xiu an apologetic smile, nodded to the others, and made her way to the main hall. Minister Niu, Gao Xian is here. As everyone resumed their seats, Li Ji squeezed beside Li Xiu, nudging her with his elbow and chuckling softly. It seems she has her eyes set on you. Having topped the exams, it is only natural for her to toast me. Li Xiu replied with a grin. Do you know her well? He then asked Li Ji. I know a bit. She was once the crown princess of Silla. After the crown prince's failed rebellion, she fled to Tang and soon after, re-emerged, winning the title of Luoyang's flower queen 4 times in a row. Is she from Silla? Not quite. She is of Goguryeo descent, a member of the royal family. Li Xiu pondered silently, realizing that Gao Xian was indeed of noble lineage, which explained her extraordinary demeanor. He contemplated, is it true that Goguryeo seeks to restore its former glory? Is her association with Wang Shui for that purpose? At that moment, a maid approached Li Xiu, bowing respectfully. My master requests that your highness join her in the main hall. I must return the toast to Miss Gao, Li Xiu declared, lifting his wine cup and following the maid to the main hall. When did the 38th young master such skills? The regent's heir, Li Qian, inquired with curiosity. Last year, during the palace's archery competition, he finished last. Yet, in just half a year, he has made such remarkable progress. What is the secret? 5 words: knowing shame and striving forward. A splendid phrase indeed. Chen Xuanli praised. For that, I must toast to the 38th young master. It is I who should toast to the general. The two shared a drink, while the cold-faced Wang Shui, Li Qingye, remarked, if one truly understands shame, one should not have taken and failed to return 3,000 taels of gold. Li Xiu clasped his hands in apology. It was merely a temporary borrowing. I assure you, upon my return to Chang'an, I shall repay my uncle promptly. Beside them, loyal King Li Heng couldn't restrain himself. Did the 38th young master borrow money from his uncle? Li Qingye replied nonchalantly, it's just 3,000 taels of gold. It's hardly a significant amount. Loyal King need not concern himself. Li Heng glared at Li Xiu. What is the meaning of this, 38th young master? Li Xiu sighed. I encountered an urgent matter yesterday and borrowed 3,000 taels from my uncle, forgetting to draft a promissory note. He must be feeling a bit uncomfortable about it. The crowd was taken aback, and Li Qingye's chest swelled with indignation. Yet he found himself unable to articulate his grievances. Just then, Gao Xian giggled. Wang Shui is merely jesting. 38th young master need not take it to heart. Come, sit beside me. Upon hearing this, Li Qingye's expression darkened, while Niu Xianku's countenance soured as well. He had repeatedly invited Gao Xian to sit beside him, yet she had declined each time. To his surprise, she publicly invited Li Xiu to sit next to her. Vile woman. Niu Xianku cursed inwardly. Li Xiu smiled gently. To be favored by Miss Gao is indeed my fortune, and I gladly accept. However, I have had a bit too much to drink. I wish to wash my hands first. Gao Xian nodded and instructed her maid, take His Highness to wash his hands. The maid bowed and said, please follow me. Your Highness. She led Li Xiu through a side door towards the courtyard. Li Qingye's expression grew colder as he covertly signaled his subordinates, keeping a watchful eye on Li Xiu as he ventured into the courtyard. Gao Xian, perplexed, looked at Li Qingye. Is there something the prince wishes to discuss? Li Qingye chuckled softly. Nothing of consequence. Everyone is in high spirits today. Xiaomei, allow me to toast you once more. The maid, carrying a lantern, guided Li Xiu to a lavishly appointed restroom. Your Highness, please. Upon entering, Li Xiu found himself in an opulent lavatory adorned with gold and jade, the floor covered with thick carpets. A large jade toilet stood at the front, and the maid held the lantern behind him. Feeling uncomfortable relieving himself in front of a woman, Li Xiu waved his hand. Set the lantern here and step outside to wait. Your Highness, there is a note here for you from Miss Gao. Surprised, Li Xiu accepted the note, and the maid placed the lantern on the table before exiting. Unfolding the note, he read a single line. On the 3rd floor of Qifeng Tower, I have prepared tea to help you sober up. The signature was unclear, and suddenly, the lantern went out, plunging the room into darkness. A soft, warm body slipped from nowhere and plunged into his embrace, the fragrance intoxicating. Li Xiu was startled. His senses heightened as he felt the soft curves of a woman. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. "Young master, it is I, Gao Xian," she whispered, tightly holding him. "Entirely unclothed." "No, you are not," Li Xiu realized, sensing the discrepancy in her figure, and he pushed her away forcefully. "Ah," the woman gasped, clutching his sleeve as she tumbled to the ground, and a faint sound echoed from the back window. Suddenly aware that he had fallen into a trap, Li Xiu quickly released the woman's hand. "Young master, run." The maid's anxious voice called from outside. There was no time. The restroom door burst open, and a throng of warriors flooded in, lanterns illuminating the room as brightly as day. On the floor lay a young woman, naked, a sword plunged into her back, lifeless. The leading official fixed a piercing gaze on Li Xiu. "Your Highness, you have broken the rules." Li Xiu could never have imagined that he would one day find himself confined in a county jail. Yet, it was not a jail, but rather a room within the county office, devoid of windows, with walls made of blue stone, containing only a bed, a table, and a chair. The table held paper and ink, and a solitary oil lamp flickered dimly on a niche. With a clang, the iron door opened, and Pei Quan entered. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Your Highness." Li Xiu smiled wryly. "I attended the Flower Queen night banquet, only to find myself in such a predicament." Pei Quan pondered for a moment. In truth, there should not have been a banquet at Qifeng Tower tonight. Prince Shui hosted it to welcome distinguished guests to the capital. Yet now it feels like the entire event was orchestrated for you. Is that merely your impression? Pei Quan turned and called, "Please allow the head constable to enter." A tall, striking woman in a brocade constable's uniform strode confidently into the room. Li Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. This constable's most striking feature was her height, surely exceeding 6 feet, with powerful, rounded legs and a sword at her waist. If drawn, her reach would be formidable, and yet her beauty was strikingly radiant. She bowed. "Greetings, sir. Who is this?" Li Xiu inquired, eyeing the statuesque woman. "Her name is Zi Linfeng, the head constable of Luoyang County." Pei Quan continued. "This is the 38th prince, a dear friend of mine." Zi Linfeng bowed again. "Greetings, Your Highness. What would the head constable like to discuss?" "I have just returned from an investigation at Qifeng Tower, and I find myself beset with numerous uncertainties." The woman was found without a single garment, and first and foremost, His Highness had no motive to kill her. She was struck from behind while grasping His Highness's sleeve, making it impossible for her to have been murdered from that position. Although the sword that caused her demise belonged to His Highness, I have secured witnesses who confirmed that he entrusted the sword to the steward upon entering. Furthermore, when His Highness visited the lavatory, he bore no weapon. Additionally, fresh footprints were discovered outside the window of the restroom, indicating that someone had fled through it, revealing the true perpetrator. I firmly believe this is a blatant case of framing. Li Xiu remarked coolly, "If that is the case, I may be released without charge, correct?" Pei Quan exchanged a glance with Zi Linfeng, who then withdrew. "Your Highness, the opposing party is executing a rather crude scheme. Their setup is riddled with flaws. However, even if the county office deems your innocence, I lack the authority to release you." "Why is that?" "It is a matter of jurisdiction. In cases of homicide, the county office only possesses investigative authority, not adjudicative power. The case must be referred to the prefectural office for classification, and since you belong to the royal family, the final judgment lies with the Ministry of Justice. The prefectural office must return you to Chang'an, where the Ministry of Justice and the Department of Royal Ancestry will render the final verdict. Even if you are found innocent, the ministry must conduct their investigation before a decision can be made, which will take no less than 3 months. Li Xiu comprehended the implications immediately. Prince Shui intended to send him back to Chang'an, effectively removing him from his mission in Luoyang. Indeed, a blatant scheme. "Sir, is there no way to counter this?" "I have contemplated this thoroughly. The only solution would be for the prefectural office to refuse the case and return it, thereby granting the county office preliminary authority, simplifying matters significantly. I could arrange for your release on bail. However, such a scenario is highly improbable." "Why is it improbable?" "Wang Daozhou, the governor of Hunan, is a man of the regent. Even if he were unwilling to take on the case, he would require the regent's consent. The regent has already set out for Luoyang. And with Qin Xuanli's birthday banquet only 2 days hence, time is of the essence. Li Xiu pondered briefly and inquired, when will I be transferred to the prefectural office? The prefectural office has just sent a notice. Tomorrow morning, they will assume custody of your highness. Pei Quan sighed deeply. Prince Shui has ensnared us in a web, leaving us no opportunity. I suspect that by tomorrow morning, you will be dispatched back to Chang'an. Li Xiu took a few steps with his hands clasped behind his back. He still held a glimmer of hope. Wang Daozhou was a man of the regent, not of Prince Shui, and might not be inclined to serve the latter's interests. At this juncture, he resolved to take decisive action. Sir Pei, are my subordinates outside? They are all present. Please summon Pei Min, and kindly inform me of Wang Daozhou's residence. Your Highness, what are your intentions? Li Xiu responded with a cold smile. In extraordinary times, one must resort to extraordinary measures. Chapter 43. How much sorrow can one hold? Wang Daozhou, in his 40s and hailing from the illustrious Wang family of Taiyuan, resided in an official residence located at the rear of the government office, living with his elderly father, wife, children, and 2 concubines. He had 3 sons. His eldest and second sons were studying at the Chang'an Taixue, while his youngest, Wang Lu, merely 12 years of age, remained at home with his parents. Recently, Wang Daozhou received a secret missive from Prince Shui, demanding that he escort the 38th prince back to the capital for trial by the Ministry of Justice the following morning. This filled him with trepidation, for he understood that this was not a mere criminal case, but rather a struggle for power. Sir, what troubles you? Inquired his wife, Fan, as she placed a cup of tea on his desk. Alas, a bloodbath occurred at Qingfeng Tower last night, and the suspect is the 38th prince. Prince Shui has just sent me a secret letter instructing me to escort him to Chang'an by dawn. What does Prince Shui intend? It seems he fears the 38th prince's investigation in Luoyang, thus laying a trap to send him back to Chang'an, potentially ruining his reputation. And what is the regent's stance on this matter? That is precisely what vexes me. I cannot reach the regent at present. Should I heed Prince Shui's wishes? Sir, the regent and Prince Shui have always been allies. Wang Daozhou nodded. Indeed, I know. Therefore, I have dispatched someone to inform the county office to transfer the suspect to my residence by morning. If all else fails, we may have to return him to the capital. We cannot afford to offend Prince Shui. At that moment, a maid rushed in, panic-stricken. Madam, sir, something dreadful has happened. What is the cause of such alarm? Sir, the young master. He has gone missing. What? Wang Daozhou's eyes widened. How can he simply vanish? I cannot fathom it. He was practicing his calligraphy, and when I went to pour him some tea, he was gone. Just then, the steward arrived, handing Wang Daozhou a note. Sir, please look at this. Wang Daozhou hastily took the note, which bore a chilling message. If the 38th prince returns to the capital, your son shall lose his head. Should the county office take the case, I shall deliver your son's ears as a token. Wang Daozhou stood frozen in fear. He had never encountered such a situation before. Fan, nearby, swayed and fainted. Madam, madam. She soon revived, clutching her husband's sleeve, weeping uncontrollably. My lord, save San Lang. Wang Daozhou's heart became a tempest. For the first time, he grasped the brutal reality of the struggle for imperial power. The female captain, Zilin Feng, leaned against the door, curiously inquiring, what method did His Highness employ to manage Wang Daozhou? She was genuinely intrigued. For Wang Daozhou had not transferred the suspect but merely requested the case files, which were returned within the hour. Insufficient grounds for the case, returned for re-examination. He had surprisingly ceded control of the case back to the county office. Li Xiu reclined on the bed, eagerly admiring Zilin Feng's figure. Ah, such a physique should be gracing the catwalk. It would be a pity otherwise. Zilin Feng, clad in a white warrior-esque garb, possessed a tall, curvaceous form. Her bosom grand and striking. Miss Zilin, may I pose a question? What would you like to inquire? Li Xiu had intended to ask, how long have you been practicing martial arts? But the words that escaped his lips were instead, what are your measurements, Miss Zilin? What did you say? Zilin Feng's face darkened. He panicked, having misspoken. Ah, you misunderstand. I meant to say, do explain, she pressed. Li Xiu chuckled awkwardly, attempting to salvage the moment. I read in a martial arts text that measurements refer to one's martial lineage, innate talent, and diligence in training. In simpler terms, I believe that your ascent to the position of captain at such a young age indicates remarkable talent. May I ask about your background? By the end of his explanation, he was impressed with his own quick thinking, grateful it was the Tang Dynasty, lest he face embarrassment. Ah, I see. It appears I misjudged your highness, thinking you were merely jesting with frivolous comments. Li Xiu was left speechless. Could it be that women in the Tang Dynasty had a concept of measurements? At that moment, Pei Quan entered, his expression one of resignation. He was aware of what Li Xiu had done. Although he had achieved his aim, such methods were less than honorable. Your Highness, if you provide a bond of 1,000 guan, I can release you immediately. Li Xiu shook his head. To leave under such circumstances would ruin my reputation. Just now, Miss Celine suggested there might be another way. Pei Quan turned to Zilin Feng. Since the county office has acquired preliminary jurisdiction, they can determine that evidence against His Highness is insufficient. If Qingfeng Tower withdraws the case, His Highness can be exonerated. Pei Quan considered this. That is indeed a plan. But will Prince Shui agree to withdraw the case? Li Xiu smiled. Pei Gong, I inquired of Miss Celine. The proprietor of Qifeng Tower is Gao Xian, who is registered with the county office, not Prince Shui. As long as Gao Xian withdraws the case, it is unrelated to Prince Shui. Do you believe Gao Xian will acquiesce to this? Please invite her here. I wish to speak with her. Gao Xian donned a black gown adorned with golden embroidery, her hair wrapped in delicate gauze. She appeared somewhat pale, having had a restless night. Do you think I would engage in such behavior last night? Gao Xian replied coolly, You would not. But if you were intoxicated, I cannot say. Li Xiu gazed at her. You know full well that I am not the killer. Gao Xian remained silent for a moment, then declared, This matter lies between you and Prince Shui. I cannot assist you. As she turned to leave, Li Xiu called out, Miss Gao, let us make a deal. Gao Xian looked back, a hint of mockery on her face. What you desire, do you truly possess? I do. Pray tell, what is it? I possess a poem. If it can move you, enrapture you, and serve as an emotional outlet, I beseech you to dismiss this case. Is it truly that simple? Miss Gao, with your experiences, if you can still be touched by genuine emotion, it is a great fortune. But what if I find it lacking in impact? Currently, I have two options to leave. One is to pay a bond of 1,000 guan, which would grant my immediate release but tarnish my reputation. The second option is for the county office to determine insufficient evidence, leading to the withdrawal of the case by Qifeng Tower. I wish to leave with my honor intact. Gao Xian sighed gently. This is not a transaction. If your poem can truly move me, I shall clear your name. Li Xiu unfurled a sheet of paper and began to compose a timeless verse, presenting it to Gao Xian. She accepted the paper, and the poignant words of the poem unfolded before her. The beauty of you. Nostalgia for the homeland. When will the spring flowers and autumn moon cease to shine? How many memories linger in the mind? Last night, the east wind blew again in the small loft, and my homeland cannot bear to be recalled under the bright moonlight. The carved balustrades and jade steps should still be there, yet only my youthful visage has changed. How much sorrow can one hold? It flows like a river of spring water to the east. Gao Xian murmured the lines, reading them repeatedly, reflecting on her own homeland, the land that haunted her dreams. How much sorrow can one hold? Tears streamed down her face, unbidden. As night deepened, within the rain pavilion of Xianhua Music House, a melodious tune floated through the air. Gao Xian, clad in a flowing white satin gown, her delicate hands danced gracefully over the strings of the guqin, as if clouds were drifting. The beauty was like jade, her wrists as white as snow. The music resonated with a sorrowful sentiment, weaving countless emotions into its melody. At that moment, a mournful sound of the flute pierced the air, and the music of the zither transformed into a chilling melody, reminiscent of countless warhorses galloping across the battlefield. As the flute ceased, a sigh echoed, questioning why Xianmei must act thus. A man clad in a brocade robe and gauze cap entered the rain pavilion. It was Prince Li Qingye. With an expression of helplessness, he noted that each time his flute played, her zither would turn fierce, leaving him unable to continue. The music halted, and Gao Xian gracefully rose to pay her respects. I present my greetings to your highness. You seem troubled today. Might you share your thoughts with me? Li Qingye gazed calmly at Gao Xian. She replied nonchalantly, I bear worries each day, never finding peace. No, you are different today. I can sense it in your music. Spotting a piece of white paper on the table, Li Qingye picked it up casually. Gao Xian gasped and reached out to snatch it, but he leaped back, retreating a distance. Why the urgency? What have you written? He glanced at the paper, reading, When will the spring flowers and autumn moons cease? How much do the past events linger? Last night, the east wind blew again. The homeland is too painful to recall under the bright moon. Well written. Did you compose this? None of your concern. Return it at once. This is not your handwriting. It is rather poor. This must belong to Li Xiu. A fierce jealousy ignited within Li Qingye. Indeed, you have taken an interest in him. Otherwise, Why would you choose to offend me to withdraw the case? Last night, I instructed you to notify the magistrate, yet you informed the county office, thwarting my grand plans. Gao Xian's gaze turned icy. I am not your subordinate. Do not presume to command me. But you are my woman. Li Qingye suppressed his rage and sighed deeply. Xian Mei, I have devoted 6 years of my affection to you. Am I to be compared to a mere boy who has just appeared? Your Highness, if you desire my body, I can grant it to you any time. Li Qingye scoffed. I have too many women by my side to covet mere flesh. What I seek is your heart. A body devoid of love is of no use. Gao Xian retorted coldly. You are fully aware of the reasons. Why feign innocence? I know you wish to marry a prince, to control him and assist him in ascending to the throne, standing behind him like Wu Zetian. And your revival of Goguryeo rests on your mere command. Since you are aware, why must you make things difficult for me? Li Xiu is indeed a commendable choice. Young, handsome, and notably, the only unmarried prince. You would go so far as to intentionally encounter him in Gong County. Your schemes run deep. Unfortunately for you. You are mistaken. He is far more difficult to control than I. Gao Xian replied calmly. Were you capable, I would choose you without hesitation. Alas, your narrow-mindedness, short-sightedness, and foolishness render you incapable of great deeds. Li Qingye's facial muscles contorted, and he could no longer contain his roar. You treacherous woman. Do you think I am unaware of the consequences of sharing your bed? I would be drugged and ensnared, pleading for your affection, ultimately becoming a fool. Just like your former husband. Last night at Qifeng Tower, you intended to do the same with Li Xiu, enticing him to your bed and drugging him, correct? Only I acted first. Gao Xian's expression shifted, and suddenly a long sword appeared in her hand, thrusting menacingly towards Li Qingye. A shadow darted forth. Clang. The sword was parried. As the fury subsided, Li Qingye regained his composure, gesturing for the shadow to vanish once more. With a flick of his wrist, the white paper returned to its original place. Enough. We are allies, individuals destined for great endeavors. It is unnecessary to let such trivial matters sour our relationship. With that, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he turned and strode away. Chapter 44. A touch of fortune within the Grand General's residence. Chun Xuanli chuckled. It appears he has been acquitted, leaving Prince Shui quite humiliated. His son, Chen Ji, murmured, however. The common folk believe that Li Xiu has exploited royal connections to evade punishment. Chun Xuanli waved his hand dismissively. Such upper-class power struggles are beyond the comprehension of those simple-minded townsfolk. Why should we concern ourselves with their opinions? Indeed, I was short-sighted, replied his son. Chun Xuanli continued earnestly, do not underestimate Li Xiu's audacity in abducting Wang Daozhou's son. Though unorthodox, it demonstrates remarkable resolve, identifying and seizing the key to overcoming adversity. Wang Daozhou serves the regent, not Prince Shui, and Li Xiu knew he would not sacrifice his son for the prince. This bold maneuver has dismantled Prince Shui's scheme. Yet, it is somewhat ruthless, provoking disdain. As a scholar, such sentiments are understandable. Li Xiu mentioned to me yesterday morning, in the chaos of the realm. Are there any rules or principles? How profound. How did the Tang Dynasty attain power? You only see their harmonious facade and benevolence in the annals of history, but fail to recognize the unscrupulous methods that lay behind it. Did my father offer him an opportunity? Chun Xuanli nodded. Visit the county post, and convey to Li Xiu that as long as he is prepared, I will always welcome him into the fray. Li Xiu sipped a cup of bitter tea, enduring a lengthy discourse before finally sending Qinji away. The forced smile left his cheeks aching. However, Qinji's concluding remarks left him perplexed. Those were Chun Xuanli's precise words. As long as one is prepared, one is always welcome to join the game. Li Xiu pondered this, yet still found himself at a loss for direction. He resolved to return to the county office, despite having just departed less than 2 hours prior. Ah, Your Highness seems destined to cross paths with the county office. Pei Quan's words unsettled Li Xiu. This is the last time. I shall not return again. Pei Quan replied apologetically. Do not take offense. It was merely a jest. You know I am not adept at humor. Li Xiu took a sip of tea, his expression one of confusion. Pei Gong, what does Chun Xuanli mean by welcoming me into the game? What do you think? Pei Quan asked with a smile. By conventional understanding, he welcomes me onto the correct path to reclaim the princess. However, I sense there is another implication. And then? Pei Quan had seemingly learned the art of suspense. If it were merely to retrieve the princess, Prince Shui would not go to such lengths to ensnare me. No wonder Prince Shui is so wary of you. Your intellect truly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Pei Quan sighed. Yet this also indicates that the emperor has not granted you any secret edicts. I have been deceived by you. Li Xiu felt a twinge of embarrassment at being exposed. This, that. Pei Gong, please forgive me. Pei Quan waved his hand, smiling. In truth, I had my suspicions. However, compared to you, Li Sheng lacks a certain talent and resolve. I do not hold much hope for him. Perhaps you will surprise me. Then, Pei Gong, do not keep me in suspense any longer. Pei Quan leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Retrieving the princess is merely a facade. The crux lies in the contest among the three factions vying for Chen Xuanli's allegiance. His alignment will determine the fate of the eastern capital. This is the game Chen Xuanli refers to. A team is crucial. 3 incompetent cobblers can rival a Zhuge Liang. Pei Min reflected. That day at the Tongwen Academy, I noticed a man in gray behind Prince Shui. His movements were exceedingly peculiar, suggesting he possesses extraordinary martial skills. I fear I would not be his match. After the Qifeng Tower incident, I pondered, given Prince Shui's strength. Had he chosen to injure or abduct the young master and send him to Chang'an, it would have been nearly impossible for the young master to turn the tide. I cannot fathom why he did not do so. Li Xiu replied calmly. You have approached the truth, but have yet to pierce the veil. Allow me to tear it open. Li Xiu walked a few steps with his hands clasped behind his back, stating, Prince Shui appears to regard me with great importance. Yet deep down, he remains proud and disdainful of employing despicable tactics. This indicates that he does not truly perceive me as a threat. Therein lies my opportunity. At this juncture, masquerading as the unsuspecting is the way to victory. Li Xiu's gaze turned towards Zhong Kuei, eager for his counsel. Zhong Kuei spoke infrequently, but his words struck at the heart of the matter. If Prince Shui cannot facilitate your return to Chang'an, he will undoubtedly thwart your attendance at the Grand General's birthday banquet. He may employ further schemes, and I believe Li Sheng and Li Chui will also engage in subterfuge. I believe you could turn the tables on them. An excellent strategy, Li Xiu remarked. Xiaomei, what is your perspective? Gongsun Xiaomei furrowed her brow, troubled. Master, your luck has not been favorable of late. I believe you require a stroke of fortune. Fortune? Li Xiu mused, gently stroking the birthmark on his palm resembling a money pouch, quietly inquiring, what is your view, Lord Money Pouch? Li Xiu retrieved 3 divination coins, clasped them in his hands, and whispered for a moment before casting them. Down, down, up. He examined the results, reading, Fortune and wealth, the petty lose their riches. Planning brings fortune, wealth is in the heavens. The petty lose their riches? Who precisely are the petty? The term can refer to individuals of low moral character or those of lower status, regarded with disdain by others. Li Xiu glanced at Zhang Ping and Li Xiu seated in the corner and, upon realization, smiled. Zhang Ping, Zhao Hu. I promised you both rewards from the last occasion. Each of you shall receive 100 taels of silver. In the early morning, as Xiaomei combed Li Xiu's hair, she said, Master, today I wish to visit my aunt. I may not return until noon. Is your aunt still in Luoyang? I inquired of Sister Z last night. She will accompany me today. Li Xiu was taken aback. You mean Sister Zilin Feng? Indeed. She is my aunt's disciple. How else should I address her? Oh, it turns out that the tall one is Xiaomei's senior sister. What a small world. Perhaps I will have the chance to get closer to her in the future. Have fun. In the evening, I will take you and sister to Wang Xi's tavern for dinner. Li Xiu toyed with the silver hairpin on the table, suddenly recalling something. Oh dear. Li Xiu abruptly straightened, inadvertently bumping his head against Xiaomei's nose, causing her to burst into tears. Are you trying to kill me? You've broken my nose. Xiaomei clutched her nose, striking him on the head with her comb. Li Xiu quickly rubbed her nose, sheepishly saying, I noticed you were still using a silver hairpin. Do you not intend to buy a gold one? Humph. I do not know who promised to buy me a gold hairpin. Perhaps he has long forgotten. I shall not buy one and see if he remembers. Li Xiu had indeed recalled that he had promised to buy her a gold hairpin when he first received the money pouch. He chuckled awkwardly. Your wish will soon come true. Such insincerity. You make me remind you. Xiaomei tidied herself and went out, just as Li Xiu was about to leave with Pei Min, when Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu rushed in like a gust of wind. Master, could we possibly receive an advance on a few months' salary? Li Xiu widened his eyes in astonishment. Have you lost your minds? I just rewarded you yesterday with 100 taels each. Where is it? We invested it as capital. We are bound to earn 1,000 taels soon. Someone has acquired a copper mine from the government as collateral and is seeking capital, rallying everyone to invest. In 6 months, they promise a tenfold return, guaranteed by the Hunan government. Indeed, there are too many eager investors, and we have finally secured an opportunity. We each invested 100 taels, but we wish to invest more. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were as exhilarated as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, engaging in a spirited exchange that left Li Xiu utterly astonished. Investing in a copper mine? What a familiar scenario. What a well-known flavor. Was the tale of high-interest fundraising not also present in the Tang Dynasty? Have you any proof to show me? Zhang Ping dashed back to his room, returning with a neatly folded piece of yellow paper, which he cradled delicately in his hands. This was a contract, worth 1,000 guan. Li Xiu snatched it from him, spread it out on the table, and read aloud, "Copper mine investment contract. Herein lies the approval from the Hunan government for Yangshi of Luoyang to develop the copper mine at Qidong Mountain in Ruzhou, requiring a capital of 5,000 guan, publicly soliciting contributions, with a promise to return tenfold profit after 6 months. We have received 100 taels of silver from Zhang Shizhou, and hereby affix our signatures to this contract, guaranteed by the Hunan government. Should we fail to fulfill this promise, the officials of Hunan shall return the investment with tenfold profit." Below this proclamation lay a series of signatures and seals, with Lu Xiang, the Sima of Hunan, acting as the intermediary, accompanied by the bold red seal of the Hunan government as assurance. At first glance, it seemed legitimate. Yet the script was clumsy, likely crafted by a street vendor for a mere 10 coins. Who was this person, so audacious? Pei Min chuckled from the side, remarking, "An old ruse. This individual has surely fled. Has Pei Jiao encountered him before? Just 2 years ago, there was someone on the streets of Taiyuan impersonating government officials to swindle money for silver mines, defrauding 300 guan. The con artist was cunning, and the case, not too large nor too small, was overlooked by higher authorities, leaving it unresolved. I wonder if it is the same person." Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu immediately leaped up, insisting that with the Sima of Hunan as intermediary and government backing, black and white proof rendered it impossible for this to be a scam. Li Xiu was at a loss for words. Having these two simpletons around brought a peculiar joy to life. Suddenly, Li Xiu recalled the fortune told last night. Petty men lose wealth, schemes yield fortune, success depends on destiny. Remarkably, it had come true. Where is it? Take me to see it. You two fools want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Chapter 45. Unreliable investments. The 4 individuals arrived at the South City Square of Luoyang, where a sizable crowd had gathered outside the entrance. One person was rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum, while another was attempting to pacify him patiently. A large group of forlorn elderly individuals stood nearby. Several constables were maintaining order, urging the crowd to disperse and not obstruct the entrance. A beggar was extending his hand for alms nearby. "Ah, this beggar seems somewhat familiar. Old Zhao, is he not Lu Sima?" Zhang Ping recognized the beggar. Indeed, it was Lu Sima, the intermediary for them. Zhao Hu quickly approached and inquired, "Lu Sima, have you already been dismissed from your post and fallen into misfortune?" The beggar shot him a cold glance and replied in a thick Sichuan accent, "What Lu Sima? I'm just Wang Huazi, a beggar. Got any money? Hurry and give me some." Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, beginning to sense that something was amiss. Suddenly, Zhang Ping spotted an elderly man and seized him like a lifeline. "Sir, I remember you invested 1,000 guan, correct?" The old man rolled his eyes. "Do I look like someone with 1,000 guan?" Zhao Hu then turned to a woman nearby. "Madam, I recall you invested 500 guan. Haha, 500 guan? Only you would believe that. I've never had even 5 guan in my entire life." The cursed swindler still owed each of them 21. They had agreed to lend him a hand for a mere 21 each, yet he vanished as soon as he received their money. "Young man, you seem wealthy. Why don't you pay for him?" Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu felt as if struck by lightning, utterly bewildered. The merchant, who had been throwing a fit on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, lunging at Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, shouting, "You two scoundrels. You swore he was genuine and guaranteed me there would be no issues. It's all your fault. Return my money." Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu stammered, "We said nothing. You believed him on your own." "Nonsense. You were the ones who urged me on, claiming you came from the Chang'an imperial city and assured me he was authentic." As the 3 of them argued, Li Xiu noticed a county official nearby investigating the situation, someone he found somewhat familiar. He stepped forward and inquired with a smile, "May I ask the name of this esteemed county official?" The official promptly clasped his hands and replied, "Your Highness, do you not recognize me? I am Jin Jiang, the former clerk of the Jingyao prefecture. We have met regarding the Xuandu temple case." Li Xiu was taken aback. "You are Jin Jiang?" This was the very individual Chen Xuanli had informed him about, the undercover agent beside Pei Quan. "What brings you to Luoyang? Have you come with Lord Pei?" Jin Jiang nodded. Lord Pei only brought me along to take office. I am now appointed as the county lieutenant of Luoyang. Since this undercover agent had yet to intersect with him, Li Xiu quickly regained his composure. Congratulations on your promotion, County Lieutenant Jean. Do you have any leads on this swindler? Jean Jiang shook his head. By the time we arrived, the swindler had already fled. Some say he hired a bullock cart and headed west. If he had escaped the city, it would be easier to pursue him. But he remains within the city amidst the throngs of people. Where can we find him? What was the total amount defrauded? Li Xiu asked. After a quick tally, it was determined that a total of 200 taels of silver and 50 guan had been swindled. Li Xiu cast a silent glance at the three still entangled in their dispute, deeming them all foolish. Pei Min hastily approached and whispered, "Young master, may I have a word?" Li Xiu followed him aside. "I have gathered some leads," Pei Min said. "What leads?" I inquired around. And it turns out the swindler had temporarily hired a freight bullock cart with a yellow roof. I have learned that the owner's surname is Jiang, and he operates in the South City area. Li Xiu shook his head. 50 guan weighs 300 jin, which could easily have been stored in a warehouse. Now that over half an hour has passed, it's too late to catch the cart. At most, we could find an empty one. It's also possible he has taken the money home. I plan to investigate further. Go ahead, but do not act rashly and alert the snake before striking. Li Xiu instructed. He found the swindler intriguing, as he was attempting to deceive people under the guise of raising funds for mining, a scam that would not arise until later in history. Could this be a time-traveling fraudster? Your Highness. County Lieutenant Jean Jiang appeared beside Li Xiu. The two stepped aside, and Jean Jiang sighed. That merchant intends to accuse your two attendants, which complicates matters. The merchant's loss has nothing to do with my two attendants, does it? In principle, it should not, but the actions of your two attendants are rather perplexing, and I am unsure how to explain this. They are rather simple-minded. One had his head caught in a door, and the other was kicked by a donkey. If you have something to say, County Lieutenant Jean, just say it. Now it makes sense, Jean Jiang said with a look of realization. That explains how they could be so oblivious to their own deception, yet still advocate for the swindler. Now the merchant is seizing upon that. My two attendants were merely being overly enthusiastic. They did not intend to assist the swindler, which is fundamentally different from the act of deception. Jean Jiang understood this reasoning as well, and he too believed that the merchant's loss had no direct causal relationship with the actions of the two attendants, however. But there are too many people involved. What do you mean? Jean Jiang lowered his voice. The merchant has agreed to cover the 21 for that group of elderly individuals, and now everyone is willing to testify on behalf of the merchant. The situation is quite unfavorable for your two attendants. Is it really possible that the sheer number of people would hold sway? Jean Jiang let out a bitter laugh. Such civil cases often resolve through mediation. The law does not penalize the majority if they collectively approach the county office to report the situation and escalate matters. It will ultimately be your two attendants who suffer. Li Xiu turned to glance back, observing a large group of people glaring at Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu with indignation. These scoundrels, they have no regard for their rightful owner. Li Xiu wished to avoid troubling Pei Quan over such trivial matters. What would be the quickest and most straightforward resolution? The fastest solution would be for the two to compensate the merchant for his 50 guan loss, allowing him to withdraw his complaint, and then everyone could disperse. Li Xiu beckoned Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu over. Do you know where that merchant conducts his business? Of course we do. He boasts about selling Shidong Chun wine in the South City. Can you confirm that? Absolutely. I have even seen his contract. Jean Jiang turned his head away to admire the scenery, feigning ignorance. Li Xiu took out 50 taels of silver and handed them to Jean Jiang. Here are 50 taels. Give them to him. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu's eyes widened in shock. What does this mean? They were well aware that this loss would ultimately be charged to their accounts. Jean Jiang received the silver and handed it to the merchant, who immediately declared he would drop the charges. He then produced a guan of money to distribute among the crowd, granting each elderly person 21, delighting everyone. Once Jean Jiang departed, Li Xiu turned to Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu. The merchant has taken those 50 taels. Are you feeling better now? Zhang Ping leapt up, shouting, That damn scoundrel. We didn't deceive him, so why should we compensate? Zhao Hu echoed angrily. So many people disbelieved him. Why did he alone choose to believe? If it weren't for his greed, would he have been swindled? He suffered no loss yet expects us to take the blame. Li Xiu gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds, appreciating the Tang Dynasty's serene heavens, and uttered a few words that could not be traced back to their source. I recall your skills in capturing monsters at the Gao Lisher Manor were commendable. If you wish to capture another monster to reclaim those 50 taels, I would not object. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Thank you, young master, for supporting us. Supporting what? I know nothing of this. It has no relation to me. He mounted his horse and headed toward the south city, declaring, I am off to buy a gold hairpin for Xiaomei. If a life is lost, you two can go report to the county office yourselves. Though Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu were unreliable in serious matters, they excelled in using tricks and playing the rogue. Li Xiu was wandering through Luoyang for the first time. The southern market of Luoyang, also known as Fengdu City, resembled the western market of Chang'an, bustling with a throng of people. Merchants from every corner of the land converged here, accompanied by caravans of merchants, whose numbers included hundreds of camels. Traders from distant lands such as Japan, Silla, India, the Islamic world, and the South Seas were also present, alongside numerous dark-skinned Kunlun slaves engaged in arduous labor. The shorter Kunlun slaves primarily hailed from India, while some of the taller, more robust ones originated from Africa, having been transported to the Tang Dynasty by slave traders. Numerous jewelry shops lined the streets, and Li Xiu soon spent a few dozen coins to acquire a peony gold hairpin, adding it to his purse. He also intended to seek out a sword. Although he did not engage in combat, a decorative sword was still a necessity, as in the Tang Dynasty, a sword was akin to a modern-day tie. With most men wearing one, holding a fan, Li Xiu exuded a certain dandyish charm. Young master, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu rushed over, unable to contain their excitement. We have brought back 50 taels of silver. Chapter 46. The fraudster is actually a celebrity. Li Xiu extended his hand. Where's the silver? What? Both individuals were taken aback. Nonsense. This is my silver. Why would I ask a fraudster for yours? Zhao Hu reluctantly produced the silver, which Li Xiu snatched and stowed away in his money pouch. Did anyone get hurt? Absolutely not. And no one saw you? Certainly not. I emerged from the latrine just as no one was around. Li Xiu, uninterested in the sword any longer, turned his horse's head and headed towards the eastern market's outskirts. You two fools will never have money again. I have decided that any rewards will go to your families. The two replied in unison, we were orphans from birth. We have no wives or children. Li Xiu turned back, glaring at them. Do you have no shame? The two lowered their heads, disgruntled. The silver is gone. What need have we for shame? Upon exiting the southern city gate, they spotted Pei Min glancing around. This way. Li Xiu waved his hand. Pei Min hurriedly approached and whispered, I have located the fraudster's residence. Not far from the southern market, within Songshan Lane, there stood an inn named Wanchang Inn. Pei Min led Li Xiu to the second floor and pointed to the innermost room. This is the place. Li Xiu swiftly moved aside, signaling Zhang Ping with his eyes. Zhang Ping stepped forward and knocked on the door, adopting a high-pitched tone. Dear guest, I am the esteemed Xiao Ping from Wanchun Tower, here to serve you. Li Xiu shuddered, goosebumps rising. If Wanchun Tower had such a figure, it should have closed its doors a millennium ago. Zhao Hu appeared accustomed to it, remaining unfazed, while Pei Min closed his eyes in distress. From within the room came a laughter. You women have the sharpest noses. I just made a little fortune. And you caught wind of it. The door creaked open, revealing a man in his 30s, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Ping. Who are you? Zhang Ping smiled seductively. I am Xiao Ping. He and Zhao Hu barged inside, shouting, You bastard. How dare you deceive me of my silver? I'll beat you to death. Li Xiu entered to find the man pinned to the ground, being mercilessly battered by Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, his cries echoing like a slaughtered pig. Grandfathers, spare me. I won't dare next time. On the bed lay 50 guan of money and a pile of silver ingots, each weighing 25 taels, totaling 8 ingots, the very official silver he had given them. Li Xiu also noticed a jade pendant next to it, exquisitely carved into the shape of a phoenix from Yutian jade, a piece of remarkable beauty. Gao Lisher wore a similar jade pendant shaped like a qilin. Enough. Stop beating him. Li Xiu commanded. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu ceased their onslaught. The man, now battered and bruised, lying on the ground, utterly incapacitated, his expression one of sheer agony. Oh, I've broken 5 ribs and damaged my spine. Li Xiu scoffed. If you wish to avoid being handed over to the authorities, sit up and answer my questions honestly. The man immediately sat up, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. Well, would you like to know, sir? I assure you I will answer truthfully. He was rather handsome, exuding an air of sophistication, but when he smiled, he bore a distinctly roguish demeanor, clearly a scoundrel. What is your name and where are you from? The man grinned broadly. In response to your inquiry, I am Yang Zhao from Hezhong Prefecture. What? Li Xiu's eyes widened. My name is Yang Zhao. The man sounded slightly anxious. Do you have a cousin named Yang Yuan? That's the name of the daughter from the Yang family. The man was astonished. How could this person know? Li Xiu felt a mixture of disbelief and irony. Historically renowned Prime Minister Yang Guozhong sat before him, reduced to a fraudster. Yet Yang Guozhong was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay on his cousin. Is your cousin Yang Yuhuan married? Not yet. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. If you are interested, I would be willing to make an introduction. Zhang Ping kicked him from behind. An introduction? As if my master would be interested in your sister. Cough. Cough. Li Xiu cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. If indeed the beautiful Yang Yuhuan were involved, he might entertain the notion. How old is your sister? Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar expression on their master's face whenever he was smitten. Yang Zhao's eyes squinted into slits, as though envisioning a plump lamb ready for slaughter. She is 14 this year, studying music and dance at the renowned Fashion Academy in Chengdu. Yearning to find a husband like you. Pei Min could no longer contain himself. My lord, do not listen to his nonsense. Yang's fifth daughter is in Luoyang, not Chengdu. Blast it. Li Xiu's eyes widened as he scrutinized Pei Min. What is going on? How do you know her? Could it be that you? Beside them, Yang Zhao's thoughts spiraled into confusion. What was happening? Had he encountered a relative? My lord, it's a long story. Let us discuss it later. You intended to interrogate this fraudster, right? Li Xiu refocused, picking up the jade pendant from the bed. This is not yours. Confess honestly. Where did you acquire it? Oh, my lord, you misunderstand. This jade pendant was a token of affection from a wealthy lady. I had a fortune, and she was infatuated with me. But when her husband found out, he tried to kill me, forcing me to flee. I intended to sell it to gather some travel funds back to Bashu, but no one recognized its worth. This indeed aligned with Yang Guozhong's character, deceiving for wealth and pleasure. What do you intend to sell this jade for? Yang Zhao realized he had encountered a potential mark. He had attempted to peddle the jade in the market, expecting a high price, but it had not even fetched 2 guan. After some feigned thought, he said, I believe it should be worth at least 20 guan. This jade pendant is now mine. Li Xiu tossed him 20 guan from the bed. This will suffice for your travel expenses. Now, be gone. I have a junior sister named Yang Yupei. Her sister is named Yang Yuhuan. I am unsure if they are the same person. To my knowledge, this Yang Yuhuan is studying dance and music at the most prestigious Xianhua music house in Luoyang. I have never seen her. Pei Min provided Li Xiu with all he knew about Yang Yuhuan during their journey. Li Xiu sighed deeply. He had been searching fruitlessly for news of Yang Yuhuan, only to find that Pei Min was already in the know. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu followed behind, their faces long and dispirited. They had caught the fraudster, yet their silver remained unrecovered. My lord, are you truly not giving them any silver? Pei Min glanced back at the two, whispering. Li Xiu shook his head. Zhang Ping has 2 daughters. The silver must go to his wife. Zhao Hu's wife has run off, but his parents are still alive. The silver will go to them. In any case, I cannot give them anything. Pei Jiu, what about your reward money? Me? I will save it as a dowry for Dodo. Pei Min carried 30 guan on his shoulder. He had attempted to ask several times if the 30 guan should be returned to the merchant, but seeing Li Xiu's delighted expression made it difficult for him to voice his thoughts. My lord, how should we handle this money? Pei Min's professional instincts as a constable kicked in. Let it remain. Li Xiu intended to say, to supplement household expenses. But upon catching a glimpse of Pei Min's earnest demeanor, he pondered. Before his loyalty reaches 95, I must maintain appearances. Thus, Li Xiu amended his words. Pei Jiu, please donate this 30 guan to the Luoyang charity orphanage on my behalf. This is ill-gotten gains from the fraudster. We cannot be like Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, lacking principles. Pei Min was filled with admiration. My lord, your virtue is unparalleled. Those corrupt officials from Jianzhou are unworthy even to carry your shoes. Suddenly, he remembered that the 20 guan should also be considered ill-gotten gains. Was my lord forgetting? Pei Min could not help but remind him, my lord. That jade pendant is also. What jade pendant? I do not understand what you are saying. Li Xiu rolled her eyes, remarking that appropriate justice is a source of delight and cultivation, while excessive righteousness can lead to a rigid mindset. The 4 returned to the county inn, only to be taken aback by the sight of Gongsun Xiaomei dining with Pei Dodo. When had Pei Min's sister arrived? Moreover, Li Xiu noticed an additional young lady at the table, who appeared quite lovely, though it was difficult to ascertain fully, as her face was heavily adorned with makeup, obscuring her features. Upon catching sight of this young lady, Pei Min turned tail and fled, resembling a mouse startled by a cat. Master brother, let us see where you can escape this time, the young lady exclaimed as she leapt up in pursuit. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, while Pei Dodo continued to eat calmly. as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Chapter 47. A Tang Dynasty woman pursues a man. Li Xiu sat down at the table, and Gongsun Xiaomei hurriedly served him a bowl of rice. Xiaomei, did you not go to find your aunt? She accompanied Princess Yuzhen to Wangwu Mountain to seek enlightenment and is not in Luoyang. On her way back, she happened to encounter Dodo and Miss Yang. Dodo, who was that young lady just now? Dodo, savoring a chicken leg, mumbled, the little one with a sweet laugh. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiu realized she was referring to Brother's junior sister. Her surname is Yang, right? Yes, it seems so. Li Xiu's spirits lifted. His sister-in-law had arrived, and he needed to entertain her well. Why did your brother run away upon seeing her? Brother is afraid of her. Why is he afraid of her? He says she is a tiger. But, Xiu, I think Sister San treats me very well. Are all female tigers gentle? A mother tiger gentle? I've never heard of that. I'll explain. After much circling, Gongsun Xiaomei could no longer contain herself. Sister Yang likes Brother Pei and is determined to marry him. But Brother Pei does not wish to marry her, so she relentlessly pursues him. The more she pursues, the more frightened he becomes. And how did she find her way here? She went to the Xian temple in Chang'an to make a wish and happened to meet Dodo. She claimed it was destiny, that her sincere feelings moved the Bodhisattva, and she brought Dodo to Luoyang to see the peonies. Huh, how amusing. I never expected to be related to Pei Jiuqing. Cough, cough. Gongsun Xiaomei coughed twice, hinting, did the young master visit the jewelry store today? Oh dear. Li Xiu smacked his forehead, feigning regret. Look at my memory. I forgot again. Gongsun Xiaomei's expression darkened, her teeth clenched. I knew it. Some heartless cad has completely disregarded me. Li Xiu chuckled, waving a gold hairpin before her. A gold hairpin. Gongsun Xiaomei's eyes brightened, though her pride held her back. She huffed and turned her head. It's just a mere hairpin, as if I were so desperate for it. Sister Xiaomei, if you don't want it, then give it to me. Dodo reached for the hairpin and held it up to her head. Gongsun Xiaomei became anxious. What does a little girl like you need a hairpin for? She snatched the hairpin back and joyfully ran to her room. Dodo hurried after her. Sister Xiaomei, you promised to give me the silver hairpin. In the dead of night, a sharp sound echoed through the house. Crash? Something seemed to have shattered. Li Xiu rushed out of the room for the nth time. He stood in the courtyard, palms together, pleading with the roof. Auntie, it's fine if you want to stay on the roof, but I earnestly request that you refrain from disturbing the tiles. Falling tiles can be fatal. After a pause, a mumbling voice replied from above, I was just being careless. It wasn't intentional. I know it wasn't deliberate, but this is the fourth tile tonight. That one was less than a foot from my head. Who knows where the next one will land? Do you expect me to sleep tonight? There was no response from above. Li Xiu, filled with frustration, continued, every grievance has a cause, and every debt has an owner. Your brother resides in the front courtyard while you lounge upon my roof. If others see this, what will become of my reputation? After a long silence, the voice from the roof mumbled, it's uncomfortable sitting there, but it's cozy here. Li Xiu, out of options, resorted to his ultimate tactic. Sister San, let me offer you a suggestion. I guarantee you will become Mrs. Pei by tomorrow night. Suddenly, there was complete silence from above, indicating that the young lady was all ears. Your brother Pei has a weakness. He collapses after a few sips of wine. You must know this, right? Tomorrow, I will find a way to get him to drink 2 cups, and we will swiftly prepare the bridal chamber. You can don a red dress. Well, whether you wear it or not is the same. It's just a matter of getting on the carriage first and buying the ticket later, understand? Young master, you are too ruthless. A voice emerged from behind, revealing Pei Min. Ah, you finally appeared. Li Xiu seized Pei Min by the arm, pointing at the roof. You must find a way to persuade her to come down. If daylight breaks, this house will be reduced to rubble, and I cannot afford the cost. Pei Min's manly demeanor vanished in an instant. He broke free from Li Xiu's grasp and swiftly vanished. Young master, you handle it yourself. I have things to attend to. You have what business? Li Xiu was exasperated. Without hesitation, he took a bottle of wine and 2 cups from the kitchen and climbed onto the roof. Sister San, I'll join you for a drink. Let us chat about your studies, your family, and your little sister. The fox's tail inadvertently revealed itself. Yang Yupei held a bottle of wine in one hand and a cup in the other, filling one to the brim and downing it in one gulp. I heard the master brother was imprisoned. I was frantic, seeking out the master, but he was in seclusion. Then I went to find the uncle. But he said it was inconvenient due to his monthly visitor. I had no choice but to return to Jianzhou, spending money to bribe the jailers to lessen my master brother's suffering, but they deemed the 5 coins I offered too little and threw me out. 5 coins are indeed a bit paltry, but I have expenses. I need to stay at an inn, eat, buy clothes, and cosmetics. I barely managed to save 5 coins. Li Xiu awkwardly replied, so you also need to stay at an inn? Did you think you would be sleeping on the roof forever? Today, my aunt was in a bad mood. Who told your master brother to annoy me? But I haven't annoyed you. Can't you find another place? Yang Yupei tilted her head, scrutinizing Li Xiu. You were quite strange. Tonight, you were going to great lengths to strike up a conversation with me. Do you have ulterior motives? Li Xiu was at a loss for words. What ulterior motives could I have? You cornered me. At that moment, a clever idea struck him. Sister San, do you need money? Yes. My powder is all used up, and now I can only use lime on my face. How pitiful. How about I give you some money? Why would you give me money? Yang Yupei stared at Li Xiu in disbelief. You said you needed money. I'll give it to you, and then you know what to do. Yang Yupei's brows furrowed, her energy rapidly building, and then with a thunderous clap, she exclaimed. You shameless scoundrel. That thunderous shout could likely be heard throughout Luoyang. Do you think I am that kind of woman? Yang Yupei raised the bottle to strike. And Li Xiu, flustered, stammered, You misunderstood. Let me explain. Misunderstand what? I have traveled far and wide, and I have seen many men like you. Under the cover of night, you approach me with ill intentions. Do you think I wouldn't know your true nature? What is happening? Xiaomei, disturbed by the commotion, rushed to the bottom of the roof, glaring at Li Xiu. Young master, are you planning something nefarious again? Li Xiu faintly heard doors closing in the neighboring courtyards. And this was bad news. He gritted his teeth in frustration and said to Xiaomei, Don't make things worse. Hurry back. I'm coming down. Humph. Do you think I'm in your way? It's the lady's orders. I must intervene. Xiaomei, furious, leaped onto the courtyard wall and then onto the roof, wishing she could kick the scoundrel off the roof. Once a silly girl, now she wouldn't even spare her junior sister. Yang Yupei, still fuming, continued her tirade. You scoundrel, do you think just because I am poor and without money, I will submit to your filthy riches? You've misjudged me. I offered you money to leave. What? Yang Yupei's eyes widened in disbelief. To leave. I'm giving you money. Oh, how much do you intend to give me? Yang Yupei's sudden change of attitude left Li Xiu in despair. My reputation. How should the royal family perceive me? Those 2 young nobles next door are notoriously sharp-tongued. Please, continue your conversation. I shall not intrude. The little girl, who had already leapt onto the roof, seemed to comprehend the situation and returned to the courtyard, sheepishly retreating indoors. As she too wished for this Yang Yupei to depart swiftly. Name your price. How does 20 guan sound? Deal. Yang Yupei, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous woman, decisively sealed the agreement with a single stroke, leaving no room for the other party to reconsider. You could have mentioned it sooner. In fact, I would have accepted 2 guan, as you yourself stated, 20 guan. Hee. It dawned on Li Xiu that this girl was indeed desperate for money. Nevertheless, 20 guan it shall be, considered a part of the wedding gifts for the Yang family. Li Xiu produced 20 taels of silver, presenting them with a flourish. The third madam accepted the decree. Yang Yupei, her eyes sparkling with joy, accepted the silver, remarking on the delight of their conversation and expressing eagerness for future dialogues. After taking a few steps, she turned back with a smile. I shall not take your money without merit. Allow me to share a piece of information. I discovered someone was watching you, which is why I perched upon your roof, curious to discern the identity of this mysterious observer. Like a wisp of cloud, Yang Yupei departed as swiftly as a flash of fireworks, vanishing before the night had fully elapsed. Peimin exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had evaded capture last night, unaware of subsequent events. Li Xiu too sighed deeply, pleased that the tormenting sister-in-law had finally taken her leave. Indeed, money can move mountains. Yet, he pondered, despite Yang Sanjia's admirable looks and character, why did Peimin not hold her in esteem? During breakfast, Li Xiu broached this question. Peimin found it somewhat challenging to respond, eventually stating, My martial arts differ from those of ordinary practitioners. We pursue 4 realms, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging void with the Tao. Until the stage of refining spirit into void is concluded, one must maintain the essence of primordial yang. Oh, I understand now. Li Xiu suddenly realized that Peimin's reluctance stemmed not from desire but from inability. Curiously, he inquired, What stage are you at now? I am at the 7th level of refining qi into spirit, upon breaking through to the 9th level. I shall enter the realm of refining spirit into void. How long until you can break through that stage? As swiftly as 20 years, or as slowly as 30? Some individuals never manage to break through in a lifetime. Will breaking through grant you immortality? Pei Min shook his head. We are not cultivating the Tao. Merely practicing martial arts, leading a normal lifespan. Li Xiu rolled his eyes at this. Does that not mean one would marry at 40 or 50, well into the grave? What meaning does life hold then? Elder brother Pei, which esteemed sect do you belong to? Gong's son Xiaomei asked inquisitively while savoring her lamb-filled pastry. It cannot be considered a grand sect. My master practices on Kong'ong Mountain, yet our lineage consists entirely of women, save for myself. Li Xiu erupted into laughter. Does that not signify being born into fortune without recognizing it? Gong's son Xiaomei shot Li Xiu a fierce glare, asserting that Pei Dage was steadfast in his pursuit of martial arts, unlike him, who lacked ambition and squandered nights with base thoughts. Li Xiu's laughter abruptly ceased. He felt genuinely vexed, protesting that he indeed slept at night and had not succumbed to base desires. Yet Gong's son Xiaomei paid him no heed. Resting her chin in puzzlement, it seems rather peculiar. My aunt has also mentioned that our sect comprises solely women. Could we be from the same lineage? This is a question best reserved for later inquiry with my aunt. Li Xiu suddenly recalled the cryptic message from the previous night. The petty person loses wealth. Success lies in fortune, and wealth is ordained by heaven. The loss of wealth had indeed come to pass, but where was the fortune? Where was the wealth? Just then, Zhong Kuei approached, handing Li Xiu a small paper package. Young master, here is the castor bean powder you requested. Li Xiu evenly sprinkled the powder into the bowls of congee for Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, adding generous spoonfuls of meat mixture, stirring them together. Quickly, call Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu for breakfast. The others widened their eyes in astonishment. Li Xiu sighed. Without employing a strategy of pretense, how could he deceive King Shui? Chapter 48, The Grand General's Birthday Feast, Part 1. Are you suggesting that Li Xiu was poisoned with croton oil? Li Qingye inquired, his countenance etched with confusion. The man in gray bowed, affirming, I can assure you, his two subordinates have been running to the lavatory incessantly at least dozens of times. Li Xiu too has been affected. He and that burly black fellow both fell victim, though Li Xiu did not use the toilet, but rather a chamber pot. I saw his maidservant fill the pot with lime, and she even went to summon a physician to prepare medicine for him. What did the physician say? Did you inquire? Li Qingye pressed. The man replied, I did ask. The physician remarked that the croton oil's potency is severe and the dosage considerable. It is a stroke of fortune that Li Xiu is still alive. He will need to remain bedridden for at least 7 days before he can rise. What is your perspective, Mr. Wang? Li Qingye turned to his aide, Wang Feng. Wang Feng stroked his beard thoughtfully, stating, it must have been Li Chui's doing. A retaliation for Li Xiu striking him at Qin Xuancher's residence. This is also a maneuver to prevent him from attending the Grand General's birthday feast tomorrow. Li Qingye nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it appears Li Chui is not lacking in wit, recognizing the threat Li Xiu poses and ensuring he cannot attend the feast. This conveniently spares me the necessity of intervening. He then instructed the man in gray, go inform Ma Bing that tonight's plans are cancelled. Understood. The man in gray vanished into the shadows. Wang Feng chuckled, asking, will His Highness attend the feast tomorrow? Li Qingye shook his head, stating, I shall go tonight. But during the day, I will adhere to the usual protocol and send a stand-in my stead. Today marks the 50th birthday of the Grand General Qin Xianshi of the eastern capital's Longwu Guard. The festivities are not held in his residence, but within the inner courtyard of the eastern capital palace. This royal garden spans several dozen miles. And while the center of power has returned to Chang'an, the eastern capital palace and its inner courtyard remain preserved. Presently, the inner courtyard serves as a military encampment, effectively the domain of Qin Xianshi, home to herds of deer and countless birds and beasts, making it an ideal hunting ground. Naturally, ordinary citizens are forbidden from poaching. And the military is also prohibited from hunting here. It is essentially a hunting reserve for the affluent and powerful. The celebration of Qin Xianshi's birthday spans 3 days, including a day of toasting and 2 days of hunting. In the central meadow of the inner courtyard, numerous grand tents and hundreds of smaller ones have been erected. As the Grand General celebrates, he has invited the dignitaries and social elites of Luoyang. The air is filled with sumptuous delicacies and the melodies of jade flutes, accompanied by the splendor of dance and song. Beginning at noon, the guests arrived in a steady stream of carriages, filling the southern meadow with their presence. A long row of tables has been set up at the registration area, where guests sign in, engage in pleasantries, and are warmly welcomed into the grand encampment by Qin Xuancher's 2 sons. The guests are divided into 2 categories: Class A guests, who will participate in the hunting, and Class B guests, who will only attend the birthday celebration and depart the same day without joining the hunting events. Li Xiu arrived at the Grand General's residence in the afternoon, having spent 200 guan to procure several bolts of fine silk as a birthday gift, which he had already sent ahead through Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu. It is customary not to carry gifts personally, as it could create discomfort for the host and other guests. Clad in a white silk robe with a leather belt and donning a gauze cap, Li Xiu appeared pale and sickly, supported by the delicate Gongsun Xiaomei, who seemed to be straining to accompany him to extend birthday wishes to Qin Xianshi. Gongsun Xiaomei's hair was styled in a single loop bun, her brows like distant green hills, eyes resembling autumn waters, and her skin was tender and fair. She wore a light green skirt, with a half-sleeved overgarment, ribbons entwined around her arms. The juxtaposition of the ailing man and the petite beauty evoked a sense of irony. Like a flower sprouting from dung. May I ask who this young master is? Qin Xuanqi's second son, Qinyu, approached. Li Xiu presented the invitation, prompting instant reverence from Qinyu, who exclaimed, "Ah, it is the 38th prince. Please, come in." At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from behind. He is merely a lowly baron, unworthy of such grand gestures. Unsurprisingly, it was Li Chui. Li Xiu turned to glance at him, noticing Li Chui accompanied by a young and beautiful lady, likely not his wife. Li Xiu raised an eyebrow, grinning. "Little Chui, shall we engage in another round of shooting? See if you require your father to rescue you once again?" Li Chui, recalling the humiliation from 2 days prior at the hands of the scoundrel, felt a surge of anger as old grievances resurfaced. Clenching his fists, he advanced menacingly, causing Qinyu to hastily intervene. "Your Highness, today is our father's birthday. Let us maintain decorum." Zhang Yu, a fellow aide accompanying Li Chui, quickly attempted to defuse the situation. Li Chui swallowed his anger, muttering, "Humph. Were it not for the Grand General's celebration today, I would have made you regret it. Should you wish to be foolish, do not involve me." Laughter erupted around them. Li Chui was left seething, unable to retaliate or articulate his grievances, merely resolving to wait for a more opportune moment. Observing Li Xiu's sickly demeanor, Li Chui believed today presented a chance to settle scores. Li Xiu and Gongsun Xiaomei entered the encampment, where soldiers guided them to their designated tent. A small flag bearing the name Li Xiu marked the entrance. Upon entering, Li Xiu was pleasantly surprised to find the tent adorned with carpets, bedding for the night, and all necessary amenities. "Excellent. Absolutely splendid," he exclaimed, his ailments momentarily forgotten. "Xiaomei, it appears we shall have the opportunity to share a bed once more tonight." Gongsun Xiaomei recognized his jest, but felt his words were overly suggestive, causing her cheeks to flush as she playfully kicked at him. Li Xiu, anticipating her reaction, sidestepped with a smile. Just then, a woman called out, "Xiaomei." Gongsun Xiaomei's eyes brightened, and she dashed outside. Li Xiu followed, discovering Zilin Feng, who had traded her constable attire for a vibrant red warrior's outfit. She appeared striking, albeit somewhat out of place. "Senior sister Zilin, what brings you here?" Xiaomei inquired, grasping her hand. "My father served under General Qin for many years, and Lady Qin is my adoptive mother. Naturally, I had to attend." Zilin Feng greeted Li Xiu courteously, suggesting, "There is still time. Your Highness can go to the main tent for tea or to chat with friends." "Is it safe here, senior sister?" Xiaomei asked. "Rest assured, no one would dare to cause trouble at the Grand General's birthday feast. There are plenty of soldiers maintaining order, and they will respond promptly to any disturbance." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xiaomei addressed Li Xiu. "If it pleases you, I will stay with senior sister Zilin. You may enjoy your time alone." "Very well, we shall meet later. Go on." In truth, it was too early for everyone to retreat to their respective tents. Socializing was the order of the day, and women gathered in the larger tents for their own festivities. Such celebrations provided an excellent opportunity for social networking, and most would not miss the chance to cultivate connections. As Xiaomei was led away by Zilin Feng, Li Xiu ventured alone toward the eastern tent, which appeared more lively. Just as he approached, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he spotted Pei Quan striding towards him, followed by Li Sheng, who wore a troubled expression. "Your Highness, what has happened? Are you unwell?" Pei Quan was taken aback by Li Xiu's pallor. "I am slightly indisposed. When did you arrive, Sir Pei?" "We have been here for a little while." Li Sheng, visibly distressed, seemed reluctant to acknowledge Li Xiu, merely exchanging a curt greeting with Pei Quan before hastily departing. Li Xiu watched his retreating figure and inquired, "What is troubling him?" Pei Quan sighed. "Qin Xianshi has refused to disclose the whereabouts of Chengzhou." "He outright refused?" Li Xiu was surprised. "I took Li Sheng to see him earlier. He was quite frank, stating he too was unaware of Changzhu's location. Li Xiu understood, having passed the test. Chen Xianshi had abandoned Li Sheng. Li Xiu suddenly realized that Pei Quan had taken Li Sheng to seek out Qin Xuanli, evidently a plan orchestrated by the emperor. Despite having aided his father in reclaiming the palace and demonstrating his talents, Li Xiu felt a disheartening lack of recognition from his father. Observing Li Xiu's expression, Pei Quan patted his arm and remarked, "There is no reason to feel disheartened over such matters. Li Sheng has been on this mission for a decade. Should he succeed, he will be appointed as the Minister of Rights, making this task of utmost importance to him, and the emperor holds him in high esteem." Li Xiu responded with a nonchalant smile, "I am merely here to observe. This matter does not concern me." Pei Quan gestured toward an empty table ahead, and they moved over, with Li Xiu pulling out a chair to sit. As I mentioned earlier, Qin Xuanli commands a formidable force of 20,000 troops, and his stance on the allegiance of the eastern capital is pivotal. Presently, all parties are vying for his favor. Do you truly believe today is merely a celebration of his birthday? In truth, he is waiting for a lucrative offer. However, he has already declined the emperor's proposal. Just earlier, he refused to hand over Chengzhu. Pei Quan shook his head. He only rejected Li Sheng. Do not underestimate Qin Xuanli's awareness. He is fully informed. Li Sheng's performance in Luoyang has been lackluster. Just yesterday, he fell for Wang Shui's ruse, mistakenly believing Chengzhu was hiding in Qingfeng Tower. And he recklessly stormed the place, foolhardy and unwise. Qin Xuanli has expressed his doubts regarding Li Sheng's capabilities to me personally. What price has the regent offered? I do not know, nor am I aware of Wang Shui's offer, or even what the emperor has proposed. Pei Shijun, Minister Niu requests your presence. Someone in the distance waved to Pei Quan. He nodded to Li Xiu and said, "You have been quite low-key these past few days, which is wise. However, being low-key does not equate to surrender. You must strive to secure this title, seek out the princess, and win over Qin Xuanli. The emperor's lack of regard for you stems from your inexperience with your first mission, but his indifference does not imply a lack of ability on your part. You must demonstrate to him that even as a novice, you surpass all others." Pei Quan grasped Li Xiu's arm urgently. "With Li Sheng now out of the picture, we can only rely on you. Whether or not we can turn the tide for the emperor rests solely on your shoulders." After Pei Quan departed, Li Xiu remained seated alone in the pavilion, deeply touched by Pei Quan's words. Though Pei Quan's motives were rooted in loyalty to the emperor, his sincerity and heartfelt concern profoundly moved Li Xiu. Now that Li Sheng has faltered, the opportunity lies before you. Seize it. Chengzhu is the key to the truth. The emperor's fleet has already set sail. We are running out of time. A surge of fervor coursed through Li Xiu's veins. He felt compelled to take action. At that moment, someone shouted, "The competition for the birthday celebration has begun. Let us go see." The competition? Li Xiu pondered, following the crowd toward a large tent ahead. Before the tent stood a grand platform, akin to a stage but adorned with a carpet, with the characters prominently displayed at the back. The area below was filled with guests, and a middle-aged man resembling a steward was speaking loudly. "Esteemed guests, as per tradition, you may write a birthday wish for the celebrant. The finest wish will earn the winner a renowned sword from the general. Once you have prepared your wishes, please submit them into the wooden box. The winner will be announced in an hour. Paper and pens are available for your convenience." Suddenly, Li Xiu realized this was an opportunity to meet Qin Xuanli privately. "You fool, do you truly wish to embarrass yourself?" The haunting voice of Li Chui echoed behind him. Irritated, Li Xiu turned to glare at him. "Imbecile, it is unwise to cause a scene in the general's residence. Instead, let us wager." Li Chui smirked. "What could a fool like you possibly wager against me?" "I wager that I will claim the title of champion in this competition." Li Chui was taken aback. He was well aware of Li Xiu's lackluster academic standing at the Hongwen Academy in the Ming Palace. "You dare to contend for the championship?" Li Chui sneered. "Very well. What shall we wager?" "Let us wager your head." "Your head is at stake? I fear you may resort to trickery. I have heard you possess a scale-patterned robe." The scale-patterned robe was a legendary item, said to be impervious to blades and arrows. Li Chui often boasted of owning such a garment, filling Li Xiu with envy. He too needed such a treasure. Li Chui patted his chest. "Indeed, I wear it." "Let us wager that robe then. If I win, you must give it to me. And if you lose, do with me as you wish." Li Chui's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Excellent. I accept your wager. Words alone are insufficient. We must draft a written agreement." The steward looked concerned, sensing Li Chui's dubious nature, and quietly cautioned Li Xiu, "Young master, do not underestimate him." Li Xiu was confident in his ability to craft the most suitable birthday wish for Qin Xuanli. He had no fear of losing, only of Li Chui refusing to wager. Rest assured, I have everything under control. Please summon young Master Qin. The two quickly drafted their agreement, each retaining a copy, and invited Qin Xuanli's son, Qin Yu, to sign as a witness. Li Xiu promptly pinned his birthday wish and deposited it into the wooden box. In an hour, we shall see the outcome. Chapter 49. The Grand General's Birthday Feast, Part 2. Though Li Xiu and Li Chui privately wagered, the news swiftly spread throughout the camp. Curiosity about their identities blossomed. One was the youngest son of the emperor, and the other, the youngest son of the regent. Could they indeed represent their fathers? Furthermore, some insiders recounted amusing tales from the archery competition, revealing the deep-seated animosity between the two. Inside the banquet tent, the birthday celebrant, Qin Xuanli, engaged in light-hearted conversation with several esteemed guests. Among them were Li Jin, the eldest son of the regent Li Qingqi, and Li Yu, the third son of the emperor, who represented their respective fathers in honoring General Qin Xuanli. Additionally, there were two chancellors, Niu Xinke and Li Shizhi, who also symbolized the interests of the regent and the emperor. Both factions sought to curry favor with Qin Xuanli. Seated at the head of the table was Prince Shui, Li Qingye, the highest-ranking guest. Accompanying him was the renowned courtesan Gao Xian from Luoyang. Gao Xian held another title as the former crown princess of Silla. 6 years prior, following a failed coup, the Silla crown prince fled to Tang with his newlywed wife Gao Xian, who soon passed away in Luoyang. Unwilling to fade into obscurity, she participated in the annual Peony Festival's courtesan competition, winning the title 4 times over 6 years, thus gaining widespread acclaim. Despite her fame, everyone knew she was under the protection of Prince Shui, who had ensured her position remained unchallenged. As the conversation shifted to the wager between Li Xiu and Li Chui, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Gao Xian's beautiful eyes upon hearing Li Xiu's name. Meanwhile, Li Qingye appeared unusually silent, as though Li Xiu had no bearing on him. Niu Xinke, stroking his beard, jested to Li Yu, "Your younger brother is more formidable than this old ox. To bet on victory, has he recently read some celestial tome?" Li Yu replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps I might wager with Niu Xiangwe as well. A small bet. I wager my brother will triumph. Let us take merely a coin, shall we?" The modestum carried a sting, and Niu Xinke's expression darkened, grumbling, "A coin it is." Then, at that moment, the birthday star, Qin Xuanli, interjected with a smile. As the host, I shall provide the stakes. 50 taels of gold. Gao Xian suddenly added, "I shall contribute a pearl as well." Qin Xuanli, raising an eyebrow, inquired, "And who do you support, Miss Gao?" "Of course, I support the loyal prince," she declared. The assembly gasped in surprise, while Li Qingye murmured, "Xian Mei, do not jest. I am, in fact, supporting the 38th prince." Ignoring Li Qingye, Gao Xian calmly stated, "I have seen 2 lines of poetry penned by the 38th prince. Though brief, they resonated deeply with me." Qin Xuanli, intrigued, expressed his curiosity. "Might I hear these lines?" "I am all ears." Gao Xian recited slowly, "Why should a man not wield a wu hook to seize the 50 provinces of mountains and rivers?" "Excellent poetry," Qin Xuanli exclaimed, his spirit ignited. The boldness and valor encapsulated in those lines stirred the hearts of the listeners, prompting applause from all. Niu Xinke's expression grew increasingly sour. Just then, the steward hurried over, announcing, "Master, the results are in." Qin Xuanli had summoned 5 esteemed scholars from the National Academy to judge the birthday verses, and they swiftly selected a victor from over 100 submissions. Qin Xuanli, brimming with anticipation, beckoned, "Let me see it." The steward presented a scroll, which Qin Xuanli unfurled to reveal the 5 scholars' signatures, unanimously endorsing this verse as the winner. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Remarkably, it is the lyrics to Breaking the Formation by Li Xiu. Excellent. This aligns perfectly with my sentiments." The assembly leaned in, eager to ascertain the identity of the victor. Qin Xuanli glanced at the name, eyes widening in disbelief. "Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is none other than Li Xiu, the Baron of Qian'an." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they approached to scrutinize the scroll. Li Shizhi began to read aloud, "Breaking the formation for General Qin's birthday, when Lu Lang cast his jade spear, sailing westward with the Shizi's boat. The timeless elegance resides here today. Do not forsake the pursuit of glory across 1,000 miles. The monarch governs 300 states. Do sparrows understand the ambitions of swans?" Jiao Chan originally emerged from the helmet. "Yet I laugh at the Lu River, as large as a bowl. Would you dare test your prowess?" A profound silence enveloped the banquet hall. Niu Xinke had intended to critique the calligraphy, but upon finishing the reading, he remained speechless. The lyrics were not only meticulous and grand, but also perfectly befitting General Qin Xuanli's noble stature. Such a birthday verse was destined to claim the crown. A splendid piece. Truly a masterpiece. Li Shizhi applauded. Liu collected the 50 taels of gold, grinning at Niu Xinke. Thank you for your gracious concession. Niu Xinke's countenance darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Prince Shui, Li Qingye, maintained a stoic demeanor, merely a fade, yet he discerned a unique sparkle in Gao Xian's eyes. A sight he had never witnessed during his years as Prince Shui's proxy. Liu turned to Gao Xian with a smile. Might I have that pearl you pledged? Miss Gao? Gao Xian performed a graceful curtsy. It is yours, as you wish. Qin Xuanli, overjoyed, proclaimed, this is the birthday verse I cherish most. Li Xianghua's calligraphy is unrivaled. I request 2 scrolls to hang in the banquet hall. Li Jin, the eldest son of Li Qingqi, scoffed internally, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. In the expansive courtyard, a grand lotus tent had been erected for the birthday celebrations, capable of accommodating over 1,000 guests when the outer drapes were lifted to merge with 3 neighboring tents. A colossal character for longevity adorned the front, gleaming in gold. Flanking it were towering longevity candles, with a table laden with longevity peaches, noodles, and various celebratory offerings. The guests were gathered, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the winner of the poetry contest. You scoundrel! Li Jin seized Li Chui's arm, dragging him aside in a furious whisper. Father bestowed that precious scaled garment upon you, and you squandered it. How will you explain this to him? Li Chui, bewildered, blinked and replied. But I have not lost yet. The results have not been announced. They have been announced. Li Xiu has claimed victory. What? Li Chui gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. How is that possible? He had such poor academic performance before. How could he possibly win? What shall we do now? Li Jin would not permit his brother to lose the treasured scaled garment. Otherwise, their father would not forgive either of them. He whispered a few words to Li Chui, who nodded repeatedly, I understand. At that moment, the birthday star Qin Xuanli entered the grand tent with a throng of esteemed guests. Li Xiu's gaze fell upon Gao Xian, who was resplendent in a brilliant red skirt, draped in a yellow robe, with crimson ribbons adorning her arms and a delicate perfume pouch at her waist. Her exquisite visage radiated charm, her eyes like autumn moons, skin as fair as snow, and hair as dark as clouds, adorned with a jade hairpin, surrounded by several maidservants. Gao Xian scanned the tent, seemingly searching for someone, and Li Xiu felt a sudden intuition that she was looking for him. Upon their eyes meeting, Gao Xian's face blossomed into a captivating smile. Li Xiu reciprocated with a nod, though they had interacted twice. The reality of Gao Xian being Prince Shui's woman made Li Xiu maintain a respectful distance, regarding their encounter as mere happenstance. As one may encounter beautiful women during life's journey, such moments are commonplace. One may be captivated by their striking beauty, yet no one halts their hurried steps. For such fleeting encounters dissipate like smoke. The steward announced loudly, the moment we have all awaited has arrived. The victor of the birthday verse competition has been determined. The 5 scholars of the National Academy unanimously agree that Li Xiu, the 38th prince, has won with his breaking the formation. In the grand tent, a sudden uproar ensued. For it was indeed Li Xiu who had emerged victorious, leaving Li Chui in defeat. Several soldiers hastily brought forth ladders to display the 2 lengthy scrolls, and the crowd gathered closely to scrutinize them, erupting into a chorus of applause. He cheated. Suddenly, a voice bellowed, causing everyone to turn in unison. There stood Li Chui, his face flushed to a hue reminiscent of a liver, as he shouted again, he cheated. I refuse to accept this. Qin Xuanli's expression darkened, and he replied with displeasure. What prompts such words from your Highness Chui? General, he continued, Li Xiu had foreknowledge of your impending competition, thus he prepared his congratulatory verses in advance. They are not his original work. Immediately, a murmur of discussion swept through the tent, for Li Chui's assertion held a semblance of merit. It was indeed plausible that he had prepared his script beforehand. Li Xiu remained unfazed, having anticipated this behavior from the scoundrel during the shooting competition. He was simply unable to bear defeat. With a cold demeanor, he retorted, What must I do for you to concede? I demand that you compose a verse on the spot, with the general providing the prompt. If you can successfully create one, I shall admit my loss. Li Xiu welcomed the challenge with enthusiasm, proclaiming, As you wish. He then turned to Qin Xuanli, clasping his hands in respect. General, it is prudent to pursue the remnants of a defeated foe. Since our adversary refuses to yield, we must relentlessly pursue them. Please, present your challenge. Chapter 50. The General's Banquet, Part 2. Qin Xuanli's eyes narrowed into slits of mirth. He found himself increasingly fond of the young man before him. It was remarkable that the emperor had such a decisive, handsome, and carefree son. There was indeed a successor. Qin Xuanli stroked his beard and chuckled. Your Highness's poetry resonates deeply with my tastes. Just now, I heard you compose the lines. Why should a man not wield the Wu hook? To claim the 50 states beyond the mountains? I am profoundly moved. My request is that you complete this poem. It turned out that Gao Xian had made this poem public. Li Xiu feigned contemplation for a moment, clasped his fists, and addressed Li Shizhi as a master of calligraphy. Would it be possible for you to pen this for me? Of course. Li Shizhi readily agreed. Taking up paper and brush, he spread the paper and smiled. Your Highness, please proceed. Li Xiu walked about with his hands clasped behind his back and slowly recited, Why should a man not wield the Wu hook? To claim the 50 states beyond the mountains? Please ascend the Lingyan Pavilion for a moment. What sort of scholar can become a lord of 10,000 households? The grand tent erupted in fervor, with resounding applause and cheers. Li Chui's face turned ashen. He had acquired what he sought today and realized it was time for him to depart. The scales and brocade garments bestowed by his father were not something he could relinquish. He would have to seek his father's assistance. Gongsun Xiaomei arrived a moment too late. Missing the young man's brilliance, she overheard discussions swirling around her, particularly some remarks she found most irksome. That 38th young master is exceptionally talented, tall, and robust. I've heard he is still unmarried, Madame Yang. This is an excellent opportunity for your daughter to form a union. Indeed, I find it quite agreeable. He stirs my heart. Our Hongnong Yang family is also a prominent lineage. I shall discuss it with my husband upon my return. Ion, let us seek out Li Xiu. Perhaps he will compose a poem for us as well. Isn't writing poetry merely an excuse? The girl seems to be smitten. Ion, are you not the same? She gazed at him, her eyes wide with admiration. Gongsun Xiaomei felt a surge of frustration, scanning the surroundings, wondering where that scoundrel had disappeared to. She suddenly felt a twinge of resentment towards Sister Z. Why had she pulled her away and prevented her from coming here? At that moment, Gongsun Xiaomei spotted Li Xiu within an open tent, accompanied by a striking woman. Oh, is that not Gao Xian? Li Xiu experienced the boldness of Tang Dynasty women as Gao Xian directly drew him to the pavilion. Around them, a dozen young ladies peered curiously, seemingly awaiting their chance. Your Highness, I mentioned that fate would allow us to meet again. Did I not? Indeed. The concept of fate is indeed marvelous, understood intuitively yet elusive. Gao Xian giggled. Alas, this is the general's tent, not the Xianhua Music House. Ah, are you also associated with the Xianhua Music House? Li Xiu suddenly recalled Pei Min's words. That Yang Yuan had studied dance and music there. I am the master there. Does your Highness have friends in the Xianhua Music House? No friends. Li Xiu quickly shook his head. I have only heard of its fame upon arriving in Luoyang. Upon noticing Gongsun Xiaomei, Gao Xian smiled. It seems I can no longer delay. I wish to ask the young master to compose another poem specifically for us. How could I refuse such a request from a lady? Li Xiu readily accepted. What theme would you prefer? Gao Xian whispered. Compose a poem reflecting a woman's yearning for her beloved, yet unable to attain him. Li Xiu's heart skipped a beat. Was she not speaking of him? He dared not look up, sensing Gao Xian's beautiful gaze piercing into him. Flustered, he picked up his brush, gathered his thoughts for a moment, and wrote a love poem. On the night of the Lantern Festival last year, the flower market glowed as bright as day. The moon hung above the willow tips. Lovers met after dusk. This year's Lantern Festival, the moon and lanterns remain unchanged. Yet the person from last year is nowhere to be seen, leaving tears to dampen my spring sleeves. Gao Xian clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, What an intriguing poem. I truly adore it. Leaning closer to examine the poem, her delicate face nearly brushed against Li Xiu's, her breath warm against his ear. I reside in the 17th tent. Tonight, I await your company. You truly are a romantic. Composing poems for this woman and that one. When will you write one for me? Li Xiu was constantly accosted by young maidens seeking poetry, while Xiaomei seethed with jealousy. Seizing Li Xiu's arm and pulling him away. I only wrote one for Gao Xian. I haven't written for anyone else. Besides, if you desire poetry, it's not difficult. I write a stack of poems every night practicing calligraphy. Aren't they all for you to sort? Those are mere trifles. Xiaomei retorted through clenched teeth. Li Xiu reveled in her vexation, smiling widely. Once there was a fair maiden of the Gongsun clan. Her dance and swordplay moved the four corners. Spectators felt as dejected as the mountain's hue. The heavens themselves bowed low in reverence. This is for you. Xiaomei's heart softened. Perhaps he possessed a modicum of conscience. But, am I truly so remarkable? At that moment, the steward hurriedly approached, bowing in greeting, Your Highness. My master requests your presence. The opportunity Li Xiu had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chen Xuanli received Li Xiu in his tent, reading the poem repeatedly with delight. He found it utterly captivating. I intend to frame it and hang it in my study. Thank you for this gift of poetry, Your Highness. The general need not be so courteous. Poetry is born of inspiration, and I wrote it with my heart. It is destined to be your good fortune. Your words bring me great comfort. Huh? Huh? Chen Xuanli laughed heartily, adding, soon, Your Highness may find yourself in a quandary. Earlier, Li Shizhi and I nearly came to blows over this poem. He claimed I was not a scholar, and I countered that he had never ventured to the mountains. Li Xiu chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Writing poetry is a matter of inspiration. It cannot be forced. I cannot explain why, but though this is a military camp, I feel a strong literary atmosphere here, which inspires my creativity. This flattery pleased Chen Xuanli immensely, making him regard Li Xiu with newfound respect. Your Highness is aware that Li Shang and Li Chui represent the Emperor and the Regent, respectively. They hold the best resources and information. Frankly speaking, the likelihood of Your Highness finding the princess is quite slim. Li Xiu shook his head, resolutely asserting, it is up to human effort. My mother remains in the cold palace. I must earn merit swiftly to elevate my rank and rescue her. Hence, my quest for the princess is one I must achieve. With the emotional appeal of familial love combined with his talent, Chen Xuanli found it hard to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I might inform you, Your Highness, that I have already conveyed the whereabouts of Qingzhou to Li Chui, as promised to the regent. However, your filial piety and talent have moved me, and I am willing to lend you a hand. Chen Xuanli's implication was clear. He had chosen the regent, thus declining Li Shang, yet due to personal sentiments. He could assist Li Xiu. Li Xiu did not feel disheartened by Chen Xuanli's choice. This was not his goal. What he truly cared about was where Qingzhou was hidden. With anticipation, Li Xiu gazed at Chen Xuanli. Chen Xuanli smiled slightly. Are you aware of where Li Chui resides? Li Xiu nodded. He is at Mingyifang. They will act tonight at the first watch, exiting from the southern city gate. As the ancients said, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. If you can seize Qingzhou from him, the regent cannot fault me. He can only blame his son for his incompetence. Li Xiu fell silent. Chen Xuanli's words were effectively meaningless. The oriole waiting in the shadows would require strength. Yet they lacked the power of an oriole. The possibility of a turnaround was slim. Since the general had already relented, why not extend the favor fully? Chen Xuanli shook his head. Your Highness, I have chosen the regent. I cannot waver. Thus, I am sorry. I can only assist you to this extent. Is there not even a sliver of opportunity? Chen Xuanli hesitated momentarily and said, opportunities do indeed exist, yet I harbor doubts regarding Your Highness's capability to achieve this. Pray, enlighten me. He opened the drawer and retrieved a golden plate, upon which lay 2 peaches from their previous encounter, one of which bore a bite taken by Li Xiu. Your Highness has only unraveled 1/10 of this conundrum. Should you manage to decipher the remaining 90%, I shall relinquish my allegiance to the regent and instead align myself with the emperor. Chen Xuanli gazed deeply at Li Xiu, pondering whether the prince possessed the audacity and prowess to sway his decision. As Li Xiu exited Chen Xuanli's study, he spotted Gongsun Xiaomei holding a sword in a box. What is this? He inquired. This is a reward for you, a renowned sword known as Fei Dian, and within the box lies a pearl, a gift from Prince Zhang. Also a token of recognition. You may keep the pearl, while the sword shall be bestowed upon Pei Min. We must hasten our return. Will you not visit Prince Zhang? That can wait until tomorrow. We have pressing matters to attend to and must return at once. The evening sky drew near, and Li Xiu, eager to return and orchestrate his plans, had no time to linger at the banquet. He and Xiaomei hurriedly made their way toward the camp's exit. Your Highness, a voice called from behind, prompting Li Xiu to turn and see an unfamiliar young woman, seemingly a maidservant of Gao Xian. What is it? The maid offered a small cloth pouch. This is a gift from my lady. Handing over the pouch, she swiftly retreated to the inner quarters. Li Xiu opened the pouch to discover an exquisitely woven sachet, delicately embroidered with the character Xin on the back, containing fragrant spices that emitted a subtle, enchanting aroma. It was evident even to a fool what Gao Xian intended. How pitiful. In 46 years across 2 lifetimes, this was the first time a woman had presented him with a token of affection. Suddenly, Li Xiu recalled his engagement with Gao Xian that evening and found himself momentarily hesitant. My lord, did you not mention that you had important matters to attend to tonight? Xiaomei interjected, her teeth clenched in urgency. Chapter 51. The Truth is Always Unexpected, Part 1. About 10 miles south of Luoyang, there lies a small village named Zhuangji, home to approximately 100 households. At the easternmost edge of the village stands a household occupying around 2 acres, featuring a blue brick and tile house, complete with a courtyard wall, presenting a relatively decent living condition. At the stroke of midnight, dozens of Li Chui's subordinates encircled this residence from the east, west, and south. Li Xiu remained 100 paces away, observing clearly, and whispered to Pei Min, "There should be experts lying in wait to the north. We shall proceed from the east." Pei Min nodded and vanished into the darkness. Li Xiu then signaled to Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, who gulped down a few swigs of liquor to bolster their courage, staggering drunkenly toward the house. "That scoundrel from Yuchen Tower is a rogue. I have wealth. Why shouldn't I indulge in the top courtesan?" One slurred, "Brother, wealth without status is of no use. Just like the brothel, it's not a place for us, and the top courtesan is certainly not for us to enjoy." The 2 men, embodying the essence of drunken rascals, cursed and ambled toward the residence. The hidden Li Chui's men were taken aback, yet they chose not to alert them, perhaps hoping the duo would probe for the truth. "Open the door." Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu kicked the door, cursing, "Return my money, or I shall annihilate your entire family." At that moment, a shadow suddenly leaped from the eastern wall, moving with incredible speed toward the east. Li Chui shouted, "Run east. Chase after him." Dozens of shadows sprang up, pursuing the fleeing figure. Once everyone had departed, Li Xiu arrived with Xiao Mei at the front of the household, where Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu had already scaled the wall and opened the courtyard gate. "Who are you?" A man barked as the door swung open. Li Xiu clasped his fists and replied, "I am Li Xiu, the 38th son of the emperor, sent by the Son of Heaven to seek the princess. I am looking for Qing Zhu. I can assist him, as my subordinates have already diverted the regent's men." The man glanced back and inquired, "You claim to be of the emperor's retinue. Do you possess any token?" Li Xiu produced the silver medallion from the city and tossed it to the man. "This is the silver medallion my father bestowed upon me for leaving the city. It originates from the Daming Palace, not the Xingqing Palace." The man accepted the medallion and said, "Please wait a moment." He entered the house, returning shortly with a man in his 30s, of average height but robust build. He clasped his fist and bowed. "I am Qing Zhu, at your service, your highness." Li Xiu felt a jolt of recognition. "Have we met?" Qing Zhu smiled broadly. "I still possess your promissory note." Li Xiu chuckled. "I fell gravely ill and forgot many people. However, this is not the place for conversation. Should they realize they've been deceived, they will return. It would be prudent to relocate." Qing Zhu nodded and called to Ning, "You should leave quickly." He then turned to Li Xiu and said, "Your highness, please follow me." They remained within the village but moved to another residence, a humble farmer's cottage. "The owner has no connection to me. They cannot trace it back," Li Xiu stated succinctly. "General Chen has informed me you possess crucial information. I hope you can share it openly." Qing Zhu pondered for a moment and replied, "With the princess's impending marriage, I sensed her safety was compromised. So I sent a message to the emperor. He commanded me to conceal the princess." Li Xiu was taken aback. "Wait, are you with Chen Xuanli or the emperor?" "I was originally a personal guard of Chen Xuanli, but the emperor placed his trust in me, appointing me as the captain of the princess's guards. My loyalty lies with the emperor, yet over these past few days, I found myself with no recourse and thus sought refuge with Chen Xuanli." There were inconsistencies in his words. What did he mean by having no recourse? If he were indeed with the emperor, why not seek out Pei Quan or Li Sheng? Qing Zhu was not to be trusted. Maintaining his composure, Li Xiu continued to probe. "Did you orchestrate the disturbances in the river?" "Indeed. I enlisted a group of Tianzhu people to fabricate the illusion of the princess being abducted. Coincidentally, a group of warriors lay in wait to capture her near Tianjin Bridge. But I acted first. The princess hid within the compartment of a carriage and slipped away at night." "And then?" Qing Zhu sighed. "You may find this hard to believe, but I was deceived by the princess as well. That evening, she did not arrive at our agreed location. She eloped with someone." "Eloped?" Li Xiu's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Qing Zhu lowered his voice. "The princess has a lover." "Nonsense. Then we have nothing to discuss, your highness. Please take your leave." Li Xiu fixed a cold gaze upon him. "Is it true? This is the princess's greatest secret, known only to 2 individuals, her confidant, A, and myself." The notion of a Tang Dynasty princess seeking a lover was hardly novel, and Li Xiu was not astonished by the revelation. Rather, the outcome was absurd. Everyone believed she had been abducted or hidden away by the emperor. After such a harrowing struggle, the truth turned out to be her elopement with a lover. Is the elopement merely your conjecture? It is what I witnessed firsthand. When I reached the riverbank, the boat had already departed. The princess told me she did not wish to marry Yang Hui. Did you inform the emperor about the princess's lover? Cheng Zhu shook his head. How could I possibly disclose such matters to the emperor? Li Xiu inquired further. Do you possess any other vital leads? Cheng Zhu pondered before stating. The princess's lover is named Mui. Once, when the princess suffered from severe headaches for several days, Mui came to exorcise demons for her, and she grew fond of him. This man is quite bold and skilled in flattery. I suspect he is a fraud. If we can locate him, we can find the princess. And do you have any leads on this, Mui? Cheng Zhu shook his head. I know nothing. At that moment, a cacophony of curses echoed from afar, signaling that Li Shui and his men were returning. Li Xiu earnestly proposed, Cheng Xiaowei. Since we are both searching for the princess on behalf of the emperor, why not join forces? Cheng Zhu hesitated briefly, when suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the window, striking Cheng Zhu in the back with tremendous force. Cheng Zhu stared in disbelief at the arrow protruding from his chest, his eyes reflecting boundless rage. He had risked his life for another, only to be met with betrayal. Struggling to turn away, he staggered 2 steps before collapsing. The last flicker of life extinguished from his eyes. Gazing at Cheng Zhu's slowly cooling body, Li Xiu shook his head. In the eyes of the powerful, the lives of their subordinates were as worthless as grass. Had Cheng Zhu lived, Li Xiu might have felt some confusion, but with his demise, clarity washed over him like a mirror. It was no wonder that King Shui harbored apprehensions toward Li Xiu, nor that Li Xiu could navigate Qin Xuanli's trials and invite him into the fold. Li Xiu possessed an intelligence that surpassed that of ordinary men. He had the weight of 1,300 years of history behind him. It was no easy feat to deceive him. Li Xiu perceived Cheng Zhu as a machine, hidden away in a secret place. Once he found this machine and pressed a button, it would divulge all truths. Yet Cheng Zhu was a man, not a machine, and his mechanistic demeanor stemmed from his deliberate placement by Qin Xuanli. This was his mission. Everything he uttered was preordained by Qin Xuanli. Now that he had fulfilled his purpose, Qin Xuanli eliminated him. Thus, the truth pointed to Qin Xuanli. Chapter 52. The Truth is Always Unexpected, Part 2. At the 4th watch, Li Xiu returned to the camp carrying a small wooden box. He headed directly to the tent of General Qin Xuanli. Halt! The general's guard stopped him. I am the 38th son of the emperor, Li Xiu. I demand to see the general. Your Highness, it is too late. The general is resting. You may meet him at dawn. Just inform him that I am here to answer the question. The guard, perplexed, entered the tent. Shortly after, the lights within the tent flickered on. A moment later, the guard emerged and said, Your Highness, please enter. Li Xiu stepped into the tent, where the soft glow illuminated General Qin Xuanli, who wore a simple cap and loose robes, seated at a small table. He gazed at Li Xiu with a half-smile and inquired, Has the yellow bird succeeded? Not only has the yellow bird succeeded, but I have also unraveled half of the riddle. Oh, I am curious to know how you deciphered it. Li Xiu placed the small wooden box on the table. This is the head of Cheng Zhu. The general's countenance shifted. What do you mean, Your Highness? Li Xiu replied coolly, The princess is actually in the general's hands. Am I mistaken? The expression on Qin Xuanli's face stiffened. After a moment, he coldly responded, I do not understand your meaning. Cheng Zhu is misleading me. He claims to be protecting the princess by the emperor's order and states that she has been abducted by her lover. No matter who finds Cheng Zhu, he will say the same thing. Once he finishes speaking, his mission concludes, and the general will silence him. Li Xiu pointed at the 2 peaches on the small table. The head of Cheng Zhu is the first peach, and the second peach is the princess's lover. He is, in fact, the one the general arranged to meet the princess, ultimately leading to her abduction. The princess fell into the general's grasp, yet the lover unexpectedly escaped. Little did even Cheng Zhu know, the princess was in the general's possession. Qin Xuanli squinted and asked, Surely, one must consider motives. What would be my motive for such actions? What necessity do I have to act in this manner? To elevate your status. The general has kidnapped the princess, yet becomes an insider in her disappearance case. The emperor and the regent, initially seeking to win your favor, would have to raise their offer. And what do you say, does the princess live or die? That depends on whether she knows her lover was arranged by the regent. If she knows, her death is certain. If she does not, she still has a chance at survival. Judging by the question posed by the general, the princess should still be alive and harboring resentment towards the general for separating her from her lover. Qin Xuanli gently applauded, sincerely praising, extraordinary individuals undertake extraordinary actions. You are the most remarkable young person I have encountered. You surpass Li Cui and Li Sheng by a millionfold. It is truly lamentable that the emperor does not employ you. How do you know my father does not employ me? Li Xing operates in the open, while I dwell in the shadows. You need not explain your father's decisions. I am well aware. Very well, if you can eliminate the other peach. I shall hand over the princess to you. And if I cannot find him, will you then kill the princess? Qin Xuanli chuckled. That is where you are mistaken. Regardless of whether the princess's lover lives or dies, I could never harm the princess. Such actions are unbecoming of a minister. The distinction lies only in whether the princess is handed over to the emperor or to the regent. If I cannot locate the second peach, will the general then surrender the princess to the regent? Not necessarily. Qin Xuanli shook his head, gazing intently at Li Xiu, his words laden with meaning. Your Highness, your presence compels me to reconsider my decisions. My loyalty to the emperor or the regent bears little consequence, but I must consider my descendants. I find myself back at the starting point. Should you solve the riddle, I will pledge my loyalty to the emperor for your sake. Li Xiu departed. Yet Qin Xuanli found himself unable to sleep, pacing back and forth within the tent. He was astounded. Li Xiu had only been in Luoyang for 6 days and had unraveled a year's worth of meticulously crafted plans, seemingly impenetrable. Not only was he supremely intelligent, but he also possessed an extraordinary courage and resolve. The emperor had such a son? Qin Xuanli recalled the regent's son, Li Chui, and began to reassess his choices. General, the young master has returned. Qin Xuanli nodded. Let him in. As the tent flaps lifted, his eldest son, Qinji, entered. What is the situation? Reporting to father. Li Chui was unable to seize Qingzhu and is in a fit of rage, punishing his subordinates. They believe Qingzhu has escaped, but in reality, he fell victim to Li Xiu's cunning stratagem. Qingzhu met with Li Xiu, and I eliminated him as planned. Qin Xuanli sighed. The situation has deviated from our plans. Qinji was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his father's words. Qingzhu's head is right here on my table. Li Xiu just brought it to me. Qinji hurriedly approached the wooden box, opening it to reveal a severed head. Indeed, it was Qingzhu's. Father, what is the meaning of this? Qinji was left in shock. Qin Xuanli let out a deep sigh. Our plans have been laid bare before him. He knows the princess is in my possession. But Qinji was confused, uncertain of the circumstances. Qin Xuanli cast him a sidelong glance. Do not be so anxious. I have spoken with him. He has promised to locate the princess's lover, and our conversation was quite pleasant. Qinji wiped the sweat from his brow. Father, this Li Xiu is too formidable. Qin Xuanli nodded. It is precisely because of his existence that I am beginning to change my mind. I must consider the future of my descendants. Aligning with the regent may not be wise, despite the more favorable terms he offers. I need to adopt a broader perspective. Does father believe Li Xiu will succeed? I am uncertain, yet I possess an instinct that Li Xiu has an unusual fortune. Perhaps he will find him. And what of King Shui? Father has made promises to him. Qin Xuanli coldly replied after a moment, I shall provide him with an explanation. Li Xiu returned to his tent, where Xiaomei had already arrived, seemingly asleep. She was clad in a red warrior's garb, wrapped snugly, with a short sword beside her as a warning. Li Xiu lay down beside her, gently embracing her. Xiaomei's long lashes fluttered slightly. However, Li Xiu suddenly recalled something and turned away, retrieving a fragrant pouch from his bosom. This was the pouch given to him by Gao Xian, a declaration of affection. It stirred his imagination. After 28 years in his past life and 18 years in this life, it was the first time a girl had expressed her feelings towards him. And she was so beautiful, her figure so alluring. Li Xiu could not help but feel his heart race. He brought the pouch to his lips, inhaling deeply the alluring scent within, becoming entranced. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the palm of his left hand, as if pierced by a steel needle, causing his entire body to convulse. He discarded the pouch, and the pain vanished instantly. Li Xiu examined the palm of his left hand, where the discomfort originated from the pouch's location. What is happening? He picked up the pouch again and brought it to his lips, only for the pain to return with greater intensity. This time, it felt as if a knife had pierced through his palm. Unable to contain himself, Li Xiu cried out in pain. Chapter 53. Searching for him amidst the crowd, Xiaomei suddenly sat up. Young master, what troubles you? This incense pouch is problematic. The moment I inhaled, my palm throbbed painfully. I had long suspected that woman harbored ill intentions. Give me the pouch. I shall burn it. Do not be so hasty to destroy it. It may merely be a coincidence. Xiaomei retorted angrily. Are you still holding on to hope for her? It is not a matter of hope. She is the consort of Prince Shui. How could I possibly have any connection with her? Li Xiu muttered at last. Besides, I prefer the youthful. What did you say? Nothing of significance. Put the pouch away and ponder the case for me. Where might I locate the princess's lover? It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Mei placed the pouch into the golden box belonging to the regent and locked it with a small lock, feeling somewhat reassured. She mused. You have always been quite accurate with financial matters. Why not give it a try now? A single phrase reminded Li Xiu. When external matters are unclear, consult the oracle. When internal matters are uncertain, consult the purse. He retrieved 3 divination coins, clasped them in his palm, and murmured, I beseech the oracle to reveal the whereabouts of the princess's lover. He cast the coins, then hastily drew a fortune stick from the container. The inscription read, Son-in-law as fortune. Neither lord nor servant. A half-son is difficult to be. Li Xiu and Xiao Mei exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, the prince consort. Yang Hui, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, was the epitome of a refined young man of the Tang Dynasty, fair-skinned, handsome, exquisitely delicate, yet perhaps overly effeminate. Which could explain why Princess Xianyi was not particularly fond of him. Inside the grand tent, the two took their seats, with Yang Hui wearing a broad smile. Your Highness, your reputation in Luoyang is unmatched. When might you compose a poem in my honor, so that I too may achieve everlasting fame? Li Xiu occasionally pondered whether this Tang Dynasty was indeed the same as that Tang Dynasty. If not, then perhaps he could claim some poems as his own without hesitation. However, such musings could wait for another time. He had more pressing matters at hand. I encountered Qingzhu last night. Li Xiu stated directly. Yang Hui's smile faded, his voice dropping to a low murmur. Is there news of the princess? Li Xiu nodded, indicating he had gleaned some direction. He briefly recounted his meeting with Qingzhu, including matters regarding the lover, leaving nothing concealed. He had anticipated Yang Hui would erupt in anger, yet to his surprise, Yang Hui remained remarkably composed. Among all the royal family members tasked with this investigation, the 38th princess inquiry is closest to the truth. I am well aware that the princess has a lover. She has even confided this to me. The room fell silent, with only Li Xiu and Yang Hui sitting opposite each other. Yang Hui appeared despondent. He naturally wished for the princess's return so they could continue their journey toward matrimony. Yet he had no notion of her whereabouts. If your highness finds the princess, please convey to her that as long as she considers the greater good and returns in time for the wedding, all else can be discussed. Li Xiu felt a pang of sympathy for the prospective prince consort, enduring such a heavy burden while patiently awaiting the princess's return to the wedding, leaving him to wonder what he truly sought. Suddenly, Li Xiu noticed the jade pendant at Yang Hui's waist, a dragon-shaped piece that appeared strikingly familiar. May I see the pendant, your highness? Yang Hui removed the jade and placed it on the table. Li Xiu picked it up for closer inspection, his astonishment growing. This pendant should be a pair, correct? Yang Hui nodded. Indeed, it is a pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants, bestowed upon my grandfather by Emperor Zhongzhou. My grandfather passed it to me, and I gave the phoenix pendant to the princess. Li Xiu hastily retrieved a box from within his robe, opening it to reveal the very phoenix pendant Yang Zhao had sold to him. Yang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the pendant, his breath quickening. Have you seen the princess? Li Xiu nearly burst into laughter, realizing that the wealthy woman Yang Zhao had entangled with was none other than Princess Xianyi. It dawned on him that Qin Xuanli's appointed agent was indeed Yang Zhao. Your highness, where did you acquire this pendant? Li Xiu's mind raced. He suddenly comprehended the meaning of the fortune stick. Here lay an opportunity for profit. I redeemed it from a trickster posing as a celestial being. The princess was unable to pay the trickster, so she pledged this jade pendant as collateral. I spent 960 guan to retrieve it. The trickster's demands were utterly exorbitant, asking for 1,000 guan. Li Xiu lamented, I sacrificed my entire savings to recover it. Yang Hui timidly inquired, Your Highness, might you consider reselling it to me? After all, it is a family heirloom that cannot be lost in my possession. Li Xiu mused, I would be more than willing, indeed. I would be exceedingly eager. Otherwise, what significance would it hold for my brother Asan to endure such humiliation? Though his heart was entirely in agreement, he feigned reluctance. Alas, I cherish this phoenix pendant immensely. The trickster lacks discernment. Its true value far exceeds 1,000 guan. Gao Lisher offered me 1,500 guan, yet I declined. Were it not for the fact that it is a treasured heirloom of the prince consort, I would not consider parting with it. The moment he spoke, Li Xiu regretted his slip. Gao Lisher had yet to arrive in Luoyang, so how could he have made an offer? Yet Yang Hui did not catch on, hastily declaring, I would never allow your highness to suffer a loss. As you seek the princess, I am profoundly grateful, and for reclaiming my ancestral jade pendant. I shall offer you 1,500 guan, with the extra 500 as a token of my appreciation. Li Xiu quietly exhaled in relief. Though Yang Hui's intellect may have been somewhat lacking, his emotional intelligence was undoubtedly exceptional. Such adeptness and social grace, voluntarily increasing the offer by 500 guan, made this refined young man quite endearing. This belongs to the Yang family. It rightfully returns to its original owner. Li Xiu pushed the pendant back towards him, and Yang Hui clutched it tightly, as if he were holding the princess's hand. I can finally provide my grandfather with an explanation. How often do we speak of inspiration begetting further inspiration? With one spark of insight, another is sure to follow. Li Xiu discovered yet another opportunity for gain. Allow me to propose a suggestion to the prince consort. You might publicly offer a reward of 5,000 guan for anyone who can locate the princess. I firmly believe that great rewards will attract brave individuals. Relying solely on the imperial court's efforts, we may wait an eternity before the princess is found. The prince consort should take the initiative to mobilize the community as support. Yang Hui was no ordinary individual. He was of royal lineage, the grandson of Emperor Zhongzong, and the son of Princess Changning, with immense wealth rivaling nations. 5,000 guan was a trivial sum. Li Xiu's suggestion illuminated his mind. After all, his fiancée was taken by a demon, and rescuing her from such a creature was hardly a disgrace. Excellent idea. I shall arrange the reward upon my return. Ah, and I am not in a hurry about that 1,500 guan. Had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten. I shall ensure my people deliver the 1,500 guan to your highness. No need. When the prince consort is ready, I shall send someone to collect it. Chapter 54. Reunion with Yang Sanjie. Li Xiu, accompanied by Gongsun Xiaomei, hurried back to Chang'an City like a gust of wind. They had moved from the county into the Gaosheng Inn in Ankongfang. Initially, they intended to stay at the inn owned by Zhao Hu's relatives. But the conditions were deplorable, and Xiaomei firmly refused to stay there. Thus, they relocated to the Gaosheng Inn across the street, renting a spacious courtyard. Li Xiu strode into the courtyard and inquired, "Where is Page Yo?" Pei Min hurried out from a room and bowed, asking, "Did you seek me, my lord?" With a smile, Li Xiu asked, "Can you find your junior sister?" "I mean Yang Yupei. What do you need her for?" Pei Min replied, "I am looking for Yang Zhao. He is the key to retrieving the princess." Pei Min hesitated. "I'm not entirely sure, but I can ask Dodo. She might know." Indeed, Pei Dodo was aware, and Li Xiu, along with Pei Min, found Yang Yupei in a small tavern. She was in a state of half-drunkenness, and, upon seeing Pei Min, began to act wildly, prompting him to flee and leave her in Li Xiu's care. Yang Sanjie, with bleary eyes, looked at Li Xiu and asked, "What brings you here again? Is our conversation from that night not sufficient? Do you wish to speak once more?" Surveying the filthy tavern, Li Xiu inquired, "Is this your establishment?" "It's run by my two miserly parents," she replied. "They took it over last year, and there's been no business, not a single coin earned. My freshly acquired 20 taels of silver were immediately swallowed up by this pit." Li Xiu smiled and said, "Your opportunity to earn has arrived. I knew you were up to no good," Yang Yupei retorted, collapsing against him, resting her head on his shoulder. And with a drunken breath, she purred, "I'm tired of struggling. Just take me. I'll begrudgingly accept the role of a baroness. And you can let me manage your finances." Coughing in indignation, Gongsun Xiaomei turned red with anger. "Xiaomei, why are you coughing?" Yang Yupei teased. "I'll make you my second wife, and we can both serve this wealthy gentleman. Hee hee." Li Xiu, feeling helpless, pointed at Yang Yupei and mouthed to Xiaomei, "She is drunk." "Nonsense. I am not drunk. Bring out the silver. I'll take you to the inn for a room." Xiaomei, unable to tolerate her antics, pulled Yang Yupei up. "Speak properly. Don't lean on me. You know you're heavy." "Am I heavy?" Yang Yupei pushed Xiaomei away, playfully burrowing into Li Xiu's embrace, taking his hand and placing it on her waist. "Feel me and tell me, am I really that heavy?" Li Xiu sighed inwardly, "Old Pei. It's your wife who insists on this. I have no choice." Just as he was about to squeeze her waist, he unexpectedly felt the point of a sword. "Xiaomei. She is drunk. I'm merely assisting her." "Nonsense. You're taking advantage of her. Hurry and take her back." Reluctantly, Li Xiu scooped up Yang Yupei and carried her away. Indeed, she is heavy. Xiaomei had a cart summoned to take the intoxicated Yang Yupei back. When Yang Yupei awoke, it was already afternoon. She found Li Xiu sitting at the bedside, which startled her into a scream as she checked her clothing and skirt. "You rogue. Did you take advantage of me while I was unconscious?" Xiaomei, fuming nearby, muttered, "Just keep drinking. Sooner or later, this scoundrel will exploit you." At that moment, Pei Dodo entered with a cup of tea. Third sister, have some tea. Young Yupei, seeing Pei Dodo, felt relieved. Lordly, what do you need from me? I actually wish to ask for your assistance in locating Yang Zhao. Do you know him? That gambling swindler? Yes, him. Yang Yupei chuckled. I vaguely remember hearing you mention wanting to make money. Li Xiu produced 10 taels of silver and placed them on the bed. This is quite a generous offer. Is it not? Yang Yupei's eyes lit up as she weighed the silver in her hands and then smiled at Li Xiu. That gambler came to borrow money from my father last night. He initially requested 20 guan. Our family does not have that much to spare. Li Xiu's spirits lifted. Where is he? I don't know where he is, but he might come to my house tonight. My father promised to help him secure a badge for official business in Henan province, which would make it easier for him to travel without being questioned. Suddenly, Li Xiu pondered a question and asked Yang Yupei. Yang Zhao was at your home last night, but the city gates of Luoyang close at night. Could he be hiding within the city? Our home is outside the west city gate, not within the city. If you wish to find that gambler, you must hurry. He may arrive early. Yang Yupei left behind a rough sketch for Li Xiu before departing. He immediately instructed Zhong Kuei, fetch Pei Min. We have significant plans for tonight. Before Zhong Kuei could exit, Pei Min returned, a prudent individual who would not stray far. With his junior sister gone, he naturally returned promptly. Li Xiu began briefing everyone. Zhang Ping and Zhao, who were tasked with continuing to monitor Li Chui. Pei Min questioned, is it truly necessary to keep an eye on Li Chui, Your Highness? Li Xiu waved his hand and replied, that is an excellent question. First, we must understand that Qin Xuanli has not genuinely sided with the emperor. Even if he does, he must maintain respect for the regent. Therefore, he will surely inform Li Chui, prompting him to compete with us. We must not underestimate Li Chui. Monitoring his every move is essential. The Yang family resided just outside the West City Gate, but not by the main road. It was about a li away. Yang Xinyan had arranged to meet Yang Zhao at the mule and horse station by the roadside that night. By watching the station, Li Xiu and his companions could await Yang Zhao's arrival. A large lantern hung at the entrance of the mule and horse station, marked by the words Wu Family Mule and Horse Station. At night, it illuminated the area, casting a faint glow on the road. Opposite the station stood an inn, and Li Xiu decided to book 2 rooms adjacent to the road, allowing them to keep watch over the station's activities. As night fell, the sound of drums announcing the closing of the city gates echoed, signaling the cessation of the bustling activity at the West City Gate. The once lively scene grew eerily quiet, with no pedestrians in sight, only the distant bark of dogs breaking the stillness. Around the time of the dog watch, a rider approached swiftly from afar. The dim light obscured the rider's features, but Li Xiu sensed a resemblance and signaled Pei Min. Soon, Pei Min brought the figure into the room, and Xiaomei lit a lamp. You are not Yang Zhao. Li Xiu emerged from the inner chamber, gazing quizzically at the individual before him, whose appearance was entirely different. My lord, he is Pei Min began, slowly removing the mask from Yang Zhao's face, revealing the true visage of the swindler. He appeared far more haggard than during their last encounter, his complexion dull, and his beard unkempt, embodying the image of a fallen rogue. What brings you here? Yang Zhao stared at Li Xiu in astonishment. Speak. Where's the princess? Yang Zhao's mouth fell open. You all know? I am the 38th son of the emperor, sent by his will to find the princess. If you do not speak, I shall hand you over to Qin Xuanli. Yang Zhao swallowed hard. Give me a drink. Li Xiu filled a cup with wine, which Yang Zhao downed in one gulp. Then stated solemnly, I wish to speak with you alone. Li Xiu signaled for everyone to leave, pouring another cup for Yang Zhao. Now, tell me, where is the princess? That foolish woman has brought my ruin. Yang Zhao slammed his fist on the table, unleashing a torrent of pent-up frustration. Chapter 55, The Whispers of the Wind Within the Great Tent. Qin Xuanli let out a cold chuckle. Your Highness, do you believe that presenting me with the head of a masked impostor named Mui suffices as a correct answer to my inquiry? Do you think the Grand General deems my response incorrect? I acknowledge that you have located the individual, but this head is not his. You have not slain him. Li Xiu smiled faintly. Grand General, we both understand the truth. This Mu, he cannot be killed. The princess is infatuated with him. Should he be murdered, I would be unable to persuade her to unite with the Yang family. Qin Xuanli remained silent. Li Xiu continued, if my deductions are accurate, your promise to the princess was to spare Mui. Yet, you seek to employ my hand to eliminate him. Fearing not that I may reveal the truth to the princess? Qin Xuanli's gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through Li Xiu. I could silence you. He threatened. I have written a letter to my subordinate. Should you take my life, that letter will reach Gao Lisher, and even the regent cannot protect you. I command an army of 20,000. Who do I fear? Li Xiu laughed heartily, to which Qin Xuanli snapped. What is so amusing? Li Xiu's laughter subsided, and he replied coldly, I find it amusing that the Grand General, for the sake of a mere charlatan, is willing to incite rebellion. Grand General, the princess's obsession with this trickster is such that even if she were to discover your machinations, what harm would it do? Would she dare to disclose such matters to the emperor? Qin Xuanli regarded Li Xiu for a moment, his body relaxing. He retrieved a small box and placed it on the table, his knife-like eyes fixed on Li Xiu. The princess is in Gong County. This is her hiding place. However, I shall openly inform you that I will also disclose this location to others. Only when you bring the princess before the emperor will I consider your task complete. As Li Xiu departed, his eldest son, Qinji, entered. Did you truly anticipate he would find Mu Yi so swiftly? Do you believe he will prevail? Qin Xuanli shook his head. I do not know. If he is indeed worthy of my change of heart, he must demonstrate true capability rather than relying on mere cunning and fortune. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from outside. Please inform the Grand General immediately. This prince has urgent matters to discuss. Qin Xuanli exchanged glances with his son. Indeed, Prince Shui has arrived. He rose and welcomed the visitor with a smile. What brings you here at such a late hour, Your Highness? Prince Shui, Li Qingye, replied coldly. Grand General, you promised me that on my birthday, the princess would be entrusted to me. You would not dare to go back on your word, would you? Qin Xuanli smiled slightly. How could I be so fickle? Enough of this idle talk. Where is the princess? In Gong County, at the Beggars temple. Li Qingye cast a deep look at Qin Xuanli before turning to leave. Watching the prince depart, Qin Xuanli instructed his eldest son, go find Li Chui and inform him that the princess is at the Beggars temple in Gong County. Having left the western inner courtyard, Li Xiu produced his title insignia and handed it to Pei Min. Inform Pei Shijun that the forces of Prince Shui are also pursuing the princess. The situation is dire. Please request him to dispatch reinforcements to Gong County to meet with me immediately. Li Xiu leaned in closer to Pei Min and whispered, you must tell Pei Shijun that. My lord, what if Prince Shui does not send Goryeo people? Rest assured, he would not dare confront the princess directly. He will certainly employ the Goryeo people as his agents. Pei Min spurred his horse away, and Li Xiu, accompanied by Xiaomei, hastened toward the inn in the west of the city. Let us rest briefly. Once Pei Ji returns, we shall set forth for Gong County. Xiaomei expressed her concern. My lord, is it not a bit careless to have Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu monitor Li Chui? Perhaps we should send Zhong Kuei instead. Li Xiu chuckled. You must have faith in them. They will prove their worth at critical moments. Meanwhile, Pei Quan had already washed his feet and prepared for slumber when he was suddenly alerted by a knock at the door. Hearing the urgency in the knocking, he instructed his steward to investigate. Shortly thereafter, the steward returned with the report, Master, it is a subordinate of the 38th Prince, also surnamed Pei, claiming there is an urgent matter. Understood. Bring him to my study to wait. Recognizing that Li Xiu's summons must indicate a significant discovery, Pei Quan donned his shoes and draped a coat over his shoulders before proceeding to the study. Young Pei Min pays respects to uncle. Pei Min knelt on one knee before Pei Quan. There is no need for excessive formalities. What is the current situation regarding the prince? In response to uncle, we have discovered the princess's whereabouts. She is hiding in Gong County. However, Prince Shui and the regent are also in pursuit and are nearly upon her. We require reinforcements. After relaying this, he presented Li Xiu's title insignia to Pei Quan. Pei Quan nodded. You may depart first. At dawn, I shall dispatch capable men to Gong County to assist you. Sir, there is one more matter that my lord instructed me to convey. Pei Min whispered a few words, leaving Pei Quan stunned. Is this true? Pei Min nodded. It must be true. I implore you to adhere to my lord's strategy. Very well. This time, I shall heed the prince's arrangements. After Pei Min exited, Pei Quan paced a few steps, then addressed the steward. Immediately send for Jin County's magistrate and the purple captains to meet me. Before long, County Magistrate Jin Jiong and Captain Zi Linfeng arrived at Pei Quan's residence. Pei Quan spoke to them. The 38th Prince has discovered the whereabouts of Princess Xiani. You two shall lead the elite guards to Gong County to support the 38th Prince. He will meet you at the city gate. Begin preparations now and depart at dawn. Understood. The two bowed and promptly withdrew to organize their men. County Magistrate Jin Jiong returned to his residence, whereupon he swiftly pinned a letter and entrusted it to a trusted aide. Hurry to Baichong Tower and deliver this letter to the master. In the back hall of Baichong Tower, Gao Xuanwen, vice chairman of the Goryeo Restoration Society, received the urgent missive dispatched by County Magistrate Jin Jiong. Who is this 38th prince? Gao Xuanwen inquired. Sitting opposite him was his brother Gao Xuanwu, a formidable leader of the Goryeo Restoration warriors. He is the youngest son of Li Longji. Last year, due to the incident involving Empress Huangfu, he was demoted to commoner status. He was once deemed useless, yet somehow, in these past few months, he has suddenly risen to prominence, even managing to topple Niu Xiantong and assist Li Longji in reclaiming control of the palace. And how many men does he command? Gao Xuanwu chuckled. He commands none. Brother need not worry excessively. His discovery of the princess is indeed fortuitous, as it saves us considerable effort. Gao Xuanwen pondered for a moment. Do not underestimate him. At dawn, you shall set out with 50 men. At that moment, another report arrived. Chairman, Prince Shui has sent word. There is an urgent matter. The chief aide of Prince Shui, Wang Feng, entered and presented a command token to Gao Xuanwen. Prince Shui has received reliable intelligence that the princess is concealed in Gong County's Beggars temple. You are to depart immediately and ensure the princess is returned to His Highness. The Goryeo warriors promptly divided their forces. Gao Xuanwu took to the waterways as the main contingent, while Gao Xuanwen proceeded by land to rendezvous at Beggars temple in Gong County. Shortly after, Li Xiu led his men eastward. The western inner courtyard erupted in activity. Li Chui commanded dozens of subordinates as they departed the camp, headed for Gong County, following Qin Xuanli's revelation that the princess was hiding at the Beggars temple. 2 hours later, hundreds of cavalry swiftly assembled on the grasslands, the sounds of neighing steeds filling the air as they rode magnificent horses. Grand General Qin Xuanli, clad in fish-scale armor and wearing a golden helmet, shouted and galloped forward, 300 elite cavalrymen trailing behind him, leaving the camp in pursuit of Gong County. Having just received the news that the emperor and the regent's fleet would arrive at Luoshui in 2 days, Qin Xuanli aimed to reach Gong County in time to greet them. Chapter 56. Deception in Warfare. Before the dawn had arrived, the lights of the Pingan Inn outside the western city of Yinshi County flickered to life, and the kitchen staff commenced their preparations for the day's meals. You are too slow, a warrior bellowed as he rushed into the kitchen. My lord is eager to depart. When will the food be ready? It will be ready shortly. We are currently boiling the meat soup. Just then, the innkeeper hurried over to instruct 2 of the kitchen staff, serve the other dishes first, bring the meat soup last. The 2 staff members promptly grabbed the meat pies and side dishes, making their way to the dining hall. With the kitchen now deserted, 2 shadowy figures slipped in, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, who had been trailing Li Chui and his entourage. Li Xiu's moniker for them as miscreants was well-deserved, for they excelled in mischief rather than in honest work. Earlier that day, they had procured a substantial bag of croton seeds from the apothecary. Biding their time for the perfect moment, Li Xiu had informed them of the prior incident where Li Chui had used croton against them, and today, they sought retribution. Zhao Hu stood guard at the door, while Zhang Ping stealthily entered the kitchen. He lifted the lid of the large pot of meat soup and poured in the entire bag of croton powder, stirring it slightly for even distribution before replacing the lid and slipping away. Without settling their accounts, the duo made their escape. The dining hall was brightly lit and filled with Li Chui's men, who had arrived in Yinshi County around midnight and had taken refuge in the expansive inn for the past 2 hours. The warriors, famished, devoured the dry meat pies ravenously, lamenting the absence of the meat soup. Li Chui, meanwhile, sat alone in a corner, biting into a pie that was far too hard to swallow. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, irritation evident in his voice. Is the meat soup ready yet? Yes, yes. 2 staff members hurriedly approached with a large pot of meat soup, and the warriors surged forward, with Li Chui receiving the first bowl. He tore the pie into pieces and soaked them in the rich broth, savoring each bite. The soup was robust and flavorful, and each warrior relished a hearty bowl before patting their bellies in satisfaction. Time to depart, Li Chui announced as he rose to leave. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly groaned, clutching his stomach in agony, and dashed toward the restroom. Almost immediately, everyone else began to clutch their bellies in distress. A collective bout of diarrhea struck Li Chui and over 30 of his men. They had barely finished their breakfast when they collapsed in the inn, writhing in discomfort. They became the first group to be eliminated from the fray. On the city wall of Gong County, Pei Min peered into the distance, where he spotted dozens of horsemen galloping towards them, stirring up a cloud of dust. Pei Min quickly descended a rope and rushed to Li Xiu. My lord, it is the imperial guards. They are approaching. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Kuei drove a horse-drawn carriage closer, with Xiaomei riding alongside. Inside the carriage was a young woman adorned in opulent attire, holding a gold ingot, her expression a mixture of joy and fear. The cavalry arrived swiftly, led by County Officer Jin Jiong, with Zi Linfeng following closely behind, her countenance as cold as ice. Seemingly oblivious to Li Xiu's presence, County Officer Jin, Li Xiu greeted, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture. I did not expect you to arrive so promptly. Jin Jiong glanced at the carriage behind Li Xiu and inquired, is the princess inside that carriage? Indeed, Li Xiu replied, producing the princess's gold medallion and tossing it to Jin Jiong. This is the medallion of the princess. Jin Jiong inspected the medallion closely. Although he had never seen the princess, he recognized the insignia immediately. Please hand over the princess to us. From this moment on, we shall be responsible for her safety. Li Xiu was taken aback. Why is that? Without elaboration, Jin Jiong commanded, bring the carriage over. Wait. Li Xiu feigned anger. Are you attempting to steal my credit? Is this what Lord Pei instructed? We merely wish to ensure the princess's safe return to Luoyang. It is our duty. Please do not impede our official responsibilities. Jin Jiong's expression turned menacing as he raised his hand, and 30 of his men swiftly brandished crossbows, their arrows aimed coldly at Li Xiu. Li Xiu was left speechless, realizing that the bonds of camaraderie had shattered. He glanced at Zi Linfeng, but her long legs, once alluring, now seemed unapproachable as she refused to meet his gaze. Although aware that this was a mere facade, Li Xiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Zi Linfeng stepped forward, opened the carriage door, and confirmed, indeed. It is the princess. You bunch of scoundrels. Xiao Mei's brows furrowed in fury. We exerted great effort to locate the princess, and you dare to snatch her away mid-journey? How can you call yourselves officials? This is no different from banditry. Xiao Mei, cease your outburst. Li Xiu interjected hastily. We clearly lack the strength to oppose you. I concede, you have won. Jin Jiong smirked triumphantly. Those who recognize the situation are the wise. Take care, princess, we shall take our leave. He led his men and turned the carriage westward. Li Xiu watched them retreat, bemused, as if a well-laid scheme had backfired, leaving him with nothing but counterfeit currency. Let us go, Li Xiu commanded. My lord, shall we not wait for Sister Zi? They are also responsible for diverting the Jaegulians. They will rendezvous with us at the Baeguosi temple. The group turned their horses towards the direction of the temple. Not long after leaving Gong County, Jin Jiong discreetly whispered a few words to a trusted subordinate, who understood and promptly veered away from the group towards the docks. Meanwhile, Zi Linfeng, keenly observant, instructed 2 of her subordinates to slow their pace, gradually distancing themselves from the main party. As the group traveled several miles with the carriage containing the princess, Zi Linfeng suddenly halted her horse and coldly addressed Jin Jiong, County Officer Jin, why do you defy the orders of the county lord? Jin Jiong huffed in irritation. Have you forgotten your own status? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I have not forgotten my status. But the county lord specifically instructed us to assist the royal prince, not to seize the princess. It is you who have violated the county lord's commands. You are unaware that the county lord has given me different instructions. Nonsense. I arrived before you last night and departed at the same time. The county lord has never been alone with you. Do you take me for a fool? Jin Jiong's anger flared. Let me inform you. This is an order from the Wangfu Yin. Do you dare defy it? Zi Linfeng shook her head. While I cannot refuse orders from the Wangfu Yin, you mistakenly assume that others are fools. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, bring him forward. 2 subordinates stepped forward, bringing with them Jin Jiong's trusted aide. He went to find the Jaegulians. Only today did I realize that County Officer Jin is also a Jaegulian. Jin Jiong's cover was blown, and he erupted in anger. You scoundrel! What I am, and who I associate with is none of your concern. Zi Linfeng's gaze was as cold as steel. Indeed, it is not my concern. But I must make it clear, the person in the carriage is not the princess. The 38th prince has laid a trap for you. Jin Jiong had already transmitted the message to Gao Xuanwen, but Zi Linfeng's sudden revelation that the carriage did not contain the princess left him taken aback and furious. You wretched woman, how dare you deceive me? Zi Linfeng slowly drew her sword, a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. Jin Jiong, feeling fear creep in, pulled his horse back a few steps, urgently commanding his men, seize her. Kill this wretched woman. Yet, none of the 30 imperial guards moved. Their eyes coldly fixed upon him. His true identity had been exposed, and no one was willing to risk their lives for him. Panic surged in Jin Jiong's heart as he shouted, Zi Linfeng, I am a court official. Do you dare to kill me? In a swift motion, the sword in Zi Linfeng's hand gleamed, deftly dislodging the princess medal from Jin Jiong's grasp, which he caught with precision. Get lost, Jin Jiong exclaimed. Feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, as he urged his horse to gallop furiously towards Luoyang. Zillion Feng released the young woman from the carriage and turned to the crowd, declaring, "Let us proceed to Linjia Town and await there." Linjia Town serves as an indispensable waypoint on the journey from Luoyang to Gongxian, where she could aid Li Xiu in repelling the incursions of the Goguryeo. Chapter 57. Waterway Interception. A fleet composed of dozens of grand vessels sailed along the Luo River, with hundreds of boatmen laboring on the shore, while 20,000 cavalry from the Shin's army provided escort along the route. On a colossal dragon boat, displacing nearly 10,000 stones, Li Longji stood at the bow, his hands clasped behind him, his expression tinged with anxiety. His concern was not whether the princess had been found, but rather about Chun Xuanchu's allegiance. If Chun Xianxu sided with the regent, Luoyang would fall under the regent's control, significantly undermining his dominion over the Central Plains and the Jianghuai region. Based on his previous intelligence, Chun Xianxu had been in greater contact with the regent, making the likelihood of his defection exceedingly high. He pondered whether Pei Quan and Li Xing could successfully sway Chun Xianxu back to his side. "Your Majesty, the winds are strong on the river. Perhaps it would be prudent to return to the cabin," Gao Lisher quietly advised. "Gao Aiqing, what do you estimate our chances are of winning over Chun Xianxu?" "That I cannot say with certainty." "Speak candidly. I need to know," Li Longji insisted. "I fear we have no hope whatsoever," Gao Lisher replied. "Such a bleak assessment?" "Your Majesty, Chun Xianxu has been exchanging glances with the regent for quite some time. Once such a significant decision is made, it is not easily reversed, and a mere Li Sheng cannot remedy this situation. I implore you not to harbor excessive hopes for him. I know him well. He is incapable." Li Longji sighed. "And the princess? Surely she has been found by now?" Gao Lisher, feeling at a loss for words, replied, "I truly do not know." Li Longji shook his head, his spirits sagging as he retreated to the cabin. Li Xiu followed the abbot Daoji of the Baogua Temple to a room previously guarded by dozens of soldiers, with Qin Xuanchu's token in hand. The soldiers withdrew. "Your Highness, please proceed," Li Xiu said as he pushed the door open. It was his first encounter with Princess Xiani, who sat by the window, her personal maid standing a short distance behind her. The contours of Princess Xiani's face were sharp, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority. She was indeed a formidable woman, her phoenix eyes conveying a silent power. "How could it be you?" Princess Xiani exclaimed, astonished upon seeing Li Xiu. "Finding you was no simple task." Qin Xuanchu's questions were quite challenging, Li Xiu replied. A sardonic smile crossed her lips. "I never anticipated you would be the first to find me. The 38th son has indeed made something of himself." Li Xiu's expression hardened. "Is this how you address your elder brother?" Princess Xiani laughed heartily, her voice sharp and piercing. When her laughter subsided, she coldly remarked, "When you last saw me, you resembled a mouse before a cat. Had I not remembered your face, I might have doubted your authenticity." Li Xiu was taken aback. The princess was indeed formidable. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he feigned profundity. "You are aware of my circumstances. All of this has been forced upon me." Princess Xiani regarded him for a long moment before lowering her gaze, her voice growing somber. "You speak truly. It is all due to compulsion. Were it not for my father insisting I marry that pretender, I would not have abandoned wealth and status to elope. Thus, I told Yang Zhao that had you encountered me sooner, all your troubles would have been resolved," she continued. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. "Is he still alive?" Li Xiu nodded. "Chun Xianxu wishes for me to kill him, yet I do not wish to offend you, so I let him go." "You let him go? Will Chun Xianxu acquiesce?" "Since he agreed to your request, he shall not break his word. Otherwise, I would not have found you." "What proof do you have?" Princess Xiani demanded, skeptical of Li Xiu's claims. He mentioned that he had a fondness for papaya. A blush crept onto her cheeks. "Enough. I thank you for sparing him." Princess Xiani approached the window and sighed deeply. "Royal brother, I truly do not wish to marry Yang Hui." In that moment, Li Xiu assumed the role of a spiritual guide, gently persuading his strong-willed sister. "In truth, marriage is merely a formality for you. It cannot hinder your freedom. The prince himself has expressed that he is aware of your elopement, yet he still wishes for you to return in time for the wedding. To him, marriage is also a formality." Though Li Xiu had never experienced romance in his 46 years of life, his lack of personal experience did not diminish his insightful understanding of marriage. "Once wed, will you truly remain loyal to one another? That seems improbable. He will likely indulge in debauchery outside, and you shall not become a sorrowful wife confined to the inner chambers. Do you genuinely wish to marry Yang Zhao? Even if you did, would your father consent? Would your mother?" Thus, Your relationship can only ever be that of lovers. Given this, what difference does it make if you wed the prince? Nothing will truly change. Thus, whether Li Xiu understood marriage was of little consequence. What mattered was his ability to persuade. However, eloping is an entirely different matter. Thankfully, there is a monster to shield you. Otherwise, your father would surely strip you of your title and cast you into the cold palace, never to rise again. Moreover, your lover would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. In that case, you would be left with nothing. Princess Xianyi found herself unable to counter his arguments. Her spirit waned, and she gradually succumbed to the persuasive words of her brother and spiritual mentor. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed and inquired, "Will he return to me? You promised him a sum of 10,000 guan. Given his avaricious nature, I believe he will certainly seek you out." Li Xiu was thoroughly impressed with himself. If the Tang Dynasty had a profession for marriage mentors, he would have considered a career change. Li Xiu momentarily forgot that the Tang Dynasty indeed had such a profession, exemplified by matchmakers. "Your Highness, we must depart swiftly," Pei Min urged from outside the door. Li Xiu nodded and addressed the princess. "The Goguryeo people are approaching. We must leave at once." After careful deliberation, Li Xiu and his companions decided on their return route to Luoyang. They had two options. The first was to head west to Gong County, then south to Yi County, and finally north back to Luoyang, primarily a land route. The second option was the northern route, taking a boat down the Yellow River, landing at Mengjin, and then circling south around the northern Meng Mountains back to Luoyang, primarily utilizing waterways. Li Xiu opted for the waterway, as traveling west would likely lead them into the path of the Goguryeo forces. As dawn broke, Li Xiu's vessels were over 10 miles from the Baoguo Temple. 10 more miles would bring them to the Yellow River. "Young master, something feels amiss." Zhang Kuei approached Li Xiu at the bow. "We have not encountered a single vessel. The river seems too quiet." Li Xiu peered ahead, noting a thin veil of mist floating over the water, obscuring the view. "Stop the boat," Li Xiu shouted. The boatmen were taken aback, unsure of his command. "Turn back quickly." Pei Min also spotted it, half a mile ahead, for boats were lined up across the river, clearly positioned to intercept them. Several boatmen hastily turned the vessel around, rowing with all their might, while the 4 intercepting boats accelerated in pursuit. After racing for several miles, they gradually returned to their point of departure. Li Xiu observed that the pursuing boats were not hastening to catch them, but rather maintaining a deliberate pace, signaling that further intercepting vessels lay ahead. "Land." Back to Baoguo Temple, Li Xiu decisively commanded. The group dashed through the woods toward the northeast. The 4 intercepting boats also made landfall, and dozens of Goguryeo warriors leapt onto the shore, with Gao Shu and Wu bellowing, "Pursue them." Princess Xianyi, clutching her long skirt, ran to catch up with Li Xiu. "Royal brother, who are they?" "Goguryeo soldiers." "Are they not from King Shui?" she asked, perplexed. "The Goguryeo are indeed sent by King Shui. First, we must preserve our lives. I will explain everything later." Dong. The sound of temple bells rang out ahead as the yellow walls and black-tiled roofs of the temple loomed into view. They had returned to Baoguo Temple. Upon hearing that the princess had returned, the abbot hurriedly came forth to greet her. "Abbot, we are being pursued by the formidable Goguryeo," she implored. "Is there a place within the temple where we might find refuge?" The temple, though replete with numerous structures, offered little sanctuary. "Perhaps you could seek solace in the cellar?" he suggested. However, to evade was to invite despair, and such a fate was not to be contemplated by Li Xiu. "What is that tower?" she inquired, pointing towards a stone edifice towering 6 or 7 stories high. "That is the Lenga Pagoda of our temple, also known as the Buddhist Treasure Pagoda. It comprises 7 tiers and was originally constructed by Emperor Wen of the Sui Dynasty, with subsequent renovations by Empress Wu Zetian. It was intended to house scriptures, but now stands empty. We shall ascend the tower," Li Xiu declared decisively. She then requested the abbot to dispatch someone to Gong County to inform Zi Linfeng to come forthwith for assistance. "Since your highness insists on ascending the tower, I shall not oppose," the abbot replied. "As fortune would have it, our temple possesses some defensive weaponry which can be made available to you." Chapter 58, Blood Battle at the Tower. The Buddha Tower, including its pinnacle, stands approximately 9 zhang tall, comprising 7 levels in total. The structure is constructed from large blocks of granite, complemented by wooden eaves that seamlessly blend stone and timber, creating an aesthetically pleasing and grand appearance. Upon reaching the 6th level, a collection of weapons was deposited onto the ground, including a dozen longswords, a set of bows and arrows, 2 crossbows for spears, and 5 sabers. Additionally, there were some flatbreads and fresh water, provisions provided by the abbot. "Allow me to allocate the tasks," Li Xiu declared assertively, addressing the main force. Pei Min Pei Jiu, you are responsible for the battle outside the tower, thwarting the enemy's ascent. These swords are for your use. Pei Min nodded silently, gathering the swords into a pile. Li Xiu then tossed a spear to Zhang Kuei, instructing, Old Zhong, guard the stone door on the 5th floor, obstructing the enemy from advancing up the stairs. Zhang Kuei, resembling a bear in stature, was the most suitable candidate for this task. Princess, take a sword for self-defense. I shall use a crossbow. Princess Xianyi picked up a crossbow and sought out a slightly thinner sword for protection. The arrows are mine, Xiaomei exclaimed, gathering the bow and 2 quivers of arrows. She drew the bowstring back with a resounding twang, relieved it was a 5-do bow. Had it been an 8-do bow, she would have struggled to pull it. Li Xiu also seized a crossbow, having practiced with it before. Despite his skills being rudimentary, he was confident within 30 paces. He drew the string, loaded a bolt, and found it quite manageable, demonstrating a level of proficiency. He slung the crossbow across his back and grasped a bundle of spears. They're coming, Pei Min announced, standing at the window and gazing towards the temple courtyard. The group approached, observing a swarm of small black figures within the courtyard, at least 40 to 50 individuals who had overpowered several monks. One trembling monk pointed towards the stone tower, prompting dozens of warriors to rush in that direction. I'll assist Old Zhong, Li Xiu called, clutching a spear as he dashed towards the 5th floor. The stone doors on the 2nd and 5th floors were present, with the 2nd already dislodged, while the 5th remained intact. Zhang Kuei had managed to close the stone door and was searching for something to secure it. Noticing a depression in the ground, Li Xiu recalled a wooden pillar on the 6th floor. He hurried back to retrieve it. The pillar was as thick as a thigh. One end braced against the stone door, while the other fit snugly into the depression below. Indeed, this will do, with the wooden support in place. Both Li Xiu and Zhang Kuei felt a semblance of relief. It would not be easy for the Goguryeo soldiers to breach this stone door. Gao Xuanwu led dozens of his subordinates into the courtyard of the Buddha Tower, swiftly securing all exits. As he entered, he surveyed the surroundings, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had initially contemplated setting fire to the structure, but it seemed that the defenders had anticipated this, and he could at most burn a few eaves without affecting the tower's main body. After a quarter of an hour, the Goguryeo forces began their assault. They split into 2 groups. One set of warriors attacked from within via the stairs, while another group of skilled fighters attempted to scale the tower from the outside. The initial progress of the internal attackers was smooth until they reached the 5th floor, where they found the stone door barred. Despite their efforts to push it open, the door remained immovable. Go find a battering ram, the leading warrior shouted. Meanwhile, the external attackers encountered their own difficulties. As they approached the Buddha Tower, arrows rained down upon them, and one warrior, unable to evade in time, was struck in the thigh, letting out a pained cry as he collapsed. Xiaomei, well done, Li Xiu praised, giving a thumbs up. He hadn't expected Xiaomei to take the initiative and score the first hit. Gong's son Xiaomei, unable to conceal her pride, smirked. If only the bow were more manageable, that shot would have surely claimed his life. Princess Xianyi remained silent, focusing intently as she aimed at an enemy and released the trigger of her crossbow. The bolt shot forth with lightning speed, but the opponent reacted swiftly. Ducking just in time, the bolt grazed his scalp, knocking off his hat. Scoundrel! Princess Xianyi cursed, reloading her crossbow with determination. 3 warriors leaped from the 4th floor, striving to ascend to the 5th. As the first warrior revealed himself, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a flying sword pierced his skull, eliciting a horrified scream as he tumbled down the tower. Pei Min executed a swift maneuver, his sword flashing like lightning as he struck out. Another warrior, caught off guard, was pierced through the throat and kicked down from the high tower. The 3rd warrior climbed from the west side, stealthily approaching the window while Pei Min was engaged in combat with 2 others. A burly man resembling a bear brandished a spear, pointing it at him. This Goguryeo warrior twirled his sword, poised to leap inside, when suddenly, a young man appeared before him, holding a crossbow and grinning widely. This should hit. Thwack! The bolt lodged itself a foot deep into the warrior's chest. He howled in agony, stumbling back while furiously pointing at the young man, as if to unleash a tirade of insults, but his voice failed him. Darkness enveloped him as he fell from the tower. Isn't this a tad dishonorable? Li Xiu quipped, eliciting a chuckle from Zhang Kuei. This is what we call making the unreal real and the real unreal. It is the highest form of strategy. Old Zhong speaks wisely. Li Xiu smiled, knocking another arrow and aiming at a foe behind Pei Min. The arrow flew true, striking the warrior in the neck. He grunted and toppled from the tower. Good shot. Zhang Kuei praised, raising his thumb in admiration. Li Xiu knocked yet another arrow, taking down another adversary beside Pei Min. With the pressure alleviated, Pei Min's confidence swelled, and he dispatched the final 2 warriors from the high tower. Boom. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the stone door. Dust raining down. Zhang Kuei was taken aback and quickly braced the door with his shoulder. Young master, the stone door is cracking. The ancient stone door, subjected to heavy impacts, now bore a web of cracks. Another resounding thud reverberated, causing the door to bulge inward. It had completely fractured, and shadows could be seen moving through the cracks. With just a couple more forceful strikes, the door would utterly collapse. The situation was dire. Peijio. Li Xiu urgently called, gesturing towards the stairs below. Pei Min understood immediately, preparing to descend, but Li Xiu stopped him, tossing over a spear from Zhang Kuei. Pei Min shook his head with a wry smile, severing a third of the spear to transform it into a short spear. He secured it with his foot against the eave, executing a daring maneuver that allowed him to swing downwards. Below, Gao Xuanwu observed, his blood boiling at the sight. The adversary dangled from the eave, using the motion to launch himself, hurling the spear into the window. A series of agonized screams erupted from the 4th floor. Prompting Gao Xuanwu to grimace, he could discern that at least 5 men had fallen victim to the spear. 10 Goguryeo warriors clutched a large beam, poised for a fierce charge, but unexpectedly, the spear skewered the 5 warriors on the right side, leaving them impaled like candied hawthorn. The remaining 5 warriors, terrified, dropped the beam and fled down the stairs in disarray. Kill that man first, Gao Xuanwu bellowed hoarsely. Just then, a cold arrow whizzed through the air. He hastily dodged, but was still a moment too late. Thwack! The arrow struck his right shoulder. Li Xiu slammed his fist against the window ledge in frustration. If only he had aimed slightly better, he could have eliminated the foe. 7 or 8 warriors ascended to the 5th floor, converging on Pei Min. He fought valiantly, dispatching 3 foes, when suddenly, a warrior approached stealthily from behind, intent on a surprise attack. Li Xiu, armed with 3 spears, rushed down from the 6th floor and spotted the assailant on the stairs. With no time to draw his crossbow, he discarded 2 spears and lunged forward, thrusting the remaining spear towards the warrior's left rib. The warrior exhibited remarkable reflexes, swiftly sidestepping the thrust of the spear, seizing it with deftness, and lunging towards Li Xiu. At that moment, Gong Sun Xiaomei appeared behind Li Xiu, drawing her bow and releasing an arrow that struck the warrior's throat midair, the arrowhead protruding from the nape of his neck. The warrior fell heavily onto the eaves, tumbling down from the high tower. "Be careful, young master," Zhang Kuei shouted, as another warrior leapt into the tower from the east side, disregarding the stone door and vaulting towards the staircase. Li Xiu countered with a thrust, but with a sharp crack, the warrior severed the spearhead with his sword. Hooking his foot onto the staircase, he pivoted and fiercely slashed at Li Xiu's neck. The blade moved with the swiftness of a gale, too fast for Li Xiu to evade, and Gong Sun Xiaomei was also delayed in knocking her arrow. At this critical juncture, a sudden glimmer of cold light flashed through the air as a flying sword pierced through the window. With a sickening thud, blood splattered as the warrior's neck was severed, his body and head tumbling to the ground simultaneously. All 8 warriors were slain, with the total count of fallen warriors nearing 20. Gao Xuanwu, in a gamble of desperation, bellowed, 10 warriors ascend, 20 charge the door. For every enemy killed, a reward of 1,000 strings of cash. Just then, a cacophony of screams erupted from behind. Gao Xuanwu was taken aback, upon turning. He beheld a multitude of brocade-clad constables storming into the grand courtyard of the pagoda. The dozen warriors stationed at the entrance could not withstand the onslaught, and were forced into retreat. Leading this formidable group was an exceptionally tall woman, none other than Zilin Feng, who had arrived with her followers. Chapter 59, Triumph upon boarding on the battlements of Gong County. Chun Xuanli listened expressionlessly to his eldest son's report. Li Qian had been the first to be eliminated. Their yinshi had been administered with a debilitating poison, resulting in severe diarrhea that rendered movement nearly impossible. Chun Xuanli scoffed, pondering whether the regent truly regarded him with such disdain, dispatching a fool to negotiate his surrender. What news from King Shui? The king's own warriors remained uninvolved, leaving matters in the hands of the Goguryeo. Chun Xuanli nodded, as this was within his expectations. When dealing with a princess, King Shui would certainly refrain from direct involvement. Should he fail, the consequences would be dire, necessitating the ruse of employing Goguryeo forces. How many troops did they dispatch? The Goguryeo advanced by both land and water, reportedly sending 100 warriors, with Gao Xuanwen and Gao Xuanwu each leading a contingent. 100 men? Chen Xuanli was taken aback. With only a handful under Li Xiu's command, it seemed that trouble awaited Li Xiu. Father. Zilin Feng is also leading 30 elite warriors to assist Li Xiu, and County Lieutenant Jin Jiang has joined him. It appears there are issues on Jin Xuanwen's side. He received false intelligence from Jin Jiang, wasting significant time. False intelligence from Jin Jiang? A faint smile crept across Chen Xuanli's lips. He had informed Li Xiu that Jin Jiang was a Goguryeo. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? If so, the situation became quite intriguing. A soldier hurried forward to report, "General, the 38th son of the emperor has sent his men." "Where are they?" Moments later, Zhang Kuei was brought forth. Clasping his fists in salute, "I am Zhang Kuei, an aide to the 38th son, and I greet the general." Chen Xuanli nodded. "What is the status, Your Highness?" "He has successfully received the princess and is en route to Gong County." "You encountered Goguryeo forces?" "Indeed. We faced over 50 men led by Gao Xuanwu at Beiguosi, engaging in fierce combat, resulting in the death of 22 foes. Ultimately, our reinforcements arrived, prompting Gao Xuanwu's hurried retreat." Chen Xuanli could scarcely believe it, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You were merely 5 against the princess's escort. How did you achieve such a feat?" "We held the tower, taking advantage of the terrain. The young master devised a sound strategy, and Pei men displayed exceptional skill, holding off 10 men single-handedly. The others fought valiantly. Even the princess took up a crossbow and wounding an enemy. After a grueling hour-long battle, we awaited reinforcements." "Your Highness is indeed a dragon among men," Chen Xuanli exclaimed, genuinely impressed, offering his thumb in approval. "Please convey to Your Highness that his answer was wholly correct. I, Chen Xuanli, shall honor my commitment." Finally, the emperor and the regent's fleet arrived, over 100 grand ships sailing majestically, accompanied by an army of 50,000. At the forefront was the emperor's dragon boat, followed by the regent's Qilin boat some 20 vessels behind. The fleet began to dock slowly. Li Longji stood at the bow, spotting General Chen Xuanli awaiting at the pier. Clad in armor and clutching his insignia and general's sword, Li Longji felt a surge of both astonishment and joy. It was evident that Chen Xuanli had come to pledge his loyalty. What had transpired? Had Chen Xuanli come to his senses? Gao Lishir also noticed Li Xiu and Princess Xiani behind Chen Xuanli and quickly realized the situation. "Your Majesty, it must be the 38th son who persuaded Chen Xuanli." Li Longji's heart swelled with excitement as he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "I too have a yellow-bearded tiger. Now the regent has no grounds for objection." Li Xiu led Princess Xiani aboard the ship, where Consort Wu welcomed them, the mother and daughter embracing in tears, despite Consort Wu's previous disdain for her niece. Li Xiu's timely rescue of her daughter not only preserved her life but also her reputation, compelling her to express her gratitude. "Thanks to you, 38th son. I hope you continue your efforts and bring your mother out of the cold palace soon." Her implication was clear. She would assist in the matter of Li Xiu's mother. Li Xiu bowed deeply, thanking his aunt for her concern. "Rescuing the princess is my duty. I only regret that I was too late to spare her suffering." At that moment, Gao Lishir approached Consort Wu, stating, "Your Majesty, the emperor wishes to see Princess Xiani. You may proceed." Consort Wu nodded to Li Xiu, taking her daughter's hand as they moved toward the cabin. Gao Lishir, with a smile, congratulated Li Xiu. "Congratulations, 38th son. You have once again claimed the foremost position." Li Xiu scratched his head, chuckling. "This title won't encounter the same complications as the last, will it? Rest assured, this title is for your accomplishments, unlike the previous one." Gao Lishir assured him, leading Li Xiu into a cabin where they sat down, and a maidservant served tea. Gao Lishir inquired, "There are no outsiders here. You may speak candidly. Is the princess's disappearance related to Chen Xuanli?" It appeared that the emperor had already deduced the cause. What purpose remained in fabricating a lie for Princess Xiani? Yet, the truth could not be stated too bluntly. It required subtlety. Many events are the result of misinterpretations. Chen Xuanli indeed sought to control the princess, but she resisted, leading to her escape. Moreover, the Goguryeo posed threats to her safety, rendering her homecoming perilous. Gao Lishir pondered briefly before responding. The emperor wishes the narrative to be that the princess was taken by a demon, with no other explanations. And this matter should be downplayed and not mentioned again. And Chen Xuanli. Gao Lishir waved his hand. The emperor has only just secured Chen Xuanli's allegiance. He wishes to avoid further complications. Do you understand my meaning? Li Xiu nodded, comprehending Gao Lishir's intent. Gao Lishir, unable to contain his elation, remarked. Finding the princess accounts for merely 30% of your merit. Securing Qin Xuanli constitutes 70% of this achievement. What benefits arise from that? Regrettably, titles can only be conferred once. The emperor stated that had it not been for the regent's interference, your accomplishments could have elevated you to the rank of county lord. But alas, it can be monetized. Li Xiu surmised that Gao Lishur did not grasp the concept of monetization and elaborated. What I mean is, while the title cannot be elevated, the merit can be converted into wealth. Gao Lishur was speechless, exasperated. I forgot I was speaking to you, you rascal. Can't you exhibit a modicum of humility? High elder, I am truly impoverished. My garments are tattered, and I scarcely have enough to eat. Enough. I understand your point. I shall speak to the emperor about rewarding you with a few paintings by Zhang Su and Yin Libin. Come, the emperor wishes to meet you. Upon arriving at the emperor's quarters, they encountered Qin Xuanli. Qin Xuanli smiled warmly. I have conveyed your highness's merits to the emperor, hoping he will bestow you with greater responsibilities. Your highness, I sincerely wish for your prompt return to the throne. Li Xiu smiled faintly. The sentiment is mutual. I also wholeheartedly wish for the general to ascend further. The two shared an understanding glance, laughing together, before Qin Xuanli bowed to Gao Lishur and departed. High elder, what title will Qin Xuanli receive? The emperor will confer upon him the title of Duke of Song. Although he cannot be made a princely lord, he will be granted the title of Grand Preceptor. What did the regent promise him? The restrictions on titles are quite stringent. The regent cannot grant him princely status either, but he can bestow upon him the title of Chancellor of the Middle Secretariat, a coveted qualification for all who aspire to be prime ministers. Why can the emperor not grant that? Years ago, it was agreed that the emperor and the grand emperor could each confer 8 chancellor titles. The emperor has already used 5, and the grand emperor has also used 5. However, with the passing of the grand emperor and the ascension of Li Qingqi, he has regained 8 chancellor titles. Do you see the distinction? Li Xiu nodded, realizing that the other party effectively possessed 13 titles. Precisely, let us go. We must not keep the emperor waiting. Li Xiu had initially believed that his father wished to discuss the matter of the princess with him. Upon entering the cabin, he was momentarily taken aback, for not only was the Emperor Li Longji present, but also Li Sheng, Li Ji, and Pei Quan, along with another official. I pay my respects to Father Emperor. Li Xiu reverently performed a grand bow. Li Longji was exceedingly pleased with this son, who had not only retrieved the princess in record time, but also secured Qin Xuanli's allegiance, leaving the emperor utterly delighted. Even Qin Xuanli and Pei Quan praised him profusely, further elevating Li Xiu in Li Longji's esteem. My son, please take a seat. We have important matters to discuss. Thank you, Father Emperor. Li Xiu seated himself, while Li Sheng and Li Ji rose to say, we shall take our leave now. Go ahead. Li Longji replied to Li Sheng and Li Ji, from now on, you must expedite your efforts. I hope to obtain evidence by the conclusion of the Peony Festival in Luoyang. Li Sheng and Li Ji bowed deeply and took their leave. Li Longji then addressed Li Xiu, saying, your performance in retrieving the princess was commendable. I have decided to assign you another task, to assist Wang Jianling in investigating the disappearance of gunpowder from the Luoyang armory. Upon successful completion, you shall be duly rewarded. Chapter 60. A new mission. Li Xiu felt a profound disappointment within. Why must rewards be granted only upon the completion of a new task? Was this truly the end? I shall not allow my father to feel let down. Wang Jianling, could you kindly provide an overview of the situation? The official in charge of the Chang'an armory was named Wang Chu, a man of about 50, who appeared quite astute. Wang Chu slightly inclined his body and spoke. According to our inventory data from last year, the Luoyang armory should still have stored 50,000 jin of gunpowder. However, the recent inventory report indicated a shortfall of 15,000 jin, leaving only 35,000 jin, missing a total of 150 barrels. Our personnel conducted another count a few days ago, but they still could not locate the missing 15,000 jin of gunpowder. They claimed it was destroyed due to moisture. Yet we found no records of such destruction. They asserted that the documents were within the and would be retrieved in the coming days. Li Xiu listened in astonishment. Could this gunpowder truly be the substance used in warfare? When did the Middle Tang Dynasty begin employing gunpowder? Was there perhaps a predecessor who had traversed time before him? Wang Jianling implied that our investigation aimed to uncover the whereabouts of the missing 15,000 jin of gunpowder. Not only the gunpowder, but also the formula and the technology for its production. The technical blueprints are also being sought, and I suspect they have gone missing as well. Li Xiu had an instinct that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. After pondering for a moment, he addressed Li Longji, "Father, I have a rather unreasonable request." Li Longji smiled and replied, "Speak freely. As long as it is reasonable, I shall support you. This time, I require the assistance of the Luoyang County Office." Li Longji cast a glance at Pei Quan, who nodded in agreement. Approved. Upon returning to the cabin, Gao Lishir invited Li Xiu to sit and said, "This case was initially assigned to Li Ji, but progress was minimal. Therefore, Pei Quan recommended you to investigate the disappearance of the gunpowder, hoping you will not disappoint the emperor and uncover the truth swiftly. Why not apprehend the officials of the Luoyang Armory for a thorough interrogation? The matter is not as simple as you might think. The Luoyang Armory is a remnant from the power struggle between the late emperor and the crown prince. Could you elaborate, Gao Gong?" Initially, the emperor gained control over the armory, which displeased the late emperor, prompting the elevation of the Luoyang Armory to be on par with the Chang'an Armory. This set a troubling precedent, leading to the establishment of the Luoyang National Academy, Luoyang Artisan Bureau, Luoyang Water Bureau, and the Eastern Capital Inspectorate. Before his passing, the late emperor recognized that this division threatened the integrity of the court, leading to the dissolution of the Eastern Capital Inspectorate, Luoyang Water Bureau, and Luoyang National Academy. While retaining only the Luoyang Academy, the Luoyang Armory was merged with the Artisan Bureau, forming the current Luoyang Armory. Why not abolish the Luoyang Armory entirely? Because it affects the livelihoods of tens of thousands of artisans, such a dissolution would be impractical. In the end, it was downgraded to a branch of the armory akin to those in Taiyuan and Chengdu, merely a subordinate entity of the imperial armory, albeit with a substantial scale that rivals the imperial establishment itself. It is nominally under the jurisdiction of the imperial armory but functions as an independent office, controlled by the regent. Li Xiu pondered for a moment and inquired, since it is under the regent's control, would they permit personnel from the Chang'an armory to conduct an inventory check? Gao Lishir smiled and nodded. That is indeed an astute question and the crux of the matter. I am all ears. Gao Lishir reflected for a moment and replied, approximately last November, the regent discovered that Prince Shui had deeply infiltrated the armory. Consequently, he began allowing the Chang'an armory to conduct inventory checks in Luoyang, resulting in the discovery of numerous serious issues. We are all aware that these issues are inevitably linked to Prince Shui. Thus, investigating the gunpowder serves as a sensitive and impactful entry point. Therefore, the regent will not obstruct this investigation. The regent is also concerned about his reputation. He has reached a compromise with the emperor, permitting the investigation but forbidding any arrests unless there is substantial evidence against the officials. Gao Lishir continued earnestly, the emperor's ultimate aim is to consolidate control over the eastern capital. Once he achieves that, his influence will extend eastward. The eastern capital will not only cease to hinder the emperor's power, but will also create a momentum for expansion. I understand now. The emperor's true target is Prince Shui. It is good that you comprehend. The eastern capital armory case is merely a single link in a larger chain. Li Sheng and Li Ji are also making breakthroughs from different angles. 38th brother, let us all strive together to fulfill the emperor's grand ambitions. Li Xiu cleared his throat and remarked, Gao Gong, I have retrieved the princess and secured Chen Xuanshir's support. Is there no further development? Gao Lishir appeared momentarily taken aback, vexed with himself for not having foreseen this. This scoundrel harbors no grand aspirations, fixated only on trivial gains. I have already informed the emperor. He shall reward you with 2 pieces of calligraphy by Chu Suiliang and a painting by Yan Libin. Is there no monetary compensation? Gao Lishir rolled his eyes. The calligraphy of Chu Suiliang and the painting of Yan Libin are treasures coveted by many, worth their weight in gold. Are you still unsatisfied? Li Xiu muttered. But where would one even begin to sell such items? Gao Lishir's eyes sparkled as he suddenly perceived an excellent opportunity. How could this scoundrel consider selling such treasures? If the news leaked, the court's powerful figures would surely scramble for them. No, I must act first. Cough, cough. 38th brother, we have always maintained a good rapport. If you do not wish to keep them, why not transfer them to me? Li Xiu, pragmatic as ever, had little interest in these esteemed artworks, seeing them merely as a means to exchange for wealth. He scratched his head, considering that transferring them to Gao Gong was acceptable, but they must agree on a fair market price. Such calligraphy and paintings lack a fixed market price. We shall offer you silver at 10,000 taels per piece. Would that not total 30,000 taels of silver? Li Xiu's eyes narrowed in delight. It is a deal. Bang. A teacup was violently smashed to the ground by Li Qingqi, shattering into pieces. Li Qingqi's voice echoed with fury within the cabin, despite my efforts to win him over, promising him high rank and position. He still chooses to side with the emperor. Does he not owe me any loyalty? The eldest son, Li Jin, stood nervously beside him, unsure how to counsel his father. Li Qingqi, now advanced in years and stout, felt his blood pressure rise in his fury and suddenly fainted. Father! Li Jin, alarmed, rushed to support his father. Shouting, quickly summoned the imperial physician. The cabin descended into chaos as a eunuch hurried to find the physician, while several strong maidservants lifted Li Qingqi onto a bed. The ship's physician arrived promptly and began urgent treatment. Moments later, Li Qingqi finally regained consciousness. Your Majesty, do not succumb to anger. I have advised countless times to temper your rage. I understand. I have already been enraged but shall not remain so. Li Qingqi waved his hand, signaling the physician and others to withdraw. He then turned to his eldest son. Tell me the truth. How did this situation arise? I promise not to be angry. I merely wish to understand. Father, I believe Qin Xianxia was never truly resolved to align with you. The emperor, being the legitimate ruler, also sought to win him over, which caused his hesitance. In his eyes, you and the emperor were comparable, evident from the equal courtesy he extended to both me and the loyal prince. Then why did he ultimately side with the emperor? Father, it was 38th brother Li Xiu. He performed remarkably, not only recovering the princess, but also inflicting severe losses upon Goguryeo. In contrast, our own esteemed prince has proven to be quite a disappointment. Not only defaulting on debts, but also falling victim to poison, rendered incapacitated in Yanshi. What do you mean by defaulting on debts? He lost a bet to Li Xiu during Chun Xuanshir's birthday banquet regarding the scales of armor. He refused to pay, thus defaulting. Li Qingqi felt a surge of anger nearly overwhelm him again, yet he restrained himself, repeatedly reminding himself to temper his rage until he finally calmed down. I realize now that I made a grave error in sending the 13th son to Luoyang, depriving Chun Xuanli of hope. At this moment, a eunuch reported, Your Highness, Master Gao Lishir accompanies the 38th son, Li Xiu. Li Qingqi was well aware of the reasons behind their visit, and he nodded, inviting them to enter. Shortly thereafter, Gao Lishir entered with Li Xiu. The two exchanged formal greetings, and Gao Lishir inquired with concern, I have heard that your highness is unwell. Shall we return another time? It is merely an old ailment, nothing to worry about. Please, both of you, take a seat. Gao Lishir sat down, while Li Xiu remained standing beside him. Gao Lishir presented a promotion decree to Li Qingqi, stating, This is the title document for the 38th son. He has successfully retrieved the princess and, according to regulations, is eligible for a promotion. Please review it. The 38th son truly excelled this time, Li Qingqi said with a smile to Li Xiu. I suspect your father is quite surprised as well. Li Xiu slightly bowed, replying, My uncle is aware that I have been fortunate, consistently making the right choices at critical moments. I have merely been lucky. My talents are not extraordinary. Luck? Li Qingqi shook his head. You possess a degree of fortune, but one cannot attribute everything to luck. You need not be modest. I recognize that you are indeed exceptional, a distinguished member of the royal family. This is a blessing for our Tang Dynasty, and I hope you will dedicate your talents to upholding the integrity of our nation. Your uncle's teachings shall be etched in my heart. Li Qingqi signed the promotion document, affixed his seal, and handed it to Gao Lishir. This was a rule he had established himself. Given his status, he would not go back on his word. There was another matter. Li Chui had lost a bet to you, but he is not one to shirk his responsibilities. The scale armor he possesses does not belong to him. It is merely lent for temporary use, so he must report back to me. I hope, dear nephew, that you can patiently wait a few days. Li Chui has always been one to honor his debts. What is owed to you will certainly be delivered. Although Li Chui has disappointed him, he is still his son, and in critical times, he must speak on his behalf. Li Xiu smiled slightly, saying, Uncle need not concern himself. I have always shared a friendly bond with Brother Chui. It was merely a jest, nothing serious. Li Qingqi's expression grew stern. If that is the case, then why did you strike him with a poisonous bean at Yanshi, causing him such suffering? Li Xiu straightened his posture, his gaze now equally fierce. Then perhaps you should inquire of Brother Chui about the ambush I suffered in Huayin County, where he nearly severed my head with a single blow. How shall we account for that? Chapter 61. The fire incident at the Tsangtu Pavilion. On the very night the imperial fleet arrived in Gong County, a sudden fire erupted at the Tsangtu Pavilion, located within the military arsenal in the royal city of Luoyang. Soldiers rushed from all directions to extinguish the flames, but the inferno grew increasingly fierce, rendering their efforts futile. Before long, the entire Chang'an pavilion was engulfed by the raging fire. It was soon discovered that the chief clerk, Jin Shuichang, had perished inside the pavilion, consumed by the flames. The fire illuminated the sky, casting a crimson glow over the heavens, and the entire city of Luoyang was thrown into turmoil. The following day, the fire incident became the central topic of discussion among the citizens of Luoyang. The next day after returning to Luoyang, Zi Linfeng appeared at Li Xiu's inn, accompanied by 10 elite subordinates temporarily assigned to assist him. "Do not call me AZ," Zi Linfeng said with a displeased expression. "You may refer to me as Captain Z or simply Zi Linfeng, but AZ is not a name for you to use. If you wish for me to assist you, you ought to show me some respect and refrain from treating me like a courtesan with a nickname." Zi Linfeng felt quite discontented. She did not like this prince, who was avaricious, lecherous, and shameless. Were it not for external pressures, she would have no desire to work for Li Xiu. Ahem. Li Xiu cleared his throat awkwardly, as Zi Linfeng's outburst in front of so many people made him feel embarrassed. He could only explain with a sheepish expression, "Miss Z has misunderstood. I once read a book wherein a gentle and kind woman named AZ captured my admiration, and since your surname is Z, I thought. There is no need for your explanation, Your Highness. You may call me Miss Z as well. Let us get to the matter at hand." Gong's son Xiaomei could not suppress her laughter any longer. Pei Min and Zhong Kuei also turned their heads to stifle their chuckles. Li Xiu felt disheartened and addressed the group. "I have received a new assignment. The Emperor has instructed me to investigate the disappearance of military supplies from the Luoyang arsenal. Coincidentally, the Chang'an pavilion has also caught fire, so I propose we use this incident as a breakthrough for our investigation." At this point, he glanced at Zi Linfeng, who was the head of the local constabulary. Pei Quan had informed him that she had led her subordinates to the scene following the fire. "Miss Z, would you care to share your thoughts? You have been to the site." Though Zi Linfeng held a disdain for Li Xiu, she was serious about her work, exhibiting a level of diligence comparable to Pei Min, perhaps a testament to her profession as a constable. "I arrived at the scene the following morning. It had already been reduced to ashes. One person perished within, reportedly the chief clerk, and their remains were severely charred, rendering identification nearly impossible." "How could the chief clerk be present at the scene? There should have been no one there at night, right?" Pei Min interjected. "According to protocol, there is always one person on duty at night. Due to the cold, a brazier was lit for warmth, which ultimately ignited the fire that consumed the entire Chang'an pavilion." Zi Linfeng explained. "Was the deceased's oral cavity examined?" Pei Min inquired further. "In cases of fire, the deceased's mouth is typically inspected. If it appears unscathed, it suggests they were deceased prior to the fire, raising suspicions of foul play." Zi Linfeng glanced at Pei Min and replied, "The coroner did examine the body, and his mouth was filled with soot. However, it is also possible that the body was tampered with post-mortem." "And how do you ascertain the nature of this fire?" Li Xiu asked. "It was ultimately determined by the local authorities, who, after conferring with the officials of the Luoyang arsenal, concluded that the on-duty officer had accidentally ignited the fire while trying to stay warm. Yesterday, representatives from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the censorate came to verify this conclusion, and they upheld it. I'm inquiring about your personal opinion, Miss C. What do you believe?" "Me?" Zi Linfeng smiled faintly. "There are numerous inconsistencies. I believe there are issues at play here." Pei Min, intrigued, quickly expressed, "Please enlighten us, Captain Z. I dare not claim to offer wisdom. Let us discuss this together. I perceive 3 primary doubts. The first is that the brazier supposedly caused the fire, yet no remnants of it were found at the scene. The second doubt pertains to a copper oil lamp discovered on site, which was evidently non-functional and had been abandoned for some time. The question arises, where did the chief clerk's oil lamp vanish to? Surely he did not navigate in darkness all night." The third doubt involves the arsenal's official, Yao Si, who initially asserted with certainty that the deceased was not the chief clerk, but upon the involvement of the authorities, he changed his stance and insisted the deceased was indeed the chief clerk. There are also other points of concern, such as the absence of any cries for help and reports indicating that the flames originated from the storage area. Additionally, the coroner privately informed me that the deceased bore burn marks on his tongue, suggesting the possibility that someone had forced a torch into his mouth. The hall fell silent as everyone listened intently. Li Xiu cleared his throat to draw their attention back. "In fact, my conclusion aligns with Miss Z.'s. There is undoubtedly something amiss with this case. Isn't that obvious?" If there were no issues, why would the emperor assign this investigation? The implication was clear. Li Xiu was shamelessly claiming credit for his subordinate's insights. Of course, a leader must possess a certain level of competence. Otherwise, they risk losing the respect of their new subordinates, which could hinder future directives. Our key to this investigation lies with the arsenal official Yao Si. He must possess some secret knowledge but has remained silent. Our first step is to figure out how to make him speak. Zi Linfeng nodded, reluctantly acknowledging the prince's acumen. Despite his flaws, he was indeed clever enough to pinpoint the crux of the matter amidst a multitude of threads, perhaps explaining his success in retrieving the princess. The chill in Zi Linfeng's demeanor thawed slightly, from a frigid -40 degrees to a brisk -39. Pei Min concurred. Your Highness is astute. The breakthrough indeed lies with you. See, if you can procure the Emperor's golden token, perhaps he will be more forthcoming with the truth. Zi Linfeng scoffed. You are thinking too simplistically. If he yields to the Emperor's token, how will he justify himself to the regent? Pei Min countered. To continue lying in the face of the Emperor's token. Does he wish to commit the crime of deceiving the sovereign? In truth, Li Xiu found himself in agreement with Zi Linfeng's perspective. The reason this case had been downplayed and left unresolved was largely due to the regent's influence. The emperor had managed to reclaim some authority within the palace. But in the court, the regent's power still prevailed, and Luoyang's arsenal official, Yao Si, was firmly in the regent's camp. Let us not bicker. Allow me to interject. Both parties quieted and turned their attention to Li Xiu. In that moment, Li Xiu experienced a profound epiphany, akin to enlightenment. He grasped the essence of leadership, to sow discord among subordinates. He understood how to deal with this oblivious tall figure. It was simple: introduce a rival. Of course, that rival would be Pei Min, who was also a constable and equally capable. As long as a competitive atmosphere was established between the two, Zi Linfeng would inevitably learn to respect her superior. Then, he could call her Az hundreds of times, and perhaps even advance to calling her Zi Mei, thereby opening the door to. Li Xiu's smile broadened, a beautiful vision unfolding in his mind. Sir, what are you pondering? Gong's son Xiaomei finally could no longer hold her tongue and interrupted Li Xiu's daydream. Li Xiu quickly snapped back to reality. I was contemplating how to deal with the regent, and I momentarily lost my train of thought. This proclamation garnered a sober respect from the others, while Gong's son Xiaomei rolled her eyes in disbelief. You think you can deal with the regent and smile like that? Where was I? You said nothing at all. My point is, I propose a reward. Let us say 2 taels of silver. Miss Zi and Pei Jiu shall compete to see who can first uncover a weakness in Yao Si, the arsenal official. Once we have leverage, he will have no choice but to tell the truth. Sir, isn't 2 taels a bit too meager? Zhong Kuei could not help but chime in. The amount is not the crux of the matter. Li Xiu cast a piercing glance at Zhong Kuei, pondering how this ordinarily perceptive individual could falter at such a crucial moment. Thus, it was settled. Zi Linfeng unhesitatingly accepted the challenge, declaring that within 3 days, he would uncover the incriminating evidence against Yao Si. Li Xiu smacked his thigh in approval, exclaiming that this was precisely the right attitude. Money was merely a symbol. The true essence lay in preserving one's pride. And what of Pei Jiu? Pei Min reflected for a moment before stating, if Miss Zi is already aware of his secrets, then I must concede defeat. No, I do not possess such knowledge. Very well, then it is set for 3 days. Pei Min too accepted the challenge. Chapter 62. The restoration of Goguryeo. On that afternoon, the regent Li Chengqi's fleet arrived in Luoyang. Having just finished his lunch, Li Chengqi reclined on a soft couch, 2 palace maids gently massaging his legs on either side. Sunlight streamed through the ship's windows, casting a warm glow upon his corpulent belly. With his eyes half closed, he relished the afternoon sun. Though he had erupted in fury the day before over Chun Xuanchu's defection, shattering teacups in his rage, the advantage of being rotund was that once he accepted reality, he could easily cast aside his grievances and not let them mar his mood. At that moment, a eunuch hurriedly approached and whispered in Li Chengqi's ear, the young prince has arrived. Do not let him in. Li Chengqi retorted, visibly displeased. His son had disappointed him gravely, having squandered such favorable conditions and yet failing miserably. Li Chengqi had come to see through his son. He was nothing but a useless fool. Though he declared he did not wish to see him, he nonetheless instructed the maids to assist him in sitting up, his irritation boiling over as he commanded, bring that rascal to me. Before long, Li Chui entered the cabin, kneeling and bursting into tears. Silence. Li Chengqi barked, startling Li Chui into silence. How dare you show your face here? I provided you with men and money, even giving you the earliest knowledge of the princess's disappearance. And yet, you allowed Li Xiu to take the lead, while he found the princess and had Chen Xianshi rejoin the ranks. What have you accomplished? Aside from suffering losses, you have achieved nothing. How could you dare face me? How could I, Li Qingqi, have such a foolish and inept son? Li Qingqi furiously pointed at Li Chui, who could not hold his head high, muttering, I was on my way to Gong County, but I fell victim to an ambush in Yanshi County. Li Xiu's subordinates had me poisoned with croton powder, and everyone collapsed. Li Qingqi stared at his son in disbelief, shaking his head after a moment. I truly wish Li Xiu had poisoned you with arsenic, ridding me of your foolish presence and my ensuing vexation. And what of your wager with Chen Xianshi at the banquet? You lost your Lin Genie to him, and what happened afterward? I did not give it to him. Li Chui replied hesitantly. Li Qingqi's eyes widened. Do you intend to break your word? After a moment's hesitation, Li Chui murmured, I do not wish to break my word. Nor do I want to give him the Lin Genie. I humbly request my father to assist me in resolving this matter. Li Qingqi was rendered speechless, slamming the table and scolding. What of it if you give the Lin Genie to Li Xiu? Would he truly dare to accept it? He is merely waiting for your breach of trust. Get out. Fool, you cannot bear to lose, and you do not care about your own shame. But I find it utterly disgraceful. Leave. Li Chui scrambled away in fright. Li Qingqi's face flushed with rage. The lightness of his earlier mood entirely ruined by this foolish son. He now fully understood why Chen Xianshi had chosen the throne, with his son siding with Li Xiu. Who would choose him? Allowing this fool to come to Luoyang had been a miscalculation. My lord, Mr. He has arrived. Mr. He, naturally, was He Bifan, Li Qingqi's chief advisor. Li Qingqi sighed. Let him in. Moments later, He Bifan entered the cabin briskly. Greetings, my lord. Li Qingqi waved dismissively. Sit down. I was just about to be driven to madness by that little beast of a son. Tell me, why is my son so utterly foolish? Meanwhile, Li Longji has a capable son. What an irritation. He Bifan smiled slightly. There is no need for the lord to be overly upset. Young men like Li Xiu are indeed rare, a 1 in 1,000 find. In truth, you also have excellent sons, such as the 7th and 12th princes, who are not inferior to Li Xiu. Li Qingqi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, Li Longji's foolish sons outnumbered his own, and he had commendable sons of his own, leaving no reason for envy. I just met Gao Xuanwen, He Bifan continued. As Li Xiu mentioned, the Goguryeo people are known to burn incense in many temples, including those of Wang Shui and Chen Xianshi, which is perfectly normal. Moreover, the Goguryeo had deep ties with us following the coup 15 years ago. What did Gao Xuanwen say? My lord. He mentioned that you had promised him something and hopes you will fulfill it. I was quite baffled, as I was unaware of any such request made by them. That was a matter from long ago, Li Qingqi replied slowly. 5 years prior, the Goguryeo requested my agreement for their restoration, a promise made by my father. I consented to their establishment of a governor's office, roughly 2 years ago. Gao Xuanwen's father, Gao Chong, took 5,000 men to Anong, but they were annihilated by the Khitan and Angzhou. I cannot be blamed for that. He Bifan remained silent. He understood Li Qingqi well, recognizing that while the words might be pleasant, he was ruthless behind the scenes. The Khitan's actions were likely under his secret direction. However, they feared the Khitan and refrained from venturing into Liaodong again, thus proposing the purchase of Hulu Island and the Bohai Sea. I consented, and they acquired the island for 3,000 guan. Yet they grew increasingly greedy, audaciously demanding that Pingzhou be converted into their governor's office. How could I possibly agree to such a thing? So they have been seeking your compliance regarding Pingzhou? That would seem to be the case. This request is indeed excessive. I fear that if they do not receive a response, they may turn their full allegiance to Wang Shui and take desperate measures. Li Qingqi's eyes glinted coldly. If they dare to overstep, I shall ensure their utter destruction. In Baichong Tower of Yangfengfeng, one of the headquarters for the Goguryeo people, 5 individuals sat in a spacious room. At the head was a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, named Gao Yu, a direct descendant of the Goguryeo royal family. Currently the 6th president of the Goguryeo Restoration Society. Gao Yu was disabled, having accompanied his brother Gao Chong to Liaodong 2 years prior to establish a governor's office, only to fall victim to a Khitan cavalry ambush that decimated 5,000 elite Goguryeo soldiers, resulting in Gao Chong's tragic death. Gao Yu was one of the 13 survivors, but severely injured, he could no longer stand, remaining a nominal leader of the society. The 3 individuals below him were the children of the former president Gao Chong, the eldest son Gao Xuanwen, the second son Gao Xuanwu, who had just returned from a humiliating defeat at the hands of Li Xiu in Gong County. The third was a young woman, Gao Xian, the youngest daughter of Gao Chong. In her quest for restoration, she had married the former crown prince of Silla 6 years prior, inciting a rebellion that failed, leading her to seek refuge in the Tang Dynasty. Shortly thereafter, the Silla crown prince met an untimely death. Leveraging her beauty, Gao Xian quickly regained prominence, catching the eye of Wang Shui, and was selected as a courtesan 4 times, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Luoyang. Recently, however, she had developed an interest in the 38th son of the emperor, Li Xiu. At the lowest position sat a low-profile, stout man named Jin Daxiang, who managed the internal affairs of the Restoration Society and served as its military advisor. Gao Xuanwen spoke, having visited Li Qingxi earlier that day. I was unable to meet with the regent. He sent his advisor He Baifan to receive me. I discovered that He Baifan was entirely unaware of the Pingzhou matter. It is astonishing that a chief advisor would lack knowledge of such a significant issue, revealing the regent's utter lack of sincerity. Gao Yu replied slowly. I have long maintained that the Khitan ambushed us with prior knowledge. Who could have informed them? Aside from Li Qingqi, there is no other. This man is ruthless and cunning. If you still harbor illusions about him, awaken to reality. Gao Xuanwen fell silent for a moment before speaking again. In truth, I intended to inquire about the Military Equipment Supervisory Office. The regent did not inform me, but upon my return, I encountered Yao Si, the director of the Luoyang Military Equipment Supervisory Office. He confirmed that the emperor has dispatched the 38th son, Li Xiu, to assist Wang Chu in investigating the fire at the concealed map pavilion. Third sister, to tell us about Li Xiu. I have heard that you seem rather close to him. Gao Xuanwu propped his feet on the table, his tone laced with jest. Gao Xian's delicate face darkened as she retorted, You know him better than I do. Her sharp words left Gao Xuanwu momentarily speechless. Gao Yu shot a fierce glare at Gao Xuanwu, admonishing, Second brother, we are deliberating significant matters, not engaging in casual banter. Remove your feet from the table. Gao Xuanwu hastily complied. Gao Yu then softened his tone as he addressed Gao Xian. Third daughter, please share what you know about Li Xiu. Understanding both ourselves and our adversaries is essential for victory. Gao Xian held her uncle in high regard. Although she was reluctant to elaborate, she began, Third uncle. Li Xiu is quite peculiar. You may say he is young, but he possesses a shrewdness and cunning beyond his years. Whether in locating the princess or persuading Chen Xuanli to change his stance, he surpasses typical youths. Yet, despite his cunning, he behaves towards women with the naivete of a young lad, being quite infatuated and utterly defenseless. You might argue he is easily swayed by feminine charms. Yet my 8-section incense has no effect on him whatsoever. Thus, I remain uncertain of his true nature. Gao Yu raised an eyebrow. The 8-section incense was a potent intoxicant known to ensnare its victims, ultimately leading them under the control of the one who administered it. The former crown prince of Silla had fallen victim to its influence, so Gao Yu found it curious that Li Xiu remained unaffected. What is the attitude of King Shui towards him? He inquired. I do not know. Gao Xian declined to discuss King Shui, firmly refusing. Gao Yu then turned to the strategist, Jin Daxiang, asking for his insight. Jin Daxiang bowed and replied, in response to the assembly leader. It is entirely normal for the emperor to investigate the fire at the concealed map pavilion. We need not overly fret, yet we must remain vigilant to the developments. Should their investigation yield breakthroughs, we shall need to respond urgently. Gao Xuanwu coldly suggested, I propose we send an assassin to eliminate Li Xiu. Absolutely not. Jin Daxiang immediately countered. Li Xiu is a prince. His assassination would have far-reaching consequences. We cannot act carelessly, lest we alarm the enemy and jeopardize our plans. Gao Yu nodded, acknowledging the strategist's wisdom. Indeed, we must refrain from alarming the enemy at this juncture. Our immediate priorities are twofold. First, to secure the full support of King Shui, and second, to initiate a systematic withdrawal of resources from the city. He then addressed Gao Xuanwen. I must ask you to make another trip to King Shui. While we cannot compromise on our bottom line, we may consider some concessions on other matters. Chapter 63. Unforeseen competition. The following afternoon, Pei Min and Zilin Feng arrived simultaneously with intriguing news. Remarkably, they both possessed the same incriminating evidence against the military arsenal supervisor, Yao Si. This workshop, known as Baoshan Ironworks, specializes in remelting discarded ironware. And nearly all the decommissioned weapons from the military arsenal are sent to this establishment. I investigated their records and discovered that last October, the arsenal sent 7,000 damaged swords for melting. However, the private records indicated only 700 broken swords. What prompted you to investigate this ironworks? Payman inquired. In response, my lord, I had long suspected that the greatest source of corruption within the arsenal's warehouse stemmed from the disposal of obsolete weapons. Since the physical items ultimately vanish upon melting, it is quite easy to manipulate the figures. Thus, I focused my investigation on this aspect. Pei Min handed a small notebook to Li Xiao, explaining, "This is the owner's private record book, which I managed to procure as evidence. And what of your findings, Miss Z?" He continued. Zilin Feng's expression was somewhat uneasy. Coincidentally, I also investigated the weapons decommissioned last October. I found the transfer records from the arsenal to Baoshan Ironworks, indicating 7,000 damaged longswords. However, I did not see the owner's private records. Instead, I interrogated two assistants, both of whom admitted that only 700 swords were actually transferred, leaving the whereabouts of the remaining 6,300 swords unknown. Did you obtain any evidence? Payman pressed, such as the transfer record and the testimonies of the two assistants? Indeed, Zilin Feng replied, placing a leather pouch before Li Xiao. Upon examining the evidence, Li Xiao confirmed its validity. Together, their investigations formed a complete chain of evidence. It appears you two have reached a stalemate. The reward of 2 taels remains valid, to be increased to 20 taels next time, and subsequently to 200 taels. Ultimately, the money is of little importance. What truly matters is that you both have the opportunity to showcase your talents. In less than 2 days, you have already made significant progress. In Luoyang, within the residence of the military arsenal supervisor, Yao Si, an unexpected visitor arrived that evening. The 38th son of the emperor, Li Xiao, entered uninvited. Possessing an imperial investigation decree, Li Xiao commanded the utmost respect, compelling Yao Si to usher him into the outer study. After sipping his tea leisurely, Li Xiao remarked, "Surely, Supervisor, Yao is aware of the purpose of my visit today? Alas, I am but a dullard and do not comprehend the reason behind your esteemed presence," Yao Si replied. "Are you truly unaware?" Li Xiao retorted coldly. "Allow me to be forthright. The fire at the repository of maps has garnered the emperor's attention, and I have been dispatched to investigate. The Ministry of Justice and the Censorate have already sent personnel to investigate, and their report should be on the emperor's desk. The consensus is that it was an unfortunate incident caused by improper heating. And what is your opinion, Supervisor Yao?" Li Xiao inquired. "I naturally defer to the findings of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate," Yao Si responded smoothly, evading any fault. Impressed by Yao Si's diplomatic finesse, Li Xiao took another sip of tea, continuing, "In October of last year, the military arsenal decommissioned a batch of weapons, officially recorded as being sent to Baoshan Ironworks for melting, 7,000 in total, weighing 30,000 jin. Yet, Baoshuan's records indicate only 700 swords, amounting to 3,000 jin, a discrepancy of a full tenfold. Do you wish for me to pursue this matter further?" Li Xiao pushed several pieces of evidence across the table towards Yao Si. "The market price for these longswords is 10 taels each, implicating a total of 60,000 taels. Even having that remains 30,000 taels. This is merely one transaction. If we delve into past occurrences, the conclusion is obvious. Though I need not articulate it, you surely grasp the implications." Yao Si's forehead glistened with sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation being unearthed. This batch of weapons had indeed been appropriated by Prince Shui, and if deemed corrupt, it would amount to a colossal case of embezzlement, 60,000 taels. Weighing the consequences, Yao Si sighed. "Regarding the fire at the repository of maps, I possess only suspicions without concrete evidence, though I suspect involvement from the Goguryeo people. My instincts proved correct." "It is indeed the despicable Goguryeo," Li Xiao remarked, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "Please, continue." "The chief clerk of the military arsenal, Jin Shui Chang, who perished in the fire, was a Goguryeo national. He was appointed last year through Prince Shui's recommendation. Shortly after assuming office, a significant leak of Bellows' blueprints occurred, prompting us to enhance management of the blueprints. Now, all borrowing of blueprints must occur within the repository, with no items allowed to leave, necessitating daily inventory checks." "And then?" Li Xiao prompted. "The military arsenal has 2 chief clerks. The other clerk broke his leg last winter and has been bedridden. Consequently, all responsibilities fell solely on Jin Shui Chang, who became exceedingly busy and opted to reside within the repository. He occupied the 3rd floor, and numerous patrolling soldiers frequently noted that his lights burned late into the night. He claimed to be diligently studying for the imperial examinations, and they believed him." "Proceed," Li Xiao urged. "The fire at the repository ignited from his quarters, yet throughout the ordeal, there were no cries for help. Although Jin Shui Chang has since been buried, I have always harbored doubts that it was indeed him who perished. The most direct evidence is that Jin Shui Chang had only 4 toes on his left foot, while the corpse had 5 intact toes. Is there any evidence of his theft of blueprints? Li Xiu inquired. Yu Si nodded. Indeed. Each blueprint is stored in a large bamboo tube, painted on the surface with the contents inscribed, sealed with a wax seal. Daily inventory checks involve examining these tubes. Due to the seals, we do not open them. In the fire, the majority of the tubes were reduced to ashes, but one tube was merely charred on the exterior, remaining intact. The blueprints inside should have been unharmed, yet we discovered the tube was empty, leading me to suspect that the blueprints we inventory daily are merely hollow tubes. So you suspect that Jin Shui Chang is the one who absconded with the blueprints, Li Xiu concluded. Yao Si sighed. He is a Goguryeo national. There are also several Goguryeo individuals among the craftsmen and guards in the military arsenal. Following the fire at the repository, they all vanished without a trace. It is evident that this was an operation orchestrated by the Goguryeo, not merely by Jin Shui Chang alone. Without the assistance of these individuals, the charred corpse could not have been smuggled into the repository. Such details were not reported during the investigations conducted by the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Li Xiu noted. Yao Si scoffed. The Ministry and Censorate conducted their inquiry in haste, failing to even visit the scene, let alone call for an autopsy. After hastily summarizing the reports in a grand hall, they reached their conclusion. Do you believe I would willingly invite trouble upon myself? Li Xiu paced momentarily, then abruptly turned. What of the 15,000 gene of gunpowder? Why was that not mentioned? Yao Si's complexion shifted dramatically as he replied after a pause. The 15,000 gene of gunpowder was rendered useless due to moisture and was destroyed at the beginning of the year. Li Xiu seized Yao Si by the collar, locking eyes with him fiercely. I know you are an ally of the regent. You may believe the regent can protect you, but you must understand, without the regent's approval, our investigation would not be possible. You are in collusion with Prince Shui. Do you think the regent is unaware? The regent may not execute you. But what of Prince Shui? The prince's utmost desire is to eliminate you, placing all blame upon your shoulders. His secrets could vanish alongside you into the abyss. Do you think he would hesitate? Yao Si's face contorted with fear, realizing that Li Xiu had exposed his greatest dread. Can the emperor truly safeguard me? Reveal the truth to me, and then you can prepare to flee under the cover of night. Should you find it impossible to leave the city, I possess a silver token that can facilitate your escape. Yao Si contemplated for a moment, then sighed heavily. The 15,000 gene of gunpowder was stolen at the beginning of the year. I still suspect it is connected to the Goguryeo, though I have no evidence. This implicates negligence, so we use the pretext of moisture to declare it destroyed. Noticing Yu Si's hesitation, Li Xiu pressed further. There is something even more significant to disclose. Speak. Within there exists a formula for gunpowder and techniques for the purification of nitrate. I am deeply concerned that these secrets may fall into the hands of the Goguryeo people. Chapter 64. The warning of the money bag the following morning. Li Xiu accompanied Zhong Kuei to the south market of Luoyang. During this period, Li Xiu had enjoyed substantial gains, receiving 2 payments from the prince. Yang Hui, 1,500 taels of silver for selling jade pendants, and 5,000 taels as a reward for locating the princess. Additionally, he acquired 30,000 taels of silver from Gao Lisher. Furthermore, 2 exquisite pieces of calligraphy by Chu Suilian along with a painting of noble women by Yan Liben, treasures rare to find during the Tang Dynasty, were purchased by Gao Lisher for 30,000 taels of silver. Li Xiu had no intention of placing these funds into the money bag, as such an act would surely lead to an upgrade that would consume his silver entirely. He had long contemplated investment, and purchasing a shop was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. With 36,500 taels of silver in the form of banknotes, the money bag could not siphon these funds, making them ideal for investment. Moreover, he now had a capable manager in Zhong Kuei, allowing him to invest without worry. Zhong Kuei was indeed efficient. Within a day, he found a shop with potential for acquisition. It was a tavern located in the south market of Luoyang. Naturally, the transfer and negotiation of price were Zhong Kuei's responsibilities. Li Xiu had merely come to inspect. Young master, that is the one, Zhong Kuei pointed out. Li Xiu observed a 3-story tavern, painted in red, though slightly faded with time, situated next to the main gate of the south market. A series of large signs hung from the eaves, each inscribed with a single character, Jingbai Tavern. The exterior appeared satisfactory, about 70% new, and the establishment occupied a generous area. After a thorough inspection, Li Xiu felt quite pleased. The tavern spanned approximately 3 acres and not only functioned as a tavern, but also boasted 5 small, elegant courtyards at the rear, showcasing a high standard. "What is the business like here?" he inquired. "This is the 7th-ranked tavern in Luoyang, with patrons filling the place daily. Absent war, one could recoup the investment within a year and a half," Zhang Kuei replied. "A year and a half?" Li Xiu was astonished and subsequently asked, "What is the asking price?" The seller demanded 20,000 guan, insisting on immediate payment. He also owned another Jingbai tavern in Chang'an, occupying 5 acres. Priced at the same amount. Should both taverns be acquired together, he could offer a slight discount. Li Xiu's eyes widened. The tavern in Pingkangfang, the most glamorous locale in the Tang Dynasty, commanded 10,000 guan per acre, and such properties were exceedingly rare. The prospect of acquiring 5 acres, along with a tavern, for merely 20,000 guan was an extraordinary opportunity. "Are you certain he is not a swindler?" "I investigated the land deeds at the county office. This individual is not a fraud but a prominent merchant named Wang Jingbai, known in Luoyang. He wishes to relocate to Yangzhou, hence his urgency in selling the 2 taverns. Pei Shijun has informed me that the Jingbai Tavern in Chang'an is indeed his establishment, and he is acquainted with him. Then why the haste in selling?" "I am not entirely certain," Zhang Kuei admitted. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiu responded, "I am very pleased with the tavern. I wish to acquire both the taverns in Chang'an and Luoyang, but you must ascertain a few details. First, why is he hastily offering these taverns at a low price? Second, are there any legal issues associated with them? Third, negotiate the price further. My bottom line is 36,000 guan." Zhang Kuei understood and promised a response by midday. At noon, Zhang Kuei indeed clarified the situation. "Young master, I have inquired thoroughly. Wang Jingbai's reason for selling is the recent death of his only son. Grieving, he wishes to return to his hometown in Yangzhou and has decided to transfer ownership of the 2 taverns. The price has been negotiated to 34,000 guan. With the transfer possible today, his only condition is that the current manager and staff remain. Are there any legal issues?" Li Xiu pressed. "The tavern itself has no legal entanglements, but there is a situation," Zhang Kuei replied. Li Xiu nodded, sensing that such a golden opportunity could not be without its complications. "What situation?" Initially, he priced the taverns at 80,000 guan, attracting numerous inquiries, yet one individual offered merely 8,000 guan, with payment deferred for a year. After that offer, no one dared to approach, forcing Wang Jingbai to lower his price significantly. It has nearly halved now. Who is this audacious individual? The formidable Luo family of Luoyang. Is this the same family you mentioned, with connections to the powerful Shui Wang? Indeed, they dominate Luoyang, oppressing the weak. Upon learning of Wang Jingbai's intent to sell, the Luo family made their low offer, leaving no one willing to buy. Wang Jingbai is now terrified and eager to sell quickly. Li Xiu snorted disdainfully. They were mere thugs, and should they provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Where could he find such an astonishing bargain? He promptly produced 2 banknotes from Baoji Bank along with the jade pendant for withdrawing funds, handing them to Zhang Kuei. "Here are 35,000 taels. Complete the transaction today." At the Shui Wang residence, Gao Xuanwu expressed his concerns to Li Qingye. "Your Highness, we have received reliable intelligence that the Yo family fled Luoyang overnight using a silver token. It must be Li Xiu. We are worried that Yu might divulge critical information." Li Qingye sipped his tea, unperturbed. "Even if Yu knows something, he possesses no evidence." "Without evidence? What is there to fear?" "Your Highness, without evidence, the Emperor and the Regent certainly dare not act against you, but we are different. We are akin to a swarm of ants. The Emperor need not present evidence to crush us." Li Qingye replied coolly. "Yao Xi's family is hiding in the post station at Yi County. Deal with him." Gao Xuanwu was elated. "Thank you for the guidance, Your Highness." He turned to leave, but Li Qingye called him back. "One more task for you. Please, Your Highness, give your orders. Go and warn Li Xiu not to be too reckless." Gao Xuanwu hesitated, uncertain how the prince wished to deliver this warning. "Whatever you prefer, write him a letter or eliminate a few of his attendants. It's up to you." "Understood." Li Qingye squinted, contemplating the matter concerning the Military Supplies Bureau. Once Yao Xi is eliminated, all witnesses and evidence will vanish. If Li Xiu manages to turn the tide, it can only be through the Goguryeo people, but that is their affair and not his concern. Beside him, his advisor, Wang Feng, inquired, "Your Highness, have you not always intended to eliminate Li Xiu? Why not let Gao Xuanwu take direct action?" Li Qingye shook his head. "The Goguryeo people are currently wary of killing Li Xiu. Gao Yu is exceedingly cautious. If you send Gao Xuanwu to eliminate Li Xiu, He will surely seek counsel from Gao Yu, rendering it impossible. However, if Gao Xuanwu merely provokes Li Xiu, I know him well, he will take matters into his own hands. Once Li Xiu retaliates, the Goguryeo will come to plead with me. Wang Feng suddenly understood. The prince intended to use Li Xiu to subdue the Goguryeo. Li Qingye coldly added, I intend to kill Li Xiu as well, but not at this moment. Xiaomei, come and see if my money bag has faded in color. Under the light, Li Xiu raised his left hand. Noticing that the once deep red money bag had turned a pale pink, Gongsun Xiaomei approached for a closer look, exclaiming in surprise. It was still a deep red at noon. How did it become this light hue? It appears to be a birthmark, now resembling a scar. Young master, has your spell perhaps expired? Li Xiu's heart raced with alarm. This was dire. His unauthorized use of 34,000 taels to purchase the tavern equated to a breach of contract. Was his money bag about to vanish? He clenched his fists tightly. And indeed, the money bag shrank. It had once been the size of a bookshelf but had now diminished to the size of a large vat. Its rank remained unchanged. Yet its capacity had clearly reduced. Moreover, the densely packed small squares have become increasingly elusive, clearly serving as a warning to oneself. It is likely that should one offend it even slightly once more, it will vanish entirely. Li Xiu felt a profound sense of regret. He must swiftly devise a means to secure some funds and appease his purse, lest his talisman be lost forever. Chapter 65. A blood-soaked warning at the stroke of 2. A deafening explosion erupted from the Yanquan Alley in Luoyang, flames soaring into the sky and dark smoke billowing forth, alarming half the city. Li Xiu awoke from his slumber, hastily donned his garments, and stepped out into the courtyard, where Pei Min and others had also emerged. Did you hear that? Gongsun Xiaomei nodded, remarking on the muffled sound that had emanated from the east. Pei Min ascended to the rooftop, gazing towards the east, and shouted, Young master, there is a thick plume of black smoke rising high. Is it a fire? It does not appear to be a fire. The smoke below is cut off, resembling a black mushroom in the sky. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xiu immediately declared, we must investigate. The citizens of Yanquan Alley were startled, gathering in clusters along the streets, engaged in fervent discussions. Make way. Please, step aside. Li Xiu and his companions arrived at the scene, where Li Xiu possessed a nighttime exit permit granted by the emperor, allowing them unfettered access within the city. Upon reaching the site of the explosion, they found it cordoned off by officials, and Li Xiu spotted Zilin Feng. Currently, she was serving as Li Xiu's temporary subordinate, yet in the event of a significant incident, she would still present herself as the commanding officer of the brocade-clad constables. Captain Z, what transpired? Zilin Feng stepped forward, offering a salute. A combustion explosion has occurred. This should be a workshop. We discovered a considerable amount of blood at the scene, yet curiously, there are neither injured nor deceased individuals present. However, interviews with nearby residents revealed that at least 3 people have perished, carried away by their accomplices. Who were they? Zilin Feng shook her head. We interviewed the neighboring residents. But this workshop is shrouded in mystery, having remained closed throughout the year. No one knows what they were producing. They were making gunpowder. Li Xiu turned to find Wang Chu, the supervisor of the Military Weapons Bureau. When did you arrive, Lord Wang? I arrived a while ago. I reside in the adjacent alley. Upon hearing the explosion, I knew it was gunpowder. Wang Chu pointed to the shattered wooden crates around them. They were attempting to relocate the gunpowder when it was accidentally ignited, resulting in the explosion. Could the 15,000 pounds of missing gunpowder be stored here? That seems unlikely. Wang Chu replied, shaking his head and opening his palm to reveal some black granules. These are remnants of gunpowder I collected from the bottom of the crates. The granules are quite large. This was not produced by the Military Weapons Bureau, but rather by them, and it was poorly ground, leading to incomplete combustion. If it had been the Bureau's 15,000 pounds of gunpowder, dozens of surrounding houses would have been obliterated. Are you suggesting that Goguryeo is attempting to replicate gunpowder? Wang Chu nodded. I believe so. It is apparent that since the investigation into the arson at the hidden map pavilion began, they have sensed danger and started relocating the materials for gunpowder production, which ultimately led to the explosion. Wang Chu pulled Li Xiu aside and whispered, the Goguryeo may have stolen a significant amount of the Military Weapons Bureau's blueprints. However, I am not overly concerned. They lack sufficient wrought iron and skilled craftsmen. Acquiring the blueprints is futile without the means to produce. My only concern is the potential leak of gunpowder production techniques. With just a few individuals, they could manufacture considerable amounts of gunpowder. Li Xiu sensed that this gunpowder was not the traditional black powder. Its explosive power seemed diminished. How is gunpowder utilized militarily now? Its applications remain quite broad, including ambushes, incendiary attacks, and poison deployment. For instance, if a barrel containing 50 pounds of gunpowder is mixed with a few pounds of poisoned iron nails, an explosion within a crowd could injure hundreds. While it may not be fatal, the toxic nails would incapacitate soldiers, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter by the enemy, particularly effective when detonated amidst cavalry. Furthermore, it is also highly effective in naval warfare, as its explosive force can sink ships. A water ghost carrying a barrel of gunpowder could easily sink a 3,000-stone vessel. Li Xiu understood. Although the gunpowder's potency was not overwhelming, the ingenuity of the Tang people would allow it to serve its maximum purpose, ingeniously incorporating poisoned iron nails. Does tonight's explosion indicate that the Goguryeo have acquired the technology for gunpowder? Wang Chu nodded gravely. I hope they remain in Luoyang, that we may recapture them. Your Highness. Time is of the essence. At that moment, Zilinfeng approached hastily, clasping her fists. Your Highness, I have just received news that Yosi, the supervisor of the Luoyang Military Weapons Bureau, has been assassinated in Yi County. Li Xiu's expression darkened. He had sent Yosi's family away. Yet he had still fallen victim to assassination. Upon returning to the inn, as he stepped inside, Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu rushed forward, their faces etched with fear. Young master, we have a problem with our horses. Li Xiu hurried to the stable, where the innkeeper stood dazed before the stalls. They had rented 8 horses from a mule dealer, occupying a separate stable. They had ridden away on 3, leaving 5 behind. Li Xiu was met with a gruesome sight. The 5 horses had been decapitated, their heads lined up neatly in the trough, blood staining the entire stable. A bloodied message was scrawled on the wall. This is not the Beguosi. Li Xiu's countenance turned ashen as he inquired of Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu. When did this happen? Both men trembled as they responded. We just returned and discovered this. What of Dodo? Li Xiu suddenly recalled Pei Dodo. Pei Min approached swiftly, assuring him, she is unharmed. Zhong Kuei is present, and they did not dare venture into the inner courtyard. Li Xiu let out a soft sigh. Everyone, gather in the main hall. He then addressed Pei Min, go notify Zilinfeng to join us. Zilinfeng should still be at Yanhuan Alley. Old Zhong, are you unharmed? Reporting to the young master, I am ashamed. I remained at the inn but failed to care for the horses. The horses are not your concern. It is fortunate you were here. Otherwise, Dodo might have been in danger. I will rectify the situation with the horses by tomorrow. Before long, Zilinfeng arrived. Having learned of the events along the way, Your Highness, who is responsible for this? This despicable method could only be the work of the Goguryeo. Li Xiu scoffed coldly, then spoke slowly. The Goguryeo are warning me not to interfere with the Military Weapons Bureau's affairs. How was our location leaked? Gongsun Xiaomei inquired curiously. We only moved here a few days ago. How could they have discovered us? Zhang Kuei shook his head. This is not surprising. As long as they followed us, they would easily ascertain our whereabouts. Young master, we must relocate immediately and seek a more concealed residence. Zilinfeng stated solemnly. A hidden abode will always be elusive unless one never ventures out. Regardless, if others track you, they will find you. We can only fortify our defenses. Here, we have no protection, leaving ourselves wide open. Tomorrow, I will set up some defenses. If the Goguryeo attempt another assassination, it won't be so simple. Captain Zi's words held a measure of truth. Li Xiu partially concurred with Zilinfeng's assessment. While it was indeed impossible to evade the pursuit of skilled adversaries, such pursuits required time. Time was now of the essence. Evading was not the optimal strategy. Establishing defenses was the true path. However, it was equally necessary to seek a more concealed residence. After all, a cunning rabbit must have 3 burrows. We cannot allow them to catch us unawares. Old Zhong, I entrust you with the task of finding us a new abode. Zhong Kuei nodded. At dawn, I shall investigate. My junior brother should be returning in the next few days. But what shall we do next? Everyone turned their gaze to Li Xiu. Li Xiu produced 3 divination coins, casting them into the air before swiftly retrieving the corresponding oracle and glancing at it before returning it to the divination tube. The group exchanged glances, realizing that their lord had become addicted to divination. Chapter 66. If we play, we play. Big Li Xiu cast a glance at the crowd and stated, the Goguryeo people have come to our doorstep to commit murder. This is not merely a warning, but a provocation. Weakness will only embolden them further. We must unequivocally express our stance. As he spoke, Li Xiu's expression turned somewhat menacing. Pagio, go to Yangfengfeng at once and set fire to Baichong Tower. Zilinfeng hesitated, wanting to persuade Li Xiu, but recalling his insistence on a firm attitude, she chose silence. Li Xiu continued, addressing Pei Min. Do not rush to leave after the fire is set. I wish to see what they bring out. Are there any military weapons or maps from the hidden armory? Pei Min bowed in compliance. Understood. I shall obey. Zilin, I must trouble you as well. Once the fire ignites, immediately inform Pei Shijun to head to Baichang Tower. We cannot linger at the scene. The subsequent task of locating weapon schematics will fall to you. Li Xiu added with a cold smile. It would be best if the fire simultaneously ignites the gunpowder. Zillion Feng then grasped that Li Xiu's command to set the blaze was not merely for venting anger. He was concerned the gunpowder might be taken away by the Koreans. I understand, she replied, reluctantly addressing herself as if for the first time, her perception of Li Xiu's coldness diminishing slightly. However, Zillion Feng could never have imagined that this temporary superior of hers had arrived at this decision through a random draw, landing on a fortune of fire and wealth. He was eager to procure a substantial sum to fill his coffers. Others might hesitate, but he had no choice but to take action against the Goguryeo. Li Xiu beckoned Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu to step forward, finding them rather exasperating. They spent their days indulging in frivolous pleasures, neglecting their duties, which had pushed Li Xiu to the brink of tolerance. Do you feel wronged? Do you have grievances against me? Speak your minds openly. There is no need to hide. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, both perplexed by their master's words. Master, we don't feel wronged at all, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, we have no objections. Zhang Ping scratched his head, adding, if you truly feel we deserve it, perhaps you could increase our monthly pay a little. Zhao Hu chimed in, not much, just 2 coins a month would suffice. Li Xiu nodded and turned to Xiao Mei. You tell them. Xiao Mei, straightforward as ever, cut to the chase. The master intends to send you back to the palace. The news struck them like a bolt from the blue, and they fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Master, you don't want us anymore? The master said you spend your days pondering over women, whether it's this girl or that, and he can no longer tolerate it. Coughing twice, Li Xiu found Xiao Mei's words equally jarring. Let me put it this way. Many wish to deal with me, to end my life, yet no one has targeted you. This indicates how insignificant you truly are. Being inconsequential is one thing, but each time you act, you pull me down. How long do you think I can endure this? The two opened their mouths, rendered speechless. Go gather your things. We're returning tonight. I fear for your lives in Luoyang. I cannot bear to explain to your families if something happens to you. They hung their heads, tears of regret spilling as they realized their monthly income of 8 coins would be forfeited, along with rewards for completed tasks. Life was far better than that of a county magistrate. To return to a mere 3 coins a month in the palace, burdened with endless menial tasks and constant scolding. They might as well leap into the Luo River and seek peace and death. As the time approached, Li Xiu signaled Xiao Mei. Master, why not grant them another chance? As long as they stop gazing at Miss Gao and pondering over Miss Z, I believe it can be forgiven. Li Xiu's eyes widened. Whose chance are you granting? Yet Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu sensed a glimmer of hope. They bowed repeatedly, tears flowing. Master, grant us another chance. We promise to obey orders, not to hinder you, and to refrain from indulging in frivolities. Convincing them to abandon their vices was a harder task than teaching a dog to stop eating filth. Li Xiu did not genuinely wish to dismiss them. Despite their unreliability, they could serve a vital role when it mattered. Today, he intended to teach them a lesson, particularly concerning the fortune he had drawn. It read, from the benefits of petty men, great wealth is amassed through fire. Thus, he needed to remind them not to falter at critical moments. At the first watch, Baichang Tower in Yangfengfeng suddenly erupted in thick smoke and flames. The fire initially ignited in the tavern, and with the night wind's assistance, it quickly consumed the establishment, spreading rapidly to the shops and inns nearby. Flames soared high, and thick smoke filled the air. The residents of Yangfengfeng were roused, rushing from all directions to extinguish the blaze. Cries echoed as people fled from Baichang Tower. Still in a state of shock, dozens of black-clad warriors worked efficiently, hauling large wooden boxes from the shops and neatly stacking them in an open area before dashing back into the inferno, leaving 10 men to guard the boxes. Li Xiu concealed himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting the right moment. At that moment, Pei Min approached and whispered, the box on the far left may contain the documents. Li Xiu's gaze shifted to the leftmost large wooden box, which stood alone and was larger than the others. What is the reasoning? It's the lightest. All other boxes were carried out by 3 men, but that one was brought out by 2, Pei Min explained. That makes sense, Li Xiu acknowledged. Glancing toward the west where a large group of shadows gathered, about 50 to 60 individuals. While others fought to extinguish the flames, they did not. Like wolves, they fixated on the boxes, likely local ruffians intent on looting amid the chaos. Li Xiu's eyes glimmered as he summoned Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu, instructing them. Do you see that leftmost large box? The one isolated from the others? The two nodded in unison. When the confusion ensues, you are to lift that box. Ignore the others. If you succeed, I will not dismiss you. We'll remember. They replied eagerly. Li Xiu gestured towards the group of ruffians. You two mix in with them. When I signal, incite them to loot. Then, we will carry that wooden box away through the same route. Understood? Absolutely, we understand. Off you go. The duo rushed toward the ruffians, quickly familiarizing themselves among the crowd. Li Xiu shook his head, reflecting on Xiao Mei's words that these two had been local ruffians themselves before entering the palace. It seemed there was truth in that. Even wildflowers have their spring. If utilized well, these two could indeed serve a unique purpose. There is no incompetence among subordinates, only failure among leaders. At that moment, a maid burst forth, crying. The leader is still inside. Hurry, say the leader. With only 10 warriors guarding the boxes outside, the others had just entered. The leader among the 10 immediately commanded. 3 of you stay with the boxes, the rest follow me. He led 7 warriors into the searing flames, with only 3 warriors remaining to guard the boxes. An opportunity presented itself. Li Xiu waved his hand vigorously. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu shouted, Brothers, there are only 3 of them. The chance to get rich is here. Charge. The opportunity to amass wealth comes but once in a lifetime, to indulge in pleasures and revelry. The crowd of ruffians, unable to contain their excitement, surged forward like rabid dogs, spurred on by Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu. Li Xiu and Pei Min circled around to the back of the box. The 3 warriors drew their swords, watching the oncoming ruffians, unaware that danger was approaching from behind. Pei Min approached silently, wielding a wooden staff with a swift motion, causing 3 warriors to fall one after another. A throng of ruffians surged forward, breaking open a large chest from which silver and copper coins cascaded forth. The eyes of all present glimmered with greed as they rushed to seize the silver. Some stripped off their garments to bundle the wealth, while others knotted the legs of their trousers to carry more. Zhang Ping and Zhao Hu exhibited exemplary restraint, a remarkable transformation as they managed to suppress the chaos of looters and stealthily lifted away the largest wooden chest. With a crisp snap, a cold glimmer flashed as the copper lock was severed. Pei Min kicked open the lid, revealing a trove of gleaming gold ingots within. His mission was to open the chests, specifically seeking the smaller ones, for he and Li Xiu were in accord that the most valuable treasures lay within the compact containers. Pei Min quickly moved to the next wooden chest, where gold was precisely Li Xiu's target. Upon Pei Min's swift evasion, Li Xiu made his appearance. He closed the lid, his hand reaching inside to sweep over the gold, and in an instant, 10,000 taels of gold vanished. Li Xiu lunged toward another chest filled with gold. Employing the same method, he shut the lid, brushed his hand over the gold, and once again, it disappeared, propelling him toward a third large chest. This time, Pei Min finally witnessed the astonishing sight of gold disappearing and was left utterly astounded. Young master, the gold has vanished, he exclaimed. No time to dwell. Continue opening the chests. They swiftly opened 10 small wooden chests brimming with gold, which Li Xiu promptly absorbed. They are coming. We must flee. Pei Min spotted shadows emerging through the thick smoke and urgently pulled Li Xiu into the darkness. A horde of black-clad warriors, led by Gao Xuanwu, emerged from the smoke carrying the chests, their astonishment palpable at the chaotic scene before them. The remnants of the chests lay in disarray, many shattered, with hundreds of people scrambling for the treasures inside, while others, having abandoned their buckets, rushed to assist in extinguishing the fire. Gao Xuanwu, consumed by fury, drew his sword and bellowed, Kill.